Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Wind-Breathing Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's wails fill the hall. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please please, her baby sobs. I'm sorry. Please. Don't take him away. He's hunched in on himself, clutching at bed sheets, wetted with tears. Please please, please, the words fall out with sobs. Breaths coming ragged. Izuku claws the blanket beneath desperately. Don't take him. She can't make sense of the nightmare, but it's all still knives plunging into her chest with every plead. Izuku, she thinks, and pries her child's grip from fabric. He continues to wail for him, eyes screwed shut and unseeing as he beats against her chest, thrashing in her arms. Izuku, she whispers over his crying calls, Izuku, wake up. It's okay, you're okay. She knows the words are untrue, she doesn't speak them. She tries once, thrice. Her body bruises as small fists fight against her. Izuku can't hear. Wake up, her pleads joins her child's, please Izuku. Please, Izuku echoes with a scream. Her ears ring. NTG ya. Shoo, she murmurs. Inko raises her head, tucking her Izuku's head into her shoulder and cards through sweat-tangled hair. He trembles in her hold, the beating dying slowly, and the fists comes up to grip the fabric of her nightdress. It'll be over soon, dear, just wake up, okay? Wake up, Izuku. I'm sorry, her Izuku whispers croakily. She has no reply. Inko pulls him closer and continues to card through knots even when she feels Izuku's finally slump, unconscious in her arms. He sleeps like death. Through the night she stays with him. When dawn comes, Izuku does not remember. She is not relieved. The nightmares stay plaguing him. Izuku gets used to waking up in his mother's arms. He asks what happens in the night, guilty for the dark bags lining her eyes, but his reply is that his mother doesn't know. It's just nightmares, she promises, he'll grow out of them soon. What he sees remain in his memory in a peripheral way. There, always, but not remembered or ever really seen. Fangs, the glint of a blade green-coated red, and the gray of dust at his fingertips. He knows he's forgetting something. He doesn't know what. It's better this way. This, Izuku is sure. Tap, tap tap, tap. Sensei drones in the background. His pencil spins in his hands, dancing over his fingers, before setting down to tap 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 against the wood of his desk. The lead breaks and rolls to the edge of desk. Izuku sharpens his pencil the sharpest he can get it before he starts tapping again. The irritated glares from his classmates aren't enough to stop him. Another whole hour, the clock reads. That's too long. He shouldn't be here. Sitting at a desk, waiting. Listening to things he already. A fly buzzes through the class, whizzing through the air above heads of hair. The pencil drops from his hand, Izuku pulls back his middle finger with his thumb. Flick. The fly drops. A broken piece of lead falls onto Kaken's desk along with the insect's corpse. Deku. Kaken snarls, so Akira-sensei doesn't take notice. Izuku's desk is right behind Kaken's, Kaken knows exactly who's to blame. Cut it out. Sorry, Kaken. He whispers back, then waits for Kaken to turn back around before he continues in spinning his pencil. 56 minutes. Izuku sits and sits. He isn't bored, he loves learning. But Izuku shouldn't be here, sitting in a classroom with a sensei that teaches history that he lived through. Doesn't engage him at all. He's restless. His mother says so all the time. It isn't an attention disorder, because Izuku can concentrate, it's just that he could be doing things so much better. Things more productive. Izuku doesn't know what, though. He pouts to himself and thinks he could if he weren't stuck in the seat. The pencil spinning gets boring, so Izuku starts to doodle on his paper, already filled out with answers. He's no good at drawing, his handwriting is a mess according to Akira-sensei and Kaken. It's not his fault though, it's just so weird. To try gripping a pencil with 5 fingers. His mother laughs at him for it, Izuku thinks it's silly too. He's found he's a lot better at calligraphy. The type with the brush and ink. The drawings on his page aren't anything more than squiggles and lines. Izuku tries squinting his eyes to make sense of his own drawing. Squiggles and lines. He tries turning his head and lightly brushing an eraser over the paper. He squints again. Fainter squiggles and lines. Izuku sighs, maybe he is bored, it could be air? Wisps. Of wind? Izuku likes that idea, feeling a faint tickle in the recess of his mind. He continues drawing, willfully ignoring the gradual clarity the pictures he creates gains. Not enough for a real painting to really play. But enough so that he closes his notebook without a second glance once the bell finally rings. It's better this way. His bag is packed and Izuku's out the door before Kaken can yell Deku. The park he runs and Jay's walk streets for is empty and weedy. The last time someone played in the park was probably way back whenever. Izuku casts his backpack somewhere within the tall grass and plops down in the same tall, weedy grass. He's afraid of bugs as much as he's afraid of Kaken. Despite what Kaken thinks, he isn't that scary. Izuku grew up with Kaken. Besides, he's seen so much worse. Wind comes, blades of grass caress his face. Behind him the swing set creaks as the draft picks up. Izuku finds his breaths falling in line with the steady back and forth creak of rust, blood rushing in its cycle, the lungs beneath his ribs expanding, exhaling, holding, inhaling. Breathing. Breathing is productive. Izuku breathes for hours even when his lungs feel like bursting. But the sun eventually begins to dip, Mum will start to worry. He sets back home. His mother is in the kitchen, finishing up on cooking dinner as he toes off his shoes by the door. She greets him with a smile and tells him to change before dinner. When he's done, dinner's ready. Izuku helps setting the table, chatting amiably with his mother about their days. She talks more than him, but Izuku is far happier that way. Dinner is delicious. Izuku excitedly informs his mum of an incoming excursion to the zoo over a mouthful of rice. He's never been to a zoo before. She scolds him for speaking with his mouth full, but she laughs. Izuku laughs too, but it comes short. Is something wrong? His mother asks, her smile dying. Nothing. Izuku injects cheer in his voice, just bit into a peppercorn. She breathes a sigh, shaking her head and lightening up again. I thought I got them all out this time. They're easy to miss, he comments, looking down at his bowl to hide his frown. What's wrong? Maybe I'll grind them down next time, his mother hums. Yeah, Izuku replies, his own voice distant, that sounds good. Something wrong? Izuku can't help but feel that someone is missing. Izuku showers after he finishes his dinner. He heads down to his room, switches off his light and ungracefully flops stomach first onto his bed. He doesn't sleep. But kids normally don't like sleep, he thinks his mum told him once, naughty kids don't sleep. Izuku laughed a little then, he was too old to feel scolded from that, he's a big kid now. Is he? How could he call himself that? A kid. He does not sleep, even when he flips his pillow to the nicer side and counts the glowing stars on his ceiling. But this is okay, this is normal, he's used to it, because he's got things to do in the night, the things he could not do in the day. Sitting in a classroom, a kid would get restless. Izuku has things to do, and this is how he ends up crawling out his window, scaling down a wall. It's not so much of a thing he has to do, but a thing he does. Sorry ma, but he's already a naughty kid, what's a little stroll through the city? Guilt is heavy even with his poor attempt to convince himself otherwise. His mother would worry sick if she found his bed empty, and then she would cry. And it's only natural for Izuku to then cry too. He doesn't want that, he wants her happiness, and his mother deserves all happiness. This wouldn't make her happy at all, it doesn't even make Izuku all that happy. The streets, dark and empty, do not make him happy. This is not a happy place for him, his is where his mother is, this is freedom, simple and plain. Izuku doesn't belong in a place where he's forced into a stifling uniform, too many buttons. Sensei never lets him unbutton any of his buttons, where the lights are too bright and heavy, or where everyone there hates him. It's only consequential that he began to wander where he felt more belonged. He hates feeling useless. Walking, even, is doing something. This isn't a happy place, Izuku reminds himself, because this would make his mum worried, and Izuku does not even like the night, no matter how much he feels acquainted with it. It's cold, his baggy hoodie which hides his childish body doesn't give enough warmth, even though it's bundled all around him. It's winter, Izuku doesn't like winter. Prolonged nights and slower dawns, he doesn't know why it unsettles him so much. He's passing by broken and flickering lamps, and Izuku tries to not be bothered by the same feeling of not knowing. Once, before the word quirkless was even in their vocabulary, he asked if Kaken had the same problem of not knowing when he should. What Kaken felt wasn't the same at all, and Izuku came to the conclusion that it was a him problem again. Mind blanks, Izuku calls them. He knows, he really should tell his mother, but she would only worry more, her eye bags would even worsen. So he doesn't tell her, at least, not now, because it isn't so important. He's just strange and weird and that is nothing new. He's a kid. He's a kid. Why should he think like this? Tell Ma. Izuku is not a kid. A scream of terror rips through the otherwise silent night. He doesn't think at all. Maybe stupidly, maybe idiotically, hopefully heroically, he races to where the sound originated from. His lungs burn, his vision is unclear, but not many can see in the night. Not many. An alley, lit by dying lamps. Izuku should not be here. The man does not loom not like those villains he sees on TV where All Might comes and saves the day, but his shadow stretches wide enough to swallow his body, his stubby legs and short arms. Izuku suddenly remembers all too well that he is a child. And this is no place for a kid. But he can't leave, he can't. Either because of the fear that makes his heart hammer when that man turns to him with piercing yellow eyes, or the gleam of a blade pressing against a slider man's throat as he begs for his life, that forces Izuku into place. What's a lil runt doing here? Yellow, slitted eyes. K kid. You need to get away. Izuku is not a kid. He should not be here. What would Ma think of him now? Blood beads from where the man's blade had pressed too hard. The smile that the man wears is too wide, eyes too gleeful at the sight of trickling blood. Every nerve of his body is shot alight, every instinct he possesses screams. Demon! Demon! He doesn't run. The man demon comes swinging first. His eyes stretch wide open, the swoosh of a blade cutting through air right by his ear. A second, and his head will roll on the floor. A man screams. A child's body carries little muscle, but it is agile and small. Izuku doesn't know where he is when he opens his eyes again, but he realizes he isn't a head on the floor looking to the sky. No, he's at the opposite, at the end of the alley, only touched by the wind that had tousled his hair when he flipped over his attempted murder's body completely. Instinct, reflex. Two things that had just saved his life, two things that he should not have. Izuku is a child. The blade is swung again. His body jerks to the side, dodging, before he's pulled up by puppeteer strings and bouncing off the wall to spin and dig his heel into the skull of his attacker. Mind blank, Izuku reasons, this is just a mind blank. The blade goes flying out of his attacker's hand and clatters on the floor, the pain in his head enough to make him let go of his weapon. Stupid, idiot, you don't ever let go of your blade, even when you have one arm and your guts threaten to spill. You do not let go. The man snarls, lowly and threatening. More animal than human. He scrambles like one, towards the discarded weapon. Panic makes him wild, and that panic. It spreads to Izuku. Is it getting harder to breathe, or easier? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He never does. His attacker bares his teeth, his mouth moves. Izuku can't hear. His heart pumps furiously, thundering in his chest as it viciously rushes throughout his small body. Move, his body, mind, begs him as the man moves, and he does not. Move. You must move. That hand catches in the low light, and Izuku sees claws. Claws. Claws and toxic, yellow eyes. Eyes too wide and smile too bloody. Move, and he finally does. There's a part of him that shifts into the back seat as he's sprinting, snatching the blade for himself. The hilt molds into his hand, and he finds himself melting into a perfect stance. Their eyes meet? And suddenly, Izuku cannot see. It snarls again. Demon. Sanemi Izuku is facing a demon without his Nichiren blade. But it's fine, it's fine. He's killed one before without one. Mind clouded, vision blurred. Sanemi, he readies his blade. Whatever face he's making must be terrifying, because the demon takes a step back. Good, the one thought breaks through. Be scared. Wind breathing, 7th form, Sutta. Payback. You do not get so close to his neck and get away with it, demon. What would Ma think? Wait. Stop. Don't kill him. The desperate human yell shatters his state of mind. Sanemi's Izuku's. His vision clears and the man's eyes is burning in fear. Stop. Stop it. He can't. He sobs, I can't. Wind is an uncontrollable, unrestrained force. He cannot, he's not a child, he can't stop wind. Almost. Izuku chokes, string, it feels like string, binds his arms, his lungs, and Izuku cannot breathe. Tears come unbidden, streaming down his face like a broken faucet. It's relief. Izuku doesn't care that his vision is beginning to blacken, that's he's choking and drowning on land, because he hadn't killed. He could have killed. What would Ma think? Sheet, there's a fleshy crack and the immediate loosening of the string strangling his breath, too tight, F-. Are you alright? Izuku gasps like a fish out of water. F-. Sheet. I shouldn't swear in front of kids. Here, hands reach towards him, let me see. No. The one with the string, bandages, around his neck flinches from the hoarseness of his voice, I'm fine. No you're not. I'm a hero, Izuku almost gapes, please let me help you. It's my fault you're hurt. I'm fine, Izuku croaks, backing away slowly, hand still wrapped around the sword's hilt. You don't ever let go of your blade. Please kid. No. His outburst shocks them both. The hero freezes, eyes trained on the leveled blade. Izuku doesn't waver, even as his arm slightly tremors. To point a blade at another human. Izuku runs. He does not look back. Izuku is agile and small. Not many can see well in the night, and because of this he runs, and runs through winding streets and twisted alleys, body aching all round, and lungs feeling like they're filled with fire. The blade in his hand, short in that man's hand but long in his, is another burden. Izuku refuses to let go. The hero still chases. This hero is accustomed to the dark like he is, and he shouldn't be having trouble with catching Izuku, because he is not a child. It would be hard to see his figure, dark and small, darting through the streets, drifting around corners. And Izuku knows these parts well, because he wanders in the night far too often to be safe. Safe, Izuku thinks hysterically, of course he was never safe walking alone at night. You'd nearly killed. Are you sure it isn't you that's not safe? The blade is so heavy. These hands can only kill. Do not think otherwise. Izuku can only keep running. His head hurts horribly, and he feels like he might deflate like a balloon any moment soon. There is no sound, no footsteps behind him. Has the hero finally given up? He doesn't want to risk it. Izuku stays running until his vision is dangerously blurry. He feels broken, limbs too sore, eyes like static TV. Izuku collapses, exhausted. The pavement is cold and wet and most definitely filthy, but it serves to soothe his throbbing head and aching muscles, so he doesn't care at all. A long groan escapes his lips and Izuku distantly registers that his body is racking with tremors. Against his burning skin, the pavement is starting to feel more painful than relieving. He can't tell if he's suffering because of an overdose of adrenaline, or because the adrenaline is beginning to leave his system. He's hot, burning. A fever? It's winter. Izuku doesn't like winter. It's still dark outside. Too dark. Izuku knows that there is still too much time until dawn. He wants to go home now. He wants his mother. His legs are too tired to stand. His body too heavy. He is not coherent. Izuku is nauseous all of a sudden. And he's biting back bile, yellow eyes, claws. That man's face. Fear. Izuku GGS on it. He has not dropped the blade. You don't ever let go. These hands nearly killed, his hands only kill. I'm sorry, Izuku thinks, in so much pain. Please make it stop, he pleads. He can't see anymore. Wrong, everything is wrong and this shouldn't be happening. Izuku doesn't know what to do. He's a child, no, in so much pain. It's so hot. He thought it was winter. When he cries it's always hot and stuffy, but now the tears feel too cold against his feverish skin, to a point where it is just more pain. Drop the blade. No. Please make it stop. You want to know. I want it to stop. His blunt nails pause helplessly at the fabric caging him, arms too weak to pry the hoodie off his sweat-slicked skin. Another sob breaks from his throat. Why, his hands only kill, is this happening? A spike of pain hammers into his skull. Izuku nearly screams. Why I said I'm sorry. Why is he like this? Izuku is a child, small and in pain. He does not understand anything. You want to understand? I want it to stop. The sound that leaves his throat is awful as he dry heaves and spits. His head cracks against the pavement, body spasming. There is a limit to how much pain one can feel. Izuku hid his since he'd collapsed on this cold floor. His hands that still refuses drop the blade clamp on the sides of his head as he screams, his throat dry, curling himself into a ball as the agony in his head gets indefinitely worse, and worse. Make it stop. Please. I don't understand why this is happening to me. If you were given a second chance, would you take it? I don't. His head is splitting. Understand. He tugs helplessly, for something, for anything. Now what if you won't know if it were your second? Izuku cries more, like he's done so many times before. But he's never cried, sobbed, because he was suffering, confused, pained. His entire world is spinning on its axis, and he doesn't what is paining him he doesn't understand. To be unaware of why you have gotten a second chance. Is there a point in having it? His head is splitting, and he asks, is there even a point to this? Claws, yellow eyes. You don't ever let go of your blade, even if you're bleeding and your guts threaten to spill. He hates winter, the prolonged nights and the delayed dawns. Night makes him wary, but it is so familiar. He always goes back even if he is never safe. Even if it always unsettles him. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know why. Why is he like this? The memories, the lack of memories. He hates classrooms, the stifling uniform. He shouldn't sit, because there are things to do, things to be done. He is not made to be lazy. He cannot afford to be useless and to do nothing. Izuku struggles to breathe. Through tears and pain, it is hard. He was not given a second chance. It was forced upon him. He wanted to stay, and now he is suffering. And he now asks, is there even a point to this? How can he live on and not remember the ones who he loved the most? Wouldn't it have been better to stay? At least, let me understand. He sees only black. Sanemi is sprinting as fast as his legs can take him. He has to make it, he cannot afford not to. The wind Hashira can see the edges of the house coming into his view. He's nearly there, but the desperation does not fade. Master's house is only 100 meters away when he hears a deafening boom and feels the heat of aftermath just a few seconds later. His eyes widen. Oyakata-sama. Sanemi is too late. He has failed again. He arrives with a gust of wind, and his blade at the ready. His brother is hard to ignore with Genya's blood pooling at his ankles. The Upper Moon one. The demon's 6 eyes are a sickly yellow and the monster wields a katana. The Wind Pillar. The Upper Moon one greets him. Sanemi lets a wild smile adorn his face. You got that right? He doesn't even blink as he stares down the second strongest demon. I am the wind, that'll rip your head off, beach. To be unaware of why you have gotten a second chance. Is there a point in having it? Sanemi's clutching the uniform of his brother as his body begins to dissolve. There's too much blood and he knows that there is no miracle in the world that would help his little brother. Ni-chan. Sanemi cries painfully. You're all right, he yells desperately despite knowing better. I'll figure something out. Nemi's gonna figure something out. Genya's eyes are distant as he speaks, his voice hardly a whisper. Me, I'm so sorry. Back then. I'm sorry I blamed you. I'm not sorry, I was just a pain. No, you've got it all wrong, Genya. Your brother was the one who was a pain. Regret is a stone in his stomach as Sanemi watches more of his brother crumble. You were never a pain. Never. Please, don't die. Please. Heavens, and the gods, not Genya. You can't die before me. There is not a thing he can do, or any miracle, that can save his brother now. Sanemi thought he'd suffered the worst already. Thanks for watching out. For me. He was so wrong. You call this watching out for you? You stupid bstrd. Nemi. I wanted to take care of you. Like you always tried. To take care of me. We always felt the same, because we're brothers. You know? Just stop talking already, bstrd. You've had it really hard. Time. I want you to be happy. Live a little longer, please. Because my Nemi is the nicest person ever. Dear God, you are cruel. I'm begging you, God. Please, don't take my little brother. He's grabbing at the loose uniform of his brother, hunching over the last remains Genya. The NK. You me. For what is worse? To not know this is your second chance at all and risk all your past mistakes, to stay ignorant, leave all precious memories behind along with those ones you'd loved, or to remember and have the weight of the past be a constant burden on your shoulders. Fuzz. Static. Sanemi is holding a wooden box in his hand, moving his blade through the wood and driving it into a shoulder. The squelch of blood brings a smile to his face. More. The scene changes. And Sanemi is kneeling with his hair freshly cut short next to the water pillar. In front of him, Korea. The Demon Slayer Corps are disbanding. You both have done well. Something old and new. His colors are dull as they spread. The edges of the film glitches. Izuku Sanemi is begrudgingly eating a bento alongside Tomioka. He doesn't say it out loud, but he doesn't completely hate the company. Black. Reset. Remember. Izuku Sanemi is traveling peacefully in the streets of a country village. For the first time in years, he wanders out at night with a smile and without his Nichiren blade. Dark spots dance and scatter his vision. And Sanemi is passing away, alone, and quietly at the young age of 25. His heart beats thunderously, dangerously. And Shinazugawa Sanemi wakes up on a sidewalk, hundreds of years in the future. Izuku. Damn it, Izuku. Izuku lies in a puddle of his own sweat and tears, head aching something terrible, and the colors of dawn all too bright with his overlapping memories. The sun has already begun to rise. Dawn. How long has he been unconscious? He continues to lay on the filthy floor. A pit forms in his stomach, hollow and empty, as Izuku realizes he does not know what he wants to do. Shakily, his hand comes up to muffle the childish sobs that try to escape his lips. He can't lay here forever, crying like a child, because he was never really a child, but what does he do? What can he do? Just like that. A minor inconvenience, one headache, and suddenly he's forcibly aware that this is not his first life? What can he do now? Just move on? Like he weren't robbed of a peaceful afterlife after a lifetime of fighting? To pretend that everything is fine, and live on, like he doesn't remember every phantom scar on his body, the blood he spilt, the blood of those he loved spilt? Death, he remembers death. He remembers everyone's death. His slow death as the mark drained his life force Tomioka's, as he too succumbed to the mark, the progression of the esteemed water Hashira become a husk of a man. Genya's death, the beloved body of his brother crumbling away in his arms. What had he done then? Live, move on, be happy because that's all the dead wish for. Carry the memories, not as a burden, but as something to cherish and look back on with fondness. He can mourn, but had he not done that for years already? What can he do? He did not want any of this. Live, move on, be happy because that's all Genya would wish for. Sanemi, Izuku, cannot choose to die, life as cruel as it is he will always choose to live it. He's stubborn like that. F you, gods. Oh, but how he misses his family. The afterlife would have been so peaceful. Reincarnating, perhaps, could have been peaceful too. But he is alone on this cold pavement. Izuku thinks he is alone in this world too. In another life, he said once, I would like to be reborn with my siblings. Hey Tomioka, he said, wouldn't that be so nice? Hey Tomioka, he asks now, where is my brother? He cries. Despite his claims that he is not a child, he keeps crying like one. Live. Izuku peels himself off the pavement. Move on. He pretends his vision doesn't wash in and out like tidal waves as he stands, forcing his breathing under control. Because that's all Genya would wish for. Because that is all he can do in the face of a new life he never asked for. He breathes, as he stands on shaky and too short legs. He's never sworn before, not before. But he's Sanemi. He's Sanemi as much he is Izuku, and he can't ignore that. He could never ignore that part of him, because doing that is ignoring the memories, all those memories, efforts, deaths, and tears. The soft, orange hues make his eyes squint. Everything seems so saturated, but maybe that's because he had trouble seeing colors in his past life. His body feels wrong, no muscle, weak and small. Sore, and a little sickly after his sudden fever. He stumbles in his first attempts of running, vision flashing with images of scarred arms and booted feet with each step. 1, and there is grass and dirt beneath his feet, weak moonlight illuminating his path. 2, and there is concrete swathed in sunlight stretching beneath him. His mouth tries to swallow too much air for this body's lungs, his mind pushing his muscles too far, confused with remembering that he used to be so much faster, stronger. It's so, frustrating. An annoyed snarl pulls at his lips. Shouldn't he be better than this? The wind Hashira, struggling to run. Pathetic. Izuku is Izuku. Izuku is also Sanemi. Izuku should be strong, because Sanemi was. He also hates being weak. So he pushes pain away with each steadying breath and adjusts his body to its needs. Recovery breathing is a balance between helping the pain and pushing past it. Izuku hates using it, he used to think it were a technique for the weak, for the slayers who had a sheet stamina. Yet he's near unconsciousness again by the time he's reached his open bedroom window, and Izuku can't help cursing himself for his weakness. But, he pauses. Aware of the blade still weighing his hand. His own warped reflection stares back, green eyes tired, but wide and round. Almost childish. He is nothing what he used to be. Shinazugawa Sanemi was washed of color, white hair, skin paled with scars, and dull raisin eyes elongated by strangely defined eyelashes. He was all sharp corners to the jagged lines marring his skin, the spikes of his hair, and the strong lines of hardened muscle. Midoriya Izuku is all color. Green, to his circle-shaped eyes, and his soft and curly hair. He's all soft, baby fat clings to his cheeks, no muscle whatsoever, no lines anywhere along his body. His skin is unblemished, aside from the freckles studding his face. Freckles where he is used to seeing a long scar cutting through. He stares at the warped reflection in the blade, two sets of faces and memories battling away in his head. Does he recognize himself? Does he not? He is different, so why does he still demand strength from himself? Why is weakness such a bad? What in the hell am I thinking, he says to himself, disgust so clear in his voice. Why is weakness so bad? If he's weak, what is he? Dead soon. If he's weak, he cannot protect. Those people you tried to protect, where are they? Dead? Dead, somewhere. Unburied, unable to be buried. Be stronger, Sanemi, Genya is relying on you. Train harder, Sanemi, don't you dare let another die. Don't dare be weak, Sanemi, the demons will kill you then. Bleed some more, Sanemi, let the bastardly creatures hook onto the scent and watch them stagger right onto your blade. Scars only mean you survived. Survive, carry the memories, continue on to fight for those you cannot be with. Come on, Sanemi, just fight a little longer. How can he think for a moment that being weak is okay? Who are you even protecting? What from? Demons have ceased to exist. His mother, Izuku still has his mother. Protect Ma? And how did that work out for you last time? Are you sure you don't just want to fight again because that's all you know? A blade in your failures, without those, who are you? I really don't give a f-. Shut up, BSTRD voice in my head. So what if he doesn't know what else to do with his hands and memories? What's so wrong about doing what he knows he's good at? He's weak now, but at this age, everyone is. He knows how strong he can be, how well his hands can swing a blade. He could save so many people. You just don't know what else to do. Shut up. I can do it. I'll protect Ma. He wanted to be a hero, right? So here's his FING chance. This world isn't so different from his old. Replace the words demon slayers and demon with heroes and villains, and there you FING go. He'll be a hero and he'll make sure no villain will ever head her way. You'd nearly killed a man earlier. Villains are not demons. They're humans. What would the world think when you slip and someone's head goes rolling off? Train. He will train. Train hard Izuku, be strong Somak and live happy. Train harder Izuku, so you will never slip again. Train, Izuku, because that is all you know. Train, be strong, because you have no idea what else to do with these hands that kill. Besides, he'd wanted to be a hero anyway. He's still quirkless, but what does that matter when he knows techniques that enables him to create torrential winds from the edge of his blade? To be a cool hero like All Might, saving people with a smile, that dream, it's not meant for someone like him. It never was. A smile to reassure? His are nothing like that. His grins are ugly, mean, they stretch his face and appear when he sees blood dripping down the metal edge of his katana, and when he meets an opponent finally worth killing. Who would ever be reassured with a presence like his? His head begins to throb again. He drops the blade in his hand and kicks it under his bed, out of sight. He doesn't need a blade constantly by his side anymore. Medicine these days is so easily accessible. Izuku finds the pills he needs with careful rummaging through the kitchen cupboard and swallows 2 dry, using breaths to make the medicine take effect a little quicker. He slides his back down the counter, meeting the cold tiled floor. He finally rips off his dirted hoodie, and lets his feverish skin feel the mild air. Train, he must train tomorrow, because for the life of God he will not drag himself to school tomorrow. Train, get stronger, don't let yourself get dragged behind by these dead memories. Live, move on, but don't you dare forget. His head thumps against his knees, eyes sliding shut, giving into the heaviness. Train, he will. Get stronger because he can't bear being weak. Don't forget, don't forget. How could he ever? Not even death could make him. The god. Izuku is already so tired of this. When Izuku wakes up he is not on the kitchen floor, but in his bed. He loves his mother so much. There's a note stuck beside a glass of water and 2 cut-out pills on his bedside table. I'm sorry baby, but Mum has to go to work. Call me if anything, promise? Your school already knows you're taking the day off. There's rice porridge on the stove, eat before your medication, okay? Please get lots of rest Izuku. Preferably in your bed. Love, Mum. Love. He loves his mother more than anything. He eats the rice porridge, it's homely and warm, he loves his mother, has he said that yet, and takes his medicine after like she'd instructed. But he does not rest, like she asked, instead he takes the immediate leap out his window before his stomach can even digest his breakfast, a bag containing his stolen blade slung across his back. Landing is no struggle, because that at least doesn't require any required strength, only the knowledge of how. A late running worker, and a man with judgment permanently creasing his forehead, throw him looks. He's a kid, who should be in school, running down the street with a full backpack obviously not containing books. Some stares would be warranted. Izuku glowers back in their direction despite so. Mind your business, BSTRDS. He continues running to the coast, total concentration boosting him every step of the way. The burn in his lungs is a pain he hasn't felt in so long. There are many things he misses, pain is probably not one of them. Takoba Beach is cluttered with trash, and stinks like literal garbage. Izuku scowls as his senses are attacked, but this is exactly the type of place he needs. He trudges through the mounds of junk, to the polluted waters and sets his bag there. Before anything else, he stretches his limbs to their limits, feeling the tingling burn in his calves and thighs. His arms and shoulders. Back and neck. Aside from love breathing, wind breathing is the most demanding for flexibility in its user. He flipped and tumbled through the air nearly as much as the love Hashira. As is a child's body, Izuku's is pliable and soft. Annoyingly so. He's got no muscle. Izuku only manages 25 push-ups before his arms fold like wet noodles. The number sits bitterly in his mouth. He lets that feeling drive his legs as he runs lines down the shore, feet dragging more in the sand than they would on land, total concentration firing his lungs. This time he stops before his body shuts down for him. No break. 30 sit-ups. A rotation of kicks, all the ones this weak body can manage. A front flip, to see if he can still do it. That one is easy. So is flipping backwards. He's got all muscle memory and no muscle. Izuku decides to keep flipping, and tumbles, once or twice, off a few junk piles. This is for training purposes, FING obviously, not because it's fun and gives him an adrenaline rush. It's hours later when he finally picks up his blade. It's supposedly a wakizashi, but it was originally fitted for a grown man, not someone child-sized. The blade holds like a katana in his hands. The last time he held one he'd nearly killed. The time before that he were missing fingers. Pleasant memories, he thinks, scowling at his 2 sweaty hands. Why is he sweating so much? Trauma, probably. Shut the F up. Izuku is not. You know, oh my fing god, you are a bad liar, Shinazugawa. Tomioka, shut the F up and stay dead. Izuku considers the first thing he do with the blade in his hand is to slice his throat. Because he's starting to hear Tomioka's voice in his goddamn head. Already knowing you're mildly crazy is ways different from knowing you're hearing the most annoying and shitty voice in your head crazy. Izuku gives a long-suffering sigh and wipes the sweat off his palms, blinking hard once to clear his head of sheet being Tomioka. He raises his blade before he can think anything else, arms shaking minutely. It's only because the blade is so heavy, nothing fing else. Wind breathing, he bites, eyes trained on the deteriorating refrigerator stood upright in the sand, second form, claws purifying wind. 4. Devastating strikes delivered at once, rips the fridge apart violently. Gusts of wind kicks up the sand, making Izuku squint his eyes. His heart pounds furiously in his rib cage. He drops his breaths, both wind and total concentration, and falls to the ground himself. The metal shreds, what's left over of the fridge, spreads out before him. Izuku is left strangely hollow, staring at the pint-sized destruction. He laughs, scrubbing his face, not caring for the grime on it. What was I even expecting? Had it come too easy? 4. Ripped, clunks of metal lay still in the sand. Too easy, he destroys too easily. Why, Izuku questions, the F, am I upset? Use your blade, and you're obviously going to get destruction, idiot. There is one thing he's learned from himself over a life and a half, and it's that Izuku is a fool when it comes to emotions his or anyone else's. Izuku finds that sprawling in debris-littered sand does not make him feel any better, nor does chipping away the scraps of his stolen blade. It hadn't even held up against one wind attack. He is upset, dirty, and one blade short. This life is too complicated for him. He would not say he was living his best in his last, but he found simplicity in it, a routine he had settled with. Train. Kill. Insult Tomioka. Pray for Oyakata-sama. Put himself as far as possible from Genya, both physically and mentally. Bleed. Train. Kill. A busy routine, one he didn't enjoy, but didn't hate because it left him busy. Too busy killing demons to think anything else. A routine that allowed an outlet for anger, that left him feeling useful, allowed him feel active in his swear to protect what he had remaining. Now Izuku doesn't even have a blade to neither train or to just have that familiar weight by his side. This life is too complicated because large parts of his settled routine is missing. The demons, the active missions, the avoidance of Genya, because how can you avoid the dead? He's left with nearly nothing, and he means that in the way he does not know what to do, and that upsets him because before he was active, but he is. Also left with strange content and peace because of course Izuku is happy that there are no demons left in this world. He has a plan, be a hero. He can do that, but he cannot do that now. Some would say all his conflicting emotions makes him indecisive. How could one feel upset and content at once? Hate a life yet not want to leave it, or not even regret being born? Izuku says he's just fed up. He's familiar with this messed up game of tug-of-war in his head. It's complicated, he thinks, this life is so complicated, and he hates it, but he doesn't only hate it, he loves sharing meals with his mother, and all those small things that make life worth living. As time passes and thoughts change, Izuku starts to blame all his complications on the fact that his hand is empty of a proper blade. Because that's simple. Simple to blame, easy to fix. This task, finding a better blade, will take some time and keep him busy like he needs. A better blade, one that wouldn't crumble in his fing hands. Izuku misses the familiar weight by his side. He misses his own blade, one that shone green and was patterned with sharp waves that mimicked his breathing. A Nichiren blade would make things a little less complicated for Izuku. Before, he lied. This isn't easy to fix because he doesn't know where to get a fing Nichiren blade in this age. He's probably the only one left in this world who knows what Nichiren even is anymore. Where are the traces of history that should, surely, have been left behind? Izuku looked around corners, skimmed sites on the web, peered closer to the trees lining the streets to hope to see even a peek of a wisteria petal. Something twists in his chest. Izuku doesn't dare extend on those thoughts. Nichiren. A Nichiren blade. Where? Who? Izuku begins heading home, revisiting the thought he may just be very alone in this world. He is so stupid. How could he not remember? The lady demon stares back at him, painted like she were an angel instead of the very opposite thing, smiling in a way only a painter in love would draw. Yamamoto Yushiro. After centuries he still has not forgotten and still continues to immortalize his lady in paintings. Izuku lingers for a while longer, before continuing past the antique store to head back home. He is no longer that alone, but he's not really leaping with joy. Yushiro is rare, a demon not created by Muzan and retains his humanity also, but he is a demon all the same. There is a long list of better company that Izuku would vehemently prefer. Who is he kidding? He doesn't care at all. Company is company, and Izuku cannot ignore the skips in his heartbeats born of the anticipation. Izuku is on a train the next day when he is supposed to sick and resting at home. Sorry ma, Izuku pulls his hood down a little lower, sorry, but I have to. Yamamoto Yushiro is not famous for his paintings, but he is very well known within the art community. He only paints Tamayo, the demon who aided the Corps in Muzan's defeat. Izuku honestly didn't expect any less. He barely knew the demon, but even he had known that Yushiro was distraught with Tamayo's sacrifice. Yushiro must have been very lonely. He's surprised he hadn't taken a stroll into the sunlight during the centuries. It's a 2-hour train ride to Tokyo, and an additional 3-hour walking trek to his final destination. It's enough to make Izuku nearly regret his choices. The demon may not even be where Izuku expects him to be. He's clinging on to this all-irrational idea that Yushiro is a sentimental demon, and therefore could only be residing in one place exactly. And Izuku cannot believe he's believing that a demon could feel sentimental, but he's learnt that Yushiro is not like other demons, and thinks that he must have very, very lonely during the centuries. Paths don't guide him the same as his memory does. Things have not changed as much to call this area of Tokyo a city, no, nothing near that, but it does not give the same countryside feeling anymore. Not the feeling that Izuku knows, at least. Izuku is almost saddened, which is surprising to him, because he didn't think he was the type to be attached to places. Time has changed his old home almost as much as Izuku himself. Loose rocks shift under his feet with each step, making sound that none of the elderly residents care for. No one stares at the imposter child here. The people here are too old to really mind him. One lady, that reminds him a bit of those old wisteria ladies, offers him a free lunch that Izuku doesn't have the heart to reject. The noodles are slightly mushy and overcooked, but the broth is hearty and is hot enough that Izuku can feel it slide down his esophagus, but not enough to scald his mouth. The meal makes winter a bit more bearable. He restarts his journey after thanking the lady for the meal for the 3rd time. Walking is slow with his shortened limbs, but Izuku likes to spot all the differences he sees in some sort of sadistic way. He wishes nothing had changed. Is that selfish? Eventually, when Izuku almost resigns himself, he did get lost once, or twice. But that's his fault for being stubborn and not following the paths already offered to him. He sees a sign he cannot ignore. Never once did he doubt his own past was real, but seeing it in words, a physical thing right in front of him, Izuku feels so overwhelmed. Relief is the feeling maybe, or perhaps validation. There's a rusting sign, telling him exactly how much time has passed, too much. It makes it difficult to make out the kanji, but Izuku easily fills in the blanks with his mind. Home of the Demon Slayer Corps, he reads and mouths breathlessly. Home. He's home. If he were to squint his eyes and pretend, the home of the Demon Slayer Corps has not changed within the past 200 years. Everything is wrong, nothing is right. Sanemi does not value home as much he values his people, but this place, this space where he spent so much time shedding sweat and blood, where he perfected his wind-breathing forms and met the comrades he would one day defeat Kibutsuji Muzan with the change of a home, that could maybe even be called sacred to him, it's sickening. Nothing drastic like the feeling of death, but like the uneasy stirring in his stomach. It is where his comrades lay, for all their effort and sacrifice. Shouldn't this land be left untouched? During First Quirk War many artifacts of history were lost, along with written documents, photographs, anything and everything tied to the past. The Demon Slayer Corps worked in the shadows, and even on the night Kibutsuji Muzan and his upper moons were slain, the Slayers were able to keep the existence of demons from the public. It is no surprise to Izuku that they were so easily erased. What remains of a centuries-long war is a changed land and an incarnated man in the form of a boy. It doesn't bother him. Sanemi did not fight for recognition, and the Corps was kept a secret to ease the people. He is okay with being unknown. He just wants his home to be left untouched, unknown. He wants to feel as if nothing had changed even when everything did. He wants to go in, he wants to avoid the Corps headquarters altogether, just to spare his soft heart the pain. It would be so easy, to pick a lock or two and bask in familiarity. To visit the shrines, the graveyard where his comrades lay dead. Maybe where he lays too beside Genya's empty casket. To see Kocho's mansion where he spent weeks in recovering from the final fight, it would be easy, so easy. He passes the sign without so much of a glance. Another day, he promises himself, another day when he doesn't have other things to take care of, and when he feels properly ready to face his past. When he feels he won't break down at the sight of mounds of stone and the close scent of wisteria. He begins to ask the residents if they know of a Yamamoto Yushiro, but his answers consist of confused faces, then something along the lines of, "I've never heard of him," or, "Are you lost?" After an hour, when he begins to lose patience, he spots a isolated house at the very end of the road. He's already interrogated the majority of the residents, it may just be his last hope. The windows are boarded up, allowing no sunlight to seep through cracks. In other words, it's a white flag announcing, "I'm a demon, please don't expose me to the sun." Hope begins to bloom in his small heart when he sees the initials, crying face, on the wooden post outside the entrance. Considering there's probably a demon on the other side of the door, knocking loudly without any preamble is probably asking for it. Though, Yushiro has proven to be less hostile than the average demon, but a demon is a demon at the end of the night. And if he is attacked, well, there's a reason why he had chosen daytime to visit. Again, he knocks after receiving no reply. He opens his mouth, prepared to shout out his old name for the streets to hear when the door suddenly pulls open, revealing the end of a gun and an angered demon. He tenses, taken aback that someone is pointing a gun at his head. Izuku is not stupid enough to think he could dodge a bullet, demon slayer who'd survive through Kibutsuji Fing Musen himself or not. Yamamoto Yushiro looks the same as he remembers. Teal hair, lavender eyes, and clean, traditional clothes. "What do you want? If you're lost I can't help you." "I'm not lost," says Izuku, attempting to sound less like a pre-PBSENT child. "The hell do you want then?" "Lower your gun, a-hole, who the hell points guns at children?" The demon snarls. He does not lower his gun. "If you're a fan of my work, then you know I don't like visitors." "I'm no art fanatic," he glares at the metal barrel pointing at his temple. "I'm here for a favor, demon." What school teaching brats these days? You can't go around calling your elders demons, germ. Yushiro is so stiff that Izuku almost laughs in his FING face. He doesn't, because Izuku is not stupid and there is a gun still held to his head. "Scram," says the demon, looking positively annoyed and tense. No. You know how long it took to get here?" "No, and I don't care. Leave before I call the police." "Stop trying to act human," Izuku bites. A demon calling the police. Inwardly, he rolls his eyes so hard they fall out of his metaphorical sockets. It's FING ridiculous. There's no DMN police around these parts anyway, idiot. You are the most irritating child ever. Wrong. I am not a child. Do I need to call an ambulance too? Yushiro snarks. What hit your head? You wanna check for yourself? Come here, demon, step out into the sun and see. Click. Who the hell are you? Sheet. You know, just 'cause I said I wasn't a child doesn't mean you should go willy-nilly and point a loaded gun at one. Izuku shifts, eyes turning up to the demon's violet eyes. How does he go about this? He hadn't given any thought in what to say when he would finally face Yamamoto Yushiro, who knew him as Shinazugawa Sanemi. Izuku has always been terrible at plans, and arguably a lot worse at social interactions. There is a loaded gun pointing at his temple, so Izuku decides. It. Remember Sanemi? Shinazugawa Sanemi? Yeah. That's me. The look Yushiro gives him makes Izuku rethink if he's actually concussed or not. There's a pause. A blank expression. Then, who? You, says Izuku, sudden and sincere. I'll slaughter your DMN annoying butt. I'll slaughter your butt. He says it before he realizes he did, just out of pure habit and impatience. But it proves to be almost the right thing to say, for the first FING time, because the gun pointed at his temples relaxes ever so slightly. The demon narrows his prickly eyes, studying Izuku closely like he'd finally decided to take him seriously, without the cloud of biased judgment and hostility. The act falls before him, demonic gaze scraping his skin raw, taking in the tense stance, the pattern of his even breaths, and his hardened gaze learned through years of battle. He grins hideously, nothing like what his mother taught, nothing kind or childish shown in his wicked teeth. If you're really the Wind Hashira, the demon says lowly, then prove it. Izuku shifts. Not nervously, but easily mistaken as. Lower your gun first, he replies, unable to keep his fingers twitching by his side. His body isn't as disciplined as his last, not yet. If Yushiro notices his readying body, he doesn't show it, his caution for danger lowered in the face of a child. But his age isn't the real reason for a lowered guard, it's the fact that Izuku can't hurt the demon. Not even being the incarnation of Shinazugawa Sanemi could grant him the ability to kill a demon without a Nichiren blade. Hurt, sure, but not kill, lest his childish body suddenly gains enough strength to pull Yamamoto Yushiro into the sun with his tubby fingers. The gun is relaxed, no longer trigger-ready, and Izuku, with all the experience of the Wind Hashira, spares no second once granted an opening. A breath leaves his relaxed, chapped lips. Then, he reaches back, his flexible, soft, child body easily bending with unearned flexibility to grip tightly around the handle sticking out of his backpack. The demon sees this, and does not move. He's quick but not yet quick enough to escape the eye of a demon. The blade is pathetic, a piece of ruined metal, barely an edge to it, but with enough force it should be able to do just that. A thin line carves into the demon's throat, just scraping the surface skin. 2 beads of blood begin to roll and then the wound closes up completely. Regeneration. There's hardly blood to dry. Izuku inhales, ruined blade back in his elementary school backpack. I need a Nichiren blade, he says, and walks into the demon's home. Izuku swirls his tea in a fine china cup, leaves picking up in a swirl. Got anything stronger? He jokes, little legs resting on the bar underneath his chair. I don't indulge myself in alcohol, Yamamoto Yushiro replies, unamused. You'd know that there's no point to it. Is there a point in tea, then? Wouldn't you prefer something a little more rich? I don't drink blood in a teacup, I don't even need so much to sustain myself. Yamamoto Yushiro is not like other demons, he's reminded, it's why he's here in the first place. In a demon's home, and isn't it odd, that a demon has a home unarmed, unable. Izuku leaves his tea untouched, not because of something ridiculous like out of a fear of being poisoned but because he's not thirsty. But maybe later, if his throat gets dry. How much will be said in the next hour, he wonders. It's been a very long time. So, reincarnation, Yushiro starts, arms crossed and body unnaturally still. Demon. How did you come to it? Went for a walk, ran into a mugger with eyes too much like yours. Nearly took his head off with his own blade, he nods to his backpack slumped against the table leg, got chased by a hero and passed out on a sidewalk. Then I woke up knowing I was Shinazugawa Sanemi in another life. That's all it took? That's all it took. There were others too, the demon says, if he has any remorse or pity he does not show it. Spread throughout the centuries. There was a PRD when most of you were alive at the same time, though none of you remembered. Was I? You? And your brother? He says, I see, and his throat feels unexplainably dry. There was a time with Genya, he thinks. There was a time when I was with everybody, and did not remember. What were we, Izuku asks. Friends? Strangers? Brothers? Were we close? Were we simply people we saw across the street every morning and evening? Were we happy? Was Genya? Police officers, Yushiro says, out of everything. You two were police officers. Unrelated, but thought of each other as brothers anyways. Something like a laugh, a wheeze, and a beginning of a sob leaves his parched throat. The Kamados were students. So was Rengoku, Tomioka, Zenitsu, the Kocho sisters. Hashibara was a botanist. Yuzui was an Olympian. Himejima a nursery school teacher. Kenroji and Iguro a couple, ran a restaurant with portions too big. Then the demon stops, pauses, and looks at the pathetic face he's making. Izuku downs the tea in one go, having said nothing and wishing it were something stronger. It's bitter. The leaves had sat too long. Of course a demon wouldn't know how to brew a decent cup of FINGT. There was a time, and everyone was together and no one remembered and everyone was happy. He was happy, Genya was happy, there was time where everybody was alive and the average man didn't have a blood demon art that's normalized and trusted not to go berserk and kill everyone in the FING vicinity. F dash. F dash. FF this. It's been a very long time. But I'm back, Izuku says, wanting to shatter the fine china in his hand and let the porcelain dig into open wounds. So where's everybody else? If the demon holds any pity or remorse, he still does not show it. Perhaps it's cloaked behind his art, perhaps his heart is just as inhumane as the rest of his kind, or his life is just not worth pity. No one else has ever remembered. No one. You all of you have returned throughout the centuries like stubborn dirt, and nobody has ever remembered. Answer my question. Answer it. Answer it, demon. Not you in your past life, or the one before that. Not Kamadu who knew the first breath. Why you, of all people, the last wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi? Why do you remember now in a time like this? What did you do to remember your past life? Your first life? He wants to smash fine china, swear, scream, curse, kill, slay the demon before him. He wants him to shut up with his stupid, useless questions and wants him to answer his own. Instead he says, I don't know. I slept, woke up, and knew I was Shinazugawa Sanemi in another life. That's all at FING took dash. Something flitters and goes in the demon's eyes. Suddenly, Yamamoto Yushiro stands. Izuku tenses, its reflex, eyes darting to his backpack, the damaged blade. The demon doesn't fail to notice and rolls his eyes, turns his back. And goes to refill his cup of tea. Would it kill for you to relax? The demon scowls, pushing the cup across the table. Everyone I cared for is dead. What's new? And Izuku expected nothing less, because just like he, the demon had lost too, had watched familiar faces come and go without one remembering his own. Izuku wonders if he'd suffered the pain of his lady reincarnating only off her to live a separate life. It would explain the bitterness. Time has passed and they've both been left behind in the century bloody but loved, in one way or another, reincarnation and immortality. Pick your poison. I'll kill you, Izuku says, drinking tea. There'll be nobody else, and that's his reply. Nobody else. No one else. So where's everybody else? Dead? Only I. You. Only we remember. And the demon pulls out a roll of newspaper from his Hayori. I stopped tracking demon slayers, their descendants, whoever related to the cause, after the first round of incarnations. The reason is left unsaid, but he can assume. It must have got tiring. But her face showed up at the markets one day. Her eyes have been staring at him. Purple eyes, Kane's eyes. But he's wrong, the Kocho sisters did not share likeness within their gaze. Where Kane's were kind, downturned and dough, Shinobu's were striking and angry when she had thought no one was looking, or before the time of her sister's death. Kocho Shinobu. Island scientist. Prodigy. Age 17. Alive. Living. Reincarnated. So there is somebody else, apparently, an island away. Oh. It's black and white, because newspaper hasn't changed, and it's like it's one of those rare photographs in Kocho's office, except in this one she's bearing a real smile as she shakes the hand of some important man. Kocho Shinobu. She's alive, Sanemi thinks. Not dead, poisoned by her own doing in a plan of revenge to be absorbed in the body of her sister's murderer. She's alive, Izuku thinks, but he's still the only one who remembers. No one else has ever remembered, remember? Izuku scoffs, cracks widening in his DMN soft heart and pushes the paper away. Great, he says, rolling his moist eyes, swallowing spit into his dry throat. Kocho's alive. What good does that do me if she doesn't remember? You would have found out sooner or later. She's been popping up in the news here and then. Would you have rather that? Finding that out on your own and coming back demanding for answers again? I can only deal with brats bashing down my door so many times before I actually put my firearm to use. He licks his lips, tongue sticking to the dry crackly skin. Whatever. There's nothing to be changed. Izuku would not pursue the incarnated insect Hashira even if he wanted to. Same face it may be, but she's a stranger, now, and he's just a boy who knows too much. Kocho Shinobu, island scientist and prodigy, that's all she is now. Not a pillar, not an 18-year-old girl from the Taisho era. Kocho Shinobu, repeats in his head, Kocho Shinobu, island scientist and prodigy. She is better off that way. Kocho's a scientist, Izuku says, and then, I want to be a hero. Yamamoto Yushiro gives him a look that tells him he's gone mad, but Izuku has always been. He'd lost his sanity when his own mother had gone berserk and killed his siblings, and he killed her. He'd lost his sanity when Genya called him a murderer and when he left on a suicide mission to start slaying demons with his bare hands and rusty chains. He'd lost his sanity when they started dying, when he floor fell beneath him and he faced the upper moon one with Genya's half-body behind his back. He'd lost his sanity when? Have you even thought it through? A hero? Those self-proclaimed gods who parade with flashy suits and meta abilities, a Hashira, wants to be one of them. The demon doesn't spit his words, but the judgment in his eyes says enough. You who killed in the dark, wielded a blade to execute, you want to be a hero? I want to be a hero. The truth slides from his lips. I want to protect. Because the obsession for the well-being of his loved ones makes up half his brain and the whole of his heart. I want to fight, I can only fight, I've been fighting for so long I don't know any other path. Kocho was a scientist as well as a slayer, but I'm only just that. And a hero, that's the closest thing, isn't it? They protect, fight, they're good, so I'll be just that. Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi. What are you without your blade? Shinazugawa Sanemi. Aniki. Nisan. Nemi. What is a protector without anyone to protect? Please. I need a Nichiren blade, he says, rounded eyes hidden underneath green bangs. No other blade will do me right. Do you have one, Yushiro? I do, the demon admits. It feels solemn, somehow, it doesn't sound or look like it. It's in his head. And Yushiro, he's just Yushiro, now stands again, disappearing behind shoji doors. It's barely a minute before he returns back with a box wrapped in cloth, layered in a thick dust. I found this one at an auction at a museum. I was supposed to be there as myself, the anonymous painter. But I had gotten sidetracked. He does not unravel it, and so Izuku takes it upon himself to do it with his soft and chubby fingers. The cloth falls apart, revealing sleek dark oak wood. I spent nearly half of my savings on this DMED thing, but it's a weapon, not an artifact for the tax-evading rich. With 2 clicks, a push, the blade shows itself. And this blade, it was made for a Hashira. Even as a demon, I could not ignore its importance. It's a colorless metal. Plain, yet to be used or touched by any slayer. When he holds it in his hands, he will mark it as his. There will be no going back then. Destroyer of demons. It really was made for one of them. Who, he wonders. Maybe even him. Or perhaps it were just a spare, forged by a blacksmith with too much time. Without even asking, because this is his blade now, he claims the handle in his hand. It takes more strength than he remembers to keep it aloft, but that's because the blade itself is longer than his arm. With a tight two-handed grip, he nearly DMN cries. This is a Nicaran blade, the same one that had slayed so many. He remembers the blood, all of it, not just of demons but his too. How long will it take to gain his scars again? The blade turns green before his eyes, the sharp pattern of wind engraving itself into metal. Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and now he has his blade again in hand. Don't lose it, the demon says, don't damage it. There is only one. The sharpening stone is in the box. Okay, Izuku replies, eyes not straying from the katana. He nearly leaves, but there is one more thing. One more thing. Can you check something for me? A child with a new toy. Except he's anything but a child, and his toy is a weapon from an era centuries ago. The train ride back is busy. Rush hour. Everyone's coming home from work or school. Or in Izuku's case, a demon's abode. His mother isn't supposed to be home for another hour and a half, so he's okay. In the case he is caught, the worst that could be done is being grounded for a week with no Katsudon privileges. Which isn't so bad because unknown to his mother, Katsudon isn't no longer his favorite food. It's ohagi. Though it's more of that they share the same spot. He's home, holding his blade within its container with 2 arms. He's got no use for it so soon, and so it finds itself a home underneath his bed, shoved right up against the wall where his mother would look over it even if she were to peek underneath. But it's only a minute when Izuku crawls back under his bed to pull the box out again. He admires his blade, the reflection of green eyes, green hair on a green blade. What a sharp edge, forged and fired so beautifully. The metal is cold as he runs his fingers so along it. And it's only a minute when he imagines red on the cold, green metal. It's easy to remember the same green running through his skin, tearing flesh open, spilling sweet sweet blood. He puts the box away, goes into the kitchen to greet his early coming mother with a smile. Excited for school tomorrow? His mother asks over dinner. No. I'd rather be home with you, Ma. She laughs and calls him a mama's boy, a touched look on her face. Izuku still has school tomorrow. With kids. Prepubescent, stinky, nosy kids that don't know when to shut the F up. How nice and humiliating. Doesn't the Wind Hashira have anything better to do? He's not the Wind Hashira in this time, he's just Midoriya Izuku, and just as snotty and nosy as every other kid to the people. At least he has the night to look forward to, right? Izuku does not end up going out that night, but he will the next. He wakes before the sun does and shoves his uniform into his bag just as his mother goes to brush her teeth. He leaves when she's spitting toothpaste into the sink. Running, breathing, repeating. He sweats through his shirt, and dives into the waves with it left on shore. The ocean is calmer in the morning, less wavy and more drifty. Garbage and pollution floats among the occasional school of fish. Izuku isn't unaware of the amoeba he could catch, but who cares with the healthcare nowadays? He's rolled and swam through worse. Besides, clean kids build shitty immune systems. Laps and laps later, he douses his hair and face with a bottle of water and dries himself in the morning sun as he does more sprints up and down the shoreline. He spars with a FING pole for a while, bruising his arms on the rusty metal, before finally wrapping it up with another set of push-ups. The school bell rings as he steps through the gates, uniform half done on his body. Everyone is situated by the time he arrives in class. Legs tense as they ready to trip him. Graffiti is already known and carved into his tabletop. Quirkless. Deku. Izuku skips over the offending limbs without so much as sparing a glance. The only child that Izuku can admit could be a real bully is the Mist Hashira, who'd gone through hell and back before his voice had cracked, who'd been skewered and cut in half and still fought through to slay the Upper Moon One. A child like that deserves his respect. These FING germs do not. Where the F have you been, Deku? And why do you smell like rancid sheet? Bakugu Katsuki. It's hard to say how Izuku feels about him. But now, he says, F off. Turn around before I slaughter your FING butt. What's the quickest way to stop the schoolyard bullying? Let them know you're not afraid and that they should shut their FING yappy mouths. He glares at every gawking face after his honest, non-serious death threat. They turn around quick enough, but the whispers aren't stopped. Is that really Midoriya? What the F, did you? Is it really him? How much does he want to F things up and turn around and say, no, it isn't, not really, because once I lived in the Taisho era where my whole family got brutally murdered and I slayed cannibalistic monsters in the night, every day for years on end. His name was Shinazugawa Sanemi, and now it's Midoriya Izuku. How much is him, and how much is he? What part of him is Sanemi, Aniki, Nisan, Nemi, and what part of him is Midoriya Inko's child? Green-haired and green-eyed with a demeanor more forgiving than a saint. Izuku's so deep in thought he nearly misses the sparking backfist flying towards his face. Nearly. Bakugo Katsuki. Kaken. Childhood friend turned bully. Once upon a time he was close enough to be called his brother. Sanemi doesn't have a history of good relationships with brothers. A half-breath of air leaves his lungs, though it sounds like a laugh. It's his body preparing itself for the burst of strength that it needs to grab Kaken's wrist, and to snap it back towards his face just as an explosion goes off in his palm. His dandelion blonde hair is left smoking. Kaken's face is furiously red. Next time you put your grimy hands near my FING head, I'll really kill you. And then the teacher walks in. The class is utterly silenced. Morning, he says with no inflection, oblivious or uncaring towards the thick tension in the air. Open your books to page 33. Turn around Bakugo. Page 33. Izuku watches his neck tense, creaking as he forces his head back to the front, fuming from the ears, but ultimately unable to directly disobey the teacher. The back of his childhood friend's hair is spiky, poofy, and untamable. Wild, and he bets it's never brushed because it would just do its own thing. He thinks of thick hair, shaved down on the sides because it became so unmanageable that there was no other choice. Yellow tipped in battle, but bright and neon unlike Katsuki's soft, morning glow daisy. Back then, he lowered his perpetual scowl at the back of his brother, when no one was looking, just to look. Just to see, an alive breathing body. Kaken's breaths are ragged with barely suppressed anger. Kaken is different with an untrained and unscarred psyche, where Izuku would shake with anger like his breath would never run ragged. Not even with a slit in his belly where his organs wanted to spill. The air that leaves his clenched teeth hiss. I'll see you after school, Deku. Kaken. Kaken. Bakugo Katsuki with dandelion hair that brightens in the sun's rays. Once they were close enough to be called brothers. All Might is the ideal hero, the one he wanted to be, but Kaken was the real hero in his life, Izuku used to think, always staring at the tall back of his friend, bully, brother. Sanemi does not admire and forgive, and therefore neither does Izuku. But Kaken. If there is something in common between his two souls is that they care, deeply, unconditionally. Sanemi protects fiercely, because that's who he is. There is the protector, and the one who never forgives. Who is he, and how much is he? Izuku opens the page to 33, and his day is spent starting, just seeing the back of his once brother. Deku. A million ways to address him goes through his head and he chooses silence. Kaken. Bakugo. Katsuki. Nichan. Ototo. Whoever. The sun glares through the window panes, harshly highlighting the tips of Kaken's hair like someone he used to know. Lie and I FING kill you, he starts, panting with a day's worth of suppressed anger. Where the F have you been, and what the F happened? Anger like this is familiar, Izuku was this, and only this for years. It's rabid, unlike Kocho's sweet poison or Igiro's silence. Izuku is not so used to seeing it in a third-person perspective. He finds it sees him the F off. But with Kaken he doesn't know what to really feel. Sanemi was not good with feelings. Yelling them out as twisted curses, warped with the idea of protection and love in his sick head, or suppressing them for no one, not even himself, to acknowledge. Izuku is not good with feelings, too cowardly and forgiving to speak his heart, scared to hurt or prioritize himself over others. His two souls, like crayons melting under the summer sun. Nothing that he can say is anything that he wants to. And what he wants to festers inside, suppressed, locked in a cage with a key he doesn't have access to. He can't describe how he feels, but it's not quite right. It leaves him cold. Kaken, he says, decides on this name, and then scowls uncharacteristically for the boy Kaken has in his head. Kaken. Izuku cares for him still. What a chilling thought. How far would I go for you? Izuku thinks, remembering neon tips, shaved sides. Why do I still care for you? Thinking of burning heat, crackling explosions. Anger, reluctant love. He isn't sorry when he turns away, pulling the curtain between them, shutting the door on what could be. Years pass by like water through cupped hands. Kaken and he don't talk, only yell. Between them, neither no communication beyond screaming. It's only anger, reluctant love between them. For years, and years, and they're now both old enough to fit in black uniforms and prepare to make the end-all decision of high school applications. Izuku has no friends, no bullies, it's just him and his mother. Kaken is the same in that way too, though in a less obvious way. The crowd that follows him would think they're friends, but any other idiot with more than 4 brain cells would disagree. The nights are a comfort, even though most days are spent stargazing and leaning against old trunks of fallen trees. His body has progressed too, slowly taking the form of his old one but less scarred and a little less calloused. Wind breathing is just breathing, and he's known to do that since out the womb. A hero he will be. And Midoriya, you're trying for UA too? The reaction is immediate silence, minus a few snickers from Kaken's crew. He glares from where his head rests on his arms, focusing past the haze of fatigue. He thinks. You sensei. These people he could care less about. I'll kill you all, he murmurs into the nook of his elbow, returning to his spent too long in the streets last night nap. Heat radiates from the desk in front, anger seeping and rolling off the table, curling around his chair legs. Nothing is said, even though a million curse words are sprinting through his dandelion head. The years have sculpted his body too, putting bulk onto his shoulders where they go through wear and tear of his quirk. Kaken's starting a growth spurt too. How tall will he get? With no entertaining reaction, the teacher moves on from high school applications to quadratic formulas. The bell rings before he knows it. You're not going to U.A, Deku. He's still sitting in his seat, but he knows it'll only take a split second for him to stand, run, punch or whatever he'll need to do. Who are you tell me that? His hand curls into a fist. Kaken. Punch first, talk later. Old habits die hard, but these are different times. His actions have consequences outside of losing a limb and or dying. The F up. Listen here, Deku, I'm gonna be the only one to get out of this shithole with a one-way ticket to U.A high school. So stay the F out of my way and keep being a loser out of my DMN sight, got it? You've got ball, Kaken, he snarls. This here might be the longest conversation they've had in years. Telling me what to do when you know DMN well that I'm not the same kid I were 7 years ago. I'm going to U.A whether you PSS your pants over it or not. If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to try a lot harder. Want to fight? I'll slaughter your butt, he says right back, grinning terribly. Fists. Come on, we'll beat each other until one's dead. You don't mean that. You didn't, but I might have. Quit dreaming. Just cause you grew a bloody spine doesn't change that you're quirkless. You're never going to be a hero. Izuku stands, nose to nose. You don't get to say what I can't and can do. Quit it, Deku, he repeats, hot breath messing with his. Or I'll show you. What, you gonna hit me? Then hit me. I dare you. Hit me, I dare. Anger takes Katsuki's features and warps it into something hideous. He leans in further, if possible, and hisses. I'll show you reality. The only way that you'll ever get to be a hero is if you kill yourself and pray to the gods you get a quirk in your next life. To love doesn't mean not to hate. Izuku had realized this 7 years ago, with a chill in his blood. Suicide baiting, he scoffs softly, and backs away. Katsuki, for a second, realizes the weight of his words but it's washed away in a sweep of hot anger. And Izuku, it takes a second to form a fist and drive it into Katsuki's nose. Blood pours like a spout. Izuku leaves with his fist painted red. Izuku knows the color green. It's in his name, eyes, hair. His blade takes the color of it, as does the tinted wind he forms with the breath from his lungs. Green takes the form of sewage sludge, dripping in the cavernous tunnel from the ceiling and walls. He flicks the Tonto blade, which he'd nicked off a 2-bit villain a few weeks prior, back up his Gakuran sleeve, glaring down at the 2 eyes at his feet. Pathetic. At least make yourself worth my time. He nearly leaves the scene without any more thought, thinking the dripping sludge will dust away and wash his hands clean of this mess. But he isn't a demon slayer, and it isn't demon behind him, but a person. God damn it, Izuku swears, reluctantly pulling out his phone to dial the police. No need for that, young man. Because I am here. A great hunk of yellow and bulging muscle appears before his eyes, a gust of wind blowing through the tunnel at the moment of his arrival. He thinks, craning his neck to the number 1, not even Himejima had a figure like his. In different circumstances, Izuku would have cried and vomited and plea for an autograph, but his hero worship died 7 years ago and now all that Izuku says is, All Might. Language. He's back there, he replies, pointing behind him. Still alive. It seems like I've had my job done for me today. Thank you, young man. But next time I advise to leave the villain takedowns to the pros. Sure, he agrees easily enough, and then leaves with the pace of a slayer on a mission, uncaring towards the fact that All Might was collecting the villain in soda bottles. Izuku doesn't get a say in the potential violation of human rights. Standing at a pedestrian crossing, his phone pings with a message from his mother, asking him to pick up eggs and spinach from the grocery. Izuku shoves his phone back into his pocket, and turns his heel back the other way. Spinach. Spinach. What type of FING spinach? Which one did his mother want? The 4 different leafy greens are all labeled spinach in every way possible. It's been 8 minutes according to his internal clock. If Ma's got rice cooking at home already, then he has 2 minutes to choose and 4 to get back home before the cooker goes off. Having trouble there? The man in his peripheral asks. He turns his head, if only to be polite in the way that his mother would want him to be, to face a gaunt, skeletal man with yellow hair. Sickly, the man is terribly sick in a way that reminds him of Oyakata-sama. That alone is enough for Izuku to bow his head in greeting and smile softly. Yes, I am. My mother asked to buy spinach, but I don't know. Which one? The man chuckles, something that tickles his brain in an odd I know this way. Here, I know this one is commonly used for soups, if that's your mother may be cooking tonight. Oh, and Izuku picks that one. Sure. I'll get this one then. Thank you. No problem, young man. This time, he can't ignore it as easily. Izuku turns his body fully towards the sickly man, shifting his feet and the glass blows out the window frame. He twists, tugging the body down to throws himself over the man before the glass shards are ripping through the air. Most hit him in the back like particularly hard rain, bouncing off his uniform, but the largest one pierces through the fabric, scraping his skin and digging a point inside tissue. Green eyes flicker to the commotion beyond the cramped grocery store. Fire begins to rage outside alongside the booming sound of explosions. A glance is all it takes to know that he protected the sickly man well enough, and then Izuku is sprinting out the doors, crushing glass under his soles, with terse breaths of wind. The Tanto blade slides back out from his sleeve, unsheathing with a flick of his wrist. Green takes over his vision in the form of familiar dripping sludge, reformed and free to wreak havoc on the streets. Anger like this, he hasn't felt since the night underground, when the floor fell beneath his feet and everyone began dying. His blood is as cold as it is sweet. Yellow, blonde yellow sticks out from the sewage green, eyes of red meet his, fearful and begging for help. A look like that he'd never imagine on Kaken, but on a friend, an old brother, left behind in a creek and a fallen log. You, the sludge snarls, shuddering. Me, Izuku agrees, with all the rage of the last wind. Hashira, how far would I go for you, Kaken? He thinks, leaping to his advantage. The air and wind are his home. Then, he says, spitefully, meaningfully, with all the truth in the cruel world, I'll FING kill you. And Izuku replies to himself, this far. The metal blade is 30 centimeters long, his body is 10 meters in the air, upside down. Ninth form, Ida 10 Typhoon. The sludge blows apart with the force of a storm. Kaken reaches to the sky with a curled and pale hand. Izuku grabs it, blade in his mouth, eyes never leaving red. Kaken's nose is still broken and crooked. It must have stung like a beach when the sludge invaded his lungs. Rage ebbs away like retreating tides when they are back on the ground, Kaken spluttering red and green on the floor behind him. Izuku holds his blade back in his hand, not yet defensive, but legs in a stance that tell of readiness. The sludge can no longer form into a body, not with the state Izuku left him. He's alive, but in pain. Good. If he didn't have an audience watching his every move, he'd finish the job in a FING heartbeat. Get the F up, Kaken, he says beneath his breath, glaring at the lenses and cameras pointed at them. His knife tightens in his grip. Don't be a DMN weakling. Shut up, Deku. I'll kill you. But he stands, minutely shaking under his uniform. To the normal eye he looks fine. Izuku doesn't ask if he's okay. He hides his blade, with Kaken standing strong enough, but he'll whip it out if anything at all moves in the wrong FING way. Lights flash on and off, capturing the 2 middle school boys with twin scowls. The heroes and police begin to gather the scattered sludge. A small group of paramedics approach them. Not me, Izuku says, him. I don't need your. For what seems like the 15th time today, Izuku evacuates the scene like he were never there. The crowd stops him from simply running away, so he slips into them, holding his breath shallowly like he'd observed Yuzui do for years, weaving his way home without any second glances. He stops by another grocery store, this one empty and without broken windows, to repurchase spinach and eggs for his mother. Finally, he starts to head back home. Then he is chased down by Bakugo Katsuki, now bandaged thick on his nose bridge. His eyes are still teary from when Izuku presumes the paramedics snapped his nose back into place. He stands like a triangle, knees straight and spread like metal rods have replaced his bones. I didn't need your help, Deku. I didn't need it, got it? I don't want to see your DMN face, ever. But never before has Izuku seen Kaken want to say so much, but end up saying so little. I didn't fing mean what I said. It's as much of a sorry and a thank you than he's going to get. Izuku watches dandelion hair disappear into the setting sun, knowing he could have said more. It was 7 years ago when he closed the door between them. Izuku doesn't want another brother, there was Genya, and only Genya. Kaken is just. How far did he go today? He cares, of course he cares, when he cares he does not stop. Today was a reasonable reaction, he was being reasonable, saving Kaken from the villain. No one else was going to do it, so he did. What he did was not bad, nor extreme. He isn't regressing. He isn't. Kaken is not Shinazugawa Genya. And he never will be. He doesn't need another brother, not when he has his mother, not when his real brother died because of his mistakes in the most unfair and painful way possible. Genya died fighting the second strongest demon, split in half with demonic flesh between his teeth. He died crying, apologizing to his failure of a brother, dusting away and leaving only a Yakuta to bury. There was Shuya, Hiroshi, Kodo, Taiko, Sumi, who died to their mother's claws because their older brother was too slow, too late. Kaken is not his siblings, who knew of a hard life and were still kind to the core. But he still cares, and isn't that a problem? I'm home. Izuku calls, shooing off his sneakers. His back twinges as he rolls his backpack off his shoulder and sheet he forgot. Blood drips onto the wooden floor just as his mother steps out the kitchen and into the living room. Izuku holds up the spinach and eggs in his hand, hoping it's a good enough of a distraction. I have the dash. Izuku! Oh my god, she turns him around, gasping at the dripping wound on his back. He slows it down with his breaths, not completely stopping it to avoid questioning. Though he should have been doing it unconsciously earlier, damn it. What is this? Sit down, oh god, come on Izuku. He allows the soft admonishing that comes after the concern, and the first aid his mother insists on doing herself. It isn't a deep wound, just a small nick barely touching the surface of tissue, but his mother frets over it anyway, asking what happened and who did this to him. It was a villain, he says, and he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Dinner is served with his back bandaged and torso bare. The rice is mushy and omelette is served with the wrong kind of spinach. He goes to bed with a promise of rest and a full belly. 7 hours later, at 3 a.m., he's dressed in a spare gakuren, sleeves rolled up, shirt unbuttoned with loose trousers and a blade swinging in his hip. The streets in moonlight are a welcome sight. His back barely twinges as he runs across rooftops, free to breathe, free to be. It's one of the rare nights that Izuku is fully dressed for this type of occasion. Rarely does he ever bring out his Nichiren blade, or is masked behind a tied length of fabric over his mouth and nose. And rarely does he ever enter real crime territory, the type of district that even heroes avoid. But the day has made him restless, and if he wants to be a hero he needs to be up to speed with every DMN Quirk teen out there. The first villain he comes across is a piece of sheet scum, half-gloved hands grpng a crying woman. Vile. Disgusting. Sheets like this don't even deserve to have their blood drawn on his Nichiren blade. Izuku, bare-fisted, lands below in the rank alley. His feet don't make as much as a thud. Get your fing hands off her, he growls, before I rip them off for you. The villain's takes a moment too long for his liking, so Izuku drives his fist into his skull, sending him sideways from the woman. He chases after before the man can even think to stand, straddles his chest and beats his face until his eyes roll to the back of his head. He drops the villain from the grip he had on the front of his jacket, letting his skull hit the floor. Too far, a meek voice sounds in the back of his head, too alike to the 5-year-old Izuku he knew died 7 years ago. Izuku nearly spits on the thug's face, but that'll be DNA he's leaving behind. He stares upon the beaten face, broken nose, bloodied mouth, and something twinges in his chest. A hero, or a slayer? Who are you without your blade, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Midoriya Izuku? He rips his gaze away. Red was never his favorite color. How would Ma feel? I'm sorry, he says, but not what for. Are you okay, miss? A nod is all he gets. It's enough. He tells her to call the police, and finds his point of escape as a wall and a fire escape. He's halfway up, scaling bricks and balconies like a ladder. Wait. Please, let me know your name. Izuku stops, despite the wailing sirens getting louder and louder. He hangs off the bricks with a one-handed grip like a stubborn bug, his sheathed blade flashing in the streetlight. Looking back, he doesn't know why he did. Perhaps it was the guilt and disgust he felt within himself that he couldn't acknowledge just yet, or the look on the woman's face scared, but eyes wide with something alike admiration despite just beating a man half to death just minutes before. Midoriya Izuku is the name he goes by. But how much is he that kind boy that reached out a hand in the creek 7 years ago, and how much of he is the man that slaughtered demons in the night and cut off all ties with his only remaining family? Shinazugawa, he replies, reasons beyond it being stupid to give out his current legal name, the name's Shinazugawa. With silent hands, he climbs to the moonlight, and continues the night just as red and blue lights flash in the street. He runs and runs and runs until a cry for help reaches his ears. This time, he draws his blade and holds the breath in his lungs. Calls have been coming in non-stop since 3 a.m. Sansa is tired and on his 6th cup of coffee for the night, and they still haven't gotten insight further than Shinazugawa, green, middle school uniform, since the first ring of the telephone. His lord and savior comes through the door at exactly 6:43 a.m. Sansa breathes a sigh of relief. Detective Tsukachi. Please tell me you have another lead. The detective's face is worn, looking even more ragged than all the officers in the precinct combined. Sansa knows then he's hoping for way too much. Instead of a lead, the detective answers with, fractured skull, broken nose, dislocated jaw, 4 knocked out teeth. Reportedly, that was the diagnosis of his first victim. From then on, injuries had only included minor lacerations in his targets. Aside from the first man, the rest had been rendered unconscious with a sharp impact to the neck, which shows the same pattern of the other vigilante who'd been appearing on and off the scene for the past 7 years. So, Shinazugawa, huh? We've finally gotten a name. Sansa. If they're the same person, then vigilante who wears a middle school uniform is actually a middle schooler, then there must have been at least 8 when they first started. Running on 6 cups of coffee, he laughs and says, well, this is the era of quirks, is it not? Anything is possible. The detective sighs. Run the name through the databases, will you? I'm calling in a specialist. And by specialist, you mean Eraserhead? No other man is better suited to the job. You're calling him in just cause he's a teacher. Shinazugawa is a kid, the detective tiredly admits, and this case is well out of the police's hands now. Besides, Eraser still owes me a favor. Tsukachi calls him at exactly 6:45 a.m. and then Shoyuta naps, wakes up 30 minutes later and arrives at Udata High School in the next 10. Shinazugawa, he remembers through a tired haze. A new vigilante on scene, debuting with a total of 13 captures in the spans of 3 hours. Suspected to be another vigilante who's been operating on and off for the past 7 years. Going off on the estimated age, if the suspicion proves to be true, Shinazugawa would have to have been 8 when he first started. FING. Problem child. And now it's all up to Eraserhead to bring in the child vigilante before his limbs get butchered and sold on the black market. If it were entirely his choice, Shoyuta would have slammed the end call button on the detective that night because there are plenty other capable underground heroes. But not all underground heroes are specialists in capture. And when it comes to children, to be careful is most urgent. Sometimes, those who fight the fights no one wants to fight, those who work at night and in the underground, forget the line between criminals and villains. Shoyuta works with children, he owes one to Tsukachi, who else for the job but him? Hey Shoyuta. Hisashi, he greets monotonously, as sweet of a partner as always. He's been staring at the same quiz sheet for the past 3.5 minutes, wondering what demon possessed his student to write a 6-page essay for a short answer response. UA overachievers. What is it? Look at this. Wait, you've probably seen it already, it's everywhere on the news. Have you seen it? Have dash. Bring it here. A video's already playing, too bright for his liking, but he watches anyway for his husband's sake. A massive sludge rides on screen, from he can make out from the shaky camera work civilian's view, obviously Shoyuta squints, there's a tuft of hair, 2 pinpoints of red within the villain's body. A hostage situation. The worst type, in Shuta's opinion. It's a middle schooler too, judging from the youthful face and peaking black collar. Explosions go off every half a second, Backdraft attends to the fire in the background, shouting orders to the firemen on the side. As unfortunate as the situation is, there is nothing grandly special of it. The kid might have powerful quirk from what he can see, but he's done nothing with it so far besides make it harder for the heroes on scene to rescue him. Not that Shoyuta blames him for it. If anything, what the F are the heroes doing? Zashi. Just keep watching, his husband replies, entirely enraptured, grinning at his phone screen. He accepts it, because through sickness and through health or whatever, glass shatters. Or, the sound of it from what his trained ears hears. A boy of green eyes, green hair, runs into the street, a hideous scowl etched into his cherubic features with fight lit in his pupils. A tanto blade flicks out from under his sleeve, the camera tremors as the boy leaps, higher into the air, flipping upside down to meet the eyes of the hostage. The screen shakes, the one behind it swears, and the mutant villain blasts apart with the force of a gale storm as the short blade strikes down. The green-haired boy reaches and tightens his hand on the hostages, carrying another's body weight as he soars through the air one last time. They land with no difficulty. Then the video cuts, changes perspective. Time has skipped ahead of less than a minute, the two boys are recorded closer, defining their features more for Shuta's eye. The blonde, the hostage, coughs up his lungs as the green boy stands trigger-ready with his blade held loosely at the side. "Get the F up, Kaken," the boy speaks for the first time, with no shortness of breath. "Don't be a DMN weakling." "Shut up, Deku," the blonde says, "Rasp, I'll kill you." The blonde stands, shakily though he hides it well, and the green one stands down, slipping his blade back into his sleeve in a practiced motion. The video ends with paramedics rushing in. "What a show." "Interesting," Shoyuta comments. "And they are middle schoolers? They're making them crazier every year." Crazy isn't even the beginning. What have those kids been taught to have mindsets like those? Don't be a DMN weakling. A genuine warning for a friend? If so, what had made the boy feel like he needed to warn his, likely, classmate of what potential targeting? Why the paranoia, if it is? Or was it simply the relationship between the two boys, classmates, reluctantly so, but how would that explain the nicknames between the two? Are they friends, just not healthily? "Shut up. I'll kill you." Nothing of that speaks of two best buddies. He pushes his gaze up, meeting the eyes of every DMN staff member watching him watch the viral video. "I'm taking the guess that every one of you have seen this too?" "Sure have, Shoyuta," Namuri replies. "Interesting boy, isn't he, just like you said. But that's not all you're thinking, is it?" He grunts, then relents, because he knows just how this song plays. It's answer now or answer later after Namuri's insistent prodding and poking. The kid has real experience, from what I saw. That Sludge villain wasn't his first rodeo. He's skilled. Snipe whistles. High praise coming from Eraserhead. "Yeah, we all kinda concluded that," Namuri waves. "Anything else, oh, wise one?" Shoyuta rolls his eyes. He's got a weak quirk, or whatever counts as a weak quirk nowadays. "Really? 13 queries. What makes you think that?" "He moves like I do. Trained. And the attack? His blade. You sure about it, Shoyuta?" Hisashi dangles his phones between his thumb and pointer finger, falling into his desk chair, and he catches it back into his palm. Maybe if the kiddo had a wind blower in hand, but from what I saw he blasted the villain apart with a blade the length of his forearm. That's gotta be some type of powerful quirk at hand, right? I know when a quirk's at work and when it's not. Zashi. Shoyuta shrugs. He doesn't admit it's mainly gut feeling he's working on, as illogical as it may sound, but his gut has taken him far in his career as an underground hero. Believe me or not. Don't care. You're no fun. Tell us more. He sighs, shrugging again. In another life, Namuri was probably a journalist, or an equally as nosy reporter. I don't know. Someone should look into the kid, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised if he found his experience somewhere illegal. The ceiling vent rattles. He doesn't need to look up to see why. Let's not, Aizawa. His boss pops in from the open grate, like a whack-a-mole, and lands on his half-graded paper with his bare paws. Midoriya Izuku may be a future student at U.A. Let's not ruin his chances so soon, shall we? Of course, he drawls sarcastically, because that would be legal and fair. Of course, Nizu repeats, hands folded neatly at his front. The staff nor Shoyuta protest against it. At one point in their career they've all turned a blind eye at least once. And they're all a little curious, aren't they? Nizu is particular in who he hires. And the other one is taking the exam too? Shoyuta asks. If you mean the blonde boy, he is. Bakugu Katsuki. Both him and Midoriya both come from the same middle school actually. Figures. Namuri leans forward like an excited fisherman with a big catch. What of their quirks? Explosion, Nizu says mildly, but the twitch of his tail gives him away. Aizawa was on the right track with Midoriya, though not entirely. I don't blame you for it, Aizawa, the truth wasn't even my first guess. Cut to it, Nizu. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. Katsuki knows reality. To be quirkless is to be useless, and the weak don't belong in a world like his. They belong in the shadows, if anywhere, hiding behind columns and doors, waiting, perhaps, for an opportunity to be seen. And maybe if they're lucky, if the Dmed Heavens takes pity on their hopeless FING lives, they'll get their one moment to prove themselves to be more. But in all honesty, Katsuki thinks throwing yourself off a building is a quicker end, one that doesn't waste time and spares everyone the cringe of watching futile dreams. Deku's such a case. One pale, scrawny, weak hand reaching out towards the light, 1 out of the 20% of the world's population. It was a special type of insufferable, to watch Deku be beaten down then to stand up shaking, fawn-like, again and again. Though it was Katsuki's hand that threw Deku to the dirt, it didn't shake away his hot anger, the feeling that came from Deku's deluded dreams. If Deku thought he could be a hero with his powerless body, what did that say about Katsuki's own? Deku was like a peach in the way that he was easily bruised and beat. He was all round edges, soft doe eyes, a lively green even as his skin peeled back and burned, revealing human, red fleshy layers. He wouldn't have survived in the real world. Never in a million years. Never in a million years, so Katsuki thought for 7 years. Never, Katsuki had thought, 7 years ago, punched with the rank of sewage and salt. It didn't seem long ago. Just a creak and a fallen log away. What happened? What happened? What the F happened? Deku had never looked at Katsuki with eyes like those. Where the F have you been, Deku? And why do you smell like rancid sheet? Anger is like a tidal wave. It's like someone's ripped off Deku's skin and replaced it with something uglier. He doesn't recognize the flatness in Deku's green eyes, and it's nauseating. Deku isn't supposed to look at Katsuki like that. He wasn't supposed to save Katsuki either. Never, in all possible universes, never in a million years. Never in all possible universes is Katsuki the one to reach out first, his pale, weak hand bursting forth the sludge that had invaded his lungs through his cracked nose. But in that moment, Katsuki saw only the green in Deku's eyes, that protective and kind spirit regained as if the last time he'd seen it wasn't 7 years ago, and it was much more inviting than the sludge green he was trapped within. Deku's hand was solid in his and calloused enough to shock Katsuki. When had Deku's hands become so rough? What had exactly happened 7 years ago? What happened in the time between then and now? Deku isn't supposed to look at Katsuki like that anymore. His hand isn't supposed to be so rough either. Deku can't leap meters into the air. And he can't blow apart a villain with the force of a typhoon either. Deku isn't supposed to save Katsuki, yet he did, and what does that say about him? So maybe Katsuki should be the one to throw himself off a rooftop instead, he thinks for a hysterical second. His chest feels stuffy, too full, like it's about to burst at any second now because whatever he's feeling is too much at once. Every time he swallows it's like there's a tennis ball being shoved down his throat, so he shouts at Deku to try to relieve some of the pain, because maybe something familiar will cancel out the confusion. An apology, something like it at least the closest his pride will allow for spills from his lips too. Katsuki did go too far, he thinks, because Deku isn't as weak as he thought. He was wrong about that. Maybe he's wrong about other things too, but he doesn't know just yet. Deku could have given him an answer. If he stayed a little longer, would it have confused him even more? He feels as if anything said will right now. Deku. If Katsuki thinks his name again, will the little sheet himself appear? There's something inherently infuriating about him. At first it was his wide googly eyes, stupidly kind nature, but now it's the flat line of his mouth like Deku's, always hiding a deep-ridden scowl and an aggressive flame in his once shining gaze. It's the look on Deku's face and how it eerily reflects Katsuki's own. It isn't supposed to be like this, the whole of him, body and soul, thinks. This is wrong, so wrong. And sometimes at night his skin is ridden with goosebumps in agreement. His life would be so much better without Deku in it, but at the same time Katsuki can't imagine what it would be like. Deku's like a tumor he's gotten too used to, removing it would be akin to ripping out a huge chunk of him, leaving behind an empty space of bloody flesh and irreparable nerves, but leaving it be isn't right either. There is no surgical, painless way to cut Deku from his life, even if Katsuki is the one to hold the knife. Not even Deku could do it with his newly revealed skill with a blade. Katsuki wants to be 4 again. When everything was less confusing and Deku wasn't a tumor stuck to his side but simply a friend to smile with. He wants to stop his doubt, his second thoughts, to feel anger without consequence. In another universe, Deku's hands are soft still and he doesn't look at Katsuki like he looks at his own mirror reflection. In another life, Katsuki and Deku are laying by the creek's bed telling each other of their plans to become heroes together and they don't know of hate and flinty eyes. Yes, it would be so much better without Deku, Katsuki thinks at last, eyes closed, laying atop his bed covers. His dreams evade him when he wakes, but he still recalls the creek and fallen log, and the childish laughter that came after. It's been getting harder to look at Kaken recently, and maybe it's because he's been thinking of Genya more often than not. On some days it's bad enough that Izuku can no longer see the shades between neon and dandelion. Genya isn't here, he has to remind himself, and blames his mistakes on his past color blindness instead of the obvious ache in his chest that yearns for his brother. Genya isn't Katsuki, he never will be, and it's for the better because he wouldn't want Genya to see him as he is now. Izuku is out again, but he'll be careful this night, knowing that surely the police is on higher alert for him. He sticks strictly to the shadows, dropping in on targets quickly and without sound and leaving just as swiftly even as the ones he saves scream out gratitudes to his back, knowing that he is but a dull mockery of a demon slayer now. Shame coats his insides. Efficiency and protecting his remaining ambiguity become his priority. He'd be quicker if he let loose, became deadlier. The police wouldn't be on his but if his problem were demon. There is something wrong with him to miss his life from before. Shinazugawa Sanemi doesn't belong in this new world, he can't enjoy the luxuries here, he can't adapt in the way he needs to because he's the most stubborn person he knows. Why him? Yushiro had asked. Why not someone kinder, someone deserving of a second chance, someone with a little more sanity and stability than him? To what use is Izuku putting to this life running across the city, picking off 1 out of 100 criminals? What worth is it? How long before his rage gets the better of him, and the quirk look too much demonic and his blade swings on reflex? So he will be a hero. Izuku will be a hero. Because he can't be anything less or more than that. And maybe then, he won't feel so wrong in his body, and then after that he'll stop looking at Katsuki and think Genya. He always looked for the simplest solution rather than the full picture. Look, I didn't want to deal with this either but The AC unit rattles as he lands, legs extending quick, making noise, attracting attention. A brown mess of hair looks to the sky, and he unsheathes his Nichiren blade with a split second to spare. A hollow ring echoes. 2 halves of the bullet land with a clink, clink. The man behind it reeks of fear, shivering and sweating with nerves. It's a miracle he was able to fire the gun, let alone aim. Another man, this one suited but missing a tie and anything that tells of real money, presses his body against the alley wall trying to get as far away from the action possible. It's clear that he'd interrupted some type of exchange and neither parties wanted to be a part of it. Izuku would bet his 2 pinkies it had to do with the briefcase on the floor between them. Drop the gun, Izuku says behind a cotton mask, and I'll let you run away with your backs turned, tails tucked. You're just a FING kid. The gunman realizes, arms still raised and trembling. He takes a step forward, driven by the idea that age makes him the superior one in this situation even though Izuku had just deflected one of his bullets, near point blank. Idiot. He rises from his crouch and the height intimidates the man back a step again. Izuku tells him one last time, drop the gun, even though it would be quicker to snatch it from his hands and punch him unconscious. Kane would be proud of him, practicing restraint for once. Just stab him already, Jesus FING Christ. The one pressed pancake to the wall bursts. What is this, a fighting ring? Besides, no one tells Izuku what to do. Gunman turns his back, stupidly, swinging his arm back round, F.U., and before he does something even more stupid like incriminate himself with murder, Izuku easily flips to intercept, raising his edged blade before his feet land and cutting the single-barreled gun in half. Got you, beach. Izuku grins and forgets the foreignness in his body for a thrilling second, reveling in the pure comedic shock on the idiot's face. He sheathes his blade as quick as it started, and delivers a perfected kick to the face, knocking the gunman unconscious. An audible gulp comes from the plastered man behind him. Slowly, taking his sweet time, Izuku turns his head with his bangs half covering his eyes. Call the police now, he dares, watching the sweat bead from his peripheral, and I break every bone in your FING fingers. This one's smarter than the other because he doesn't need to repeat himself again. Good. Now tell me. What's in the FING briefcase? Drags. They're drags, I swear. But I have nothing to. What kind? I don't know. Izuku twists his hip, moving his hand purposefully towards the handle of his Nichiren katana. I don't know. I swear it, please, believe me. His hands are out, making placating gestures as he licks the sweat off his top lip. I just needed the money, man. I didn't know anything going into this. Keeping his hands in front of his body, the man nudges the case towards Izuku with his foot. It's all yours. Please. Can I go? Izuku steels his eyes, shuffling again so his visible muscles tense. The warning is clear. I know your face. Don't let me see it again. He nods slowly in return and he turns round and runs, stumbling on the way. Izuku doesn't need to look to know no one's around. He takes off his mask, tucking it under his chin to breathe a fresh breath of air before bending down to pick up the case. It's lighter than he'd thought, but what was he expecting? 10 kilograms of cane. Nothing rattles inside. Nothing smells odd either, after habitually sniffing it out for gunpowder. If it was rigged with a tracking device, Izuku wouldn't FING know, but he can't just leave it. Police? No. Shit, sorry ma, he thinks, turning back, running back home with a briefcase of drags. Eraserhead arrives on scene, 4:22 a.m. 2 halves of a bullet lay on the ground. Upon inspection, they aren't bullets, not the regular kind. Red and cylindrical, the shape of his old nightmare. Its contents spill out, the needle unused and miraculously unbroken. Whoever cut it is fast. And it frightens Eraserhead, a little. Because though it could be anyone, it was Shinazugawa. He knows it because everything points to him. A child did this. With nothing but a blade, dressed in a middle school uniform. He rubs his fingers together, slipping the drag between his fingers and smells it quick. The scent that hits is strong and he finds that trigger hadn't changed at all since the last time he'd come across it. He wipes the rest of it on a clean tissue, then calls Tsukachi as he tucks that in his pocket. The detective picks up almost immediately. It's clear that the man is desperate for a new lead after a whole night of hide-and-go-seek chasey throughout all shady parts of Mizurufu. Not all crime was linked to Shinazugawa, but most was. And not once had they caught the tail end of the elusive vigilante. It seems they're not the only ones on high alert now. Eraser, Tsukachi greets familiarly. Detective, he greets back and says the next sentence all at once, triggers back and our vigilante is a part of it. At least we have a lead, the detective murmurs after a brief moment of silence, voice full of where. Good work, Eraserhead. Patrol the area, Shinazugawa may still be around. We'll call it a night after that. The call ends there once he grunts out a word of affirmation. Before he leaves, an officer stops him, hands over a soiled business card. We found 2 of these in his pocket over there. One's already submitted to evidence. Wordlessly, Eraserhead takes the card from the officer, flipping it over in his fingers. On it is a number, a location. Jackpot. He knows exactly where Shinazugawa will be next. The sun's set to rise in exactly 1 hour, at this time the dark blue-black has already started to lighten at the edges. A sigh of relief escapes his unmasked lips, no bad has ever come with the dawn. He slips through his window silently and closes it shut behind him. Izuku lays the briefcase down, lets it sit imposingly on his desktop, taking up more than half of the space. He wonders how he's going to hide it when the case that contains his Nichiren blade already occupies the spot beneath his bed. But never mind that. He doesn't have time to worry about it now, his mother will wake up with the sun today for her early shift. A coated lock holds the briefcase together, but with a well-placed hit done with the butt end of his Tonto blade it falls apart like cascading sand. Anticipation doesn't slow his hands as he pries the case apart. Drags come in all form and Izuku could properly identify exactly 0. Some are white and powdered, some are smoked in little paper rolls. He didn't know they could come in glass vials, stuck into foam and displayed like a 5-course dinner. The liquid inside is black, not white, and Izuku can't think of any easy way to administer it aside from cracking the glass over an open mouth, risking swallowing shards. Drag abusers don't usually care for their own well-being, but there must be something else to it. He doesn't even know what the drag does. He's completely out of his realm and he shouldn't have involved himself with this, because he's a demon slayer, not a DMN detective. Where's Kocho and her big head when you need them? His features twist, scowling at his own cluelessness as he picks up one of the tubes. For a reckless second, Izuku debates swallowing some of the liquid himself and find out the effects that way. He survived Musen's poison, surely this little black vial couldn't be worse. Worst case scenario, he slows the drag down as much as possible with breaths and stumbles his way to Yushiro for the demon to deal with his drugged up self. It's a horrible idea. With however many days of school Izuku's skipped out on, his mother won't allow another. And he doesn't know how receptive Yushiro would be to Izuku dropping dead at his doorstep during the day. They've kept bare minimum contact throughout the past 7 years. Being a vigilante in this day and age, he mutters to himself, slamming the case shut, lifting it off his desk and onto his floor. Izuku strips himself of his gear and changes into sleepwear. He wipes the dust and gravel off the bottom of his shoes and sprays his clothes down to rid of the distinct pollution stink, all because he shouldn't underestimate the intelligence of his mother. The sun officially starts to rise, orangey rays of light creeping on his floorboards, making its way to the walls. Another sleepless night then, but he's used to it and no one will notice. He's never had the genetics to grow eye bags and he has no one but his own mother to point out changes to himself anyway. For the remainder of the morning, he lays atop his bed sheets, tired but unable to sleep. At this rate your hair will turn white again, a voice mixed between Tomioka and Kocho chides. The obsidian liquid sloshes back and forth as the glass vial twirls between his fingers. Tell me something useful, he replies like a crazed man, with only the company of ghosts. Maybe then I'd get some sleep. Drink it. Yuzui laughs boisterously and maybe he is tired, too tired. He only ever hears their voices in dreams. What's the worst that can happen? My death, he murmurs. So you'll see us again, my friend. Rengoku. Sanemi hasn't heard his deafening shouts in a long time. He sees the burning hair of the flame Hashira on his sun-painted walls. Or is it not the right shade? It was all so dull back then, he can only guess between another's description and the million different grays. The drag bounces back and forth in the vial, the deepest of blacks. Would it be such a bad idea to just have a little taste? Who does he have beside himself to figure things out? You have us, Nai-chan. His fist tightens around the glass, arm left frozen in the air. Like this, he can see his own limbs shake. His body goes weak and the forever gaping chasm in his chest yawns open, stretching out impossibly until a breath forces out of his lungs. You're just ghosts, he wants to believe, but they are so much more than that. Genya is so much more than that. Even though no one can help him now, the dead are the ones driving him to continue on with his shitty life. They're the ones who make up half of who he is. Another hour passes. He gets up, slowly. He puts on his uniform, packs his bag. He hadn't stored away his Nichiren blade earlier, so he does that as he undoes one more button of his Gakuren. The walls are yellow now, bright, neon. He almost chokes on his next breath, but his years of training saves him. He feels as if wading through water, and the ghostly whispers by his ear are weights strapped to his ankles. 1 foot out of the door, he realizes the drag vial is still clutched in his grasp. He backtracks, slides the briefcase back out from in between his desk and wall, the only hiding spot he could think of, and opens it again, upside down. A little card flutters out, black and unassuming. Izuku snatches it from the air before it can land on the floor. It flips over between his fingers. Trigger. Warehouse XXX. The water drains from his feet as he coughs out a short hysterical laugh. He smiles, one hand covering his mouth, one holding the card with all his answers. That FING easy, huh? Then Izuku tucks the briefcase away again, card in pocket, and goes to school. He doesn't know what's he trying to plan for, but he knows tonight he'll be at the location sitting in his school uniform pocket. Taking down a small drag ring can't be harder than spending the night in Musen's fortress, right? Where the material used to stiff has now become worn. Slightly discolored stitches speckle the uniform here and there from repaired holes and tears. Izuku gazes upon himself in the mirror, his cotton black mask hanging from one ear. The scars that litter his exposed skin forearms, chest, neck, face are small and barely there, nothing alike his old ragged ones from his time of ripping through his own skin, from claws tearing his flesh apart. These scars are from intense training he's inflicted upon himself, not the second-rate criminals he verses in the night. He secures his blade once more, but time and frequent use has also worn the leather. Recently, no matter how much he tightens his belt, his Nichiren katana, it still swings more than it should be when he moves. Izuku knows it could mean a fatal mistake in battle, but tonight can't wait, and his blade will be in hand most of the time, meaning that he's at no risk of losing it. Bedsides, Izuku has never been defenseless without his katana. He has fists for a reason. By the time he slips out the window, the moon is already hanging high in the sky, and Muzutafu is already asleep. Izuku had already memorized the path to the warehouse while he was waiting for his mother to sleep, so he arrives there, on the other side of the city, in no less than 9 minutes. It's a building connected to an abandoned office. The warehouse itself seemed to act like an in-between point for truck drivers to drop off cargo, before it became a production storage house for Trigger. As he circles around the building, he really wonders how the drag would have reacted with his quirkless body. A quick Google search during lunch break revealed the nature of Trigger, a quirk-enhancing drag that drove its user mad and mindless, with an extreme thirst for violence. Just thinking about it makes him shake with repressed disgust and paranoia. The symptoms are all too familiar, and Izuku wants to burn the briefcase in his room and the concrete building before he can think any more. There are no guards, no visible security cameras surrounding the immediate perimeter. The double doors aren't even locked, and from the parallel building he's perched upon he can even see a small open crack between the doors and a faint shadow. He doesn't know what to expect inside, but he doesn't expect much. His gut tells him nothing horrible awaits him, yet still he hesitates. He hesitates, skin itching. Izuku takes a moment, tucking the mask under his chin for a few precious breaths. After so many years as an on and off vigilante, he still isn't used to having his face obscured, breath blocked with a layer of fabric. It doesn't affect his breathing, but he hates it still. It feels wrong, like how buttoning his shirt all the up feels wrong. If keeping his nightly activities away from his worry-prone mother wasn't as important to him as it is, he'd ditch the mask without a shred of remorse, remaining anonymous. A minute ticks by. Izuku takes one last unmasked breath before covering himself again, pinching the wire to his nose bridge, securing it to his face by running his finger across horizontally. He leaps off his perch, landing easily right before the double doors. The air is still, no wind disturbs his hair tonight. Nothing stops his hand from reaching towards the metal handle and pushing the 2 doors inward. White light floods his vision and his eyes are forced to adjust from near darkness to the horrid overhead lighting quickly because 2 gunshots ring out, and if Izuku doesn't move he'll have 2 holes in his chest. Breathing with blood in your lungs isn't fun, and Izuku would like to avoid that if he wants to be at school tomorrow. Half-blinded, Izuku pinpoints the incoming danger and neatly dodges both bullets. There's 2 no, 3 men. Only one of them is wielding firearms, one in each hand. His reflexes prove to be far better than his fellow thugs, the two idiots still sitting at a table with cards in their hands. His vision fully clears. Boxes upon boxes line the walls, so much of them that Izuku can't believe that they are all filled. It's no wonder now that he couldn't see through any of the windows earlier. "Get up, fuckwits!" The first yells to the other two, firing off at Izuku again. His teeth are rode with fangs. Second and third stand, chairs clattering to the floor. Izuku dodges again and he unsheathes his blade midair. Arachnid limbs sprout from the back of the second man, they dig into the ground, cracking concrete, and with the next resounding bullet the man flies toward Izuku. He doesn't know if they can regrow, but he doesn't feel guilt either way when he cuts all 8 off in one fell swoop. "Your fault, motherfucker." Blood spurts from the open wounds, some catching on his dark uniform. The man screams and falls to the ground. He cries, and Izuku feels a little remorse, but he's spared from pain once he passes out cold. The remaining two look at him a little differently now. "Who's your supplier?" he demands. The man's face twists into a snarl. "F off and die." "Oh wow, looks like he's got FING cack and wannabe here." He re-raises his gun, inclining his head toward the third man, short and plump with 2 little horns sticking out his flat hair, and whispers something only Yuzui's ears could hear. Before he can react, the third blips out existence, gone without a disturbance in the air. There's no chasing after him now, no point in it at this moment. Izuku knows he left for backup, he'd bet his left hand that the man did. Humans are predictable in that way. It doesn't matter how many men are coming, by the end of this night he'll have every single vial of trigger incinerated or handed in to the police. Just as Izuku Shinazugawa Sanemi shouldn't exist in this world, neither should demons or anything demon-like. A self-written law that Izuku imposes onto the universe. No one else remembers, no one but him, so he alone will drag everything that breathes demon to hell, even if it means dragging himself. Back 2. The next bullet doesn't fire. He's already there, knocking the gun out of the last man's hand and throwing weight onto his chest. Izuku kneels with a knee on the man's ribs and a hand in the air, digging the tip of his blade to his throat. The man's breaths go ragged, head inclined all the way back to avoid the sharp edge, but Izuku presses harder, his eyes narrowed and unblinking. "You have one FING chance to tell me your supplier before I slit your fuckus throat." A wheeze which turns to laughter. "You're just a kid." "Go ahead," the man goads, shaking from the chest, unknowing of the real threat in his words. "Do it." "You can't, you wouldn't." Human neck is soft. The skin even softer. Compared to the demons he's faced, it's like slicing silken tofu. It doesn't even take the strength of his pinky to cut a red line across the man's throat, deep enough to hurt, not enough to kill. A scarlet stream trickles down, tracing around his bobbing Adam's apple. "FF, you little," the words stop in a gurgle of pain, wound bleeding openly and raw, Izuku's weight stopping the man's hands from clutching it. He doesn't have time to stay and interrogate or to think, what will Oyakata-sama say of this? Demon slayers are sworn to protect humans, but Izuku only knows protection through violence. He can only turn on his own kind now. Izuku holds his Nichiren blade, steady. "Talk," he demands, all hard edge, all the character of Shinazugawa Sanemi coming out to play. The man goes limp in his hand, and if not off the moving chest beneath his knee he'd think he were dead. Then the lungs below him rumble, laughter springing from the man's throat alongside oozing blood. He then stares back up at Izuku, eyes full of mirth. "I don't FING know," he smiles, "I'm just a DMN pawn." His arm shifts, metal scrapes the floor, and the recognizable click of the trigger has Izuku moving. He's too careful, too slow, too conscious of the blade so very near the throbbing, human flesh against it. The bullet tears through his flimsy Gakuren shirt, grazing his non-sword dominate bicep, as he rolls off the body. His skin burns, the pain is there, but it's second nature to ignore it. The touch of warm blood rolling down to his forearm brings him back centuries. He takes a step back, expecting the fanged mouthman to froth at the mouth and go rabid at the sweet scent of his blood. But nothing happens, the man is unconscious. He'd knocked himself out when the recoil of the firearm forced his head back into the concrete floor. Izuku drops his arm like he'd been shot. He hadn't even known he had held it out, letting rivulets of blood splatter the ground. His blood isn't the only blood on the concrete, but there's not a lot of it, gray still dominates the floor. Naturally his eyes follow the spots of red and his lead to the bleeding slit on the criminal's throat. Izuku still has his humanity in him. Izuku never carries bandages on him, or any medical equipment for that matter, even though he should. It's extra weight he doesn't need and it's extra money he doesn't have. He rips a long length of fabric from his right sleeve. It isn't clean, but it's better than nothing. He remembers all the times he's taken care of his own wounds and the times he's watched Kocho work as he wraps the man's neck tight. His mouth remains open, revealing bits of spinach left in between fanged teeth. They're like needles, thin and crowded. In all his years Sanemi has never encountered a demon with a bite like this. It makes treating the man's wound feel a little more natural. He moves on to the arachnid, working quickly, before wiping blood onto his thighs and readjusting his loosened belt. The stitches attaching the sword loop to the main strip of leather have revealed themselves with the weight of his katana. Even the notch in his belt has worn, deforming into an oval shape. Izuku doesn't wear his belt to keep his pants up. His worry is his Nichiren one-of-a-kind katana literally detaching from his waist mid-run, mid-battle, mid-air. There's nothing he can do about it now. Now, he should leave the vicinity and call the police before the man who pulled the disappearing act comes back with more inconveniences. A part of him wants to keep the trigger in his own hands, burn them for sure maybe at that trashy beach which he frequents every morning. But he knows it's stupid, a bad idea, and that part of him is also the part that tells him he has to do everything alone, and he does do everything alone. He has nobody. He can't take anything home, but he at least checks that the boxes actually contain trigger before calling it in. He goes to the nearest box, tears it open with his hands, and inside is a layer of styrofoam. Beneath that it's 5 vials, no different than the one still sitting between his desk and bedroom wall. Even this is enough to concern the police as the last trigger case was around 15 years ago. He doesn't need to rip up any more boxes. He thinks if he looks at the liquid anymore, knowing of its uses, he might take out the small bundle of matches in his boot and add arson to his list of crimes. In the end, Izuku decides against slotting the styrofoam back into place and shutting the cardboard flaps haphazardly. It's still deep in the night and any type of fire will attract a lot of unwanted attention. If he heads home now, that's 5 hours of sleep. Needed sleep. Frustratingly, his teenage body can't tolerate as many sleepless nights as his old body could. Back then he didn't have school in the morning either. Izuku has a love-hate relationship with the touch-and-go voices in his head too. Sometimes it's nice to hear them again, sometimes he wants to punch a wall, tell them to F off and scream until they shut up. But never for Genya. Never for him. He stands from his crouch and takes a step back from the box. With the fight over the prickling itch on his face returns. He wants to get home as soon as possible. The fabric over his mother feels more and more stifling by the second. A little reprieve won't hurt, won't it? Izuku stretches the elastic band hooked over his ear, holding the mask to his face with his left hand. His back is turned to the doors, the only people around him are 2 unconscious men. Not even through the windows will anyone be able to see his face. The line of wire over his nose bridge and cheeks itches his skin. Sanemi hates to feel restricted. He needs just one breather before finally calling it a night. The elastic catches onto his finger, and the band finally moves past his first curl of hair. Oh, stop. In an instant the elastic snaps back behind his ear, and an overwhelming crushing weight falls on his shoulders. White bands of fabric encases him whole, touching every inch of exposed skin on his body. His arms are blinded to his sides. Sanemi hates being restricted. He can't move. Not even his ankles. His blade can't possibly be reached like this. And who is Shinazugawa Sanemi without his blade? Shinazugawa, Eraserhead says, eyes pinned on the vigilante tied in his capture scarf, you are under arrest. Briefly, the hero scans the box-filled room, glancing over the 2 unconscious bodies and the blood beneath them. They can wait, as for now all his attention goes the elusive vigilante he'd finally gotten the drop on. One of the first things he notes is that Shinazugawa is still. Unnaturally still, not even a flex of his muscles can be felt through the bands of his scarf. For the wild goose chased the police and he's been to capture the vigilante, he's not even putting up a fight. The second thing Eraserhead notices is that, he really is a kid. The hero takes a step forward, tightening the hold on his scarf. He isn't going to drop his guard because Shinazugawa is unresponsive. Shock, is it? Eraserhead had come from behind, catching the vigilante off guard. He'd been in the middle of taking off his mask. Eraserhead could have waited a second longer to see who the boy behind the mask is, but he hadn't want to risk alerting the vigilante of his presence. Shinazugawa is sharp, a second longer and his blade would have been drawn before Eraserhead could bind him. He had seen how quickly his mask secured back into place and how instinctually his arm started to move to his katana. If all goes well, he'll be able to see the face of Shinazugawa anyway. When he's brought into the police station, alongside the trigger. I'm going to turn you around, slowly. Any sudden movements and I tighten this, got it? I can turn around myself, Shinazugawa says lowly, but it's still painfully clear that he is a teenage boy in the midst of PBRTY. Eraserhead allows it, the small shuffling of his feet to turn and face him. The vigilante manages not to trip over his bound ankles. Eraserhead can't make anything of his features other than Shinazugawa's green curls, his head stubbornly kept down. So what now? The boy asks. I turn you into the police and call your parents. Shinazugawa huffs, but it's not amused. Leave my ma out of this. Not a chance. You got yourself into this, kid. Don't call me kid, Eraserhead. Shinazugawa, the hero, corrects, noting the faint familiarity in the way Shinazugawa says his hero name. Most common citizens don't know his name, but Shinazugawa is a vigilante, and despite being young he's a skilled one. There are ways to know his hero identity when one subjects themselves to crime, him having as many enemies as he does. The police are on their way. Cooperate and maybe you'll get 150 hours of community service instead of juvenile. As if on cue, Tsukachi informs him through his comms that the police ETA is 4 minutes. Eraserhead can hear the days of built-up stress leaving his voice with every word. Finally, they've captured Shinazugawa. Even if his time as a vigilante was technically short, if he isn't the other vigilante that's been active on and off for the past 7 years, any more time then he would have started making waves. Villains would have started taking notice, the media would have picked up on the new, elusive, teenage vigilante, and Shinazugawa would start making real enemies. It's a good thing they've caught him early. 3 minutes, Tsukachi updates. Shinazugawa looks up. Green. His eyes match his hair almost perfectly, but the soft shape of them do not belong with Shinazugawa's hardened gaze. It's unnerving. Shinazugawa's cherubic features and deathly stare feel like two opposites that should never mix. Oil and water. Eraserhead is so caught in it that he doesn't react to the ripple in his scarf, the sign of movement. Shinazugawa flexing his muscles. Those green, unsettling eyes shift. The break of eye contact pulls the hero out of his stupor. Eraserhead tightens his hold, but the Shinazugawa doubles his effort to move. He can't label him as panicked, no sign of such emotion in the vigilante. Every ripple of muscle is calculated and perfectly controlled, as if Shinazugawa has reign over every single blood vessel in his body. The more Shinazugawa struggles against his binds, the more Eraserhead does. Standing at only around 160 centimeters in height, the vigilante is winning at the game of tug-of-war. Thinking a quirk is at play, the hero's eyes strike red. The vigilante screams, angry and frustrated. F-. Eraserhead then realizes he has his eyes on the wrong person. A hand materializes into existence, right before Shinazugawa's face, but even now he sees no panic in his eyes, just cold determination. A glint of metal passes through the air, and Eraserhead's split second of indecision between keeping his eyes on the vigilante and the knife in hand Shinazugawa pays for in blood. Before his hands can loosen its hold on his capture scarf, there's a pop, a recognizable sound of a shoulder dislocating and a whistling breath, short and sharp. The little wiggle room created from the popped shoulder is all Shinazugawa needed to flex and tear out of his capture weapon. It all happens in an instant, and Eraserhead recognizes that he's moving too, but all too slowly. He sees Shinazugawa's real speed for the first time. Eyes wide and open, the hero still misses just how quickly unsheaths his katana with an injured shoulder. The materialized arm isn't even half as fast, but the time it took for the vigilante to free himself exposed a momentary weakness. Shoyuta watches the knife glide across the child's face and the unflinching way he reacts to his own blood splattering in his eyes. He calls the vigilante's name, but his voice catches on third syllable. More of an arm pushes out from whatever court portal at work, reaching in further, aiming for the throat, but Shinazugawa sees it from a mile away with his disturbing eyes, and easily steps to the side of it and arcs his blade upwards and diagonally. Shinazugawa moves like it's second nature, observing and reacting. Eraserhead shouldn't be surprised, the katana was made with the idea of slicing in mind. But a child shouldn't know how to dismember so easily. All within a few, short seconds, the hero stands witness of Shinazugawa, his bleeding face, and the twitching arm by his feet. Blood drips from the edge of Shinazugawa's katana, from his face and down the neck and chest. His hand clasps the torn mask to his face, fingers white with the amount of strength Shinazugawa forces onto his bleeding cheek. He takes a step forward. His capture weapon lies in shreds on the ground. The police are 2 streets away. Shinazugawa's eyes are glued to the floor, body still as when they first met. This time he knows it's shock. He takes another small step, barely moving forward a foot. He makes no sound, but the vigilante's head whips up like he'd stepped on a mine. Before he knows it, there's a bloody blade to his throat. The dislocated arm does not even shake as it holds out the katana, something Eraserhead thought to be biologically impossible. It's a beautiful weapon, he notes, at the vigilante's mercy, crafted expertly and taken care of. He'd be able to see his own reflection if he looks down on the green, patterned metal. Is everything about Shinazugawa so green? At the base of the katana is an engraving, but all the hero can focus on is the shivering hand digging into the child's face and the way Shinazugawa's wound opens beneath his prying fingers. His eyes are on him, pupils narrowed and as unsettling as ever, but they're unseeing, far away like Eraserhead isn't in the room with him. "Shinazugawa," he says, slow and careful. "Shinazugawa, are you with me? I need you to put down the sword, okay? Let me see your face." "I'm not a murderer," the boy whispers, nearly crushing his own jaw. His hands twitch by his side, wanting to reach out, but he's seen just how fast Shinazugawa can move and how easily his blade can pass through flesh. "I'm not a murderer," he repeats emptily. A tear rolls down his cheek. "I never wanted to hurt Ma." "You're not a murderer," Eraserhead says, though he doesn't know if that's true or not. It's clear that the vigilante is caught up in a memory or a horrible old nightmare. "You're not, Shinazugawa. I believe you." He doesn't expect his voice to be heard. Slowly, the blade lowers from his throat, but the boy's eyes remain foggy. Shinazugawa takes a step forward just as Eraserhead does, putting them at an arm's length. He can reach out now like this, grab the boy's shoulders and not let go until backup arrives. He can pry off his hand, see the child bleeding underneath. But he can't, Shoyuta can't. He does nothing when Shinazugawa runs past him. He does nothing because the child had bled for his mistakes. After Izuku took down the drag ring, he hasn't gone out for patrol ever since. Instead, he threw himself into training, preparing for the U.A entrance exam. He remembers coming home, grabbing his right shoulder and popping it back into place. He remembers cleaning his wound, face blank and unflinching as he dabbed rubbing alcohol into the cut. It was deep enough to need stitches, but he didn't have the energy nor will to sew his face back together with a needle and thread. So he had to close it with butterfly stitches. He remembers waking up, his mother gasping in horror at the sight of his wound, tears falling down her gentle face as she questioned what happened to him. He grimaced. Told her that he went for a walk, for some fresh air, and bumped into a mugger. She cried even harder. He apologized, hugged her, promised his mother he'd be more careful next time. She nodded, held his face tenderly and told him he was still her handsome Izuku. He smiled softly. After everything, he was still grateful for his mother. If there was one good thing that came out of his rebirth, it was her. She asked him if he wanted the day off school. Izuku easily said yes. He spent the day laying in his bed, staring blankly at the wall. Izuku wants to be a hero, this much he knows. But he's so scared that everything will start repeating again. Will he be able to live another life of fighting, risk dying young, leaving his poor mother all alone? He has to fight, has to protect. And Izuku is willing to fight another war if it means everyone will be safe. But, he prays with all his might, that this time everyone will live. That this time no sacrifices will be made, that him and his comrades will live through every battle and war thrown at them. This time, Izuku will be enough. He prays, that this time, he will not be left alone again. Izuku's day off turned into a week off. It was not much of a choice. With his face barely holding together with tape, it was wisest to let himself heal enough that he would no longer need the stitches before returning to school. During that week, while his mother was at work, he trained at Takoba Beach, drilling in his breathing forms. He used the old training regime he had while he was a demon slayer, minus sparring as that required 2 people, and built up on his muscles. And when he returned to school on Monday, with a semi-healed knife wound on his face, his classmates, unsurprisingly, exploded in commotion. Kaken had taken one good look at him, then yelled at everyone to shut the F up. He doesn't know why Kaken did that and he's too tired to find out. The teacher came in right after, pausing slightly when his eyes roamed over Izuku, before he started morning announcements. Shoyuta really F'd up. He thought he had the vigilante in the palm of his hands, no room for escape, wrapped up in his capture weapon. Instead, he ended up forcing the kid to dislocate his own shoulder to defend himself from a knife stabbing at his face. Shoyuta watched as Shinazugawa swing his sword, injured shoulder and all, and cut the offending hand off. He remembers seeing the blood-covered face of the vigilante, horrified and scared. Shinazugawa stared at the severed hand, perfectly still except for the small tremor that racked his body. He then suddenly clutched his face, dug his fingers into the wound, and laughed. The vigilante stood there, unaware of Shoyuta watching him lose his sheet. He tried to call out to him, multiple times, before Shoyuta called out his name. "Shinazugawa?" The vigilante whipped his head toward Shoyuta, his eyes wide and afraid. He stared fearfully, before getting a hold of himself. Shoyuta watched the vigilante throw a curtain over his turmoiling emotions and buried them within himself. Shoyuta apologized for his amateur mistakes, and the kid had the gall to claim he was okay as he bled from his face. Shinazugawa had fully faced him, subjecting Shoyuta to the consequences of his mistake. The wound was bleeding horribly, and it stretched across half of the kid's face. The vigilante was still holding a hand to his face, and Shoyuta wanted to reach out and peel his dirt-stained fingers off the open wound to prevent infection. But he didn't, it wasn't his place to do so. In the low lighting he couldn't get a good picture of Shinazugawa's face, but he still made out large, green, eyes and fluffy bush-like hair. He looked young. Possibly not even the same age as his students. He came to the realization that the middle school attire is really because the vigilante is a middle schooler. Shoyuta didn't get a chance to study his face for long. The vigilante, the boy, shattered the window with the hilt of his katana, and jumped straight out. His guilt prevented him from following. So we have to look out for a middle schooler, with green eyes and a facial scar? Shoyuta nods, he had curly hair too. Tsukachi writes it down in his clipboard. Anything else? He pauses. He's not completely normal for a middle schooler. The detective raises a brow. He's a vigilante eraser, that in itself isn't normal for anyone. I know, but Tsukachi, I watched him dislocate his own shoulder without a second thought, then severed a hand immediately after. He didn't even wince as a knife dragged across his face, completely focused on retaliating. A normal person would at least flinch or cry out in pain. It's like the kid is used to pain, and fighting through it. Shoyuta grimaces. Remember detective, Shinazugawa hasn't even been a vigilante for a month. You don't get that type of pain tolerance and reflexes from fighting petty criminals. He's a kid, Tsukachi. Just, don't forget that. Tsukachi blinks in surprise, taking in the load of information, before smiling softly. Don't worry Eraser, I won't. I'll make sure he gets the help he needs once we catch him. Shoyuta nods, satisfied with his answer. Call me if you find anything new. Shoyuta doesn't see nor hear about the vigilante for months. He finds himself constantly keeping an eye out on his patrols for the kid, even staying out later than usual in hopes to catch even a glimpse of him. No calls come in alerting that Shinazugawa had captured a villain. No call saying that someone has spotted a vigilante running on their roof. Shoyuta is not overly worried. DMNU Tsukachi, he's just being reasonably concerned. Shoyuta doesn't hear from the vigilante for 9 months. Until he sees Midoriya Izuku at the entrance exams. Izuku enters the Udata gates, Nichiren blade on his hip. Luckily, he was able to get it approved for the practical exam. It would be much harder for him without it. Izuku had finally ordered a new belt, so no more worrying that it would fall mid-battle. A few examinees look at him oddly, lingering on the sword at his side. Izuku arrived a bit later than others, so he heads straight to the rooms where the written exams are held. He doesn't see Kaken, he must have came earlier than Izuku. The written exams aren't too bad, a few essay questions trip him up. He visibly sweat dropped when a question on the morals of vigilantism came up. He has an odd feeling that it was put there on purpose, but either than that, he thinks he does decently. He hands in his exam papers, with minutes to spare, and heads down to the auditorium. Kaken is already there when he finds his seat. Izuku nods in acknowledgement. Kaken hesitates before jerkily nodding back. That was unexpected. They sit in silence, not quite awkward, but definitely uncomfortable. The last examinee enters, and the lights dim as if on cue. Present Mike appears on the podium. Good morning listeners. Everybody say he. Wow. I've got shivers down my spine. All right, examinees. I'm going to go give you the lowdown on how this'll go down. Are you ready? Jesus, he's starting to feel bad for him. Alrighty. Now pay close attention, listeners. We'll be running a 10-minute practical at our replica city district. Everybody gather at the designated meeting area after the presentation, you dig? They don't intend on letting friends or classmates working together, huh? Kaken whispers after checking his exam card. U.A is only for the best, right Kaken? TCH, whatever nerd. A screen suddenly lights up, a retro animation demonstrating the 3 types of villains. A large number of villains will be scattered on the battlefield, and there'll be 3 different varieties, with different point values scaled according to difficulty. Using your individual quirks, dispatch as many villains as possible. Your goal is to rack up a high score. And no sabotage or anti-hero stuff, capice? A stiff-looking boy shoots up from his seat. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A spotlight lights from overhead, focusing on the examinee, his arm raised and hand pointing at the manual. On the handout it clearly states that there are 4 types of villains. Such an error would be an embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of U.A's caliber. I was getting their examinee 7,111. The 4th villain are worth 0 points. Consider them as pesky obstacles to avoid. Present Mike explains. The boy bows a full 90 degrees, thank you very much. I apologize for interrupting. All good, listener. Now let's move to the main event. Plus ultra. This is corruption, Izuku remarks. Where does U.A even get the money for this? The exam arena is the same size of an actual city, and it's only one out of many others. Not to say, it's probably frequently damaged and repaired during hero training as well, he thinks as he stretches out his limbs. He's dressed casually, adorning loose pants and a workout shirt to allow easy movements. His only special gear being his Nichiren blade. Izuku just about finishes his warm-up when the gates fully open and start. Used to sudden calls to battles, Izuku immediately sprints, heading to the first robot he sees, sword already in hand, and cleanly decapitates the robot. Old habits die hard. The rest of the examinees are still frozen at the gates. What's the matter, listeners? There's no such thing as countdowns in a real battle. See, that kid gets it? By the time the rest of the examinees finally got a start, Izuku is already deep in the city, leaving a trail of headless robots behind him. The exam is a bit too easy. Compared to the final selection, it's lackluster. Though, not a lot of things can match up to 7 days of fighting demons in a forest. Izuku is half-heartedly cutting off robot heads, landing on the shoulders of one before leaping to the next. Occasionally he deflects a stray piece metal careening towards an examinee, quickly telling them to be more careful before running off. Izuku is getting a bit bored, so he purposefully catches the attention of the robots, one after another, letting them chase him. A trail of about a dozen robots follow him. He leads them to a secluded alley, seemingly trapped. Izuku smiles. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. He dashes forward at a blinding speed, his blade continuously slashes in a horizontal cyclone pattern, shredding apart the robots while simultaneously dodging the flying shrapnels of metal. It feels good to not hold back his attacks. Izuku is finally starting to have fun. Izuku stands in the aftermath, smirking wildly. The alley is demolished, not a single robot is left standing. He walks out the alley, and repeats the process again. Absolute silence. No one dares to speak, too stunned to speak after witnessing the pure display of strength. Did I really see that? Or am I just imagining things? If Shoyuta had any doubts that Midoriya Izuku wasn't Shinazugawa, it's gone now. All Might gapes from his seat. He's really quirkless? Surely, after that level of destruction. I thought we've already been over this. Nedzu himself has confirmed it. Shoyuta replies. It's getting on Shuta's nerves, having people continually doubt Midoriya, even though it's a bit hypocritical of him. Ve never seen that type of blade wielding before. It's very unique. Snipe comments. It's like he's been practicing for decades, moving so naturally with his sword like that, Cementos adds. Shoyuta watches as Midoriya Izuku repeat the process he performed in the alley, smirking the whole time. He stops every once in a while to help out an examinee by either blocking a piece of debris or decapitating the robot for them. Shuta's eyes widen in realization. Decapitation. Am I the only one concerned where Midoriya's constantly targeting? Shoyuta questions. The staff stand confused. Wow. They watch as Midoriya cuts the head off another robot. He's aiming for the neck, Hisashi realizes. The staff collectively cringe at yet another violent decapitation from the kid. Oh geez, this kid is insane. You can have him, Eraser. Don't you love problem children? Shut up, Vlad. The robots were made to be destroyed. It's the aim of the whole exam. Seeing examinees blasting the metal recklessly with their quirks is one thing. Seeing someone blatantly aiming to kill, to eliminate the enemy so naturally is very worrying. When Midoriya gets accepted, training that reflects out of Midoriya will be the first thing he does. Midoriya is capable of holding himself back, as he saw during the drag bust, but under pressure, things are different. He had a front row viewing on what had happened when Midoriya panicked. Severing a hand was the result of Midoriya being pressured. Definitely not something Shoyuta wants in a student. Let's see what he does with a much more challenging enemy. Nedzu places a paw on a comically large button. Release the 0-pointer. This is definitely corruption. The 0-pointer is unnecessarily large. Did they really have to waste so much metal to create an obstacle? The robot seems a lot harder to take down than the other ones. And Izuku has been looking for more of a challenge, hasn't he? He's been looking for a better chance to let loose. A part of him tells him not to waste his time and gather more points, but the other part? The other part tells him he should have a little fun. He's already sprinting towards the 0-pointer, when someone cries out. He spots a girl trapped under a chunk of rubble. Help! Samion dash. Izuku forces his legs to go faster, a new goal in mind. Save her. Protect her. Izuku jumps onto a bent streetlight, springing off onto the side of a building and into the air. He lands on the outstretched arm of the robot, running along it, heading straight to the head. Instead of directly slicing off the head like he did with the other robots, Izuku leaps back in the air, hovering right above the 0-pointer, and spins so he's looking down at the robot. Izuku breathes. Wind breathing, 9th form, Ida-10 Typhoon. The attack shreds the head of the 0-pointer, he's not done yet though. Izuku falls, keeping calm as he does. 4th form, Claws Purifying Wind. He performs 4 vertical slashes across the body of the 0-pointer, cutting straight through the metal. Izuku, still falling, turns his body horizontally, his feet finding purchase on a piece of debris. Bending his knees, he springs off the metal shrapnel and towards the side of a building. Izuku then moves his blade into the wall, the vibrations from the sudden stop in motion run through his body. He winces, that doesn't feel so great. Izuku hangs there for a bit, waiting for the last of the robot to fall. When everything finally settles down, he removes his blade from the wall and lets himself fall the rest of the way. He lands softly, and wipes the thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Izuku walks towards the girl under the rubble, her ankle still trapped. "Are you all right?" he asks, lifting the rubble as he does. She stares, a little breathless. "Yeah. I'm okay." She crawls out from the debris. "My ankle is a little sore though." "Ah, sorry, I can carry you to the nurse if you'd like." She blushes a bright red. "Ah, I'd appreciate that, thank you, by the way, for carrying me and saving me. That was really cool. You're so strong." Izuku sheaths his blade, and crouches down to let the girl climb on his back. "Don't thank me, we're trying for a hero school, aren't we?" "Still. You were the only one to help me." He cringes slightly, her voice too close to his ear. "It doesn't hurt to thank you dash. Midoriya Izuku. It doesn't hurt to thank you, Midoriya. I guess so. Ah, I think the nurse is here." A small elderly woman approaches them. "Are you two all right?" Izuku settles the girl down, cautious of her ankle. "I'm fine, her ankle is hurt though." "Oh dearie," the nurse tuts, "let me see." The nurse tenderly touches the ankle, prodding it with a few fingers. "It's just a little sprained." She kisses the skin. "It should be fine now, dearie." Izuku watches the girl roll her ankle around, her pain completely gone. "Wow, that's really convenient. Recovery girl," he finally realizes, moves on to the next patient after handing a few gummies to the girl. Izuku double-checks if the girl can walk okay, even after seeing her healed right in front of him, before waving goodbye. He heads back home with a smile on his face. He had saved someone today. Izuku holds the letter in his hands. It's strangely bulky, but U.A has always been the best of the best, so they probably included something extra. He unceremoniously rips it open. No use in procrastinating. A disc lands on his desk. Izuku presses the button on the side. "I am here." As a projection. "All Might? Midoriya Izuku. You scored an 87 on the written exams. You have done well enough to land in general education. But, of course, that is not what you applied for." All Might moves to reveal a video of Izuku destroying robots in the alley. "You, young man, have scored an impressive 78 villain points. But that's not all." The hero switches the screen to show Izuku saving the brunette. "Rescue points. A secret system to judge examiners on their heroic spirit. The judge panel awards with you 45 rescue points. Congratulations, Midoriya Izuku, you are the top scorer in the practical exam. Welcome to your hero academia." Izuku did it. He's completed the first step to become a hero. He came in first place as well. Definitely not what Izuku was expecting, but he's happy nonetheless. He tells his mother that he got in with the highest score. She hugs him tightly and congratulates him. They share a few tears after she told him that she was proud of him, hugging again after. She cooks katsudon for dinner, and they make ohagi together for dessert, finishing well into the night even if his mother has work tomorrow. Izuku eats until his stomach is nearly bursting, but he's never been happier. With his mother by his side, and a successful start to his hero journey, how could he not be? Maybe this life, he'll be able to live happily. Izuku really despises ties. Why were they so complicated? There's no use for them either. He's never really liked things around his neck anyway, always opting for looser clothing when he has the choice. He never even buttoned up his Demon Slayer uniform, finding more comfort in an open shirt. Izuku decides to forego the piece of fabric. He's heard that U.A had a reputation for having more freedom on campus anyway. For good measure, he unbuttons the top of his uniform as well. He hopes he doesn't look too much like Kaken right now. Izuku hugs his mother goodbye. She raised a brow at his lack of tie. He shrugged in response, and calls out one last goodbye by the door. He was wrong. He thought that it was going to be a good school year, but when the first thing he sees is Kaken yelling at the boy that interrupted present Mike, he's starting to reconsider. "Which middle school are you from, you 2-bit extra?" "I'm from Somei Middle School. And my name is Ida Tenya." "Somei?" Kaken smiles viciously. "Well, aren't you an elitist? Seems I've got a reason to find you after all." Ida flinches back in horror, quite dramatically. What nerve? You want to be a hero? The boy suddenly turns to Izuku, and you? Why aren't you wearing a tie? That is unbecoming for a hero in training. Izuku wants to point out that Kaken isn't wearing one either, but comparing himself to the blonde probably won't earn him any points. I don't really like things against my neck. It's uncomfortable. Still, it is important to dash. You. Izuku is starting to get sick of being called you. Midoriya. I knew you would make it. The girl he saved points at him from the door. Oh. It's you. He's a hypocrite, isn't he? Uraraka Ochako. Sorry, I forgot to tell you my name. Uraraka rubs the back of her head nervously. Ah, that's Dash. Izuku frowns, sensing someone behind him. He turns his body. Haha, no fing way, it can't be. Izuku must be imagining things, right? The gods can't hate him that much, right? Because if they do, he's not hallucinating Eraserhead laying on the floor right be his feet. Out of literally hundreds of fing heroes, he can't have gotten Eraserhead as his homeroom teacher, right? If you're here to make friends, do it elsewhere. That's definitely Eraserhead. Eraser stands and sheds his sleeping bag. Only one of you noticed me, and it took you 6 seconds to quiet down. Not good enough for heroes to be. The hero digs into his sleeping bag and pulls out multiple gym uniforms. Put these on immediately, then shove off to the P.E training grounds. He starts walking out the door before stopping suddenly like he's forgotten something. Oh, and I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. Izuku, who knows this man means business, hurriedly takes a uniform from the pile. He glances at his classmates. Come on, he seems like a strict teacher. Shoyuta wasn't surprised when Midoriya noticed had him immediately, neither is he when he was the first to emerge from the locker rooms either. In the broad daylight, he can see the Vigilante's face properly. Big, green eyes, and equally as green fluffy hair. Midoriya acknowledges him with a jerky nod. Shoyuta reciprocates. The rest of the class arrives minutes later, several minutes too late, in Shuta's opinion. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. What about orientation? Hero work doesn't have time for such frivolities. You have 3 years until you're out in the field, no time to waste precious time. 50-meter dash, side steps, long jump, ball throw, sit-ups, long-distance runs. These tests will measure your limits and show me what you're capable of. Normally he would call for the top scorer in the exam, but Midoriya wouldn't be the best example for a quirk demonstration. So he turns to the next highest scorer. Bakugu. What was your ball throw score in middle school? Shoyuta throws him the ball, Bakugu catching it easily. 67 meters. Bakugu says with a hint of pride. Try it with your quirk. Bakugu walks up to the ring, rearing back his arm, letting go with a huge explosion and a following boom. Die! The device in his hand beeps. He holds out it to the class. 705.2 meters. It's important for us to know our limits. That is the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you'll be. The class gapes at him, before someone calls out. Whoa, this seems fun. Shoyuta sees Midoriya clench his fists. Not surprising that he gets it. Fun? Is that what you think this is? You think hero work will be fun? Right. To make things less fun, the one placed in last place will be judged hopeless and be expelled. Your fates are in our hands. Welcome, he pulls his hair out his face, to the Udata hero course. Uraraka, who he recognizes as the girl that was rescued by Midoriya, protests, but it's only the first day. I mean, even if it weren't, that's totally unfair. He's about to speak, but Midoriya cuts in. The world isn't fair, Uraraka. People die every day, from natural disasters, stray quirks, unexplained illnesses. Would you call that fair? We can't control what disadvantages we get. We can't pick and choose what happens to us, no matter how terrible. You just have to deal with it, and work with what you have. Midoriya's tone isn't angry, nor bitter, not even sad. Just accepting. Like he's seen the worst in the world already, and learned to roll with it. It's concerning. He has to fight off the frown that threatens to show on his face. Who are you, Midoriya Izuku? Who hurt you? Midoriya's sudden speech ends. His classmates stare at him, some in surprise, most in genuine concern. A certain blonde studies him intently, jaw fluttering with either frustration or worry. Shoyuta can't exactly tell. Midoriya's right, Shoyuta announces. Heroes are the one to correct all that unfairness. You have only 3 years to learn to do so. Use your strength to overcome it all, so bring it. That's plus ultra. The demonstration is over, the real tests begin now. Izuku readies himself for the 50-meter sprint, Kaken readying his hands next to him. Izuku can only use total concentration breathing, constant throughout the test, unable to use wind breathing without his Nichiren blade. It'll be enough though. He has years of training to back him up. Ready? Izuku crouches down, preparing to spring off his back leg. Next to him, Kaken lets a few pops go off. A bit like a car revving its engine. Go! Izuku kicks off, leaving a plume of dust behind him. He sprints to the finish line. With his max speed, he can't afford to slack off. He passes the white finish line. 4.02 seconds. Kaken finishes right behind him. 4.13 seconds. Slower than what he used to be, but he's not hung up about it. His legs are only as long as any regular 15-year-old, ex-Ashira or not. Izuku looks to Kaken to see his reaction. The blonde catches his eye and tchs before walking away, not saying a word. Since when had Kaken become so subdued? Izuku pushes it to the back of his mind. Now's not the time. Izuku does decent in the grip test, scoring 87 kg, and is able to clear the standing long jump. Sit-ups and long distance are a breeze in a park for him. With total concentration, endurance activities are child's play. His classmates are starting to whisper about him, or more specifically his non-existent quirk. They throw out theories on his quirk, most guessing that he has some type of basic physical enhancement, drawing conclusions from his inhumane endurance and stronger than normal people scores. They're all wrong, of course. He simply doesn't have a quirk. His partner for the sit-ups, Yaoyorozu Momo, she introduced herself as, asked him directly while he was in the middle of the test. He casually replied, "Don't have one." She laughed politely, and said it's alright if he's not comfortable to share yet. Izuku can confidently think she doesn't believe him. For the seated toe touch, Izuku basically folds himself in half. Wind breathing demands a lot of acrobatics and flexibility. Izuku senses his teacher's gaze on him. He looks up to him. He doesn't do the stare that says, "I know you're a vigilante," but the type saying, "What the F are you doing?" Izuku has no idea what he's doing wrong either. When it's his turn for the ball throw, Izuku rolls his shoulder once, before rearing his arm back for his throw. He freezes halfway. The telltale whistling of Eraser's capture weapon heads towards him. Izuku doesn't bother to dodge, no point in making a scene. His arms are once again bound against his torso, though this time, he notices it's much looser than the last time. Midoriya Izuku. Give me one good reason why you have been holding back this whole time. Holding back, is that what he's been thinking? I haven't been holding back at all, sensei. Eraser's grip on his capture weapon tightens. I saw the destruction you displayed in the exam. Where is that strength now, Midoriya? You don't take down the 0-pointed with ease, and then score averagely in the tests. Is Eraserhead trying to antagonize him? I can't perform the same skills I did in the exam without my katana, Aizawa-sensei. I haven't been holding back at all. Izuku explains, irritatedly. His teacher stares at him for a solid minute, looking for any deception on Izuku's face. He must realize he's not lying because he calls back his capture weapon and sighs. I was expecting you'd say that. Eraser opens up a gym bag by his feet, which Izuku had presumed held extra gym uniforms just in case. Izuku's eyes widen when the hero pulls out a wooden training sword. He throws it to Izuku. I want to see all your capabilities, use that for the ball throw. Izuku hears his classmates murmur in confusion. A stick? That's a wooden sword, idiot. A sword? Is it for his quirk? Huh? I thought he had an endurance quirk or something. He used the same thing at the exam. Kaken, who has been silent the whole exchange, more or less, explodes, dumbass. The nerd is FING quirkless. Silence. Everyone's chatter cuts off instantly. The whole class collectively stares at Kaken like he's gone crazy. A brave, or stupid, boy finally speaks up. Quirkless, he spits the word out like it's filth. No way. People like that would probably die during the exams, let alone get into UA. His classmates shift uneasily. They obviously don't like how he worded it, but none of them are completely disagreeing. It's fine, Izuku thinks, it'll just be all the more satisfying when he proves them all wrong. And then, Kaken does something Izuku would never have predicted. The blonde grabs the short boy by the collar, crouching down to pick him up. Kaken shakes him in the air. What the F, did you say, shitty grape? Say that to my face. Is he defending Izuku? He must be dreaming, right? Or maybe he hit his head, or finally went insane. Kaken wouldn't defend him. He has to pinch himself to make sure he's not hallucinating. Watching Kaken threaten someone for him is like an otherworldly experience. It has to be some type of act. Why would the blonde suddenly act like he cares enough about Izuku to defend him? The boy doesn't back down. So he is stupid. I meant what I said. They're useless. The quirkless have no place here. He thinks that the boy is done, but they have no place at all in this world. Dude, my netta. Kaken downright snarls at the boy, his quirk popping off threateningly. You dash. That's enough. Eraserhead's eyes flashes red. Bakugu, unhand Mineta. Now. For a second, Izuku thinks Kaken isn't going to listen, but after one last shake to Mineta's collar, he lets go. And Mineta, Eraserhead smiles, all teeth, you're expelled, head to the principal's office. No one dares to protest. Shoyuta had expected to confront a few quirkists in the class. It would be unrealistic to believe all 20 of them would be accepting of Midoriya's quirklessness. Shoyuta wasn't expecting nearly everyone to have some type of bigoted opinions, judging from the students' lack of disagreement with Mineta's comment. He's disappointed, to say the least. He expels Mineta, right on the spot, to show the class he doesn't tolerate that type of bullshit. He was too far gone to be taught the right morals, but he's prepared to lecture the rest of the class on how wrong their outlook on quirkless people are, to help them unlearn the things that have been taught to them. And the ones that don't learn, can kiss goodbye to the hero course. He tells Midoriya to continue the ball throw after expelling Mineta. Shoyuta can see the students holding back their questions on Midoriya's quirk status, but they can wait for later. The hero watches as Midoriya grip the wooden sword in his hand. He swings it a few times to test the weight. Shoyuta studies Midoriya closely. Midoriya is quirkless, he's quirkless, but he's able to match the power and speed of a person with one. He's able to create cyclones with his blade, and shred apart the zero-pointer with ease. Midoriya doesn't have a quirk, but there has to be something he does to have such strength. Shoyuta hopes by seeing his blade wielding up close, he'll be able to figure it out. Midoriya settles into a stance. He starts breathing deeply in an odd pattern, a meditation technique? He grows the ball high in the air, directly above him. Midoriya mutters under his breath. Ith form, primary gale slash. He names his moves? And forms? Is it simply a martial art that he uses to become so strong? It's just a simple uppercut move he does with the wooden sword, swinging the sword with his two hands to hit it like a baseball. There's a crack and Shoyuta watches the ball go flying through the air. There's no sonic boom like Bakugu's throw, or an infinite score like Uraraka's, but it's impressive nonetheless. 252.2 meters. Sensei, he turns to Midoriya holding two pieces of wood in his hands. Oh, so that's what the crack was. I broke the sword. Sorry. He sighs tiredly. It's fine Midoriya, just put it on the floor. Izuku joins his classmates after his ball throw. An excitable redhead approaches him. Dude. That was so cool. Was the sword thingy your quirk? A blonde pipes in, yeah. What was up with Bakugu anyway? He said you were quirkless. Izuku tries not glare. I am quirkless. My strength and skill are all from training. They blink at him. The blonde tilts his head to the side. Huh? But like, you can't be that strong with only training. I mean dash. You mean to think that somebody quirkless couldn't possibly be strong? He interrupts. Is it so unbelievable that someone without a special power can amount to anything other than being weak? And no. I mean, that's enough. Midoriya is quirkless, the principal himself has checked. And before any of you even begin to think any less of your classmate, or doubt his capabilities, I'm informing you that Midoriya is the top scorer in the entrance exam, scoring nearly 50 points higher than second place. Any forms of discrimination or bullying will be detention or immediate expulsion, his sensei says, finishing with a hard glare, to cement his point. Some are still doubtful, but they don't dare to protest. Mostly, they just nod jerkily in response. Good. Now for the test results. Eraser presses a button, activating a hologram. Izuku searches the leaderboard. Midoriya Izuku, third. He's slightly surprised, his classmates even more so. No one had expected the supposedly quirkless kid to score so high. He would have liked to have gotten first, to prove everyone wrong, but he can't do much against a girl who could create anything and the boy with the seemingly endless ice. Hakagure Toru, a girl with an invisibility quirk, whimpers beside him. His eyes jump to last place. Hakagure Toru, 19th. Her quirk hadn't helped her at all during the tests, neither did she have any training judging by the way her clothes fit her. She must have gotten an U.A on pure rescue points with that type of build. He doesn't feel too bad, better be expelled than dead on the field, but Eraserhead doesn't send her home. Maybe he still saw potential in her. I was lying by the way. Nobody is getting expelled, you're all dismissed. Grab the syllabus on my desk before heading home. Hakagure slumps in relief, a sympathetic girl besides her pats her shoulder. Izuku goes to follow the class to change, but his teacher has other plans. Not you, Midoriya. I want a word. His classmates throw not-so-subtle glances towards him. He even waves off the concern of Uraraka, which he didn't expect from her. A look at her face says that she has something to tell him, but it can wait. The rest of the class files out until it's just Eraser and him standing alone in the field. Shinazugawa. Izuku sighs, not surprised. Was it that obvious? His teacher rolls his eyes, you didn't even bother hiding it. At least cover up the scar, it's a dead giveaway. Izuku shrugs, you would have figured me out eventually, Eraser. The hero doesn't say anything else, just studying him closely in silence. They just look at each other. Izuku doesn't know what the man wants with him. Is he not going to report his vigilantism? Or question his abilities at least? He knows Eraser's real intention wasn't to judge his capabilities during the ball throw, well in a way it was. Eraserhead knows what he can do, he saw as much in the exams. Izuku knows the man wants to know how. The hero is too smart to think simple training can get to where Izuku is at right now. The silence is grating on Izuku's nerves, so he breaks it. You're not going to turn me in? His teacher raises a brow, do you want me to? Of course not. Isn't it illegal not to though? You're purposely withholding information from the police, and it's your job to catch me. You were a vigilante for, what, like 2 weeks? You didn't use a quirk, and the public never really knew about you. You stopped a few muggings and 1 drag ring, which at worst would give you a hefty fine. I was only assigned to you so quickly because you were too skilled for a new vigilante, young as well. The police just wanted to catch you before you really started making waves. His teacher shrugs, besides, you aren't one anymore, and I can keep a close eye on you now. Stay out of trouble, and I won't be tempted to turn you in. Izuku looks at his teacher skeptically, what do you really want, Eraserhead? To help you, maybe figure out who you are along the process, he states easily. Izuku definitely was not expecting that. His teacher isn't lying, Izuku can tell he's a good person, he wouldn't lie without reason. Besides, does Izuku really need help? He certainly doesn't think so, but for some reason Eraserhead does. Izuku promised himself he wouldn't go through another life alone, but he doesn't need help right now. And the whole figuring out who he is? No thank you. Izuku himself hardly knows who he is. Is he Izuku the hero in training? Or is he Sanemi the demon slayer? He doesn't know. Sometimes he lays awake at night trying to figure out who he is. Everything in his life is so inconsistent. Sometimes he feels the same burning anger he used to have as Sanemi, feels the same impulsiveness threatening to come out. Sometimes he's the same, kind, caring Izuku, the one who only had the purest outlook on the world, but it's getting rarer and rarer for him to feel like that now. This world is too unfair for that type of thinking. So maybe he is going through a slight identity crisis, whatever. Not important. What he definitely knows is that he does not want to drag his teacher into his mess. If one secret comes out, the rest will follow. How can explain his whole reincarnation thing, without his teacher questioning what really happened in his past life? Eraserhead is smart, he'd figure out that he had learned his sword skills from his past life, because he knows Eraser knows that his skills are too unique for this present day. Then his teacher would question why he needed to learn to fight, unwrapping the clusterfuck of trauma that is demons and demon slayers. Definitely not something he wants his teacher to know. No use in burdening someone with old memories. I don't need help, sensei, Izuku replies honestly, and I've told you who I am. Midoriya or Shinazugawa, choose your pick. His teacher sighs, looking more tired than ever, your vigilante name isn't who you are. It is though. Eraserhead waits for him to elaborate. Izuku doesn't. The hero scrubs his hand over his face, sighing deeply. He seems to realize Izuku isn't going to share anything else for today. Go home, Midoriya. I'll see you in class tomorrow? Izuku smiles, it's not a large All Might one, but it's there, small, but there nonetheless. He bows shallowly, goodbye, sensei. Thanks for defending me today, by the way. It's common decency, kid. Izuku doesn't know if his classmates hate him or not. No one outwardly bullies or insults him, which is relieving, because these people are the next generations of heroes, but no one is going out their way to be his friend. Besides Uraraka, he thinks. Izuku has no idea if she's his friend or not. She greets him in the morning and doesn't seem to mind his quirklessness, but he doesn't know if that qualifies as friendship. Izuku hasn't really had friends before, in either lives. So he doesn't have anything to really compare to, unless he counts Kaken or the maybe friendships he had with some of his fellow Hashiras. He doesn't think those were the ideal friendships though. This is kinda sad. With pretty much no friends, he decides to sit outside for lunch. Instead of the cafeteria, Izuku finds a nice spot under the trees, hidden away from the busiest parts of the school. He hasn't bought lunch today, he's not really hungry. Izuku should eat something, especially with hero lessons this afternoon. He was prepared for this though. Izuku digs to the bottom of his backpack, fighting the silly giddy feeling in his head. His hand touches the small mound of fabric, he gently lifts it out, careful of the content inside. Izuku holds it in front of him like it's a gift from God, before pulling the string holding the fabric together. It unwraps apart, revealing the ohagi his mother made for him the other day. Izuku smiles, his mum is the best. He happily pops one into his mouth, his worries melting away immediately, the taste of sweet red bean and chewy rice cake overpowering all his stupid problems. Contently snacking on his ohagi, he scrolls through the local news on his phone. He skips past most of it, it's mostly petty crimes committed by a dangerous villains. He looks at the picture of the captured villain. Izuku rolls his eyes. As always, it was just some guy with a scary mutant quirk. Even though most of the news is trash, it's still good to keep up with. He's on his third ohagi, also his last one, unfortunately, when he comes across a bolded headline. The sudden appearance of Musastafu's serial killers. Izuku straightens up, clicking on the link for more details. Recently in the city of Musastafu, sporadic murders have been occurring at night. Victims of all ages have been found mutilated and bloody in the alleyways. The police do not know the motive behind these cold-blooded murders. It is not confirmed whether this is the work of one or a group of organized killers. Please inform the police if you have any information. We recommend for the Musastafu citizens to avoid going out at night until our local heroes have captured the villains. The article is too short. No information whatsoever was provided, not even any glossed over details, meaning that the police have no ideas or leads on the case. If they were hiding or censoring information, there still would be something there, but the article is a measly one paragraph long. Normally the police would wait to get leads before allowing the news to release a report, so Izuku now knows they are really desperate for leads. It also means the case is much worse than the article says it is. Murders, and other serious crimes these days are usually solved quickly, especially with the right quirks. He rereads the article. Again, there's nothing. The news on the serial killers strike a chord in him. He knows why. He refuses to acknowledge the feeling though. It's just Izuku being paranoid, nothing more, nothing less. He wants to research on it more, but the bell cuts him off, the half-eaten ohagi still in his hands. Izuku doesn't even want to eat it anymore. It's depressing. He shoves his phone back in bag. Izuku doesn't need distractions. He has hero training next. Izuku has to hold himself back from sprinting straight to his costume case. He knows exactly what to expect from his costume, which is why he's so excited. Izuku may be the only one in the room more excited about his costume than All Might himself. As soon as All Might dismisses them, he practically flies out his chair and grabs his case, along with his backpack that's been holding his Nichiren blade all day. Geez, you sure Midoriya doesn't have a speed quirk? He pretends he doesn't hear them, too busy running to the locker rooms to really react. Izuku flings his case open, unable to wait a second longer. He's not disappointed when he sees his costume. Izuku doesn't bother to hold back his hungry smirk. The cropped white Haori sits at the very top of the pile, the kanji for destroy painted on the back. Next to it, his white belt and his newly designed combat boots. Izuku was not going to fight in sandals again if he can help it. He remembers the pain of buckling the endless amount of belt loops on his sandals in an attempt to prevent them from falling off his feet mid-battle. Never again. His new boots are light and durable, with only one buckle this time. He hadn't specified the color for them, too busy working on other details to remember, so he was given a basic black with silver highlights for the metal reinforcements. Izuku knocks a firm hand to the heel of the boot, and just like he designed, a thin blade shoots out the back. It's not a durable metal like Nichiren, but it's still good enough for a backup. For his belt, he requested for something that won't wear down too easily, just wanting the basics, though it seems like the support course took initiative and added extra utility pouches full of medical supplies and an extra sword loop on the other side of his hip. He takes the top layer of his costume out, revealing the familiar Gakuren-like uniform, the same kanji as his Haori on the back. It's the same dark green, and altered just to Izuku's liking. The material feels slightly different, but he trusts that it's as durable as his old one. Izuku strips off his school uniform and pulls the top on first, the hakama pants right after. He tucks his top in, leaving the buttons undone like he always has, and secures it all with his utility belt. He pulls his Haori on top, and slides in his Nichiren blade into the belt loop after. Sliding on his combat boots, after retracting the blade, he completes his Demon Slayer uniform, or he should say, his hero costume. He checks himself in the mirror. It's odd for him to see his current face in his old uniform, but it's comforting nonetheless. Adorning his uniform again feels like coming home. With a small smile, Izuku exits the locker room to join his classmates. Uraraka spots him from the back of the crowd and waves him over. Her costume doesn't seem very comfortable, but it's not his place to judge. She moves her hands around excitedly. Whoa, Midoriya. I never expected this type of style from you. She pumps a fist into air. You look like a really cool warrior. Izuku smiles. It's nice to have someone not care about his quirklessness for once. Thank you, Uraraka. You look good too. Kinda like an astronaut. She blushes brightly, but her smile only gets brighter. Really? That's what I was going for. They kinda made it too tight though. The support course probably streamlined it for better mobility, but if you're that uncomfortable, you can probably request changes after school. Izuku offers. I think it'll be okay though. I mean, you got your shirt open and everything. She laughs. I didn't know you were the type to show your muscles, Midoriya. Izuku laughs a little nervously. Yeah, I just find it comfortable. All Might announces his arrival when the last person exits the locker rooms. Let's see what you're made of, you zygotes. It's time for the battle trials. We will be conducting an indoor battle trial. For this exercise, you'll be separated into villains and hero groups for a 2-on-2 team battle. Azui, a girl with a frog mutation, raises a hand. Karo, we have odd numbers. All Might, how do we do our pairs with only 19 students? I was planning for a volunteer to offer to go alone. All Might, wouldn't that be unfair? Ida questions. The volunteer will have a choice if they want to be a hero or a villain, depending on if their abilities to attack or defend. What are we defending? So how do we determine who wins or loses? How should we decide what teams we are one? Is it okay if we just blast them away? Oh, Kaken, you never change. All Might holds out his placatingly, his smile visible straining. One at a time please. I can't hear you all at once. He pulls out a stack of flashcards. Is that allowed? For this exercise, the villain defend a nuclear weapon they intend to deploy. The heroes must stop them by either capturing both villains or touch the weapon before the time limit ends. If the heroes do not succeed in time or get captured by the villains win. All Might holds out a box. Your teammates will be chosen by lottery. Ida raises a stiff hand. Is this really the best way to choose? We can't pick and choose who our allies are on the field. Circumstances are rarely controlled in a real-life fight, Izuku explains, remembering all the times Demon Slayer's been caught unprepared. Young Midoriya is right. Now who volunteers for going alone? All Might changes the topic a bit too quickly. He notices, is the man uncomfortable with Izuku? There's no way the number one hero is Quirkist, he hopes not at least. Izuku is tempted to volunteer to go solo, but he's trying to work with others in this life, so he chooses not to. Only two raise their hand, one of them being Kaken, obviously, and the guy with the ice quirk. Ah, young Todoroki. You'll do fine. What role do you want? I don't care, it'll end the same either way, he monotones in a way that always got on Izuku's nerves. I like the confidence, young Todoroki. You can be in the hero role then. Todoroki gives a single nod before staring out into empty space again. Jesus, Izuku can't tell he's an airhead, dumb or antisocial, or maybe all three. He can't help but think the expression is familiar though. Izuku goes to line up for his turn to draw his lot, pulling out a ball with the letter A. He scans the class to find his partner. Uraraka sticks her hand in the air, ball in hand. Midoriya. What letter did you get? He holds up his ball, the matching letter facing her. It seems that we're partners. Wow. What a coincidence. All Might simultaneously shoves his hands in two boxes, one labeled heroes, the other as villains. He pulls out two papers. Up first we have Team A as the heroes, and Team D as villains. He scans the class, looking for his opponent. Izuku locks eyes with Kaken, who grips a ball labeled with the letter D menacingly. Kaken smiles savagely. Izuku smiles right back. Uraraka taps his shoulder. So Midoriya, what's the plan? Izuku pulls his attention away from the villain team entering the building. The plan? Kaken is going to try to find and fight me right away, and I'm going to let him. He'll leave Ida guarding the bomb. You can track him down while I distract Kaken. Uraraka looks a bit stunned. He's confused, but then he realizes he basically ordered her around and didn't let her input anything. Sheet, this teamwork thing is harder than expected. I mean if you're okay with that dash. No. It's a good plan, it's just are you okay with facing him alone? Izuku knows it's not a jab at his quirklessness, but a bit of anger flares up anyways. I'll handle myself fine, my attacks are kinda destructive, so it'll be safer for you to find the bomb. If I avoid Kaken, it'll end being an all-out brawl between the four of us in the same room if I follow you to the bomb. Wait, what exactly is your quirk? He asks. Oh. I can't believe I forgot to tell you. She rubs a hand on the back of her head. It's called zero gravity. If I touch something with 5 fingers, it'll become weightless. I can't use it on myself though, I get nauseous. Izuku examines the side of the building, wondering if it'll be easy to scale. Can you use it on me? I can carry you and scale the wall, if you make me weightless. I can, she replies enthusiastically. Heroes, your planning time is up. You may enter the building. All Might calls through their comms. They walk to the back of the building. He crouches down in front of the wall and tells Uraraka to climb on his back. It's just like the entrance exam again, she giggles. Izuku smiles. You can make me weightless now, he says, once she gets on. He feels her nod against his back, before 5 fingers touch his shoulder. The feeling of zero gravity throws him off a bit, but the weight of Uraraka anchors him. Hold on tight, I'll have to use my hands to climb. If you fall, you fall. She nods again, this time a bit more nervously. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Izuku reassures. Izuku's aiming for the 3rd floor, the middle one. It's unlikely the bomb would be on the first 2 floors, and Kaken won't expect them to be there so soon into the exercise. He lets go of Uraraka's legs, her arms supporting her own weight now. He reaches and grips the small hold on the edge of a brick and pulls himself up. He finds the next, fully attached to the wall now. He breathes in deeply and lets his instincts take over. Izuku suddenly flings himself up the wall, to the viewers in the observation room, seeming to fly horizontal to the surface. Every few meters he touches back down on a foothold, before boosting himself up again. It's less like scaling and more similar to a frog leaping up a wall. Uraraka tightens his hold on Izuku's back, but she doesn't scream or complain. At one last leap he throws himself to the windowsill of the 3rd floor, hanging off the thin ledge with only his 10 fingers preventing them from falling. He releases one hand to pull out his katana, putting all his trust into the one hand holding them up. The glass shatters inwards with one good move of his hilt. He warns Uraraka that he's going to throw her. She lets out a "ha" before he bites down on his blade with his teeth, holding it in his mouth, to free his hand and reach back to throw Uraraka through the window. As soon as he hears Uraraka land, relatively safely, he swings his body into an almost handstand, so he's facing the outside, upside down and leans his weight into the building, landing on the broken glass on the floor. Unhinging his jaw, he lets his blade fall out of his mouth and grabs it with his hand. Izuku walks past Uraraka, who's staring at him like he's grown a second head, beckoning her to follow him with 2 fingers. Come on, we don't have all day. She hears her hesitate, before her footsteps start pattering after him. Midoriya. You're so cool. What? I even forgive you for throwing me, because that was cool as hell. Izuku chuckles, warmth flowing to his cheeks. Thanks Uraraka, you should start looking for the bomb though. I'm pretty sure I hear Kaken stomping around below us. Uraraka nods her head. I'll check the rest of the floor and the one above us while you handle Bakugu. Good luck, Uraraka. You too. Though I don't think you'll need it. They share a smile before separating. Izuku goes down the stairs to the 2nd floor, purposely making his steps louder to attract Kaken. He wants to end this fight as quickly possible and join Uraraka to back her up. Kaken's footsteps sound closer, the telltale popping of his quirk echoing the long hallways. Kaken, come fight me, he yells to the empty hallway. Sure enough, just like he expected, Kaken rounds around the corner, grinning ear to ear. Give me a good fight, shitty nerd. Kaken propels himself towards him with his quirk. Izuku closes the distance, aiming to meet halfway. Izuku grips his sword in one hand, and lets the blonde throw the first attack. Kaken shifts his shoulders, rearing back a right fist for a hook. It's over-telegraphed and easily predictable. Izuku counters, grabbing the fist with his free hand and throws the blonde over his shoulder, his other hand simultaneously raising to glide his blade across Kaken's chest while he's mid-air. The blonde lands with a thump right behind him. Izuku turns immediately to face him. Kaken quickly recovers, standing back up, albeit a bit clumsily. The cut on his chest bleeds sluggishly. He had made sure the cut was shallow and superficial, aiming to only slow down his opponent rather than seriously wounding him. It had cut through his costume, the orange crisscross on his chest hanging loosely. Kaken snarls at him, "Don't hold back on me." "Me not holding back would be lopping off that obnoxious head of yours off." The blonde just yells wordlessly back at him, and throws a explosion-aided punch at his face. Izuku blocks with the flat side of his blade, and jumps into the air, aiming to land a blow to the back of Kaken's head to knock him out. Kaken jumps to the side to avoid Izuku's kick, retaliating with a large explosion to slam him into the wall. Izuku lets the explosion approach him. It creates a decent smokescreen, so at the very last second Izuku kicks off the wall and flips over Kaken, landing behind him. When the smoke clears, Kaken stares confusedly at the space where Izuku should have been blasted into. He sees the moment the blonde realizes what Izuku had done, whipping his head towards Izuku. He's too slow. Izuku is already sending a harsh roundhouse kick to the side of Kaken's head. The kick connects, and the blonde crumples to the floor in a mess of limbs. All Might announces his capture over the speakers. Izuku feels a little bad, so he puts the blonde on his back and ties his hands and legs securely, but not too uncomfortably. He pats the blonde on his cheek, because when else would he get the chance, and laughs to himself. He feels a little goofy doing so, but he couldn't help it. He presses a hand to his comms. Uraraka? Have you found the bomb? Muffled giggles sound through the comm. He frowns in confusion. Uraraka? So sorry, she giggles again. It's just Ida 5th floor. It's on the 5th floor. I'm on my way. Izuku sprints up the flights of stairs, skipping multiple at a time. He's on the 4th floor when he hears commotion above him. Uraraka? What's going on? Ida caught me. He's cleared all the objects in the room so I have no ammunition. I'm so sorry. It's fine, I'm here anyway. Uraraka makes a sound of confusion just in time for Izuku to slam open the door. Both Ida and Uraraka turn to him in surprise, stopping their game of tag. Izuku smirks, surrender now, or face the wrath of my blade, emphasizing his statement with a swing of his blade. He can't see Ida's expression through his helmet, but he imagines the incredulous face he has on. Midoriya. Aren't you supposed to be the hero? That's why I'm giving you a chance to surrender. The sound of Ida revving his engine sounds. In return Izuku falls into a stance. Ida's fast so it'll be safer to attack first. He sends a subtle glance to Uraraka. Get the bomb, he tries to convey. He focuses back onto Ida, after seeing the reassuring nod he got in return. Don't say I didn't warn you. Izuku calls. Ida dashes towards him. Izuku smiles. He chooses the form that will protect him from any incoming attacks, no matter if he can even see them or not. What matters is if he knows it's coming. Izuku hopes Ida's armor isn't for show. Wind breathing, 3rd form, clean storm wind tree. The attack rips up the ground and sends Ida sprawling through the air, crashing into the wall. Unfortunately his armor prevented him from getting knocked out. The boy stirs and starts to stagger back up. Uraraka. Got it. Hero team wins. All Might announces. Izuku turns to see Uraraka with a hand on the bomb at the further side of the room. He sends her a thumbs up, and gets a bright smile in return. Izuku focuses back onto Ida who seems a bit disoriented but standing nonetheless. There's gashes in his armor from where Izuku's sword made closest contact to, no sign of blood though. He breathes a sigh of relief. Are you okay, Ida? He nods stiffly. I'm alright, Midoriya. Just a little bit disoriented. Ida chops, a hand towards Izuku. I admit I had underestimated you, but in the end you were a formidable opponent. I apologize for thinking littler of you. He finishes with a 90 degrees bow. Izuku startles, eyes wide with surprise. Someone had apologized to him. It's okay, Ida. Just as long you don't make the same mistake. Ida straightens back up, helmet now in hand, giving Izuku a view of his determined face. I will work hard to correct my mistakes. They walk back together to the observation room. Kaken had apparently been wheeled away by a medical bot. Ida walks awkwardly next to him, face pinched like he wants to ask Izuku questions, but holding himself back for his sake. Ida, you can ask questions if you would like. Izuku says, turning his head towards the boy in question. Ida startles, stiffening even further. Are you sure? I don't want to offend you. I'll stop you if I feel uncomfortable, Izuku reassures. Izuku had recently realized that with most his classmates, is that there aren't really outright quirkist, they just seem to make a lot of assumptions about him based on things they've heard from others. Quirklessness in his generation is rare. It's not a surprise there's so many misconceptions. It's easily forgettable that humans have lived centuries without quirks, with the current society centering around them. It's frustrating for Izuku to have people assume he's a lesser being just because he lacks something special, but he can't do anything about it other than educate the people around him. Like he said, the world is not fair, this is just something he has to deal with. So, Izuku will try to be patient with his classmates, and be willing to clear their misguided opinions on him. It doesn't help that Izuku seems to defy the rules of this world. His quirklessness and his abnormal strength doesn't seem to fit together. Yes, quirkless doesn't mean useless, but Izuku isn't stupid enough to not know he isn't a one-of-a-kind in the quirkless population. His past life and knowledge on breathing styles separates him from the rest of his kind. Ida pauses for a moment. Aizawa-sensei said you're quirkless. I trust the teachers are not lying, of course. But, your skills and strength are really impressive. It's a lot like a quirk. I'm not claiming that you're a liar, Midoriya. It's just that I'm wondering how someone could be that strong without a quirk. It's now that Izuku confirms that Ida was just genuinely confused with Izuku. The sincerity in his voice tells him he isn't taking a jab at Izuku, even if his words could be taken that way. It's just a misunderstanding. It's not surprising, the things Izuku does would be confusing to others in this time. I trained a lot. For years I trained nonstop, refining my swordsmanship and working hard to be on par with quirked individuals. My strength may seem impossible to others, but it's really not that hard to achieve. People seem to let their quirks to limit them, they focus more on improving that special part of them rather than their body. Without a quirk to practice, I simply focused on what I already had. Ida nods his head slowly. I see. I was trying too hard to find a reason, when the answer was quite simple. Izuku tries to not let the bit of guilt show on his face. The reason is definitely not simple. What he had said to Ida was not a lie, just not the full truth. It's the best answer he could give without exposing the truth of breathing styles and his past life. Thank you, Midoriya. You helped me clear my misconceptions of you. I apologize again for my close-minded attitude. Ida gives him a small smile. Izuku returns it with enthusiasm. Let's be friends, Ida. Izuku suddenly announces. Ida sputters in surprise. Uraraka, who's been silent the whole exchange, giggles at his bad social skills. I would be honored to be your friend, Midoriya. Shudo doesn't know what to think of Midoriya Izuku. He watches his fight through the screens of the observation room. He expected the fight to go the way that everyone in the room was thinking, one-sided and short. They were right, in a way. Shudo thought that the villain would win. It wasn't even a question whether Uraraka could put up a good fight or not. In the end Midoriya would be dead weight, and the villains had powerful quirks. His teacher claimed that Midoriya was the top scorer in the exam, but that didn't mean much to Shudo, because this is a real fight, not the simple matter of battling robots. Apparently the others in the class thought the same as well, judging by their cringing faces when Midoriya headed straight to his explosive classmate. They had been surprised by Midoriya's stunt when he scaled the building, but surely it wouldn't mean much when he faced off the blonde. They watched as Midoriya easily intercepted Bakugo's punch, grabbing his fist and flipping him over. It went by so quickly that most of the class hadn't noticed the second arm moving, hand gripping the strange sword, poised and gliding across the chest of his opponent. Shudo had noticed though. He was trained to. The move was impressive, requiring perfect timing and coordination. Bakugo landed on his back. There was no audio, but he could see the dust rising from the ground with the harsh impact. Bakugo staggered back up, facing directly to the camera, giving a clear view of the shallow gash across his chest. It had cut open his costume and was left sluggishly bleeding. His classmates gasped in surprise, some verbally crying out. So fast. He did that with his sword while he threw Bakugo? Maybe it was an accident. It wasn't, Shudo thought. His classmate is stupid to think so. Midoriya's movements were too fluid, practiced, experienced. He glances to Yaoyorozu, his fellow recommendation student, and the only person he actually knew in this class. Judging by her thoughtful expression, she picked it up as well. Midoriya then uses Bakugo's explosion as a smokescreen, springing off the wall at the last second, flipping over Bakugo and knocks him out with a single kick. Shudo wonders if Midoriya was the same as him. It would make sense. There's an air of mystery around Midoriya, like he's constantly hiding something. If he was trained like Shudo had been, it would explain the skills he possesses and the fact he always seems alert and aware. Shudo doubts Midoriya had learned from an ordinary dojo. The way Midoriya fights is unique, his sword wielding even more so. He would have to been trained in a way that was similar to Shudo's. Midoriya is like him in many ways, matching in even their facial scars, but there's something more to him. Shudo, however, doesn't know what. He wrote off Midoriya's placement in the exams and quirk apprehension test as a fluke, but as he watches Midoriya swing around his sword with the force of a cyclone, he's definitely starting to reconsider. Ida slams into the wall, and the ground cracks from the force of Midoriya's attack. Suddenly, the kanji destroy on Midoriya's Hayori made a lot more sense. The class gapes at the screen, disbelief on their faces. What was that? Did he just slam Ida into a wall with a stick? A sword, Kaminari, a sword. All Might Sensei, is Ida alright? Yaoyorozu asks worriedly. Young Ida is already recovering. He points to the screen, showing Ida slowly staggering up. On the monitor, Midoriya shouts something at Uraraka. She yells something back and runs to the bomb. She taps it, quite anticlimactically, and All Might announces their victory. Hero team wins. Midoriya, against all odds, had won. Midoriya, despite the lack of quirk, won. Midoriya, who everyone had expected to be dead weight, had carried his team to victory. No offense to his teammate, but Shudo thinks that Midoriya could have won without her. He had single-handedly taken out both opponents with ease. Both members of the villain team had been knocked out, or close to being so, and Midoriya had came out of the fight unscathed. Quirk or no quirk, Midoriya is undeniably strong, if not, the strongest. Finally recognizing his strength, Shudo doesn't know how to feel. Is he angry that a quirkless could be so strong, maybe even stronger than Shudo, who has the so-called perfect quirk? No, he isn't. He can't bring himself to be angry. He thinks that if it were anyone else, he would be mad. He wouldn't have hesitated to be spiteful and declare war with them. But something tells him to not to be. Maybe it's because Shudo doesn't simply care enough to really be hateful, maybe it's because he likes the idea of Endeavor's face flaring in anger when he realizes he has a quirkless classmate, or maybe it's his subconscious reaching out to him. The last option sounds a bit crazy, but Shudo's always been a theorist. Shudo has no idea how to feel about Midoriya, but at the least he knows that he doesn't hate him. The hero team and Ida enters the observation room, Bakugo still recovering in the nurse's office. His classmates doesn't seem to have any reservations for staring at Midoriya. To his credit, he doesn't even blink at the multiple sets of eyes on him. A job well done, heroes and villain. Does anyone want to tell me who the MVP was? All Might asks. Midoriya, obviously. Yaoyorozu timidly raises a hand. Well, I'd say Midoriya was. She says it like she herself can't even believe it. Although his plan was risky, and hadn't relied on his teammate enough, he was able to quickly apprehend both villains and allow Uraraka get the bomb. He did so with efficiency and kept the injuries minimal on both sides, though the last attack against Ida was excessive in force. Midoriya could have simply distracted Ida for a while and let Uraraka disable the bomb. In my opinion, he needs to learn to work with his partner more and communicate more clearly. I agree with young Yaoyorozu. She flushes from the praise. Young Midoriya was the MVP. Although some minor mistakes were made, it was an excellent job. Shudo tunes out the rest of All Might's commentary, focusing on the boy of the topic instead. It seems that Midoriya wasn't paying much attention to All Might's speech either, because he quickly catches Shudo's gaze. They lock eyes from across the room. Midoriya's scar catches in the dim lighting, a weird feeling alights in him, his brain itches, like he's forgetting something. Midoriya raises an eyebrow at him. Shudo doesn't move. He can't. It's wrong. He looks wrong. His hair is green. It's not supposed to be green. A feeling of bewilderment rises. What is this feeling? Is he sick? The more he stares at Midoriya, who looking more concerned by the second, the more the odd feeling in him intensifies, but Shudo can't look away. He needs to. A large hand clasps his shoulder and Shudo flinches, hard. He pulls away like he's been burned, forcing his eyes away from Midoriya. Shudo looks up to the concerned face of All Might. It's then he realizes that his whole class is worriedly looking at him. He clenches his fists. How could he be so stupidly careless? Hiroki, are you okay? I've called your name for the next match a few times already. I'm fine, he grits out with clenched teeth. I'll prepare for my match now. Are you sure, young man? It's all right if you dash. I said I'm fine. All Might hesitantly nods, the worry on his face still clear as day. You can stop the match anytime you want, if you change your mind. Shudo nods, not trusting himself with words at the moment, and walks out the room, his face blanker than ever. Izuku watches Todoroki end the match in less than 30 seconds. It's impressive. The rest of his classmates seem to think the same as well. He watches Todoroki's blank face through the monitor as he walks through the frozen building. It's a mask, obviously, but if he hadn't seen Todoroki go through a mini emotional breakdown 10 minutes earlier, Izuku wouldn't have spotted it. It's clear that Izuku had triggered him somehow, seeing how he wouldn't stop staring at Izuku's face. He'd have to ask about it after school, and probably apologize as well. All Might announces the winner, though with less enthusiasm than the last round. In Izuku's opinion, he shouldn't have let Todoroki do the exercise. Honestly, what type of lousy but teacher would let a student go into battle right after an emotional breakdown? The only thing that held Izuku back from voicing his thought aloud was Todoroki insisting that he participated in the exercise. He's stubborn and closed off in a way that Izuku always hated, but he can't help but be concerned for the boy. There's something familiar about Todoroki that Izuku can't put a finger on. A reincarnation? Maybe. But who? Would he remember? What are the chances, though, that Todoroki could be an incarnation of someone he knew and be in his class? The chances of him somehow remembering would be even slimmer. Izuku had given up on hoping for his old friends and family years ago. It would be cruel to have a reincarnated loved one in his class, dangle them right in front of Izuku, and have them never able to remember him. It would be cruel, but has his lives ever been any other way? Izuku should be used to it by now, but he isn't. Things like these will never stop hurting him. Even though it would probably end in Izuku hurting again, he still wants to know who Todoroki was. Knowing is better than leaving his questions unanswered. When Todoroki arrives back at the observation room, Izuku sends a meaningful look to him. I want to talk. He's ignored. Izuku wouldn't have known he even saw him if he didn't catch his eye twitching. Todoroki doesn't get his message. It doesn't matter, he'll catch him after school. The rest of the battle trials aren't as exciting as the first two. It's kinda boring in Izuku's opinion. The only interesting part was Kaken slamming the door open halfway through, and storming in without any acknowledgements. He hasn't changed out of his ruined costume yet, but the cut has healed, presumably by Recovery Girl. A few brave classmates try to talk to him, but they're met with a glare and silence, occasionally a few threatening explosions when they get too persistent. At the end of the lesson, All Might runs straight out the door after a rushed goodbye like he was on a time limit. Izuku changes out of his costume quickly so he can stop Todoroki at the gates. It's not his first time rushing to get dressed, or undressed. Being a demon slayer required him to be able to be ready for a mission at any time of the night. He packs the last of his costume up, but keeps his Nichiren blade in his hand. He doesn't trust the school enough to leave it in the lockers. He speedwalks to the gates, and waits in a spot that's out of the way from the other students until Todoroki comes out. Surprisingly, he's pretty late, one of the last of the students to come out, annoying, but at least they won't have anyone eavesdropping their conversation. Todoroki walks down the path with that same stupid blank face, not even noticing Izuku until he calls out to him. "Todoroki, can we talk?" The boy stops in his tracks, an odd emotion flickering on his face for a split second, before smoothing back out. "Midoriya," he says impassively, "what is it?" Izuku pauses. He hadn't expected Todoroki to so readily agree to talk to him. I wanted to know what happened during the battle trials. You were triggered because of me, right?" Todoroki nods his head slowly. "Midoriya, there's something about you, isn't there?" Izuku blinks. This guy is a bloody idiot. Something more. "I don't know what you're hiding, but it bothers me." His face screws up suddenly, a leap of change from his usual blankness. Todoroki stares at his cheek, where his scar lays. "You bother me, Midoriya. Every time I look at you, it's like you've seen me before?" Izuku finishes for him. Todoroki eyes widen, his blue eye catching in the early setting sun. "What dash?" Izuku doesn't hear the words that come out of Todoroki's mouth, too caught up in the deep blue of his iris. Blue. Blue like the ocean. Like water. The blank face, the monotone voice he's always despised, the attitude he always had, the one that seemed like he was always looking down at them. Izuku wants to smack his own face. Out of FING everyone it had to be. "Tomioka?" Izuku blurts out breathlessly. He can't FING believe this. How did he not realize earlier? Did he really get so unlucky, or is it lucky that Tomioka's incarnate is in his class? Todoroki JRKS, and he inhales sharply like he's been sucker-punched in the gut, his eyes impossibly wide. What did you say?" "Tomioka Ju," Izuku repeats slowly, hardly believing the words coming out of his mouth. "That's you, right?" "Tomioka, the water dash." Todoroki stumbles back, his face a myriad of emotions, confusion, anger, shock, uncertainty. "That's not my name," he says lowly, but his voice trembles with uncertainty. "I don't know what you're talking about." Izuku watches as Todoroki attempts to wipe the emotion of his face back into the neutral facade. "I shouldn't have wasted my time on a useless conversation. Don't you dare FING run from me, Tomioka. Tomioka Judash. That's not my name," the boy grits out. "Just leave me alone." Izuku can't give up now. He has a chance for Tomioka to remember, a chance to get rid of the FING gaping hole of loneliness in his heart. Izuku grabs at Todoroki's sleeve desperately. He's shaking underneath. Izuku realizes Todoroki is shaking despite the blank face the boy has. Izuku forces eye contact with him. "FING hell Tomioka?" His grip tightens on his arm. "Just remember, damn it. Don't leave me by myself again." Since when had he cared so much about the shitty water pillar? Had he gotten so sick of carrying the burden of his memories that he's desperately clinging on to the one person that could be able to understand him? Izuku just wants someone to understand, someone that could hear his story and not look at him like he's crazy, because who would believe him? Who would believe the quirkless 15-year-old claiming he used to fight demons as a career? Todoroki places a firm hand over his. "Midoriya. I'm not Midoriya, damn it." Izuku shouts, "My name is Dash." "Shudo," a feminine voice calls out. Izuku freezes. He turns slowly to a woman with snow-white hair with red streaks, her face plastered with concern. "What's going on?" Todoroki rips Izuku's grip off his sleeve while he's distracted. "Nothing, Fuyumine. Just a misunderstanding." He threatens Izuku to not protest with a cold look. "We were just finishing up. Did father send you?" "Fuyumine?" The woman nods her head, though she still lingers on Izuku's furious, desperate face. "He wants you home now. He wants to hear about your first hero lesson." "Let's go then, Fuyumine." Izuku lets them go without another word, the fight leaving his body in an instant. He watches the two siblings walk side by side out the gate, the evening light halos around them. Fuyumine. A sister. Todoroki has a sister. Tomioka has a sister. Sanemi lays the flowers gingerly on the freshly dug dirt. They're hydrangeas, known to symbolize familial love, or that's what the flower lady told him. He kneels, hands folded neatly on his lap. The position aggravates his still healing stomach. It doesn't hurt. It's not the physical pain that's bothering right now. Rather it's the gaping hole of regret and loss that digs at him. Sanemi doesn't cry, even as he kneels in front of his little brother's gravestone. He doesn't think it's possible to cry any longer, his tears have run dry. You think if I was stronger he wouldn't have died? Sanemi hates the tremble in his voice, he hates showing his weakness. You think that if I wasn't a terrible brother, he would still be alive? He looks up to the man standing over him, his face openly showing emotions for once. It's not pity, he's not looking at Sanemi with pity. Huh, Tomioka? Why did his voice breaks, why was he the one to die, why? Why not me? Don't say that, idiot. What? Genya sacrificed himself because he wanted you to live. Don't say things like that when he gave your life for you. He didn't die so you would mope around and carelessly say that you should have died instead. He'd want you to live happily, just like you felt the same for him. How would you know, Tomioka? He questions half-heartedly. You don't have any siblings. Tomioka sits down next to him, kneeling in an identical position as him. I used to, he quietly says. Sanemi stills. Sheet, now he just feels worse. Why the F did he say that? Now he's just an insensitive piece of sheet, even if he had no idea the water pillar had a sibling. I had a sister, she was kind, brave, caring. I used to say she cared too much. She was supposed to be married, she had a fiancé, planned out her wedding and everything. On the night before her wedding, a demon attacked our house. Sanemi sks in a breath. He knows how this story ends. He's heard stories identical hundreds of times. She shoved me in a closet after hearing the demon and distracted it for the whole night before it killed her. She sacrificed herself for me, even though she was to wed the next day. Tomioka turns to look at him, smiling sadly. That's how I know, Shinazugawa. It took me years to realize, but now I know that she had only died so I could live a happy life. I'm sure that Genya thought the same for you. You Sanemi stares at him in disbelief. Is that why you were a emo all the time? Tomioka laughs, it's short and breathy, more like an quick exhale of air. Yeah, I guess so. Tomioka turns his gaze to the clear, cloudless sky, a serene expression on his face. He picks at the new haori he wears, the old one too ruined to repair. You know what her last words were to me? Don't cry, Ju, don't cry because I'll see you again. We're siblings, right? So we'll meet again, because your Nasen loves you too much to leave you alone for too long. Tomioka smiles again. It's disturbing for Sanemi to see him display so many emotions. It was a naive thing to say. Well, that's what I thought for a long time. But now I like to hope that when I die, that I'll be able to reborn again and live happily with my sister, in a demon-less world. You're hopeless, Tomioka, he jabs weakly, but yeah, it would be nice. To be reborn. I'd like to have a second chance, be the good brother that Genya always deserved. Tomioka places a hand on his shoulder. Sanemi scowls, but doesn't move to take it off. Let's live a good life, Shinazugawa, and when we are reborn we'll be able to love our siblings again, this time with no regrets, with no demons. Yeah, whatever, sap. Izuku falls to his knees, alone in the Udata courtyard. The other students have left long ago. He thinks of the two Todoroki siblings, walking home together, a brother and sister living peacefully, a happy family. Izuku realizes, he's a terrible person. How could he? What was he thinking? Izuku was only moments from ruining someone else's life. He was willing to drag someone else along to his hell because he was being a selfish prick. As soon as Izuku had the opportunity right in front of him, he had readily grabbed it, not even thinking of the innocent life he was about to ruin. He's selfish, an idiot, a hypocrite. He knows how miserable it is to live with these stupid memories. He hates it so much. And Izuku was eager to give Todoroki the same fate. If the roles were reversed, if that was him and Genya in their place, and Tomioka was the one trying to drag him down in hell, he would never have forgiven him. Because if Izuku had the second chance that Tomioka has, he would never trade it for anything. He's a hypercyte. What would Genya think of him? Would he be disappointed in his Nichan because he nearly ruined another sibling relationship for his own sake? Izuku nearly breaks down at the thought. He was supposed to be better. Izuku was supposed to be better this life. Love our siblings again, this time with no regrets, with no demons. Tomioka has his sister back again. He's able to live a happy life, a life without any man-eating monsters around the corner to devour his sister. That lucky bstrd reincarnated with his sister alongside him. He got the second chance he wished for, the second chance Sanemi never got. You're a terrible person, Izuku Midoriya. He clutches his uniform in one hand, the other still holding his Nichiren blade, another reminder of who he is, who he was. He feels tears well up in his eyes. Don't cry, don't start crying, I brought this upon myself, it's all my fault. He promised that he wouldn't burden his knowledge on anyone else. He had nearly broken it, so easily, but that won't happen again, no more mistakes. Tomorrow, he'll either apologize to Todoroki, tell him that he just reminded him of someone he's lost and got emotional, or just completely ignore what had happened. He'll choose depending on how Todoroki chooses to react. Izuku scrubs at his slightly damp eyes, lifts himself from the floor and gathers himself back together. He dusts off the dirt on his knees and straightens out his crumpled dress shirt. He stores his Nichiren blade into his backpack so only the handle and a bit of the sheath sticks out. It's not completely hidden, but it's better than him outright carrying it on his way home. If someone calls him out, he'll just show them his Udata student ID. He walks home in silence, not in a mood for any music, but he does want something to distract him from his thoughts, so he pulls out his phone and mindlessly scrolls through his social media. Ida and Uraraka had exchanged numbers with him earlier, adding it to the small pool of contacts saved on his phone. They haven't texted him yet, understandable, considering it's only been a few hours at best. His social media is dry, he doesn't have any followers. No one would want to follow a quirkless like him, not unless it was a dare or something similar to that. Izuku only follows a few heroes and news stations to keep up with important events or new villain sightings. It's when he sees the same news station from his time at lunch when he remembers the concerning article he saw. He checks it again, there's no new updates or information. Izuku considers asking Eraserhead if he knows anything about it, but he doubts his teacher would be willing to share information on serial killers to his student. Especially Izuku, who's known to him as an ex-vigilante. Definitely not a good idea to go to his teacher then. He can't go Vigilante ING again either. His teacher has already given him a free pass once, and he doesn't seem like the type to hand out second chances. In conclusion, Izuku has no idea on what to do other than the option to wait for a public update. Izuku puts away his phone with a sigh, and presses the button for his apartment's elevator. The bad feeling in his stomach doesn't go away. Todoroki avoids Izuku all morning, refusing to even look in his direction. Izuku doesn't really mind, it makes things easier for him. English class was ordinary, not necessarily bad. Present Mike is a respectful teacher and hero, it's just a bit of a boring subject first thing in the morning. On the other hand, second PRD with Midnight had Izuku sweating bullets. Not for the reason most people would be, but for the topic Midnight was teaching. Art history. He honestly should have expected it. When Midnight was naming every significant artists throughout the PRDS with excessive detail and facts, along with her well-put-together PowerPoint. He shouldn't have been shocked when the face of Yamamoto Yushiro popped up on the screen. Of course Izuku didn't forget the demon was a famous artist, he just didn't know he was that famous. So don't judge Izuku for the little yelp he let out when he saw Yushiro's face. Izuku was caught off guard with the sudden appearance of the demon in the middle of his lesson, but that wasn't what got Izuku sweating bullets. It was the fact that, next to the image of Yushiro's face, was another picture of Yushiro, surrounded by the last surviving demon slayers. Or more specifically, him. There in all his glory, was the black and white picture of his old self, his scarred body and demon-slaying uniform for all to see. He remembers taking that photo, it was right after the Demon Slayer Corps disbanded, his wounds still healing at that point. Izuku had thought the picture was lost in history, long gone and forgotten by the world. So imagine his jaw-dropping shock when he saw it. Luckily, no one sees Izuku having a minor panic attack in the corner of the room, one less thing to worry about. He tries to sit still as he can during Midnight's speech on Yushiro's impact on art history, counting by the seconds until she moves on to the next slide. After what had seemed forever, she finally moved her hand to click the button to the next slide. He's halfway of letting out a sigh of relief when Midnight-sensei, please shut up, oh my god, do not ask any questions. Who are those people in the picture with Yamamoto? Izuku turns to glare at Yaoyorozu sitting oblivious in her seat. Unfortunately she did not get his message to shut the F up. Midnight smiles delightedly at the question. I'm so glad you asked, Yaoyorozu. They're not really a part of art history, but they're my favorite topic to talk about. She ends the sentence with a stuck lick of her lips. Gross. That's basically him she's thirsting over. Their history used to be taught in the curriculum, but it had been removed recently due to the dubious amount of truth the history actually holds. Midnight deflates slightly, a shame really, it was a fun topic to teach. The class all perk up in interest, hooked to the impromptu lesson they're about to be taught. Midnight dramatically poses, a hand on her ped hip and the other pointing to the class. Have you ever heard the legend of demon slayers? Izuku's heart leaps up his throat, he physically chokes on his own spit and sputters out in pure shock. Did I hear her right? There's no way, there's no FING shitty way that she just said demon slayers. Because Izuku was sure their past was forgotten, that there was no physical record of slayers and demons. It's why Izuku has been so freely adorning his uniform and Nichiren blade. He thought he was safe. Demon Slayers are what some people believe to be as the first generation of heroes. From the Sengoku PRD to the Taisho PRD, it was known as the Age of Demon Slayers. A hand shoots up, Sensei. Why were heroes needed back then if it was before the age of quirks? Midnight wags her finger scoldingly. I was getting there. Don't interrupt me. Sorry, Midnight Sensei. Well, as I was saying, Demon Slayers did what the name literally means, slay demons. As I said earlier, it is a dubious story, but I'll let you youngsters decide whether or not you believe in it. Izuku grips the edge of his desk, resisting the urge to flee to the bathroom to avoid reliving the parts of his life he doesn't want to remember. His classmates all listen with rapt attention, many visibly wanting to interrupt with a question, but holds themselves back to wait till the end. Midnight moves to lean against her desk, half sitting on the edge. In the records historians had restored, demons were described as cannibalistic creatures, possessing attributes of super strength, speed, stamina, and regeneration. All demons, even the ones considered to be weak, had all these abilities. The stronger ones, though, possessed unique powers, a blood demon art, Izuku wants to correct, that were similar to quirks. Demon Slayers were able to defeat these creatures by using a special sword, made of a specific metal, that to this day no one knows what material it was. She doesn't mention anything of breathing techniques, which is a relief for Izuku, but it's suspicious to have the biggest weapon they had against demons not be recorded at all. To have physical records of the tale of demons and demon slayers and not any written evidence of breathing techniques is hard to believe. Midnight stands from her position at the desk, moving out of the way of the projector. She gestures to the picture on the PowerPoint. These people here were the last survivors from the sunrise countdown. Izuku stills like someone had poured cold water on his head. His heart beats loudly in his chest. Anything but that part of the story, Izuku begs. Even the smallest reference of that battle triggers his flight or fight response. He debates fleeing the classroom and leave the consequences for future him to handle. The sunrise countdown was the final battle between the Slayers and the progenitor of demons Kibutsuji. Musen, Izuku finishes breathlessly, whispering the name quietly along with Midnight. In the end, only 2 of the 9 strongest demon slayers survived the battle, along with a few lower-ranking slayers. Midnight lands a finger next to his face. Sanemi, she moves to point at Tomioka's smiling face, and Ju were the last remaining Hashira. Tengen Yuzui, the man over there with the jeweled eye patch, was also a Hashira, but had retired before the battle. Hey, Midoriya, Izuku turns to see Uraraka studying the picture with a thoughtful face. That guy, the one with the white hair, kinda looks like you know, with the scar and the scary face and all. He even has the same costume as you. She trails off. The class does a double take between Izuku's pale face and the man on the screen. They all seem to agree with the comparison. Midnight looks to him inquisitively, an eyebrow raised and waiting for an explanation. Izuku awkwardly clears his throat, resisting the temptation to wipe the nervous sweat off his face. I'm a big fan? They are the demon slayers fought quirkless so. I kinda looked up to them. He cringes from the lie. It's fing weird to say his past self was his role model. Sanemi was anything but a role model. That's unexpected of you, Midoriya. I've never really met a fan of the story. I'd have to take a look at your costume. It'll be interesting to see how you interpreted the uniform, Midnight tells him enthusiastically. Izuku swears inwardly. It'd be way too fing suspicious if Midnight realizes he's copied the uniform to the T. He quickly tries to dissuade her from the idea. Haha. It's nothing interesting, Sensei. You don't have to waste your time on looking. Midnight licks her lips, a large grin on her face. Nope. I insist, Midoriya. Don't be shy, your costume will soon be paraded around the streets when you graduate anyway. Izuku forces a tight smile. Okay then, Midnight Sensei, there's no point in arguing with her at this point. It's annoying to have her insist on such a thing, but at least the conversation had directed the topic away from Musen. Izuku shivers, anything to avoid talking about that demon. Midnight glances to the clock on the wall. She claps once with her hands. All right, class, that's all for today. Seems like we've run out of time for this lesson. Aizawa needs a word with you guys before lunch, so wait here for him. He'll be here soon. Midnight leaves, Aizawa-sensei coming in right after her, arriving much sooner than anyone had expected. Not one to waste time, he addresses the class immediately after situating himself behind the podium. Before you all head to lunch, you will all be making a decision that will shape your future as heroes. He pauses dramatically. You'll need to pick a class rep and vice. I don't care how you choose, just get it done. The class explodes in cries of, pick me, or I'll do it. Izuku doesn't get the excitement. Being class rep requires too much responsibility and dedication for his tastes. Ida appears to be the most enthusiastic of the bunch, judging by his highly raised hand and rigid posture. Everyone, we won't achieve anything if we shout over one another. Ida loudly yells. Ida, you're the loudest of them all. The boy flushes. We should decide with a vote. That way we can identify the person that majority rules as most suitable for the job. The class agrees. Yaoyorozu uses her quirk to produce a ballot box and small sheets of paper. She hands the paper out to everyone, placing the box at the front of the class to put in their votes once they're done. Izuku writes down Ida's name. The boy seems fitting of the role and he's one of the only students in the class that fully accepts his quirklessness. He folds up his paper and deposits it into the box. A few minutes later, everyone had submitted their votes. Yaoyorozu counts them up, tallying the votes next to each individual's name as she goes. Her body blocks the board, preventing everyone from peeking at the results. The chalk clatters against the table, and she sidesteps to reveal the results. Izuku rakes his eyes up the board, most names having only one vote next to it. He reaches the top. Midoriya Izuku, a 3. Yaoyorozu Momo, 2. Izuku groans. The idiots who voted for him must have ran into a wall on their way to school this morning. No sane person would want Izuku as a leader. Most of his classmates must think the same as well, judging by their stunned faces. Aizawa-sensei wakes from his nap. Izuku knows he wasn't really sleeping though, and raises a brow at the unexpected results. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, congrats on class rep and vice. Izuku raises a hand to object. Sensei, I don't want the position, I'm not fit to lead and I don't have the time nor dedication for the role. Yaoyorozu can be rep, and if no one else has any objections, he turns to his class. I'd like to volunteer Ida for vice. Midoriya. Ida protests. I'm honored, but you had been rightfully voted into the role. I cannot dash. Ida, you'll be a great vice. Izuku gestures to the class. Plus, no one is against you fulfilling the position, and I really don't want to be class rep. Ida nods reluctantly, clearly not happy, but not wanting to persist any longer. He pushes up his glasses. Very well, I accept the role of vice rep if you truly insist. Ida turns to Aizawa-sensei who's been watching the exchange impatiently. If that's alright with you, sensei. His teacher sighs, looking like he's one comment away from quitting his job. Do whatever, I don't care. Yaoyorozu and Ida give the standard speeches to the class. Izuku listens with only one ear. He's still jittery from midnight's class. The lunch bell finally rings, just in time for the end of Ida's speech. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. Class today was absolute torture for him. He moves with intention to spend a quiet lunch by himself at the same spot he was at yesterday. After the stressful hour of having to sit through listening to Midnight rave on about topics he'd very much prefer to not hear about, he needs to take the time to gather himself back up and relax under a nice tree. This time, he did pack a small lunch, instead of fueling his stomach purely on ohagi again. Izuku takes out his bento box he prepared for himself this morning. He always made his own food in his past life, preferring to keep to himself in his estate instead of having Kikuchi running around doing his chores for him. He never made complicated meals for himself, he never had the time to, so he sticks with the basic rice, protein, and steamed veggies. Izuku is halfway out the door, with his lunch in hand when someone calls out to him. Midoriya. He turns to see Uraraka's bright face smiling at him. Come eat lunch with Ida and I. Izuku tries not to cringe. He hadn't expected for his new friends to invite him to lunch when he made plans to relax by himself. He opens his mouth to turn them down, but he makes the mistake of looking directly into Uraraka's pleading eyes and Ida's small, hopeful smile. Come on Izuku, this life, you promised to make some friends. He smiles hesitantly. Sure, I'd love to join you. Uraraka's face brightens, hooking an elbow with his and Ida's and drags them to the cafeteria, settling into an empty table after the two of them buy lunch from Lunch Rush. Izuku digs into his bento as soon as his friends take the first bite of their meal, sighing contently after he shoves a big spoonful of stir-fried beef into his mouth. He must have been hungrier than he had expected. He's chewing through a mouthful of rice when Uraraka breaks the comfortable silence. Midori. The sudden use of a nickname startles him. Midnight's lesson was really interesting, wasn't it? I mean Demon Slayers. That's so crazy. You must be a big fan, Midori, to have your hero costume modeled after them. You looked so alike to that Sanemi guy as well. She looks at him, giggling. It's almost like you're the same person. Izuku is starting to regret his decision to eat with his friends. I don't think we look that alike, it's just the scar we share. Sanemi has completely different face and hair. Saying his name aloud is odd, referring to himself in third person almost discomforts more than the topic itself. Ida nods in agreement. Midoriya is right, I personally don't really see the resemblance. Uraraka pouts. You guys have no imagination dash. She's cut off with a loud blare of a siren, lights flash red, students stand up in panic, all sporting the same startled face. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. Ida waves down a second year. What's a security level 3? He hurriedly asks. It means someone has infiltrated the school grounds. Someone has infiltrated U.A? An attack in the middle of the day is unlikely, and very stupid. An attack on U.A in general is stupid. Izuku scans the cafeteria. Most have rushed to the doors to evacuate, but there's no sight of teachers. It's either that the threat is so large that all heroes at the school available are required at the scene, or the threat isn't serious enough for a hero to help evacuate them. Izuku's leaning to the second option. He doubts a large attack could be launched without any warnings, plus, they have All Might working here. Not many villains could match up with number 1. Izuku turns to inform Ida and Uraraka that there's no reason to panic, but he's too late. One of them grabs his arm and pulls him into the crowd of stampeding students. The mass of students jostles him, knocking him towards the large pane of windows. He curses aloud, scowling at the multiple limbs and elbows digging into his body. It doesn't hurt, it's just really annoying for Izuku to continuously steady himself from falling. A student with a reptilian tail turns in a panic to avoid an elbow to his face. The extra limb smacks into Izuku's leg and he pushes back onto the glass behind him. He takes the opportunity to look out the window, aiming to catch a glimpse of the threat. When he spots the crowd of trespassing reporters, Izuku nearly explodes in a Kaken-like way. All of this panic and chaos for a pack of FING vultures. Izuku whips his head to Ida, who squished against the window beside him. Ida. It's just the shitty media, he snarls out. Ida's eyes shift to the reporters outside, then to the crowd of students. He nods, turning to Uraraka and reaching out a hand, shouting something Izuku can't hear. Uraraka struggles to hold out her hand. Her fingers briefly brush Ida's, but it's enough to activate her quirk. Ida floats into the air, arms windmilling to keep upright, blasting forward with a burst of his quirk. He lands on a thin ledge at the doors, holding onto the piping above him to steady himself. Everyone, he shouts, capturing the attention of the students. It's just the media, no need to panic. We are U.A students, please conduct yourselves in the manner of those enrolled at the highest academia. The students calm down collectively, relaxing when they realize there's no threat. A few older students, presumably class reps, start to lead their classmates back to their classrooms in orderly lines. Izuku watches Ida scale down awkwardly from his position on the ledge, after meeting back up with Uraraka. Ida pushes his glasses up his nose, it had skewed while he was floating in the air, and approaches his two friends. Ida, that was really quick thinking there. Expected from our class rep. Uraraka exclaims. Ida waves his hands. I wouldn't have realized it was the media without Midoriya. Come on guys, he interrupts before it turns into a ping-pong tournament of insistence and denial. We should head back before Aizawa-sensei scolds us for being late. Ida straightens up, turning away from Uraraka whose mouth is halfway open for a rebuttal, right? Tardiness is unbecoming for a hero student. Hey Shoyuta, he looks up from the stacked images of the rusted gate. What do you think of Midoriya's costume? He sighs. Is it really the time for this, Namuri? The woman holds up a picture of Midoriya's costume, peering at it with her glasses tilted away from her eyes. He looks over her shoulder to take a look at it as well, pushing away the papers on his desk. He wasn't really getting anywhere with the case anyway. Shoyuta hadn't really observed one as costumes closely yet, he hadn't had the time to. Midoriya's costume was plain at first glance, so he didn't think of it much when he saw it. He was much more concerned of the practicality of Yaoyorozu's costume and the hazard of Bakugu's gauntlets. But now looking at the image of Midoriya's costume, he realizes the strange aspects of his costume. The blueprints of the design have the back and front images of his costume, showing the large kanji for destroy on the back of a cropped Haori and his Gakuren top. The choice of branding on the costume is unexpected from Midoriya. Sure, his fighting style is well, destructive, but it was never Midoriya's main selling point. What is even more surprising is the hidden knife he requested to put in his shoe. Normally, first years never request these type of things for their costume, only thinking to add hidden weapons to their arsenal in their late second year or third. Then again, Midoriya has never been described as normal. It's an unique design, he tells Namuri. She shakes her head. No, that's the weird thing, Shoyuta, it's not unique. He raises an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, she pauses, shaking her head. Hold on, it'll be easier if I show you. Namuri pulls out her phone, typing and scrolling until she finds whatever she wants to show him. She places her phone on his desk, a black and white image of an assorted group of people, ranging from the young age of 7 to an elderly man in the corner. The people in the photo all have happy, relieved expressions even though many of them have still healing injuries. He spots a few missing limbs, eyes, a lot of bandaged torsos and heads. He frowns. What does this have to do anything with Midoriya? He voices as such to Namuri. She looks at him like he's stupid, and pinches the screen to zoom in on a man with white hair and a multitude of scars, one running across his cheek in the same exact manner as Midoriya's. Shoyuta sighs. He has the same scar as Midoriya. That doesn't mean anything, Namuri. No. Look, she gestures impatiently at the picture, his costume, Shoyuta, his costume. It's the exact same as Midoriya's. So? It could just be his ancestor or something, and he just thought it looked cool. You don't know who these people are, do you? He rolls his eyes, starting to lose his patience at Namuri's inability to get to the point. Am I supposed to? They're the demon slayers. You know, the people from the Taisho era that killed Dash. Demons, he cuts in. What importance does the silly story of demons and demon slayers have to this conversation? So you do know them. It's an old story to scare children at night. But there has to be some truth to it, Shoyuta. I mean, there's no way that Dash. He interrupts her for a second time. Namuri, it's ridiculous to think demons existed. But there's something else to Midoriya, don't you agree? He pursues his lips. He does agree there is something off with Midoriya. Okay, maybe, demons aren't real, but during my lesson today, he acted like they were. I didn't point it out, but he was gripping his desk so tightly it was about to splinter, and he was pale as a sheet as soon as I mentioned demons. Do you know what weapons they used to fight with, Shoyuta? She continues. No. Namuri walks away from him, towards her own desk, and shuffles through her drawers. She takes out one of her history books, flipping hastily through the pages before she lands on the page she's looking for. She slams the book back on his desk. Shoyuta widens his eyes. I thought I recognized it from somewhere during the entrance exams. I finally realized what it was when I watched Midoriya's match during the battle trials. Midoriya's katana is unique. It was one of the things that helped him so easily identify the boy as the vigilante. The green sheen and pattern on his blade are one of a kind. If Shoyuta didn't know any better, he would have assumed that the weapon was purely for decoration. He refrained from questioning the boy himself on where he acquired such a weapon. There were more pressing things at the time. Shoyuta stares down at the image of a more worn-down version of Midoriya's katana, the color and pattern of the blade identical to the one the boy wields today. All of this has to be a coincidence. Or have some type of logical explanation to it. But there isn't, at least not one Shoyuta can think of. He reads the description of the image below it. Sword of Shinazugawa Sanemi. That's his vigilante name, he says disbelievingly. Namuri snaps her head back up. Vigilante? He was a vigilante for a brief week or two, he explains. Midoriya went by the name Shinazugawa. Did he give himself the name, or did someone else? He did. He pauses, remembering what Midoriya told him. You know what he said? Namuri nods her head for him to go on. I asked him who he really was. She snorts at his dramatics. He ignores her, and he said, I've told you who I am. Midoriya or Shinazugawa, choose your pick. I didn't think of it as much. I thought it was just Midoriya evading my question, but now. These can't all be coincidences, Shoyuta. The costume, sword, scar, his self-claimed name Dash. I know. But there's no other logical explanations even with all this evidence. We have no idea what it points to. Namuri purses her lips. She seems to already know this. This is frustrating. Midoriya is Dash. She hesitates, trying to find the right word to describe the boy. Sad? Lonely? In need of AF, load of therapy? He finishes for her. Trust me, Namuri, I've thought of it all. She slumps her shoulders in defeat. We can't do anything about it, can we? He nods. It's only the first week. He'll reach out eventually, hopefully. Izuku startles awake. His phone vibrates insistently under his pillow. He groans, pressing his hands to his eyes and waits for the shithead calling him in the middle of the night to give up. They don't. His phone continues buzzing for a good 5 minutes before he angrily throws off his blanket and turns on his lamp aggressively. He picks the call up, wondering who, no caller ID, is and how long it would take for Izuku to track them down and pummel them with his phone. What the hell do you want? It's 4 in the FING morning. Shinazugawa. The last of his sleepiness disappears in an instant, along with his anger. Yushiro? He wonders what type of desperate situation the demon is in that he's resorting to contact Izuku. I need a favor. A favor? There aren't a lot of things that I can do that you can't. I need you to find more information on the Musastafu serial killers. You were a vigilante for a while, right? Track them down, or at least find their identity. Izuku immediately thinks of the worst. You don't think they're demons, do you? Please, I just need confirmation. I can't, it's been on my mind for days. I know I'm being paranoid. I know, me too, he pauses, clenching his jaw. The fact that Yushiro is concerned as well makes it more serious than ever. He doesn't remember the last time the demon has sounded so shaken. It's too similar, isn't it? The nightly kills, maimed bodies, the police being clueless, it's like history is repeating itself again. What if he's back? No, he's dead, the demon quickly shoots down. Even the king of demons can't come back to life after centuries. Muzan wasn't the only one capable of creating demons. With all the quirks in the world today, anything could be possible. There could be someone that's able to transform humans. That's a FING stretch, Yushiro. A quirk like that would be flagged by the government. It's more likely than Muzan coming back. Izuku sighs, they're getting off track. I'll go on patrol again after my field trip tomorrow. If I get expelled for this, I'm going to lop that head of yours off. I'll message some of my contacts, Yushiro replies, ignoring Izuku's threat. I'll handle most of the information, you just try to track down the killers. Tracking down a killer? Just like the old days, huh? Izuku stares at his wall, where his Nichiren blade leans. He grips his phone tightly. Yushiro, what'll happen if demons are actually back? A pause on the other end. Then we'll do what we did last time, kill them all. Izuku laughs, despite the terrible topic. Them all? Are you not a demon, Yushiro? You know what I mean, Shinazugawa. Yeah. Good night, update me if you find anything new. Same to you. The demon hangs up, leaving Izuku wide awake at 4 o'clock in the morning. He realizes he's shaking when he places his phone back on his bedside table. His hands tremble as he buries his head in them. Demons. Demons might be back. Izuku tugs at his hair, the small prickle of pain grounds him. The thought of demons being back scares him. If they're back, he doesn't know what he'd do. Demons being back means all the lives they lost would be for naught, all that sacrifice, and injuries will mean nothing. What was the point of defeating Muzan if demons were going to come back anyway? He thinks hysterically. Izuku doesn't want to spend another life fighting those monsters anymore. He doesn't want another life where he has to sacrifice everything just to taste the bittersweetness of victory. They won once, at the cost of hundreds of deaths. Will they win once more if they fight again? Would the world be able to handle another Muzan? In a world where breathing techniques barely exist, and the Demon Slayer Corps are disbanded, how much people would die to the hands of demons? Demons themselves never scared him, because Izuku is strong enough to defend himself. What scares him is the fact that he's never strong enough to protect others. His mother, siblings, Genya, were all people he failed to protect against demons because he was too weak. Izuku is strong, just not strong enough when it really matters. If demons are back, and the world realizes Izuku is the only one able to kill these creatures, would they be disappointed when he ultimately fails? The grip on his hair tightens. Tears start to well in his eyes. He doesn't know if it's from the pain or from the fear. He can't bring himself to care. He releases his fingers from his hair, letting his hands fall back to his lap. Izuku tilts his head back, blinking back the tears. He refuses to cry over his paranoia. He ignores the part of him that says it's not just paranoia. After at least 5 minutes of holding back his tears, he gets enough of a hold on himself to lay back on his bed without crying like a baby. He doesn't sleep, he can't, but he lets himself close his eyes and think in silence. He knows he said that he wouldn't go to Aizawa-sensei for information on the Musastafu serial killers, but things are different now with Yushiro on the case. Izuku arrives early enough that no one else has arrived at school yet, besides the teachers of course. It wasn't much effort to get ready earlier, he had spent the whole night wide awake. So when the time came, he just got out of bed and changed into his uniform. He knocks on the door of the teacher's staff room. He opens it after hearing a cheery, "Come in." Present Mike sits on the couch next to Aizawa-sensei, who's holding a coffee cup like it a sacred artifact. Present Mike raises a brow at him, confused at his presence. "Midoriya?" Aizawa-sensei looks up from his cup. "What do you need, listener?" "I just need to talk to Aizawa-sensei, privately. Please." Aizawa-sensei stares at him with an unreadable expression, before sighing deeply and stands up from his seat. He nods to the door. "We can go to an empty classroom." Izuku moves out the way so his teacher can get out the door. He follows the man to a random classroom, closing the door behind him when they arrive. Aizawa-sensei leans against the teacher's podium and waits for Izuku to start. Izuku tries not fiddle with his hands under the unblinking gaze of his teacher. "Sensei, I was wondering if you knew anything of the Musastafu serial killers." His teacher's gaze hardens. "You aren't going to go Vigilante ING again, are you?" "Yes, no," he lies, "the kills are happening near my area, so I'm just concerned like any other ordinary citizen. Midoriya, even if I knew anything, it would be unethical for me to give such information to my student." So he does know something. The news are hiding something, aren't they? The article is way too short and cut, the police are withholding information on purpose. Aizawa-sensei crosses his arms, tell me the real reason you want to know, and I'll give you the information, as long as you promise you won't go after them. You may be skilled, Midoriya, but these serial killers aren't like the petty criminals you've fought. Izuku nods, agreeing to the terms. A friend of mine is concerned, not a lie, just not the full truth. The serial killers remind him of someone, and he just wants confirmation to rest easy. Who would the serial killers remind him of? He lost someone very dear to him. She was murdered. That's it? Aizawa-sensei asks suspiciously. Izuku shrugs, that's the truth. His teacher glares at him, promise me you won't go after them. Izuku tries not to smile, the information had been way too easy to fish out, I promise, sensei. The police don't have any descriptions on the culprits, they always leave the scene before it gets reported. The remains of a body is always left, though not much. Always a bloody scene, and always done at night. Izuku risks a question, sensei, did they have any claw marks on them? Midoriya, he says in a low voice, don't tell me dash. Sensei, did they, or did they not, have any claw marks on them? Izuku repeats firmly. Aizawa-sensei tenses, his eyes narrowing into pinpricks, it's all the confirmation he needs. Izuku sks in a sharp breath, he forces down the panic that threatens to rise, now isn't the time to lose his sheet, he has to keep his cool in front of his teacher. How do you dash? Bite marks, he interrupts, uncaring that he's being rude, the bodies. Do they have bite marks, like someone had ripped out a chunk of their flesh with their mouth? Midoriya. I need you tell me how you got this information, he questions, urgency tinting his tone. Sheet, he needs to call Yushiro now. Izuku smiles passively, ignoring the furious thumping of his heartbeat, and the pressing gaze of his teacher, I need to call my friend, sensei. Izuku bows an apology, I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei, this is really important to me. He leaves, rushing out the door, ignoring his teacher's yells. Izuku dials his phone as he runs through the halls, bumping into a few early arriving students in a rush on his way. He stops underneath a stairwell, double-checking for any hidden company before pressing the call button. The phone picks up immediately. Have you found something already? The demon says, jumping straight to the point. I managed to get some information from my teacher. Shinazugawa dash. I know, it was dumb and risky, but I had to ask, the sooner we finish this the better. Yushiro sighs through the speaker, don't blame me if you get in trouble. Tell me what you found. The descriptions of the bodies. Claw and bite marks, Yushiro sks in a breath, mirroring the way Izuku has moments earlier. Sheet, I really didn't want to believe that they're back, Izuku rubs a hand roughly over his face, but it doesn't look so good Yushiro. At first I had hoped that everything was just a coincidence, that we were just being paranoid, he chokes, the reality of the situation slowly crashing on him. Izuku lets himself slump onto the floor, leaning against the wall, what are we going to do, he whispers, mostly to himself, I don't think I can handle fighting demons all over again. Get a hold of yourself, Shinazugawa, now's not the time to break down, Yushiro hisses, though Izuku can hear the waver in his voice, the evidence you have is bad, he snorts half-heartedly, bad is an understatement, but we still need definitive proof that demons are back dash. Yushiro, you can't be serious, he seethes, if this isn't definitive proof then I don't what is. This isn't the Taisho era, Shinazugawa. We live in a world where quirks exist, bloodthirsty murderers aren't that abnormal anymore. Yes, the evidence you have points a lot of fingers, but until we see a demon right before our eyes, we can't act just yet. I only wanted you to gather information for now, don't get too ahead of yourself. Acting now would only detriment us. He hates it, he hates it, but Yushiro is right. Even if he thinks demons are back, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He forgets he is no longer Shinazugawa Sanemi, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Wind Hashira. Now, he is Midoriya Izuku, a hero in training, a mere teen with no connections nor support. Especially with Aizawa-sensei now on his tail, the sheet he pulled today made him look super suspicious. Izuku had been too eager, too quick to act. He thumps his head against the wall behind him, Izuku's a idiot. What he did just made things 10 times harder for himself, Izuku had always been one to act. Before he thinks, back in the days when fighting demons was his only concern, it was a good thing to have. Hesitating in a fight where the opponent is physically stronger, faster and more durable is dangerous, so he gotten into the habit of act first, think later. Izuku never really did info gathering, things like that weren't his area of expertise, sure he used to track demons down, and talk to a few villagers to gain insight on his target, but he never discreetly did so. And if the mission really required intel, well, that was what the Kikushi were for. Fine, so what do I do now, he asks tiredly. Don't go on patrol tonight like you had originally planned to. A pause. I'll head up to Musastafu and check out the area myself. You wait a while until your teacher gets off your tail, then you can go out. Seriously? You're really going to move? Like I have any other choice, the demon growls. Since someone screwed up, I need to take things in my own hands. If you could do it yourself so easily, why did you bother asking me? Izuku can't help but question. I already knew you were going to act once the article came out, might as well work together if we're both going at it. Fair enough, Izuku thinks. You have a place to stay? The demon huffs. What, are you going to invite me to your home, Hashira? He drawls sarcastically. No. I'd think I'm decent enough to check if my coworker isn't going to sleep on the streets. Demons don't need sleep. I'm just trying to be nice, he agitates. Yeah well, Izuku imagines the eye roll. I don't need your niceties, it's even weirder coming from you. I'm not the same dash. He stops, hearing footsteps from above. Someone's coming, call me back later. Izuku ends the call abruptly, ignoring the indignant swears of the demon. Todoroki descends the stairs a second later. God damn it, out of everyone it had to be him. Todoroki spots him, and he just stares. The boy doesn't even blink, he just stares at his face. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd think that it would just be emptiness in that stupid head of his, just a few flies buzzing in there. Izuku tries not to scowl at his intrusive gaze, face twitching at the amount of effort it takes. Do you need something? He impatiently asks. A small tick of an eyebrow. No, Todoroki shortly replies, before walking off, acting as if the whole interaction was imagined. Izuku nearly crushes his phone in the grip he has. Tommy, Todoroki, always manages to PSS him off in some way. The boy is just a constant reminder of everything he hates, and doesn't want to remember. He spends the whole of his homeroom ignoring the glares Aizawa-sensei sends him. At the end of the PRD, his teacher slips him a note. Izuku doesn't open it, he already knows what his teacher wants. The rest of his classes are boring, it only serves him the torture of rethinking his conversation with Aizawa-sensei and Yushiro. The revelation that demons are so very likely that Musastafu's serial killer sends Izuku into an anxious, jittery mess. He scribbles mindless doodles on his assignment sheet to distract himself. It doesn't work very much. The concerned glances Midnight continuously send him don't help either. By lunch, his friends notice and ask him if something is wrong. He holds back a bitter laughter. A lot of things are very FING wrong right now. But he doesn't say so to his friends, instead, he just shakes his head, telling them he's just a little tired. They don't look like they fully believe him, but they don't push him any further, something he's grateful for. After lunch it's hero training, or more specifically, rescue training. Rescue isn't something he's done much, unless you count cutting off a demon's head before it kills someone as rescue. Saving people from natural disasters is a foreign concept to him, but he guesses it's as foreign to his classmates as it is to him. They are only first years after all. He adorns his costume again, not a uniform any longer, but a hero costume. It serves as another reminder of his talk with Yushiro. They board the bus in 2 lines, as per Ida's insistence, but it's deemed useless when the boy realizes it's an open layout. Uraraka pats his back consolingly, before boarding the bus alongside Izuku. He takes a seat opposite Azui. The Nichiren blade by his waist juts out awkwardly when he sits, it sticks out into the aisle, but he'd rather that than to part with his blade. Midoriya. He looks up from the belt strap he's fiddling with to the curious eyes of Azui. He crosses his arms against his chest, slightly defensive. Curiosity never lead to anything good, especially when directed at Izuku. Yes, Azui? Call me Tsu, Karo, he nods, and waits for her to continue. I was wondering, where you got your sword from? It's a very unique weapon. She tilts her head. The support didn't design it for you, you brought it in yourself. Izuku narrows his eyes. Why do you ask? I like to say what's on my mind, she replies casually, either unbothered by his defensiveness or ignorant of it. I thought it had to do something with your abnormal strength and skill. He rolls his eyes. He said that he'd try to be patient, but this is really getting on his nerves. No, my katana does not enhance me in any way. My skills and strength are all me. And for where I got my sword, it's from a friend of mine. They didn't have a use for it, so he gave it to me. Izuku tries to explain dismissively, keeping out the annoyance in his voice. A friend. It seems to be reoccurring reason for the odd things Midoriya does or has. Shoyuta wonders if it's the same friend that wanted information on serial killers. Receiving the sword from his friend doesn't completely debunk his ancestor theory. Midoriya could be lying after all. But it does add doubt. The students move on from the conversation after they realize Midoriya isn't going to elaborate. Compared to the topic of Midoriya and his sword, the chatter is quite mundane. Shoyuta doesn't feel like listening into his students debating who has the strongest quirk, so he tunes them out and rests his eyes for the rest of the ride. They arrive at the USJ, his classmates chatter excitedly around him, admiring the impressive building. Izuku can't help but think it's impressive as well. He knew U.A was well funded. How? He has no idea, but he never imagined something like this. Different zones in each corner of the building, each a perfect replica of a real disaster scenario. He thinks back to the Hashira training that took place before that battle. The exercises they went through seem severely outdated compared to the USJ. A facility like this would have made a world's difference in their training. Demons, although nocturnal hunters, can be found almost anywhere. Rivers, caves, mountains, villages, were all possible places for a demon to lurk. Having the privilege to practice in different environments where it's relatively safe and controlled could have prevented deaths of unprepared demon slayers of the hundreds. His class stops just inside the building, right in front of the Hero 13. He hasn't heard much of the rescue hero, only what the basics of their quirk entails. They rattle on about the danger of quirks, and how to utilize them for good. Izuku only listens with one ear, the speech doesn't include him after all. Throughout the whole lecture, as it steadily goes on, Izuku's neck starts to prickle. It's an uncomfortable feeling, but not one he's unfamiliar with. At first he writes it off as excess nerves from earlier, but the feeling doesn't leave. Instead, it only gets stronger. It's till the point where he's unconsciously reaching for the hilt of his sword. It's not the same type of instinct he gets when there's an immediate threat, it's one where something is slowly building, a threat that has yet to come, imminent and approaching. Izuku's hand is fully on the hilt of his katana now, his eyes scanning the facility automatically. No one had noticed him just yet, the rest of his class still enwrapped with the Hero 13. He silently takes a step forward, away from the huddle of his classmates, the small voice in his head telling him to fight, find the enemy, eliminate the enemy gets louder and clearer by the second. There's no questioning it anymore, something is definitely wrong. It's the same feeling he had moments before Oyakata-sama got attacked, a feeling he would never forget. Izuku doesn't draw his blade just yet, not wanting to send everyone into a panic. Instead, he moves closer to the top of the stairs. This captures the attention of Aizawa-sensei. The man opens his mouth to call him, but Izuku quickly shuts him up with a serious glare, mouthing two words to his teacher. Threat incoming. Aizawa-sensei doesn't question how he's so certain of such a thing, reading the seriousness on Izuku's face, and immediately signals to 13 to evacuate, something he assumes, judging by the swift hand gestures, most likely a hero-specific sign language, and the slight widening of 13's digital eyes. The rescue hero smiles, the type to calm down panicking citizens, and instructs his class to go back outside. Confused, they don't immediately follow the orders. Izuku's about to turn and yell at them to get the F on with it, but he's too late. Electricity buzzes, the crackle of sparks resound the facility. A whirring sound, and the doors shut close, they're trapped. Izuku keeps a constant eye out for the incoming threat. Out of the corner of his peripheral, Aizawa-sensei does the same, two hands already on his capture weapon, goggles on his face. A villain attack, targeted on the outskirts of U.A, a location where it would take 15 minutes by vehicle for backup to arrive, even longer if the alarms have been disabled. A lot can happen in 15 minutes. The villains have yet to appear, taking an unusually long time to announce their presence, something that slightly unnerves him. The enemies he's fought are never one to waste time to show, or Izuku was the one to confront his enemy first. It also confuses him, what could they be playing at? His answer is given to him at the tail of his thought. Later, he will look back on it and hate himself for asking the question, which had probably jinxed him. Around him, the horrible screeching of metal against metal scrapes at his ears. He looks above, to the source, the expansive glass planes reaching over as a ceiling to create a dome. Slowly, great sheets of metal creeps over the glass, like a disease infecting skin. It moves in a horror-like way, with the horrible sounds it makes and the shadow covering of the sun's rays. Izuku draws his katana instantly, so fast you would have thought you've imagined it. Goosebumps cover his body, and the overwhelming feeling of dread layers him. He watches, helplessly as the light in the USJ is dimmed, his classmates and teacher completely oblivious to the hell that awaits. The last of the dome is covered with a spine-chilling shink. Izuku feels his fate seal in at that moment. At last, the USJ is ridden of any natural light, their only light illuminating from the fires from one zone, and the occasional emergency sign here and there. It doesn't matter, Izuku is used to fighting in the dark. He addresses Eraserhead, not taking his eyes off the central plaza, his voice calm, rid of the panic that consumes him. It would not do well to let his emotions to hinder him. Who would he be, if he fell apart at the face of fear? He is a demon slayer, one of the best 9, a Hashira, the Wind Pillar. And the very last. Izuku would not be deserving of the title if he crumbled now. He tells himself to calm, he forces himself to live another day, and deal with the aftermath later. Eraserhead. I need you to find a way to blow up the roof, get 13 or one of the students to do it, I don't care, just get it done. That is our main priority. Midoriya, I need a reason before you start ordering me around. Annoyance flares, he hates how little his word means in this time, he forgets he no longer holds the highest rank here. Izuku is only a hero in training, no longer one of the Hashira. Because, if we don't manage to get some FING sunlight in here, he lifts his sword slightly, the green sheen of the metal catching in the limited light, this thing here is the only thing saving us from certain death. Wadash. His teacher doesn't finish his sentence, silenced by the thick wave of death that manifests from thin air. No, not thin air. Izuku narrows his eyes at the darkness below him. A swirl of purple hangs heavy in the center. A portal. Eraserhead stands still beside him, unable to move in the presence, he doesn't look behind him to see his classmates do the same. Izuku slides into a stance, his heart beating evenly, breaths as steady as ever. He is not affected in the same way his peers are, this is not his first encounter. It's been many, many years since he has felt this bloodthirsty aura, he'd be dead to forget it though. The last of the portal appears, spilling out an army of enemies, a hand-covered man leading the pack. The mist manifests into a humanoid figure, a shadowed silhouette standing alongside him. And for the first time in centuries, demons and demon slayers meet again. You understand now, right? Some of them aren't ordinary villains. I need you to trust me, you'll have your answers later, but now, he risks a glance towards the hero, the man's skin pale in the dim light, we have to blow up the roof. It'll make things much easier for us. Us? You aren't going to fight, Midoriya. I can't allow that. You and I both know that's not going to happen. Izuku tunes out the confused and panicked murmurs of his peers, the darkness prevents them from any insight on the danger in front of them. Tell Kaken to blow the roof, he instructs his teacher, knowing that the blonde wouldn't hesitate at the chance of destruction even it's only a small hole. Get the class to stay in the sunlight, they'll be safe there. Are you sure of this, kid? Very, he says in the most serious voice he can muster. Eraserhead doesn't move. Izuku fears that he's going to protest, but after a tense moment, well, tenser than he already is, the hero nods and runs back to the huddled group of students. Once his teacher has left, he's left alone. Down at the plaza, an army of enemies await him, one that consists of 2 demons. The rest are regular thugs. In his lives, he's only ever seen higher-ranking demons capable of working together. As all demon slayers know, demons willingly working together only mean trouble. He has no idea how powerful the 2 demons are, something that doesn't normally bother him, but he has his classmates and teacher to protect, so he cannot afford to leap into the fray without a plan. At the moment, all that he knows is that one of the demons, the Misty One, possesses a warping demon art. He knows it's powerful enough to warp great distances, but he doesn't know its limits. The thugs are another obstacle in itself. Izuku cannot go all out with people around him, yes, they are criminals, but they are human nonetheless. In the background he hears the telltale explosions of his childhood friend, it's at that moment the villains choose to act. He positions himself at the very edge of the top of the stairs, standing so even in the dark lighting, the ones below can see his unwavering figure. Izuku brandishes his sword, letting it glimmer wickedly and adorns a wild grin on his face. It's a mask, but only he needs to know that. All at once, multiple quirks are shot at him, he hears a cry of alarm from his teacher, before it fades out as he dashes towards the fray, no plan in mind. He practically flies through the air as he weaves and dodges the attacks thrown at him, the occasional flick of his sword as he blocks an attack not worth dodging. He lands at the front line of villains, far from the 2 demons that are currently content staying back. Izuku aims to confront them after he takes out the thugs. Thug number 7 falls from another swift swing of his blade, the other 6 left groaning behind him. So far, he isn't the slightest out of breath, heart rate still steady and slow. Number 9 puts up better of a fight, a heteromorphic quirk, one where it covers the user in rocks. A better fight is still an easy fight to be won though, the thug is knocked down after harsh kick to the back of his knees, and a knock to the skull. The punch smarts his knuckles, but the pain is nothing to Izuku. Seeing Izuku take down the rock thug so effortlessly, the rest of the villains look at Izuku with a newer gleam of fear in their eyes. The villains had expected for the mere 15-year-old to be an easy opponent. Realizing this, Izuku lets his grin grow wider, reveling in the way the thugs around him recoil. What? Don't tell me you're scared, he goads. It works way too easily. The simple-minded fools around him charge at him to protect their delicate pride, quickly forgetting their fear. It's their mistake. He whirls around, a lone strand of wind from a cyclone, swinging his blade in a dance that few have seen. The two closest to him falter with two shallow gashes across their body. Izuku finishes the off with a kick in the air, his legs performing a perfect split as he simultaneously knocks them out. A ribbon-like sheet of metal? He can't tell with the lighting, is shot at him, it twists unnaturally, weaving in an unpredictable pattern in an attempt to throw him off. The attack would work on others, but not on him. He jumps, flipping sideways, his legs kicking backwards in a half backflip and dodges, cleanly cutting through the ribbon with his blade. Leaping deeper into the thinning crowd, he finds the source. The villain snarls at him before shooting another 2 ribbons at him. Izuku dodges to the right, bending back to avoid the redirected ribbon. He twists, finding the right timing, and stabs through the 2 ribbons, pinning them to the floor. The villain tugs at their ribbon, trying to free themselves, letting out a frustrated hiss when they fail. With no choice but to go forward, his opponent charges. Izuku lets them approach, and at the last second, he pulls out his blade from the ground and swings his blade at their legs. They fall, unconscious, after a hit to the neck with Izuku's hand. A much larger explosion in the distance sounds. He prays that Kaken had been successful, but he doesn't have time to glance back and check. In his pursuit of the thugs, he realizes he's been making way to the 2 demons idly standing at the very back. And the first demon disappears. Motherfucker. He knocks out another thug a bit more aggressively this time. The escape of the demon makes things a lot more difficult for him. Fucker. He calls to the second demon, still hidden in the shadows. Tell your shitty friend to come back here. A laugh. Izuku falters, he had expected an animalistic sound, something that would grate against his ears, but no, his laugh is elegant. A sound of a fallen angel, carrying softy throughout the battlefield. It holds a grace that no regular demon should have, that no human could possess. It reminds him of the Upper Moon One. The Upper Moon One was the first demon he met that was graceful, dignified. The demon before him would be the second. The laughter brings forth unpleasant memories, it causes him to swing a little too hard at the villain in front of him. Blood spurts from the wound on his opponent's chest, it splatters his face and coats his blade in a deep red. The thug falls to the ground in a cry, clutching at the wound and lays in pain, unable to fall unconscious. I don't think you'd want him to come back. A voice, so light, it reminds him of a woman's. It may not be the same scratchy or whiny voice that most demons have, but it grates at his ears nonetheless. Behind him, way above, he can hear the shouts of his teacher and peers, before almost all the voices immediately cut off. A silence, one that scares him more than pain screams. Screaming means alive, it means pain, but you can only scream in pain if you're alive. But silence? Silence means you do not even have the life to have the privilege to scream. You fucker. What did you do? Izuku yells, slashing harshly at one of the remaining thugs. He doesn't look to see if they were killed by his own blade. What did you do to my classmates? Are they hurt? Where did they go? Or could they be dead? Are they? They can't be, not again. Has he lost more to the claws of demons? It was supposed to be different, a new life, he said. A new life. A new start. He got a second chance. A chance to be better. A chance to have friends. To love. To be loved. To be happy. But why are things repeating once more? Why again? Has he not lost enough? You're dead. Dead. He hates it, he hates everything. He hates the fact that he's being forced to fight his past. He hates that he failed to protect his friends. He hates the stupid FING smile the demon wears. He hates the gods, the universe for giving him these cursed memories. I'll RIP off your F head off UF beach. Just stay dead UF demons. Oh? How nice for you to know who I am. Izuku flies towards the voice, roaring in rage, his Nichiren blade held in preparation. Hot, red anger burns through his veins. How about we exchange names, A face. A serene smile, that hides sharp fangs underneath perfect pink lips. Long fluttering black hair, and pale pupils, so light that it almost blends into the scara. White hakama pants, threaded with delicate gold, and a shirtless torso, toned and muscled. It all comes to view as he approaches the demon. Mine's Kinhone. What Abu dash. The sentence is cut, along with a limb. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. He closes the rest of the distance with his form, letting the cyclone of winds boost him, adding strength to his swing. For the first time in years, he pours all his strength into the form, using his wind breathing to its full potential. He aims for the head, glaring into the surprised eyes of the demon. He hasn't used any wind breathing up until this point, so the demon hasn't seen what he's really capable of. Unfortunately, but not unsurprisingly, the demon just about manages to dodge. Izuku expected as much, and changes the trajectory of his swing to sever the demon's arm, shoulder and all. The satisfying wet schlick of blood brings a manic smile to his face. How did you do that? A tint of anger colors his angelic voice. The demon looks disbelieving at his stump, blood drips down the side of his chest. F off. Like I tell you. You're a horribly rude person. The demon regenerates his arm, the limb reappearing almost instantly. I just wanted a name. Choke on my sword, a-hole. Fake pieces of sheet like you revolt me. Fake? Kinhon pouts. It disgusts him. You don't even know me. I know you're kind. I've fought hundreds of demons like you, he grins ear to ear, and I've killed every single one of them. Don't lie, little hero. 100? Surely you must know I'm one of a kind. Shut the F up. Your voice is so effing annoying. He doesn't wait for a reply, he's fed up of listening to the demon. Wind breathing, 7th form dash. A shame. I'd hate for you to die. Liar. The demon spreads his arms, blood demon art, ivory dash. Shudo has felt fear. It's not an unfamiliar feeling. He's felt fear. He's been scared. Growing up with a father-like endeavor wasn't a stroll through a park after all. But he's been trained to fight through fear. To ignore it, and push through it. So why can he not move when there is a villain before him? He cannot explain the bone-chilling fear he felt when he saw the sky darken. So scared, that his body couldn't even afford to quake. As he watched the thick sheets of metal scrape over the glass roof, all Shudo could think was that his fate has been sealed. That him and his classmates are dead men. It brought an unwelcome sense of familiarity, when he felt the oppressive killing intent from the villains below. He doesn't know when or how, but he knows he's felt a presence like this before. It doesn't make any sense. Shudo may be the son of the number 2 hero, but he's never faced a real villain attack. His classmates had yet to realize grave situation they're in, they have no idea what the darkness brung. Shudo doesn't exactly know what the dark brings either, but he knows it's bad. In the dark, from where he is frozen on his feet, he could spot the undaunted figure of Midoriya Izuku. His katana gleamed, and his classmates stared unblinking at the danger below. Shudo wanted to cry out to him. Do you not understand? The danger we are in? But later, he will realize that Midoriya did understand. The danger that they were in. It's why his classmate had readily thrown himself into the danger at the time. Midoriya flew down the stairs, fading out into the darkness. Shudo can't see what's happening, but he can hear the grunts and cries of the villains below. After Midoriya left, his teacher instructed Bakugo to blow the roof. Bakugo yelled and questioned why, and Aizawa-sensei calmly replied. Because Midoriya said so. He's glad that his teacher trusted Midoriya's word, because if his classmate hadn't instructed his teacher as such, Shudo might have forced himself to instead. Without another word, Bakugo blasted himself up, his quirk flashing brightly, and directed an explosion towards the roof. No sunlight streamed in like he had expected, the metal revealed to be completely unharmed besides a blackened surface. Growling, Bakugo released another explosion, much bigger this time, his classmates closest had to block their ears. This time, when the smoke cleared, a small hole indented through the metal, a sliver of sunlight streamed in. Bakugo! Your gauntlets! Use them, he yelled, breaking the spell of fear temporarily. Don't order me around icy hot. His back prickles. Greetings, students of UA, allow me to introduce myself, I am Kurojairi, and I come with the League of Villains to kill All Might. Kill All Might? He snaps his head toward the villain, whirling around to face the threat. Aizawa-sensei throws his capture weapon, 13 positions herself protectively in front of his classmates, a pointer finger ready for attack. Aizawa-sensei's eyes flare red as the villain nimbly dodges the capture weapon. I'm afraid that won't work on me, Eraserhead, the baritone voice informs. His teacher doesn't falter, it's not the only trick I have. The villain's misty yellow eyes glow brighter, I apologize. I have a job to do, I cannot afford idle talk. Aizawa-sensei leaps and throws out 2 strands of his cloth, the villain disappears out of sight. Shudo's senses prickle, he stands frozen as the villain reappears right above them. He feels the weight of the world on his shoulder, a finger twitches by hip. The villain's misty body spreads, casting a purple haze in the already dark light. Blood demon art, warp gate, scatter. Shudo falls. His limbs lock up, eyes wide in horror. Blood? Demon. Art? Shudo's vision clears, and finds himself hurtling through the air towards a lake of water. He quickly rights himself, throwing out his capture weapon to pull himself to the boat. He lands on the deck quietly, not wanting to alert the villains in the water. The dark covered him so no one had noticed his camouflaged hero costume falling through the air. It proves to be fruitless when he has to announce himself in favor of rescuing his student from falling into a watery death. Azui tenses in his capture weapon's hold, but quickly relaxing when she recognizes him. He pulls her, gently, to the deck, making sure she doesn't land too harshly. She nods at him gratefully. "Sensei, is Midoriya going to be okay?" He tries to not show his surprise. He hadn't known that anyone had noticed Midoriya jumping into the fray, nor had he expected Ajui's first question to be on Midoriya's safety. He nods firmly. "Midoriya will be fine. As soon as we get out of here I'll be able to help him." It's a good thing that he was the one to land in the shipwreck zone. Gods, if another student ended here, it would have been a disaster. The emergency controls are in the hull. Normally we would control the ship and water motors from the main panel, but Nizu installed one inside for safety purposes. He walks below deck, where the stairs lead him to the controls, Ajui following a few steps behind him. "I'll create a whirlpool with the water motors, and we'll escape then. It should take out most of the villains." "What do I need to do, Sensei?" "It'll be easier for me to use my capture weapon if I don't carry you along as well." He calls back her quirk apprehension test results. "You'll be able to jump across the water, the distance isn't too great. When we land I want you to go back to the entrance. Do not follow me. Tell anyone you see on the way to do the same as well." "Sensei. Midoriya and I will be fine. If anything, having more of you there will hinder us. Midoriya can't use his skills to the full potential if he has to be wary of any bystanders." She doesn't reply, and Shoyuta can't see her face in the dim lighting. But he doesn't have time to drill in his orders again. He feels for the buttons for the water motors, stopping when he feels the braille for W. "I've got it. Head back up and wait for me there. It'll take a few seconds for it to activate, but I want you to stay there until I come back up. We'll escape together." "Okay, Sensei." He waits for her to leave, pressing the button with a small click when he's sure she's gone. Even from the inside he can hear the starting motor start to whir loudly. Taking long strides up the stairs, he meets back up with Ajui. The villains below shout in confusion, and as a last-ditch attack, one sends his quirk in the form of a large water hand and cuts the boat in half. Water swirls harshly in the lake, the beginnings of a whirlpool starts to form. "Ajui! Now!" Shoyuta readies his capture weapon, leaping into the air along with his student. The whirlpool below seeks the villains into the center, huddling them all together. With one hand he sends out a long strip of his capture weapon, restraining the mass of villains into one big knot. Pulling out a hidden knife from his belt, he cuts off the connecting cloth in one clean swipe, leaving the rest of his capture weapon to haul him across the water. In the next second, he throws his capture weapon to a nearby tree, and pulls himself towards it. A good chunk of his weapon is gone, but he had to sacrifice it to ensure the villains would stay in the water. A small splash, and Ajui lands in the shallow part of the lake. She quickly swims out and joins him by his side. Shoyuta lets out a small sigh of relief. Other than getting wet, his student is unharmed. "Go to the entrance, Ajui, regroup with the others. Please be careful, Sensei. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Shudo is falling. He cannot see. But it is not dark. Blood demon arts. He hits the ground. "Job, kill. Dem. Don't. Sister, won't. Weak, no, choice, the reality." Two hands grab him. "Go, you are, die. Roki. Tange, okay? No, pulse. Failed, again. Sheet, did, hit, head? I'm sorry. No, blood. Still awake. Became. M. Kill, L, before, he, kills. Odoroki. Shina, wa. Lu. Ioka. Todoroki. Shudo scs in a harsh breath, jerking up into a sitting position. "What happened? What the hell was that? You fell from the sky. I thought you were going to stop yourself, but you dash. Did I say that out loud?" He blinks the blurriness in his eyes, focusing on the two figures in front of him. "Hagakure?" The girl waves her gloves. "And Zero? You know our names." Shudo frowns. "Of course I do. Did you expect me not to?" Zero laughs nervously. "Well, you kinda." He gestures aimlessly. "You know?" He doesn't. "No? Well, never mind that. What are we going to do?" Hagakure asks, panicking. "We're surrounded by villains." "Oh." Shudo looks around. They're hidden by a wall, but around him he can hear the impatient steps of villains. He hadn't noticed until Hagakure pointed it out. "I'll just freeze them all." "What? Are you sure, man? I mean, you kind of took a bad hit there, Todoroki," Zero asks. "I'm fine," he honestly says. "Just a headache." Shudo walks out from where they're crouching, ignoring the panicked exclamations of his classmates. Without another moment of hesitation, he twists his foot to the side, sending a wave of ice to cover the surface of the ground and creep up the bodies of the villains. "What a monster! He's on par with a pro!" a villain shouts. Shudo knocks him out as he passes him. Zero lets out. A whistle. DMN, I knew you were strong, Todoroki, but this is crazy. He walks ahead, towards one of the villains, the ice crunching below his boots. His two classmates trail carefully behind him, hands balanced out to keep themselves from slipping. Where are you going? We need information, so I'm going to get it. He stops just a hair's width from the villain's face, puffing out a cold cloud of breath between them. What is your plan for killing All Might? He delivers flatly. The pathetic villain starts shivering to the point where he's concerned that he might just vibrate out the ice. I don't know, I swear. Shudo drops the temperature even further. You will die of hypothermia in a few minutes. Talk and I'll let you live. He pushes down the ugly feeling that threatens to rise. He hates himself for resorting to torturing methods, but he doesn't have the time. Okay. They have a weapon. Some special creature that's strong enough to defeat All Might. Is that all you know? He says, pronouncing each word with a cold breath of mist. Todoroki dash. I swear. It's all I know. He scowls, useless, Shudo thinks as he knocks out the villain with a chop to the neck. He defrosts the villains around him. As angry as he is, he's still a hero in training. It's not heroic to kill, not at all. But he has killed, hasn't he? Don't you remember Jushudo? All those Shut up. Tomioka Ju. A slayer of the past. You are not a hero. Stop talking. You don't know what you're talking about. I do. And you do too. I don't want it. Want what? What don't you want? Tomioka Ju. Todoroki Shudo. To remember. Shudo must be going crazy. Something in him must have finally snapped. He's arguing with himself like a madman, hearing a voice that's his but at the same time it's not. Does mental illness run in the family? Is he going mad like his mother had? Did she also have a voice yapping in her head before she finally broke? He resents thinking as such, especially at a time like this. Shudo is in middle of a villain attack, there is no time to question his sanity. Pretending not to see the concerned looks of his classmates, he heads to the central plaza. Wait! Where are you going? Hagakure cries out. The plaza. Dude! No way. We can't go there, we have to go back to the entrance. If you don't want to come, then don't. I won't force you to follow me. We can't leave you. Then don't. Shudo stops, turning his head to his two peers. Midoriya is there, by himself. Going to the entrance means leaving him. They've got something that's worthy of killing All Might, and as strong as Midoriya is, he's still only one person. No one should have to fight alone. Shudo is scared, he's scared, but he will never allow a comrade to fight alone if he can help it. There were 9 for a reason. Hagakure and Shiro look at him with sparkles dancing around their eyes, it makes a part of him to cringe away from the pure admiration on their faces. You're so cool, Todoroki, they say in unison. He nods hesitantly, not really knowing what to say. Shudo starts to walk again, the both of them trailing right behind. Blood demon art, ivory bone. Tendrils of yellowing bone bend and shoot out towards him, the demon smiles like he's already won. The tendrils whistle, traveling at an impressive speed. Izuku twists through the air, his blade picking up wind as he glides. Each turn slices a tendril, his katana cutting through the bone. Ivory, the demon had claimed. The material was known to be tougher and harder than regular bone. It's also quite sharp, Izuku realizes, when he's cut on the cheek from a fragment of the bone. He feels blood drip down his cheek, joining the dried blood of his enemies. He's able to cut through the rest of the attack, flipping himself upside down as he moves above the demon. His opponent snaps his head up. Wind breathing, 9th form, Ida-10 Typhoon. Izuku unleashes a barrage of attacks, hoping at least one of them will hit the demon's neck. The dust clears. One of the downsides of wind breathing was that it often kicked up a lot of debris, and reveals a shell of white, large gashes engraved where his sword must have met it. The shell suddenly expands, spikes manifesting from the surface, all aimed at Izuku's body, still in midair. He curses, flipping upright. 5th form, Cold Mountain Wind. Wind breathing is not made for defense, its forms all focusing on attack. It's the only breathing style to have no defensive techniques, but Izuku's always believed that attack was the best defense. The 5th form, an attack where it creates several circular arched slashes that increase in size from above its target. It cuts through the spikes, but leaves Izuku's body wide open, causing a broken spike pierce his thigh. He jumps out of the way just as his feet touch the floor, ignoring the jostle of pain in his leg, barely dodging a blade of ivory that moves at him. Izuku charges at the demon, who's no longer smiling, and swings his sword in an uppercut motion. Wind breathing, 6th form, Black Wind Mountain Mist. The demon's torso splits open gruesomely, revealing his bloody rib cage. He doesn't make a move to regenerate. Blood demon art, he stomps, the ground him cracking, a circular indent forms, open heart. A beat, no, a pulse, deafens his ears. The sound travels, a visible shift of air, and Izuku is thrown backwards. He quickly rights himself in the air, Nichiren blade held in front of him. A terrible crack, and the demon's rib cage fully opens, giving him a full view of his beating heart. Disgusting. The bones shift, expanding outwards, the ends poking out and sharpening, and is sent hurtling towards him. The bones, small in size, but deadly all the same, are hidden in the dark. Izuku is forced to instinctively dodge and block all 12 of the sharpened bones. The speed it travels at makes it basically invisible to the eye. He cannot count how many ribs he has blocked, each one he stops, turns around and attacks again. Izuku flips and twirls, dancing with his blade as he fights for his life. 2. He's cut through 2 of the ribs. Once they're cut, they don't get sent back. He swings through another bone. He finds that the smaller the bone, the much harder it is to cut through them. It's like cutting through a super condensed version of the ivory from earlier. Izuku has to make sure each swing of his blade is precise so it won't shatter the metal. He's down to 6, and Izuku works up a sweat. He hasn't been pushed this far in this life. 8, and Izuku is starting to getting frustrated. If anything, it's becoming a tedious task for him. What's worse is that the demon is just standing there as he slashes endlessly. He hates it, that his opponent is treating him like some type of game. He's the Wind Hashira, for God's sake, this should be easier for him. Izuku refuses to be embarrassed like this. At once, he stops all his movements, and at the split second all of the bones back off. Izuku breathes, waiting for the opportune moment to attack. The moment the ribs are about to pierce his body, he moves. Wind breathing, 4th form, rising dust storm. Izuku misses one, paying the consequences when it stabs straight through his abdomen. Before it can redirect itself, he whirls around, cutting it straight in half. It falls to the floor, joining the others. He charges at the demon head-on. Fight me properly, coward. Come at me, F-Beach. Still alive, I see. I guess you're not so bad. People normally die before I even use my demon arts. Though I'd wish you were a tad more polite. Are you sure you're a hero in training? Izuku swings his sword wildly, the demon returning his attacks at the same intensity. A punch, blocked by a blade. A kick, for a severed leg that is regenerated in an instant. He pushes the demon back closer to the edge of the plaza as he sends his attacks, forcing the demon into defense. The demon generates a blade in place of his arm, moving it at Izuku just as he rears back his katana. Izuku folds his body, crouches down and swings his Nichiren blade, his hand gripping the very end of his hilt to reach the demon's neck. At the same time, the ivory blade stabs his shoulder. He's lucky it's not his heart instead. His blade meets the demon's neck, and he pours all his strength into beheading the creature. In return, the blade in his shoulder is pushed further into his flesh, fresh blood streams out the wound. He refuses to scream. They're trapped at a stalemate, with Izuku's blade unable to fully pass through the neck, and unable to force his other arm to join the one holding the hilt. The demon cannot move unless he risks Izuku's blade cutting through the rest of his neck. Give up, hero. The demon forces the blade deeper into his shoulder. The white bone passes out the other end. My neck is impossible to cut through. You'll bleed out at this rate. You don't know what you're talking about. He smiles dangerously, laughing in the face of danger. I've met demons 10 times worse than you. You haven't noticed yet, have you, a-hole? I wanted to bleed. Yushiro raises an eyebrow. A blood test? He sets down his tea, double-checking the amount of time he has left before he has to go back home. You don't crave blood like normal demons, right? Yushiro nods his head in confirmation. I hardly need a drop nowadays. Makes sense. You remember my ability in my past life? The demon stares before glaring at him, realizing where he's getting at. It would be unlikely for you to have your Merchi blood again. That was a one-of-a-kind thing. I wanted to check before I left. I know it's unlikely and that it would be useless in a world without demons, but who knows what has been transferred when I was reborn. If my memories and muscle memory were able to transfer, why not my Merchi blood? You're right. It is useless and would be a waste of my time. One blood test, please. It'd be nice for me to know. It'll put me at ease. Just in case. When did you become so paranoid? The demon scowls. Can you blame me for feeling so? I was reborn in a world where babies can shoot fireballs out their hands, and where people can be born with fangs and slitted eyes and not be called a demon. Anything could happen nowadays. You'll owe me double. First the Nichiren blade and now this? You're really racking up your debt here, Shinazugawa. Izuku rolls his eyes. It's a blood test. I'm not asking for your firstborn. Yushiro growls as he ruffles through a cabinet, searching for, presumably, a blood kit. I'm doing you a favor, don't test me. The demon pulls out a syringe, different from the usual ones used in a hospital. Izuku straightens out his arm, presenting the inner elbow. He doesn't get a warning when Yushiro plunges the needle in and scs out his blood. A warning would be nice. Shut up. He pulls out the needle once the syringe is full. I'll send you the results in a week. A text? Yushiro scowls. No, my cat will deliver it. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I'm not, my cat will literally send you it. Yeah, whatever, he says, not taking the demon seriously. A week later, he does get a message delivered to him by cat. He spends at least 10 minutes staring at the cat that suddenly appeared in his room. What the f-da? The cat meows at him, presenting the box on his back. Is that, he finally recognizes the animal. Oh my god. You're that cat. Jesus fing Christ, what is my life at this point? Izuku sighs, accepting the fact that the cat that had saved his life all that time ago is still alive and is in his bedroom. I can't believe a fing cat outlived me, Izuku mumbles to himself. He opens the box on the animal's back, pulling out a small folded paper. The cat disappears as soon as he closes the box back up. Izuku isn't even surprised. Izuku unfolds the note, a simple 3 words scrawled on the paper. You have it. The demon staggers. What? What is this? You. Izuku barks out a laugh. Ever heard of Merchi? My blood's the rarest of rare, the one-of-a-kind sheet. Take a good fing sniff, bonehead. Taking advantage of the demon's disorientation, Izuku takes a hold on the blade in his shoulder and snaps it in half. With half the bone still sticking out his back, he forces his arm to join the other. Standing back up from his crouched position, he pushes with new vigor, yelling at the creature in front of him. Just die already. Go back to hell, a-hole. The demon snarls, abandoning his sickly sweet voice, shaking as he throws out a hand. Blood demon art, ivory bone. Izuku prepares to face the onslaught of the demon's bony tendrils, willing to shoulder the pain if it means finishing off the demon. The manifested bones hangs in the air, squirming like a live entity. Go ahead. I felt worse bstrd. Oh no, you've got me wrong, hero, this isn't for you. Wadash. Izuku's blood runs cold, his eyes shifting to the side to where the demon is staring. No. The tendrils stretch, far from where Izuku stands, shooting off into the dark. He shouldn't be able to see, but he does. Red eyes flare, the subtle light is just enough for Izuku to discern. The horrified expression of his teacher. Sensei. Izuku doesn't have time to be relieved that his teacher is alive and well, because what does it matter if he's going to die the next second? The world goes deadly silent. Izuku cannot hear the screams of his classmates, their mouths are only open in silent horror. He won't make it. He can't, not with his blade currently stuck halfway through the demon's neck. It's happening again. Another will die before him. Thump, thump, thump. Has his body always felt this hot? Shoyuta was not born strong. He was not born with super strength, he will never be able to overwhelm villains with a powerful quirk. Even if he wanted to, he could not make it as a spotlight hero. He knew this. So he trained, and trained. Picked up a weapon, and trained with that as well. He had to work 3 times more than his classmates to keep up, working his quirk day and night, each time extending his use PRD. And eventually he graduated. He mastered the capture weapon, and achieved the speed and agility he always wished for. Shoyuta was never the most confident, but he prides himself on the work he does as an underground hero. Of course, not every villain he counters is an easy match, but he's always been able to pull through. And eventually, he reached the unofficial rank of #1 underground hero, being named as the underground hero. But it's now, he's wondering if he ever deserved the title. Because what kind of #1 underground hero wouldn't be able to dodge one attack? Shoyuta watched Midoriya dodge these things easily, and Shoyuta can't find the ability to even move. Frozen on his 2 feet, no matter how much he wills his body to react. He can see it, the yellowing bones, sharpened at the end, whizzing towards him. Shoyuta knows it's coming, but he knows he cannot dodge. Activating his quirk doesn't stop it either. Midoriya screams at him, voice layered with a deep anguish that could only come from one who's witnessed death before. His student holds his sword in his hands, the blade halfway through the villain's neck, the villain somehow still alive and standing. Shoyuta should be concerned that Midoriya is about to decapitate someone, but he's much more worried at the white bone sticking out his back, the hole in his abdomen, and the spike in his thigh. In the dim light, he can't see the blood, but he can imagine it dripping down his torso, staining his white-cropped haori. He tries to keep his eyes open to the very last second, but in the end he can't help screwing his eyes shut. Shoyuta waits for the pain, for the sound of bone grating against bone, and the feeling of blood spurting out his body. He thinks of how much time it would take him to die. Would the villain drag it out? Force his student to watch him die slowly? Or would the villain wrap his neck, snapping it quickly, giving him the mercy of a quick death? He never gets the answer, because it never comes. An outraged cry, full of expletives that would send his grandmother to the grave, and a gust of wind, a cyclone, in an enclosed building. He opens his eyes, staring in disbelief at the sight before him. His student shielding his body, breathing heavily, hair and clothes a mess, and half a sword in one hand. His signature katana missing the top half is held in his right, and the other gripping a still wriggling bone in his left. With one swipe, he cuts in half, dropping it to the ground to join the others. Midoriya, how? He simply asks, too many words on his tongue, and not enough time to say them all. How did you get here? How did you run that fast? What happened to your sword? How did you swing your sword so fast? How are you still standing? How are you alive? Midoriya continues to heave heavily, his sword hand shaking as he holds it in preparation for another attack. The villain is still standing, frozen in shock, uncomprehending of the feat that just occurred. Sensei, Midoriya shakily breathes out, are you okay? Me, he asks incredulously, Midoriya, I should be asking you that. I'm fine, just a little, hot. Hot? Is he being serious? I need you to tie my hand to my hilt. One of my shoulders are practically useless so dash. No, you cannot fight any longer. I can't let you, at this rate you're going to die of exhaustion. There are limits Midoriya, we may be in villain attack, but that doesn't erase the lines we should never cross. Sensei, Midoriya turns to him fully, giving him a proper look at his student's face. Dried blood splatters across his cheek, cuts and lacerations both big and small littering his body. But what catches his eye is the crest of a paper origami windmill on Midoriya's lower cheek, green in color, matching with the sword in his hand. Unless you find a way to open the roof, no one can stop that villain from slaughtering us all. Only I can dash. Midoriya, he interrupts for a second time. He stares at the mark on Midoriya's cheek, he doesn't know why, but looking at it, it feels like a death sentence. Shoyuta nearly doesn't ask his question, he fears for the answer, what's that on your cheek? His student freezes, even the shaking in his hand stops. What? Your cheek, he repeats, there's a mark. Midoriya's face fills with horror. What? No, it's not, he pauses, blinking rapidly, before shaking his head jerkily. It's nothing sensei, he softly says. It's nothing. Midoriya dash. Please, just tie my hand, he begs, looking anywhere but Shuta's eyes, please. I'll just do it myself if you don't. He stares at his student. The boy has never spoken so softly before, never has sounded so defeated. Before he knows it, he's already tying a piece of his capture weapon to Midoriya's hand. Shoyuta doesn't know what compelling him to do so, but he can't find it in himself to stop. Doing so would feel like refusing a dying man's wish. Can you distract the hand villain? Midoriya asks hesitantly, like it pains him to ask for help. He's waiting for something, he's just been watching the whole time. I'll kill Bonehead over there and you restrain the other guy. If Misty comes back, run. Shouts finishes the knot, securing his capture weapon on his student's hand. No. I'm not leaving you. If we have to run, you will too. He doesn't question Midoriya's decision to kill the villain, he knows that if Midoriya had the choice, he wouldn't. If Shoyuta could match the villain, he would too. He knows the villain may not be exactly a villain either. No human, Quirk or not, could survive a direct hit to the neck like that. Shoyuta saw Midoriya's blade cut through. Where the villain's vertebrae should have been. Regeneration's quirks exist, but never to that extent. Sensei, don't die kid. You still got a bright future ahead of you, remember that when you fight. Shoyuta pretends to not see the tears welling in Midoriya's eyes. He ignores that his words had made his student's face impossibly sadder, made him smile softly, like a child grasping at a remnant of a dream. Later, he promises himself. They will talk later. Okay, sensei. Will you be able to fight with your katana like that? I've fought with nothing but a hilt before, I'll be fine. You have a lot to explain when we get out of here. I do. And you'll give me answers? I don't think I'll have the choice. You'll always have a choice. Midoriya shakes his head, not if you're me. We can touch on that later. If you want, of course. His student laughs humorlessly, okay sensei. As interesting as your conversation is, a voice interrupts, followed by a clatter. His eyes trail down to the other half of Midoriya's blade thrown on the floor. I'm afraid I'll have to kill you now. I have a mission to complete, and if All Might refuses to show, you'll just have to do. All Might? Seriously? That's why you're here? The villain leans his head, a shoulder rising, sensei's orders. Midoriya furrows his brows deeply, mouth slightly agape, your master, isn't Muzan? 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 He doesn't miss the way Midoriya tenses at the name. Never heard of him. The boy in front of him sighs, he twitches his arm like he wants to rub at his face, but remembers he can't move it without aggravating his wound. Fing hell. You just had to make things more complicated, didn't you? Midoriya grumbles under his breath. The villain raises a hand in preparation for an attack. Sensei, Midoriya addresses him lowly. Move back. He does, but makes sure he isn't too far. From where he stands he can hear Midoriya mutter quietly. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Closing his eyes to prevent dirt flying into his eyes, he misses the spilt second it takes Midoriya to close the distance between him and the villain. When he opens his eyes, Midoriya is already in the air, blade poised and aimed at the villain's neck. The villain dodges, barely, and Midoriya's blade cuts through the long hair of the villain instead, leaving the man with half a bob cut. My hair, the villain cries in outrage. It's your neck next time, BSTRD. Blood demon art, white calcified cage. Third form, clean storm wine tree. A small white cage forms, held in between the villain's hands. It spins, and the villain spilts his arms far apart, the cage expanding, before he throws out both hands and the spinning mass of sharpened bones is thrown at Midoriya. Midoriya counters, his arms swinging so swiftly he's nothing but a green spot on the darkness. The boy emerges, legs pushing his body into the air. Wind breathing, second form, claws purifying wind. 4 slashes, done simultaneously, something that Shoyuta can't possibly comprehend, and both of the villain's arms are cut off. They're regenerated, almost instantaneously, along with the manifestation of those goddamn bone tendrils. Midoriya flips upside down, unbothered by the mass of deadly bone flying at him. Ninth form, Ida-10 Typhoon. The tendrils are rendered useless, and Midoriya is sent hurtling downwards to the villain, broken blade raised above his head. The villain growls and in an unexpected move, he leaps into the air along with Midoriya, the ground cracking at the force. He grabs Midoriya's injured arm, flipping so his student's back is parallel to the ground and punches him into the cement floor. Blood spittles out the boy's mouth, his chest rising and falling raggedly. Shoyuta cries out alarm as the villain plummets back to the earth, leg raised in a high kick, ready to deliver the killing blow. He moves to do something, refusing to stand idly when his student is about to die. Shoyuta is no match for the villain, but if it means giving his student a single second longer, he'll do anything he can. He rears back an arm to throws out his capture weapon. No interfering, Eraserhead. Whipping back, he barely dodges the open hand aimed at his face. Fingers brush his goggles, the material turns gray and begins to disintegrate. He activates his quirk on instinct, the decay ceases immediately. A crack sounds behind him, vibrations travels through the ground from the sheer force. He fears for the worst, afraid to turn around and see the brain matter of his student strewn across the plaza. Another open hand is aimed at him, at his chest this time, giving him no time to check on his student. Leaping back, he sends out 2 strands of his scarf at the hand villain, binding the arms of the villain tight to his torso. Fourth form, rising dust storm. The sheer relief that floods Shuta's body is enough of a distraction for the bounded villain to twist a hand, and disintegrate his capture weapon. Forcing himself to focus at the task at hand, he reactivates his quirk, ignoring the temptation to look back to his student. You know you're pretty cool, Eraserhead, a shame that you're so easily distracted though, the villain states. He ignores the compliment, and charges at the villain, his scarf too short to use. Midoriya's battle with the other villain constantly runs in the background, shouts of outrage spouting frequently. Just die already. He's not sure who shouts that time. It's a miracle that Midoriya is still able to fight, scratch that, it's a miracle he's alive. It's concerning that his student is able to push himself so far. Pushing his body enough, that even if his hand is unable to hold his sword, he has the willpower and strength to keep going. Sending a kick to villain's head, he thinks just how much longer Midoriya can last. Izuku is burning. His lungs sting with every harsh breath he takes, and his arms are set alight with each swing of his blade. What's worse, is the constant boiling of his blood, his temperature far surpassing one of a regular human, and the hot brand on his cheek, something that he cannot see but cannot forget as he continues to cycle through all 9 of his wind-breathing forms. He lets the adrenaline of the battle direct his mind away from what comes later. Even if he's mourning the life he's cut short, he can't let it distract him from the situation at hand. There are lives he needs to save. Demons he needs to kill. With every step he takes, blood threatens to spill further, but he directs his blood flow away from the major wounds. It burns his lungs, more than they already are, but dying from blood loss would be a shitty way to go. At least, the demon seems to be tiring down. Hopefully it's not his mind playing tricks on him, but he notices the falter every time the demon retaliates. The more Izuku bleeds, the worse his blood affects the demon. The demon has gotten used to working around the drunken feeling, but it's still taking effect nonetheless. It's slow, but it's better than nothing at all. Again, Izuku takes to the air, the demon follows right behind him. He smirks, pretending that his lungs don't feel like they're about to burst, preparing to use a form he has yet to perform in the air. 8th form, Primary Gale Slash. The demon is split in half, diagonally, from shoulder to his torso. Kicking away the lower half mid-air, he flips his own body to stand on the demon's remaining torso, pushing his weight in and stomps him into the ground. They land just where he had planned. His stabs straight down into demon's collarbone, pinning the half-body to floor. The demon tries to regenerate, but he kicks his heel to the ground. Hearing the chlink of metal, he pins the hand grappling at his blade with the knife poking out his shoe. Not wasting another second, he reaches down with his free hand to find a hold of the broken end of his blade. Ignoring the metal biting into his palm, he lifts his aching arm, swinging down hard to the neck of the demon. Nickerin metal meets flesh, fresh blood splatters on his uniform. He yells wordlessly as he forces his blade through the demon's thick neck. Blood demon art, open heart. A magnified pulse of a heartbeat deafens his ears, the ground craters below him. He knows what comes next, but he wills himself to complete the kill even as ribs shift below him. So close, he's so close. Bones burst out sideways from the body below him, sharpening in an instant. One pierces his calf, another in his back. He's going to look like a porcupine if this keeps going, Izuku thinks deliriously. The bones circle around him, whizzing at high speed, before they conjoin into one deadly spike, rearing back and aiming to pierce his heart. Letting one last scream, his blade finally passes through the neck of the demon, flicking it away along with the swing, giving the demon no chance to reattach it. The extra movement costs him. He won't have time to dodge. 2 arms rendered useless, and his legs too tired to run. Using another wind-breathing form would explode his lungs. The spike continues to approach, seeming to move in slow motion. Move! Move, you need to move! The fight isn't over yet, Izuku. Tears of frustration spring in his eyes as his body refusing his commands. He can't die, not yet. Not right now, when there are still people he needs to protect. He curses the gods. What was the point of giving him the mark again if he can't even dodge one last attack? Come on. Just 1 second. He just needs 1 more second, just to get his breathing right. It's so close, he's so close to his death, to that FING bone. The air chills, dropping to sub-zero. Izuku wonders if he's already been impaled and he's dying of blood loss. Midoriya. He sees 3 figures mouth in sync, his ears still deafened from the demon art. Ice covers the floor, creeping up rapidly to intercept the spike. It stopped mid-air, hovering inches from his chest. He blinks heavily, dropping to his knees once his body realizes that his death isn't so imminent. The figures race to him, a usually stoic face, now twisted with worry and panic leading the trio. They're shouting something. He squints his blurring eyes helplessly, trying to make out their words. Something's wrong, but he can't do anything else but continue to heave in gulps of air into his lungs. Aizawa. Tomioka reaches out a desperate arm, ice crackling at his fingertips. Midya hind. Behind you. Behind? Is Tomioka warning him? Is the fight not over? Izuku doesn't have time to heed the warning, his vision darkens, and his body finally gives out. The last thing he sees is Tomioka's terrified expression. Nichan. That voice? Nichan. Is so familiar. Izuku opens his eyes, to the vast bright light of nothing. He squints his eyes to make sure he's seeing right, but there really is nothing else here. Just white, the purest of all colors. Is he dead? A voice is calling him. Sluggishly, he sits up from the spread eagle position he lays in. Nemi. He sks in a breath, the voice he thought he would never hear again sings through his ear. Genya? He whispers, the name spilling out softly, afraid that if he says it any louder he'd drown out the fresh memory of his brother's voice. A hand grabs his, and suddenly he's staring into the eyes of his brother, his face as young as he last saw him, but free of any injury and blood. Genya, he repeats. His doesn't dare to blink, afraid that it would destroy the image of his little brother. Genya. It's me, Nichan, it's really me. His lip wobbles, and tears well in his eyes. He does what he should have done years ago. He pulls on the fabric of his brother's shirt and crushes him into a hug. His arms engulf Genya in a suffocating hold, and he sobs into his brother's shoulder. Genya stills, tensing, before he melts into the touch. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He's here. His brother is here, right in his arms. At the moment he forgets. He forgets what brought him here, why he's here. What does it matter when he finally has his brother back? Izuku doesn't realize his arms are so much longer and stronger, that they're covered in his old scars, and when he leans his head into Genya's shoulder, white falls into his eye. I'm sorry, he says again, because he will never be able to apologize enough. It's okay, Nemi, I've forgiven you. You don't have to apologize. He pulls himself out of the hug, moving his palms to cup at his brother's face, memorizing every last detail even if they've never faded from his mind. Not taking his eyes off his sibling's face, he swallows thickly, voice rough from crying, "Let's go, Genya, I want to see the rest of our family." Genya's face falls. "Not yet, Nemi. You can't go yet." "What?" He starts to fear for the worst. "Why not?" Genya puts a hand atop of his own palms still cupping his brother's cheeks. "You need to wake up, Nichan, they still need you." He grabs the hand atop his, squeezing it desperately. "No, Genya, I can't leave you again." It's his brother's turn to apologize. Genya's tears join his. "I'm sorry, Nichan, but no, not yet. It's not time." He knows it's inevitable, but he still clings on to his brother tightly. "I don't want to. I don't dash." Gently, his hands are pried off. Genya smiles softly, comforting him, even though he's the older brother. "You do, Nemi, you want to save them." He shakes his head. He doesn't, he wants his family back. He wants to see them again. "Not this." "I know you do, Nemi. Because you're kind, Nichan, you're too kind to let them die." Another sob racks his body. I'm not, he denies, yet he already feels a part of him tug into the living world. "It's okay, Nichan, we'll be waiting for you." A reassuring squeeze to his hand. "I promise." "You better be." He wipes at his eyes. "I don't think I can watch Tomioka be a stubborn beach for much longer." Genya laughs. It makes him feel a little better, but it also reminds him on what he's leaving. "Be patient, Nichan." He's not sure if it's directed to him waiting or his annoyance with Tomioka. "I'll see you soon." Genya's eyes widen comically, realizing what he had just implied. He can't help smiling. Not that you're dying or, A sharp tug. He's starting to wake up. He pulls Genya into one last hug. "Wait for me. I'm sorry, but just a little longer, okay? Don't apologize for living, Nichan. We don't mind, it's fun watching you going to school." It's a light jab at his bad social skills, said to lighten the mood, but it just reminds of the life Genya never got to live. His brother never had the chance to go to school. Genya notices his sad expression. "You shouldn't worry so much, I'm okay, and we'll be okay." "Be careful," Genya adds, and small smirk forms on his face. "Kick some butt for me, yeah, Nemi? Make sure to win, okay?" His body starts to fade, shrinking into his smaller, current body. White hair turns to green, and old scars disappear and turn anew. Pain pulls him into the living world, his wounds slowly creeping back. Genya smiles reassuringly, giving him a dorky thumbs up. "Good luck," he sees Genya mouth. And the white swirls to black. Shudo won't make it. Even with his feet gliding ahead on his ice, no amount could bring him fast enough to his destination. Midoriya kneels motionlessly by the torso of a body, the purple mist of Kurogyri looming over his figure. The mist threatens to engulf him, even unconscious. The villain seems to take Midoriya's threat seriously. Shudo is afraid once Midoriya disappears into the mist, he will never emerge. An icicle forms in his hand in a shape of a blade, eerily similar to Midoriya's. It's a thoughtless move, one where he had no idea came from. Shudo has never wielded a sword before, but at the moment it just felt right. A pointless action, because he will not reach there in time. A sword is not a long-range weapon. He cries out again, hoping that his classmate will wake miraculously. The mist surrounds Midoriya completely. Behind him Siro shoots out a piece of tape in desperation. It's swallowed completely by the mist before it could even get a chance to stick to Midoriya. The purple cage tightens. It's too late, his classmate is gone. Ripped to shreds, or maybe teleported to the Pacific Ocean. Shudo will never get the chance to know. A yell, seemingly coming from nowhere. And the villain's cocoon wavers, his neon yellow eyes widening. Shudo dares to hope. There's no way. Another shout, ripped from the center. It doesn't echo. The mist serves as a sound barrier. A cry, and a curse, and the mist expands. It is not the villain's doing. Hagakure gasps. Is it dash? Icing dust storm. Wind rips through the air, whipping Shudo's hair. The villain is thrown back violently. The purple disperses outwards, revealing a severely bloody, but still alive Midoriya. The boy stands shakily, his sword trembling in his hands, yet a smile grows on his face. Blood stains his teeth, and his grin stretches unnaturally. Spikes of bone stick out his body, his white uniform more red than white. Midoriya raises his sword, the hilt tied to his hand, half of the blade missing, and poises it threateningly. It's a terrifying, but awing sight. Shudo doesn't stop his mouth from dropping open. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Midoriya disappears, this time in his own self-made cyclone. He spins like a rocket taking to space, destroying the ground beneath as he travels to Kurogyri. The wind dissipates any portal the villain tries to form. Midoriya laughs manically when Kurogyri realizes his attacks are useless. This is payback, fucker. Shudo is unsure what the villain is paying back, but he doesn't really care. Midoriya can use whatever reason he needs if it means driving the villains away. Midoriya swings his sword, directed at the metal collar, but doesn't reach when Kurogyri warps away. Shudo can't do anything to help, his ice isn't fast enough to reach the evading villain, so he stands there, watching his classmate battle a fight that should impossible be able to win. A quirkless, severely injured teen, versus a fully fledged villain with a power-warping quirk shouldn't even beg the question of, who will win, who will lose. But it does. Midoriya breaks all odds, and surpasses any expectations placed on him. Midoriya lands back on the ground, and immediately sends for another attack. 7th form, Gale, Sudden Gusts. Once again the villain warps away in the nick of time, reappearing in the air, directly behind Shudo. He spins on his foot, sending a stream of ice to Kurogyri, aiming for his physical body. It's dodged, and a dense cloud of purple is sent back like a bullet towards him. Shudo's suddenly pulled away by the back of his costume. Midoriya leaps above him. Stay out of the way! The boy swings his damaged blade again, devastating wind following its path. Standing beneath him, Shudo can see the way Midoriya's chest rise and fall methodically, the air skiing in harshly into his classmate's mouth. He's far past his limit, but Midoriya still fights with all his injuries. A hero. Midoriya's looks like a hero. Despite his bloody and ragged appearance, his scarred body and killing blows, the boy looks like a hero. The sun doesn't beam on him, instead, he shines in the darkness. Midoriya's green blade hits the metal collar of the warp gate, metal clinks against metal, and Midoriya pushes his katana deeper, the villain struggling against the ground. Kurogyri. A second villain yells, the one with a hand as a mask, get us out of here. Not a chance BSTRD. Midoriya shouts as he digs his blade deeper into the villain. A killing blow. F you and your stupid neck. Should we stop him? Hagakure trembles beside him. No, Shudo says, let him. But he's dash. I know. Because it's not a villain, Shudo doesn't say. He will not kill, because it is not a human, no longer a human. Midoriya's sword cuts further, he's nearly there. Blood Demon Art, Warp Gate. Tomioka frees him. Shudo responds on instinct, not hesitating at the call of his name. He shifts a foot, and ice covers the floor, making its way to the villain. Shifting tomb. Katsuki wakes up blearily. He blinks once, twice, and a nightmare forms around him. 13, those two idiots the nerd hangs out with, shitty hair, and a bunch of other extras lay unconscious around him. 13's suit is ripped open from the back, and the extras around him have varying degrees of injuries. His head throbs, a concussion? Did he fall? Katsuki cannot remember, he doesn't remember anything. He recalls entering the USJ, an order that had confused him, the rest is just blank. A loud rip of air, so powerful it reaches from where Katsuki is sitting. A following yell, and a faint crackle of ice. A fight. A villain. His hands pop wildly, Quirk reacting to his own anger and frustrations. Katsuki had slept through a FING villain attack. Been played with and defeated easily. He could have been killed. Everyone could have. But he wasn't, they weren't. The villain had showed mercy. Bakugo Katsuki had been shown mercy. A simple drop from a further height could have finished him off, and he wouldn't have even been awake to know. A hot, ugly feeling boils deep in his gut, a fool, Katsuki had been made a fool. Another yell, this time recognizing the voice that calls. UCKU and your stupid neck. Katsuki has never heard the nerd sound so riled up before. Yes, he's heard the boy swear, but petty insults were more Katsuki's thing. He nearly doesn't hear the voice over the crashing sound of debris flying, and the battle ensuing, but Katsuki has gotten used to tuning out loud noises. Without another moment's of hesitation, he throws both his arms behind him, and sends himself flying down to the plaza, explosions following his path. He's missed enough of the fight, and he certainly doesn't want to sit idly any longer. The extras will be fine, if the villain wanted to kill them, he already would have. He parts the smoke as he propels through the air, the darkness is already hard to guide through, and the fog makes it worse. It's not much of a hindrance, it's a straight line down to the plaza, but it's FING annoying. Katsuki keeps himself in the air, hovering above the absolute shitshow below him. Izuku stands over the mist villain, his broken blade gouged into his neck. His haori is stained red, and spikes of something protrudes out of numerous parts of his body. He has no idea how the nerd is still standing, let alone fighting. Icy Hot sends a stream of ice towards the mist, and at the same time his teacher flips a different villain over his shoulder, pinning him down. They're winning, or that's what Katsuki had thought. Blood Demon Art, Warp Gate, Shifting Tomb. What a FING pretentious name, Katsuki thought. But then the whole FING building shifts, cracking and splits. Izuku is thrown off the villain violently, different parts of the ground rising and falling at rapid rates like the facility had come alive. He sharply turns, nose-diving and catches the nerd in his arm, the other slowing their descent. Kaken. Izuku's chest heaves dangerously. Get your FING breathing under control, he snaps. Trust me, I'm trying. They dodge a stray chunk of concrete. I need to go back. No you don't be stupid. I'll be fine, Kaken. You look like a FING porcupine. No I don't. The nerd tightens the bandage tying the hilt of his sword to his hand. They're about to escape, they've been weakened and I still got a lot left in me. I can handle it. Icy Hot and the other extras are here as well, just stay down, nerd. A hardened look glosses over green eyes. No. He'll kill you. I'm not FING weak, Katsuki spits. I'm not going to sit here like a prissy princess and let someone fight for me. A wall of ice suddenly sprouts from the ground, Icy Hot and two other extras standing on top, serving as a platform for them to avoid the constantly shifting grounds. Sorry, Kaken. And he's gone. You shitty dash. Katsuki propels himself forward to catch the nerd, but he's not fast enough. Even injured, the boy still outruns him. Katsuki follows right after him, a snarl written on his face. He lets out a larger explosion to dodge a rising column of floor, flipping over it as he does so. Izuku is in the air, blade raised high, his breath whistling loudly even from afar. The mist villain spreads dangerously, the second villain, the one with too many hands, stands not too far behind. Purple fogs his vision, and when it clears a meteor shower is suddenly hurtling towards Izuku. Katsuki moves, blocking Izuku's falling body from the debris, and pulls the pin from his gauntlet. His explosion, the largest he's ever made, lights up the domed building and shatters the meteor shower into dust and rocks. The nerd doesn't thank him, but he sees the small swift glance Izuku sends him. Without the threat of getting pounded by chunks of cement, Izuku melts into a more confident stance, his blade raised with renewed hope. Wind breathing, Izuku shouts, filling the plaza with his voice, second form, claws purifying wind. The mist villain throws a dark blanket on both himself and his companion, blocking the 4 wild slashes. Izuku isn't phased, he follows into the purple, his sword shifting into a new stance. Katsuki panics when Izuku is swallowed by the mist, fearing the nerd won't ever emerge. He's about to follow when the mist wavers, like something is ripping it apart from the inside. LD Mountain Wind. The mist explodes outwards, shredded apart by Izuku's self-made winds. Katsuki digs his feet to prevent himself from falling, the dust disperses, and Izuku stands alone in the aftermath. There is no villain, no unconscious body. They have escaped. Izuku's knees give on him, in either defeat or exhaustion or maybe both. He slouches in on himself, body shaking, and then finally, Izuku passes out. Katsuki catches him before Izuku can fully hit the ground, shifting the nerd's body so his wounds aren't aggravated. In his unconsciousness, Izuku's face is twisted, a heavy look of guilt and failure strewn across his tensed features. The nerd's head shifts, leaning into his chest, and giving Katsuki a view of a fading mark. A windmill, green in color. A fitting symbol, matching the name of Izuku's attacks. Footsteps approach. He turns. It's Aizawa-sensei. Call an ambulance, he says, oddly subdued. The wet warmth of Izuku's blood soaks steadily into his own costume. Don't bother with the heroes, Katsuki doesn't hold back the bitterness in his voice. The villains already escaped. With the last of his adrenaline fading, he takes a proper hold of the situation, his feelings. He's angry. He's bitter. His teacher nods, an understanding expression on his face. He knows, they all do. Everyone is thinking the same thing. Where were the heroes? Where was All Might? The heroes arrive anyway. All Might bursts through the door, leading the pack of U.A's staff, no smile on his usually bright face. His classmates are still unconscious near the entrance, Katsuki is still cradling Izuku's body. The ones at the plaza regard the heroes with sour expressions, they are too late, the heroes had failed them. Katsuki isn't one to be bitter from someone failing him, he doesn't normally need anyone's help. Katsuki is strong, he doesn't rely on others. Yet, he finds himself disappointed. Disappointed that the heroes allowed his school to be attacked, disappointed that even All Might couldn't save them. All Might is the best of the best, or, that's what Katsuki had thought. Where was he when he was dropped from the sky? Where was he when Izuku was holding death in his right hand, and a broken blade in the left? Katsuki almost doesn't let All Might take Izuku from his arms. He's tempted to snarl and snap at the man, to stand up and do it himself. But All Might is faster, Katsuki reminds himself. He is faster, you are tired. If it means Izuku is brought to the ambulance quicker, then he will ignore his anger. For now. No matter how mad he is at All Might, Katsuki can't deny that he is still faster, that he will make sure Izuku will be handed swiftly to the medics. With a tired glare, he gently hands the unconscious body of Izuku to All Might's arms. "Be careful," Katsuki says, as if the man is a 4-year-old child that cannot see the obvious. All Might nods, guilt-strewn on his face, then speeds off to the top of the stairs, where the medics wait. Nizu arrives at the plaza, standing on Snipe's shoulders. He climbs down, his snout sniffing the air strangely, before heading directly to his homeroom teacher. Katsuki can't hear what the hushed whispers exchanged between them are, but he imagines what they're saying. A summarized report is most likely. Katsuki walks off when he grows bored of staring at the two staff members. He's about to head up the stairs when a soft gleam catches his eye. It's the end of Izuku's blade. The metal is left forgotten on the floor, still covered in blood. Gingerly, Katsuki picks it up, his gloves protecting him from the sharp edge. At some point, some of the metal barriers had been lifted from the glass dome, so sun can partly stream into the building. With the blade in his hands, he lifts it slightly to the light, getting a good look at the patterns of the metal. It's as green as Izuku's hair and eyes. As green as the odd mark on the boy's face. It's memorizing. The color, the pattern. It's unique, one of a kind. Izuku would be upset if he lost half of his sword. So, Katsuki decides to keep it in his hands, holding onto it even as boards the bus. He ignores the questioning glances he gets from his classmates. Katsuki refused to be chucked in the back of an ambulance. His injuries aren't anything bad, so he told the medic he'll receive treatment in the school's infirmary. Only the ones who had been still knocked unconscious when the heroes arrived were wheeled away, along with Aizawa-sensei, who insisted accompanying Izuku. Present Mike stands at the front on the bus, keeping an eye on them in his teacher's stead. He finds himself a seat to the back, and to Katsuki's annoyance, Icy Hot decides to take a seat right next to him. F off. Icy Hot ignores his hostility. Fucker. What are you going to do with that? None of your shitty business. It belongs to Midoriya. You think I don't FING know that? He's silent for a moment. Katsuki is a second away from exploding his stupid face. I don't trust you with it. Who the hell are you to say that? He snarls. You're not even friends with the nerd. You aren't either. I grew up with him, dipshit. Icy Hot narrows his eyes, regarding him suspicion. But you're not friends with him. Congrats, you have FING eyes. What do you want me to do then? Give it to the heroes who didn't even show up? Katsuki says it loud enough that the whole bus hears. He doesn't care, he knows they've been eavesdropping the entire time. Present Mick's face falls at his jab, his already guilty face twisting further. I'm just making sure it gets back to Midoriya, Icy Hot delivers, face blank as ever. And I'm going to do just that, so get off my butt BSTRD. Katsuki has no FING idea why Icy Hot cares so much about a piece of metal. Throughout his whole time at Udata he's shown little to no interest in anything. Why the hell do you even care so much? Because, without Midoriya, we would have been killed. It's important to him as well. Present Mike, and the other extras stuck in the other zones of USJ startle at the new information. They hadn't seen what Izuku had done for them. They didn't see him fight with his life, and then some. Izuku had went above and beyond, coming back from the brink of death, just to save their hopeless buttes. All they had seen was his bloody body being carted away, not what had caused it. He stares at Icy Hot for a good minute, leaving the silent tension to be. Dunce Face nudges the extra beside him, the one who had been with Icy Hot at the plaza. Dude, he whispers, though not quiet enough, the whole bus can hear him. What's he talking about? The extra doesn't seem to want to say anything, but the curious eyes of his classmates pressures him. Midoriya fought off the two main villains in the plaza. The mist one and the bone guy. Huh? At least 5 extras exclaim at once. Really? Yeah, it was super intense. You should have seen him. It was like terrifying. The villains? Dunceface asks. No, Midoriya. Dude. That's hardcore. An extra with earphones for ears whacks him on the head. Seriously, Kaminari? She turns to his black-haired classmate. Tell us more, Zero. Zero grimaces. I don't think I should. Come on, man. We're gonna know soon anyway. Plus, it's kinda our right to know, you know? We were there. Earphone girl hits him again. You don't have a right to anything. Zero has a choice, idiot. It's fine, guys. Zero interrupts. I don't mind that much. I arrived pretty late, he starts. Midoriya had just defeated one of the villains when I came. He was in a pretty bad shape, so he couldn't dodge an attack coming for him, but Todoroki managed to stop it in time. Then he passed out. Huh? But I thought I'm getting there, Zero cuts in. Then Mist Villain, the one that warped us everywhere, came out of nowheres and swallowed? I guess? I don't know how to describe it, but Midoriya was fully immersed in the mist. It was looking pretty bad. Bad was an understatement. Izuku could have been ripped to shreds if he had given up. But then all of a sudden this giant tornado dispersed all the mist. Then Midoriya comes out, standing and smiling. It was scary, but at the same time it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. He started yelling and then basically bullied the mist guy in the fight. Bullied? Yeah, it was like a one-sided beatdown, and Midoriya even started laughing at the villain at one point. Dude! That's so badass. Wait, earphone girl points a finger accusingly, wasn't he like seriously injured? You just said he passed out. I don't know, man. I swear I'm not making this sheet up. He must be God's favorite or something. He had bones sticking out his body and still swung his sword around like a madman. Bones? Not his, Zero tries to reassure. Dude, that's even worse. And then when Midoriya just about had him, the villain started shifting the whole plaza around. If it wasn't for Todoroki, I would have been flattened. I kid you not, Midoriya still somehow came back up and attacked them again, right after a meteor shower threatened to pound him to the ground. Now that Zero is saying it aloud, the recount seems pretty FING unbelievable. If Katsuki wasn't there to witness it, he would call bullshit. Geez Zero, you sure you weren't seeing things? Adrenaline can do weird shit to you. Bro. Even ask Todoroki. I'm not lying. Icy Hot lifts his head up from where he was leaning, he's not lying. It really did happen. Even the whole meteor shower and bone thing? That's hardcore. Dunceface repeats. I know. Alright, kids, present Mike calls from the front. I think that's enough for now, we're back at UA. The bus had stopped a while ago, the BSTRD hadn't said anything, he too was fully invested in Zero's story. Katsuki trails behind his classmates as they step out the vehicle. He's stopped by a hand. Bakugu, I can bring that to Midoriya if you want, Present Mike offers, gesturing to the blade in his hands. I'll give it to Aizawa to hand it off to him. No, he shortly refuses. To his credit, his English teacher backs off immediately. That's fine, listener. Make sure to get that head of yours checked, okay? Yeah, whatever. Katsuki walks away, not sparing a glance back. Izuku wakes up feeling like utter shit. It's definitely not a new feeling, just not one he's had to deal with in a long time. It's been a while since he's woken up after a demon mission or, he guesses, an attack. Normally it would be weeks or sometimes months after when he wakes up, but when Izuku checks the calendar on the wall, it's only been a few days. His injuries had been mostly healed. A work of a Quirk then. He tries to reach for his phone to contact Yushiro. He needs to inform him on the events of USJ as soon as possible, but stops when he sees the sleeping figure of his teacher in a chair beside his hospital bed. It's late in the night, but it still isn't a surprise when his teacher wakes up as soon as he shifts in his bed. Midoriya? Sensei. What are you doing here? Your mother just left, so I offered to watch you while she rests at home, he explains. How do you feel? Like shit. I'm okay, just a bit sore, Izuku lies. How is everyone else? Fine. You were the only one who needed to be hospitalized. Izuku relaxes, at least his classmates came out, mostly, unscathed. How's the investigation going? Do they have anything new on the villains? You just woke up, Midoriya. Rest first, then we can talk. I told you I'm fine, Sensei, I'd rather know now. Tomorrow. It's too late in the night, kid. But dash. No buts. Rest, or I'll call a nurse in here to sedate you. I won't be able to sleep. Then close your eyes and lay there. You don't have to sleep, just rest. Izuku knows a lost cause when he sees one. Fine, he begrudgingly agrees. His teacher nods, satisfied. Izuku makes himself more comfortable in his bed, mindful of his healing wounds. He lays there in complete silence, neither him or his teacher able fall asleep. After 30 minutes of stifling silence, Izuku gives up. It's impossible to keep his mind off the events of USJ, his mind constantly abuzz with different possibilities, outcomes, choices he could have made to prevent the demon's escape. Because of him, they now have a very powerful demon wreaking havoc somewhere in Japan. And who knows how many more there are. Sensei, Izuku speaks, he needs a distraction. Can we talk? His teacher shifts in his chair. Izuku feels a bit bad, sitting for so long must be uncomfortable. I already told you I'm not giving you any information on the investigation. Not that. He pauses. Can we just talk about anything? I just need something to take my mind off things. Izuku can't see his teacher in the dark hospital room. He doesn't turn to him either to try to read his face. A distraction? Yeah. Aizawa-sensei stays silent for a moment. How about we ask each other some questions? Izuku tries to not make a sound of surprise. He hadn't expected the man to offer something like that. Easy ones, of course, you can pass on any if you feel uncomfortable. Izuku considers it. He wouldn't mind his teacher getting to know more about him, not anymore. Tomorrow, his secrets will spill, there will be no more hiding. This makes it easier for him as well, the questions will serve as a sample. This way, he won't be dunking his teacher into cold water when the time comes. Sure. Ask me anything. Izuku imagines the surprise in his teacher's face. Okay. Who taught you your swordsmanship? Ah, not an easy question. Aizawa-sensei isn't doing it on purpose, but he's definitely digging deep. I learned it with a friend, in his past life at least, we were taught by a cultivator. A cultivator, his teacher questions, of what? Pass, it's too long of an explanation. Who taught you how to use the capture weapon? I'm self-taught. That's impressive, sensei. His teacher hums, why do you name your attacks? That's just how I always did it. Why does your hair rise when you use your quirk? It's something I inherited from my mother, she has a minor telekinesis quirk. Huh, interesting. What's the meaning behind your attack names? What do you mean? I get the different forms, but what's the wind-breathing part? These aren't easy questions, Izuku internally grumbles. You really heard even with all the chaos? It's not like you whispered it, kid, I'm pretty sure the whole facility heard you. Izuku flushes, embarrassed. He had a bad habit of getting riled up during fights. It's a long explanation? We have all night. Should he say it now? It wouldn't hurt, as long as he keeps the whole demon-slaying bit out. His teacher would notice the gaps in his story, but that can wait till tomorrow. It's the name of my technique, the one I use that allows me to create the winds and cyclones when I fight. It's what makes me so strong as well. Izuku continues before his teacher can interrupt. Wind breathing is one of many breathing styles, a branch off from the original. Breathing styles are a way to breathe, I guess? By controlling your breathing in a certain way, it lets you do the stuff that I do. Izuku was never the best at explaining this sheet. His teacher sits in silence, obviously confused. So you're telling me by breathing you put yourself on par with the speed and strength of a quirk, and get the ability to create tornadoes? Yeah. Aizawa-sensei doesn't believe him, and Izuku doesn't blame him. Breathing techniques seem absurd when you live in the world like his. Here, put your hand to my chest, feel how my lungs rise and fall, Izuku offers. If his teacher is doubtful, Izuku will give him a physical demonstration. Aizawa-sensei doesn't move, Izuku sighs. You're doubtful, so just humor me for now. Izuku breathes, picking his first form as demonstration. It's a weird feeling to do so without his katana. Air whistles into his mouth, and he grabs his teacher's hand, putting it to his chest before he can protest. They sit in silence, nothing but the sound of his breathing quietly filling the room. This is my first form, Dust Whirlwind Cutter. When he finishes, he switches to his regular total concentration breathing. Put a hand to your own chest, compare the two. Slowly, his teacher follows his instruction. The difference between his breathing and his teacher's is drastic. It must be startling to feel the abnormalities in the way Izuku's lungs rise and fall. Try to copy mine now. Relax your upper half, and brace your lower. Take a deep breath, let the oxygen reach every cell of your body. To his surprise, Aizawa-sensei succeeds. Though, it only lasts for 2 seconds. After trying total concentration for 2 short breaths, his teacher doubles over and hacks up a cough, hurriedly trying to get more oxygen into his lungs. Izuku allows a few minutes so his teacher can recover. He tries not to smile, it's a bit funny seeing someone attempting something that's so simple for him. What the hell, kid? Are you trying to kill me? He doesn't hold back his laugh. You're being dramatic, I do this constantly, even in my sleep. You're kidding, that can't be good for you, Midoriya. Sensei, it's just breathing. You just need to build up your lung capacity to safely utilize it. But you felt it, didn't you? Your muscles, heartbeat, concentration, they all strengthened in that split second. Yeah, I felt it. This is crazy, Midoriya, so this is your secret that allows you to make tornadoes with your blade. Kinda. That was total concentration. Wind breathing is the thing that lets me do that. I'd let you try it, but I'd think you'd pass out. You're telling me that you do wind breathing on top of that? He asks in disbelief. You get used to it. Plus all my training helps. Aizawa-sensei sighs deeply. You're a real problem child, you know that? Izuku shrugs, not disagreeing with the statement. You told me there are other types, right? What are they? His teacher asks, his curiosity taking the best of him. There's the original, called sun breathing, the strongest out of every style. Stronger? How so? He recalls the small snippets of conversation he had with the Kamadu boy after the battle. The first Slaw creator was the strongest of his time, or more accurately, the strongest of them all. He created sun breathing, but when he taught others of his technique, no one could do it. It was too difficult for anyone to replicate. So, as a solution, others created branches of this breathing style, or in simpler words, a watered-down version of the original. From sun breathing, there's 6 direct derivatives: water, moon, flame, thunder, stone and wind. And from those, there are others, like mist or flower. Each are unique in their own ways, like how thunder focuses on speed over strength, and how water mimics the flow and adaptability of the element. That's a lot to take in. If he thinks this is a lot, just he wait till tomorrow. How come no one has heard of these techniques? That, I don't know. Especially with the evidence of demons' existence in this time. It's odd that breathing styles hadn't been at least mentioned in any historical texts. You'd think there'd be some type of evidence, but no, it wasn't even the slightest referenced in his history class. But you know of them, his teacher states the obvious. I do. How? Pass, he snips, finding humor in the way his teacher glares at him annoyedly. Aizawa-sensei huffs through his nose, should have seen that coming. Tomorrow, I'll explain tomorrow. Not today? Izuku smirks, we need to rest sensei. You little brat. Izuku lays in silence, their conversation halting to an end. No longer an uncomfortable silence, both teacher and student rest in easy quiet, content to end their questionnaire. And to Izuku's surprise, his eyelids start to droop, his body catching up to his mind, and exhaustion finally takes place. Izuku doesn't fight, a few hours of sleep wouldn't hurt, so he lets himself drift and fall into the lull of sleep. When the sun rises, so does Izuku. Aizawa-sensei isn't in his chair, instead his mother occupies it, her eyes closed in restless sleep. With his teacher gone, and his mother asleep, he takes the chance to contact Yushiro. Quietly, to not disturb his mother's rest, he picks up his phone from the side table. It had been on silent and charging throughout the night, so Izuku nearly drops his phone in surprise when he sees has 57 unread messages and 17 missed calls. Most are from Uraraka and Ida, but what had really shocked Izuku was the 7 missed calls he had gotten from Yushiro. He clicks on the demon's contact first, internally apologizing to his 2 friends for ignoring them. Izuku shuffles out his bed, wincing when he gets out a little too eagerly and pulls at his stitches, and makes way to the bathroom. He shuts the door softly behind him, and presses call on Yushiro's number. Immediately, the demon picks up. Shinazugawa, where the hell have you been? Izuku cringes, the demon isn't one to hold back his anger. In the hospital, he replies. The USJ. Izuku startles, has the attack already made the news? Have you weakened that much that you were hospitalized over some petty attack? He ignores the mockery of his strength. What did the news say? Udade was attacked by the League of Villains. Izuku swallows, he leans on the bathroom sink to steady himself. Yushiro, they weren't villains. A long pause. Was it Dash? It was them. They're back, he admits aloud, the words spilling out stiffly. Were they Musans? No. And I'm sure of it. Not waiting for the ask of an explanation, he continues, one had admitted he had received orders from a sensei. And if that wasn't enough, neither demons had recognized me at all. You're in a new body, Shinazugawa, of course they didn't recognize you. That's not what I meant. They didn't recognize anything at all. You'd think a demon would recognize a slayer's uniform, or a Nichiren blade. Yushiro, they didn't even know what a breathing technique was. So we have a new demon king on our hands. At least it's not Musan. The demons there were strong, Yushiro states surely. Otherwise you wouldn't have been hospitalized. The main one I fought had to have been an upper moon. He was strong, his regeneration and demon arts were on par with one. A curse on the other end. An upper moon? An inexperienced one, like he had been turned only recently. He was new to his abilities, he was clumsy, so was the other demon. If they had been fully fledged, the fight would have been much harder, someone would have died. But he was weaker, the second demon, I'd say lower moon if I had to compare. We have to stop them before more are made. And there are only us both. The situation is dire, but even that is an understatement. There is both him and Yushiro, but only Izuku can actually kill a demon. If we track down the leader, will we even be able to kill them? If he's like Musan, then they have no chance, none at all. Stopping a demon king alone is suicide, an impossible thought, not even a pipe dream. It had taken everything to defeat Musan, hundreds had died that day, and even then they only just managed to succeed. It could be another Musan, but it could be another as well. Lady Tamayo was able to create demons, but she was never as strong as him. She never sought power like he had though. I know that. I'm just telling you to not jump to the worst scenario so readily. Yushiro. This sensei was able to create a demon on par with an upper moon. We need to face reality, we can't ignore the power they have. Stop denying the shitty situation we're in. I'm not denying anything, the demon hisses. You're letting your paranoia get to your head, Shinazugawa. Paranoia? I'm one that had to confront the demons head on. I'm the one that had to see their shitty faces up close. It's not FING paranoia if my suspicions are justified. Believe me when I FING say this, no weakling could create the demons I fought. You're in denial, Yushiro. He spits harshly. Just FING admit it. So what if I'm in denial? Shinazugawa, why would I want to believe someone like Musen is back dash? You think I want to believe the sheet too? You think I FING want to go through a repeat of my last life? You're not the only one that hates this sheet, Yushiro. At least by the end of this, if they get to the end, you'll at least be alive. What? The demon's demeanor changes, quickly forgetting his anger. What do you mean, be alive? I unlocked the mark, again, he admits bitterly. I'm going to die at the age of just like last time. The Slayer's mark, a death sentence put in the simplest form. A last resort, only something someone can unlock in the most desperate circumstances. Admitting this is an admittance of how serious the situation is. And you said you were going to be a hero? Well, that's not an option anymore, is it? Izuku laughs sourly. I don't think it ever was. We need a plan, a real one this time. Yushiro says, finally accepting reality. I'll go through Lady Tamayo's research. I don't know if I'll be able to recreate her serums, but I'll have to try. You said you're coming to Musastafa, right? Yushiro hums in confirmation. We can meet up next week, at wherever you're staying. Okay. I can do that. Shinazugawa dash. Don't. I know what you're going to say, don't. Medicine is advanced nowadays, there could be a dash. No, don't give me that bullshit. The Slayer's mark literally shaves of my life force, it kills my cells at a rapid rate. I know this, you know this, nothing can stop it. I'm still going to try. I don't care that you're giving up so easily, because I'm not. This war could last years, decades. If you die then Japan will be doomed. Without the last demon slayer, then we have no hope. It's not going to last decades, because I'm going to FING hunt that BSTRD down and bring them to hell with me. Don't be cocky. You're going to get yourself killed before you even hit 25. Well, what does it FING ma dash? Izuku, sheet, had he yelled too loud? Are you okay? His mother calls from outside. Who are you talking to? Just a friend, mom. He hangs up the call, not bothering to warn the demon. He opens the door to his mother's worried face. Did I wake you up? Oh, Izuku. You shouldn't be out of bed, let alone worrying about me. He musters a gentle smile, erasing any visible tension he had moments earlier. I'm fine, Mom, I just walked a few steps to the bathroom. His mother still frets over him, guiding him back to his bed even when he insists he's okay. Are you sure you do your interview today? It can wait, you don't have to push yourself for them, Izuku. I'm fine, he says for the second time. I'll be sitting and talking the whole time, nothing strenuous. Still, please take care of yourself, Izuku. Stop the interview at any time you want, okay? Even if you just feel uncomfortable at any point, we can postpone to another day. Tears start to well in her eyes. I know I can't stop you from being a hero, but you need to take care of yourself, Izuku. I can't bear to see you hurt. His heart clenches, his conversation with Yushiro still fresh on his mind. I will, Mom, I promise I'll be careful. He tries to keep the guilt off his face. Izuku never liked lying to his mother. She nods tearfully. Your teacher will be here soon to pick you up. Call me if you need anything, okay? Of course. Thanks, Mom, for everything. He's suddenly pulled into a tight hug that somehow doesn't jostle any of his bandaged limbs. Don't thank me, Izuku, you don't ever have to thank me. He sits beside Aizawa-sensei, dressed in a simple shirt and shorts given to him from his mother. The ride to the police station is silent, but not uncomfortably so. They arrive, and he's walked through the bustling halls of the station, officers constantly on their feet, and an occasional low-level criminal dragged around. He's led into an interrogation room, the kind they use for casual interviews, not the ones they use for actual villains. The room is comfortable, but still professional. A small coffee table slightly off from the center, and 2 sofas on either side. A few potted plants here and there. But what he's surprised to see is not only a detective there already waiting for him, but his modern art history teacher there as well, and a scrawny sickly blonde man beside her. Midnight? He questions, hopefully not coming off as too rude. Midoriya. I hope you don't mind me sitting in. Midnight knows about demons and demon slayers, by legend of course, so it's actually useful to have her here. Having someone that sort of maybe believes in demons will help his case. But the other unknown man is another story. I'm sorry, but who are you? Sir? This is Yagi. The detective speaks up for the man. He's a close colleague of mine. Izuku sits down on the opposite couch, regarding the scrawny man before him with sharp eyes. He lets the man sweat a little in his seat before replying. He can stay. Izuku can tell him to leave when he gets the important part. Alright, we'll be starting now Midoriya if you're ready. Izuku nods. I'll start with simple questions, to ease you in. Okay. The questions are simple, just like the detective had said. He replies, almost in autopilot. Izuku's used to reporting back after missions, and this isn't so much different. It's not exactly the same as writing it back on paper, sending it off by Kasugai Crow, but reporting back in spoken words is simple enough. When did you first notice something was wrong? The detective asks. Just before they arrived, Izuku replies. How? Gut feeling. What did you do when you noticed? Warn Sensei. And after? Fight them. What did the villains look like? One was decorated with hands, one was made of mist, the other had long hair with white pants. Their quirks? I don't know, a warping ability, bone manipulation, and bodily enhancements. The detective straightens up. Would you say the villain displayed use of multiple quirks? Yes, I guess so. There's a pause before the next question is asked. Did any of villains mention any other names? Kinhone, the bone villain, mentioned at Sensei. Kinhone, the detective echoes. The one you directly fought with. Yes, along with the warper. Can you describe your fight with them? If you are comfortable doing so, of course. I didn't confront them immediately, I eliminated the lower-level villains first. After that, it was really just a back-and-forth exchange of attacks between us. There was a few close calls, but in the end I was able to defeat him. I passed out once I did, but regained conscious in time to battle the warp villain. A high-level villain wasn't found at the scene. Did he escape with the warp villain? No. I killed him. The detective, along with Midnight and Yagi, startle, inhaling sharply through their mouths. Aizawa-sensei, who already knew this, doesn't move an inch. There wasn't a body. No, there wouldn't have been one left. He watches as they draw their own conclusions, gruesome images form in their head. Detective, may I request Yagi to leave the room? This is it. His secrets will spill today. Midoriya dash. I have something to tell you, all of you. Midnight and Aizawa-sensei can stay, but I'm not comfortable letting a stranger being here to hear it. He says so without making eye contact. The detective and Yagi share a glance, a whole conversation spoken silently between them. Yagi opens his mouth to say something, but he's shut down by a stern look from the detective. He turns back to him. Very well, the detective agrees. Yagi, if you please. Yagi bows shallowly. I'll let myself out. Thank you, Midoriya, for letting me stay until now. He doesn't have the capacity to feel guilty, his emotions are already amuck. It was nice meeting you, sir. It was nice meeting you too, young man. I wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you. With a last bow, Yagi leaves, closing the door behind him. Once he hears the footsteps of the man fade away, he focuses back on the three sets of eyes studying him. Izuku steels himself, forcing himself to calm his quickening heart. It's not that big of a deal. It shouldn't be, at least. But Izuku still feels himself hesitating when he tries to find his starting words. It's nerve-wracking to finally admit his past, to be forced to confront it in front of three people he hardly knows. He has to, though. What does Izuku's feelings matter when there are lives on the line? One life ruined for millions. A sacrifice, but a small one. It just really sucks that it has to be him. He cannot escape his responsibilities, the burden he carries. He hadn't known why he was reborn with these memories, not until recently. Demons born anew, in a world where the people do not know the horrors of such creatures. And so as a solution, the gods had given this world a slayer to eliminate them. Izuku had been given a chance. A chance to protect the world from demons, to give a chance for this world to continue living peacefully. He had been naive to think this was his second chance to live the life he never could. To finally live as a good person, to serve the world as a hero, not a slayer. To grow up with his friends, see them blossom into the heroes they are supposed to be. Live until he's old. To be old and retired from a life of hero work, and to die contently at an elderly age. Now, when he is moments away from exposing the truth, he truly confronts the horrible fate he has been given. It was never a second chance. A second chance means that whatever had happened at first doesn't happen again. His name is now Midoriya Izuku, but the name carries no difference to the name Shinazugawa Sanemi. He will fight again as a demon slayer. He will soon die again as one. The same fate. Another life. Izuku decides to throw it all out there, no point in delaying the inevitable. The words still stick to his throat, but he delivers with fake confidence. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I am the reincarnation of Shinazugawa Sanemi. What I fought and killed at the USJ was not a villain, but a demon. To his surprise, it's Midnight that's the first to speak. Tsukachi, is he lying? Her face is almost pale, disbelief written clearly across her features. His homeroom teacher sits unnaturally still, but other than that he shows no outward reaction. Out of the three of them, the detective is the most composed. It's not a surprise, he doesn't know a thing about what the name Shinazugawa Sanemi means, or what demons are. No, he's telling the truth, the detective says, a little hesitant. You have a lie detector quirk. Izuku concludes. I do. Izuku relaxes, just by the slightest. It's awfully convenient for the detective to have a lie detector quirk. It means that Izuku won't have to try too hard to convince the truth behind his story. So you're really, from the Taisho era? Midnight asks breathily. He nods. I am or was, I guess. And you're telling me that you actually fought demons? Like as in Dash. I did. And I fought them again at the USJ. Oh my god. Midnight slumps into her chair. Oh my god. The detective looks confusedly between them. I'm sorry, am I the only one confused right now? Izuku stares off into the far corner of the room, not finding the strength to look his teachers or the detective in the eye. He swallows, harshly, he can't believe he's actually doing this. I'm going to tell you a story, my story. Try to keep the questions to the end, it'll be pretty long. It's kind of funny, his life had been so short, but there's almost too many things that happened, to explain. The three of them nod shortly, regarding him with various expressions. I think I was 12? I'm not completely sure, I never really kept track of my age. I was around 12 when I first encountered a demon. I had only heard of such creatures in old stories that my ma used to read to me. I didn't believe in them until I saw one before my own eyes. He recalls, his mind far from he physically is, almost forgetting the company in the room. If he would close his eyes, he could pretend he's only dreaming of his old memories instead of spilling them to people he hardly knows. I came home one night to the smell of blood. It was dark, the sun had hardly risen yet, so I couldn't see what was really going on. It was only until I was right in the doorway of my house when I saw my siblings dead, eaten by what I had thought was a bear at the time. It was about to kill my last surviving sibling when I tackled it outside through the window. When I had felt the body in my grip, I realized it wasn't a bear. Izuku pauses, keeping his gaze away from the pitying stares of his teachers and detective. It was my mother who had been turned into a demon. Izuku wouldn't be telling them this part of the story if he didn't have to. By describing his personal experiences, they'll know just how terrible these creatures are. That there is no hope for them, that you cannot save them with heroic spirit, or to see the good in them and hesitate to kill them. Once a human is transformed into a demon, they forget who they were, their compassion, empathy, what makes a human, human. They will not care if the person before them is their neighbor, friend, or family. To a demon their loved ones are nothing more than a meal. My blood is special, a rare type that attracts demons and intoxicates them. My blood to them is like catnip to cats. Once my mother had scratched me, she focused on me entirely. As a freshly turned demon, she could not resist the smell of my blood. It allowed me to keep her busy until dawn, and keep her away from my brother. I had a knife on me, so with my fists and a small butcher's knife, I hacked and punched until the sun rose. By the time the sun burned her, I was covered in her blood. After that, I left my hometown, bringing any weapon I could find with me and hunted demons on my own. Only two things can kill demons, sunlight and by decapitation with a Nichiren blade, the weapon I still use to this day. At the time I didn't know what Nichiren was, so with the weapons I had I kept the demons I encountered busy until dawn. It was by coincidence that an awful demon slayer found me and sent me to a trainer of sorts to teach me how to kill demons properly. There I learned what a breathing technique was. I learned how demons could have abilities called blood demon arts, something akin to a quirk, but only much deadlier. Demons are stronger, faster and better than humans in every way, so a special technique was created to strengthen our bodies to put ourselves on par with them. This, paired with a Nichiren blade, is the surest way to kill a demon. Once I was ready, I passed the test to become an Ophical Slayer and steadily rose the ranks. I think I was maybe 16 or 17 when I defeated a lower moon and became a Hashira, the highest rank in the Corps. The 12 strongest demons, beside Kibutsuji Musen, were called the 12 Kazuki, Izuku explains, almost on autopilot. Split into two tiers, lower moon and upper moon, and ranked by numbers based on their strength. The 12 Kazuki were the closest demons to the Musen. Izuku hesitates, his recount become more vivid and harder to tell as he goes on. Musen was the original demon, the creator. It's almost impossible to describe his power, but if I had to say, you could gather every hero in the world and he still would come out on top. 1,000 All Mights couldn't even defeat him. His goal was to conquer the sun. Unlike any other demon, he was the only one that could come back from decapitation, but he would still burn in sunlight. When he had found out that there had been a demon that has gained sun immunity, he attacked our headquarters and our leader blew himself up to stall Musen. I arrived shortly after, along with the other Hashira and Slayers. We were then transported to his Infinity Castle and forcibly separated from each other. There, all 6 upper moons were waiting for us. Keep in mind that one upper moon would take on average 2 to 3 Hashira to kill only one. The castle was controlled by one of the Katsuki, using their blood demon arts to constantly shift the castle around and make it near impossible to navigate. We had crows to relay messages throughout the castle, updating everyone periodically on each other's situations. And when someone died, if we didn't have that, or Yushiro's blood demon art, we would have all died in that castle. I was led by a crow to the mist pillar to where he was facing the upper moon one. When I arrived, the mist and stone pillar were already fighting the demon and, along with my little brother. In the end we did end up defeating him, but Takedo and my brother died in the battle, and I had lost 2 of my fingers, along with other injuries. After most of the upper moons had been defeated, the castle rose to the surface, bringing the surviving demon slayers with it. There was still an hour and a half till dawn at the point. There was no other way to kill Muzan without sunlight, so we had no choice but to stall him. There were many circumstances that allowed us to win. Before everyone was transported to the castle, an ally had concocted various amount of serums and antidotes, and had injected one into Muzan, slowing him down. Even with the serum, Muzan was just about as powerful, it really only just gave us the edge. I can't remember how many times I nearly died in that fight, every moment could have been my last. One misstep and it would have been the end. At one point, I had to rely on a FING cat to save my butt from dying by poison. Hundreds of slayers died that day. Hundreds. He remembers every face. The face of each demon slayer that had given their lives to protect his. Each body thrown in front of his to block an attack that was meant for him, he remembers. As a Hashira, the highest rank you can achieve as a demon slayer, you are seen as the strongest of the human race, the ray of hope in the darkest of storms. It's awful to admit, but us Hashira were really the only ones that could even hope to stand a chance against Muzan, and everyone else wouldn't even be able to touch that man. The other slayers knew this, so they had thrown themselves in front of us to take attacks that we were too tired to dodge. They used themselves as human shields, someone whispers, horrified. I was so angry. Angry that they had given their lives so easily, that I wasn't strong enough, and most of all, angry at Kibutsuji Fing Muzan. I was colorblind in my last life, but when that happened, I had understood what seeing red was. Somehow, by some miracle and combined sheer determination of everyone, in the end we were able to kill that man. The water pillar and I were the only surviving Hashira left after that battle. And the corps disbanded. I was finally able to put my blade down, to stop fighting and see the world for myself. I traveled alone to see a demon-less world with my own eyes, and died at the ripe age of 25 with nothing but trees surrounding me. And then I woke up, reborn in a society where heroes exist. I heard of quirks and villains, and picked up my katana thinking I could do some good in this world. Now, demons are back again, and the possibility of a threat of another Muzan around the corner, this time with no other slayers or Hashira by my side. Midoriya finishes his life story with most resigned face he's ever seen on a person. Tired. His student looks terribly tired. He's 15, but he guesses, also, or is it 35? 15, 25, no matter what age you pick, they're all too young for the horrors Midoriya had experienced. At first Shoyuta hadn't believed him. Who would? The words coming out Midoriya's mouth could only come from nightmares. As an underground hero he's heard every sob story there is out there. He thought he could no longer be surprised by anything, that he has heard every version of a sob story in his career as an underground hero. But Midoriya's story is a tragedy. There are no other words to describe it. Forced to kill his own mother who had eaten her own children and became a Hashira fought the king of demons at 21, watched his last surviving sibling die on the same night. Died alone at reborn again, only to face his demons again in this life. To fight again, at a fate he wouldn't wish on his worst enemies, so why would he want to believe his student had lived through such a thing? But he looks to Tsukachi's sorrowful, pitying gaze, and it confirms the truth behind Midoriya's story. Midnight is a blink ways from tears. Out of all them, she had been the most knowledgeable of demons and demon slayers. To hear her student to have lived through the very stories she's been teaching for years must be a shock. Midoriya, Tsukachi is the first to speak, his duty as a detective coming first. You are 100% sure that these demons are back? Yes. And someone as powerful as Muzan could be behind this? Yes. And these demons can only be killed by special swords and sunlight? He hesitates. Yes, but Nichiren swords can only be utilized with a proper breathing technique. Shoyuta speaks up for the first time, do you think you could teach anyone? He had tried a breathing technique yesterday. Shoyuta had kept it up for a mere 2 seconds, nothing near to what Midoriya is capable of, but if it means gaining the ability to fight demons, then he'll endure the pain of burning lungs. Because there is no way in hell he would let his student bear the burden alone. I don't think so. I've thought about it, and I don't think anybody could handle it. At most, I could teach you total concentration, but that isn't enough to kill a demon like the one at the USJ. Shoyuta recalls the feeling of total concentration. Those 2 seconds had nearly burst his lungs. Wind breathing is the only style I know, the only one I could actually to teach. But breathing techniques caters to different types of bodies. Wind breathing is wild, erratic, and demands flexibility and a specific type of build. And I don't know anyone who fit any of those requirements. Even if I found someone suitable, it would take years to master. Midoriya is their only weapon against demons. Were you the only one reincarnated? Shoyuta asks in fleeting hope. No. But I'm not dragging them in, Midoriya says immediately. I won't force them to remember a life that is better left forgotten. But what about you? Shoyuta wants to scream. What about you? You cannot fight alone, he says instead. I can. You cannot, he insists, Midoriya, I won't allow you to fight these monsters by yourself. Why? Midoriya demands, why? Because I'm your student? Because I'm too young? Yes, that's exactly it. You dash. The water Hashira, Midoriya cuts in, Tomioka-ju. Or as you would know, Todoroki Shudo. How about now? Would you want another one of your students dragged unwillingly into this mess? Todoroki? He echoes in disbelief, in sync with Midnight. Yes. Todoroki. I confirmed it after the battle trials. What are the FING chances? I can't sensei, anyone but him. He deserves a chance at a happy life. What about you? He thinks again, do you not deserve one too? We won't force anyone, Midoriya, Tsukachi says, we would never, even if the situation is dire. Shoyuta nods, unable to trust himself with words. He hates that Midoriya has to burden himself with the responsibility of killing these demons, but he would hate dragging yet another student into this more. Would it be okay with you if we exchange contacts? Tsukachi continues, your knowledge is valuable. And you are our only way to kill these things, he doesn't say. I'm fine with that. Can I make a request though? Of course, the detective responds immediately, anything within reason, he adds on. The information I've given you today, doesn't this leave this room without my permission? If it's leaked that we know how to kill demons, and that someone like me exists, then it makes things 10 times harder for us to operate. And when your opponent is a demon, even the smallest of disadvantages can mean life or death. Tsukachi nods seriously, of course, is that it? I want permission to patrol nightly. No, Shoyuta denies instantly, second life or not, you are only a student. I agree, Midoriya. I can't allow that. The more demons eat, the stronger they get, remember? If I can hunt them down before they get too powerful, then we can spare the lives of innocent citizens. Also, Midoriya's adds, the Musastafu serial killers would be taken down as well. Demons are the ones behind the serial kills? Tsukachi asks, wide-eyed. Who else? Tsukachi sends a look to him, the question in his eyes clear. They've had 0 to none leads on the case, and the kills seem to only rise. If they could get rid of the culprit, it would mean more lives are saved, and give the police a chance to focus on other cases as well. He knows where Tsukachi stands on this, but is giving Shoyuta the final decision. 2 nights a week, Shoyuta offers, his decision final, and I have to be there with you. But I have to be there with you, or it's nothing at all, Shoyuta firmly repeats, giving a hard look. Fine, Midoriya reluctantly agrees. Eraser, Tsukachi turns back to him, can you escort Midoriya back to his home? I believe it's been a long day for him. He nods, Tsukachi has a lot to do and organize. The absolute dump truck of information Midoriya has given them will take a lot of time to record and document. He stands, beckoning his student to follow him out the room. Midoriya bows to Midnight and the detective, thank you for believing me, I'm glad it didn't take too much to convince you. The detective smiles kindly, I'm just doing my job, Midoriya. When Midoriya shuts the car door, he doesn't immediately head off onto the road. Are you feeling okay? He asks first and foremost. I'm fine, why wouldn't I be? The practiced lie slips out easily. Why wouldn't I be, repeats in his head. How could you be? Shoyuta thinks. It's fine if you're not okay, kid. Telling us about your experience, trauma, his mind corrects. Can't have been easy. I'm used to hard things. That doesn't make it all right. Midoriya stays silent. You don't have to do this, he says in rare softness. Do what? The boy fakes confusion, knowing just what Shoyuta means. We can figure out another way to fight these demons. You don't have to live a life you don't want to live. You can continue being a normal hero student, or even quit that and be a regular citizen, fall in love, get married, have kids if you want. No one would hold it against you. Midoriya stares out the window. I would. I would hold it against me. His student sighs tiredly, making him sound older than he is. I don't mind fighting. It's not that part that I hate. The boy admits. Then what is? The fact that I fought for nothing. That so many lives were given to kill Muzan, to eradicate demons, but it hadn't made a difference in the end. That no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I lose, they will always, always come back. It wasn't for nothing. For centuries people were able to live in peace because of you and your comrades. Just because demons are back again, doesn't mean things will turn out the same. I promise you Midoriya, that there will be no sacrifices made this time. For the first time since he's entered the interrogation room, Midoriya makes direct eye contact with him. Don't make promises you can't keep, sensei. I won't, I didn't. Midoriya stays quiet. Shoyuta takes the cue to finally start the car and headway to the Midoriya house. The ride is silent, but it's only 5 minutes into the drive when his student speaks again. Did you really mean that? His voice is quiet, hardly audible, that you wouldn't hold it against me if I dropped out? He doesn't take his eyes off the road. Every word. You deserve to be happy, Midoriya. You reminded me of something. He stops for a few minutes, but Shoyuta doesn't say anything to rush him. I never had the best relationship with my brother. I kept my distance from him, forcing it when he tried to reach out to me. I thought if I stayed away from him he would be safe, far from demons and demon slayers. Midoriya laughs dryly. He knows how that worked out for him. You should have gotten goddamn married, had some goddamn kids and lived till you became a goddamn old geezer. Midoriya says in an older voice than his, but somehow doesn't sound out of place. I said this to him, far too late. That's all I wanted in my past life, for my brother to live long and happily. I never really understood why he wouldn't listen to me, why he wouldn't just stand down. I think I do now though. Because even when you're offering me a way out, I can't find it in myself to take it. You're a good person, Midoriya. It's admirable how he's still standing strong even when the world threatens to break him with every corner he turns. How he hasn't given up or snapped yet is a wonder to him. If you choose the hero path, I'll be sure to aid you. In every way. I've already said this, but you're not alone. Don't burden yourself irrationally. Thank you, sensei. You're a good person too, Midoriya says quietly, but he's not sure if the boy believes him. But there is still time to make him do so. A small tick of his mouth, a hint of a smile. I'm glad you think so. The door shuts behind Midoriya. Izuku, Eraserhead just a step ahead of him. When he hears the click, he slumps into his seat, dropping his mask of professionalism. Beside him, Midnight does the same. Demons, he huffs out, demons. Naomasa has never questioned his quirk, thinking so was always plain wrong to him. It was like denying the fact that the sky is blue or the grass is green. But when Midoriya Izuku came in claiming the fact that he was a reincarnated soul from the Taisho era who fought literal demons as a job, Naomasa, for the first time in his life had thought his quirk was lying to him. When he had gotten the report of the events of the USJ and read the transcript of Class 1 as interviews, he immediately requested to lead the investigation. It was like he had multiple quirks, a student had said. Naomasa contacted Toshinori as soon as he read those words, because he feared for the worse. There is only one man capable of such things, and even if that man is supposedly dead, Naomasa wouldn't take any chances. But even with his suspicions, he couldn't point fingers just yet, they still needed evidence. Then evidence came, and came in the form of Midoriya Izuku, the one who had fought the villain head-on. And the boy had completely upturned all expectations. A high-level villain wasn't found at the scene. Did he escape with the warp villain? He had asked. Midoriya replied. No. I killed him. With no regret or remorse in his voice. He had kept calm. Killing is severely looked down upon, but there are some situations that require the more extreme methods. Midoriya is young and was put in a high-stress situation, so Naomasa had given him the benefit of the doubt. His quirk registered the statement as true, but he wanted more information, more context. There wasn't a body. Naomasa said carefully. No, Midoriya agreed easily, there wouldn't have been one left. The boy had said it with no emotion, like he had only stated a common fact. Naomasa put his pen down carefully, studying the student before him. Before he could say a thing, Midoriya opened his mouth to request for Toshinori's leave. It wasn't the strangest of requests, but it was an odd thing to follow up with that statement. Naomasa agreed, albeit hesitantly. Once the shrunken form of All Might left, Midoriya turned back to him, an almost conflicted look on his face, before it shrouded with confidence. My name is Midoriya Izuku, the boy introduced again, and I am the reincarnation of Shinazugawa Sanemi. What I fought and killed at the USJ was not a villain, but a demon. A demon? He thought confusedly. He hasn't heard much of such creatures, and the descriptions of the villain at the USJ didn't fit the red-horned and tailed figure he had in his mind. He felt that he should have been more shocked, because beside him Midnight stares at the boy like he had whispered the secrets of the universe to her ear. Tsukachi, is he lying? She asked in disbelief. He felt as if he's missing something, but still confirms the truth behind his statement. Midoriya goes on, staring off into the far corner like he was about to fully dissociate. I'm going to tell you a story, he said. And he did. Though story wasn't the word for Midoriya's experience. A nightmare maybe, or more fitting, a tragedy would be better way to describe it. It was a tragedy so awful he hadn't believed it, even if his quirk told him otherwise. Something like this could not be imagined, the details had been too clear, too personal for it to be fake. He could not imagine what it would be like to be in Midoriya's shoes. To have died fighting monsters in his past like only to be reborn to a time where they exist again. Midoriya is young, was young in his past life. And the fact that the boy still fights when he could so easily leave them to dust amazes him. There are few true heroes in this world. Midoriya is 15 and is already one of them. When I signed up to be a detective, I never would have thought that one day I would hear that demons exist. Not only are they real, but they aren't the red-horned and tailed creatures he pictured. No, what had been described to him was much worse. Man-eating creatures who hunt at night, who could only be killed in two ways, one which only one person could perform. A creature who at the least has super strength, speed and regeneration, and to top it off sometimes an extra ability called a blood demon art. And never would I have thought that not one, but two of my students are reincarnated souls of demon slayers. Midnight replies. Ah, Todoroki Shudo, son of Endeavor. A whole other problem. Eraser, and admittedly Naomasa himself, had hoped that Midoriya couldn't possibly be the only reincarnated soul. They were right, but even so they were left with the same predicament. They could not drag in another student into this, as terrible it is to have Midoriya be their only line of defense against demons. This is a mess. An understatement. Midnight scoffs, the kid even got Eraser all worked up and worried. Naomasa rubs a hand to his eyes. He sighs. Where do we even start? Continue the investigation as it is, I guess. Even with the info Midoriya gave us, it doesn't help us find the villain or demon. And in the meanwhile we can keep regular contact with him, let him fill in the blanks that he missed or forgotten. It doesn't feel right, letting a 15-year-old take part in an investigation. I know, I hate it too. But as much as it sucks, the reality is that we don't really have a choice. No choice. He wonders if Midoriya has gotten used to the feeling. He's only a kid. Midnight's eyes dim, the bright blue dulling to a stormy gray. Her lips twist into a frown, I know. He untangles his capture weapon around his neck, hanging it on the hooks by the door. Slipping off his shoes, he makes way to the couch in the living room. Drained, he slumps down on the cushions. It had been a long day, and it's barely noon. He's tired, but when is he not? Though the combination of last night's events and today's had been especially demanding. Shoyuta hadn't slept last night, his conversation with Midoriya had kept him awake. He had spent all night thinking of different scenarios and possibilities, but none of them had connected or fully made sense. He had been shocked when Midoriya easily agreed to his questionnaire. It was a cheap and obvious way to fish information out of the boy, but he had agreed to it anyway. It makes sense now why he chosen to. If he was going to spill everything the next day, there would be no point in keeping his secrets. At the time, Shoyuta was confused, doubtful to Midoriya's so-called breathing techniques. How could breathing be the key to his strength? As far as Shoyuta knew, there was only one way of breathing. But of course, he was proven wrong. Turns out there are a whole range of styles, each unique and each requiring different patterns of breathing. It was when he had tried it for himself he believed Midoriya. For a 2 short seconds, even while sitting, he had felt nearly 3 times as stronger than he currently was. But God, did it hurt? He may have kept his cool in front of his student, but in reality he felt like someone had shoved molten lava into his lungs. It made him wonder if that was the reason the techniques had died out. It was simply too difficult for people to master. I don't think anybody could handle it, his student claimed. As much as he hates it, he believes in Midoriya when he says that. At the USJ he had gotten better look at Midoriya's different forms. The boy's movements were erratic, wild, it bent and contorted his body in ways Shoyuta could never imagine, let alone replicate. Somehow Midoriya had made it look effortless and artistic at the same time, like his own unique dance, a leaf in the wind. Shoyuta could think of 30 different adjectives to describe wind breathing, and maybe even that couldn't describe how the fighting style really is. And wind breathing is only one style in many. Seeing one person perform one style is awing, but to imagine a corps filled with people who had their own style is unimaginable. A whole corps, and 9 Hashira who were as powerful as his student or perhaps more so. And they still only just managed to kill Muzan. Even then, so many had died in that battle. Could Quirks measure up to a breathing technique? No, definitely not. He had seen Midoriya in the battle trials, at the USJ against the horde of villains. None had been a match for the boy. And if Quirks could match a breathing technique, they still could not kill a demon. It pains him, to put such a heavy burden on his student's shoulders. He's a failure of a teacher, to allow his student to fight a war that he already won. To fight, but this time, at the age of to let him face his trauma again, to see the creature that killed his family, friends and comrades again. There has to be another way. Another way to kill demons. Maybe Midoriya had missed or skimmed over something when he told his story. There had been many glossed over details, Shoyuta had noticed, but he hadn't said anything, not at the time. Midoriya was already freely giving so much information, he wouldn't push for more details so soon. There is one more way, but it's one he would never resort to. Another student, Todoroki Shudo. The water pillar, Midoriya said. The last surviving pillar, besides Midoriya himself. They must have been close, he imagines, being the only 2 left would only push the 2 closer together. It's cruel, to have an incarnation of an old friend dangled in front of him, to show Midoriya the life he could have, should have, had and to watch his friend have no memory of him. It must have been tempting for Midoriya to just reach out a little further, to trigger the memories with the right words and to gain someone who understands. But ever the hero, Midoriya couldn't do that to Todoroki. The action only reminds Shoyuta of how good the boy is. He may be rough around the corners, a little reckless and aggressive at times, but he is good nonetheless. He can hope that Midoriya knows this as well, and if he doesn't, well, Shoyuta will be there to remind him every step of the way. I never would have thought you would actually tell them. Me neither. Izuku leans on the wall, sitting cross-legged on his bed, his broken katana laid in front of him. You're not angry? He expected more of a reaction from the demon for exposing them. Yushiro scoffs. Why would I be mad? You didn't have much of a choice. I didn't tell them about you, or the Kamados. Just the basics. You didn't want them to have hope, the demon rightfully concludes. Yeah, if I had told them they would try to save demons, they wouldn't let me kill them. The last thing we need is heroes holding me back. And they're really letting you patrol? That's lenient of them. I'm their only way of killing demons, Yushiro. It would be stupid of them not to. Heroes are stupid. And you are too, letting a hero come with you to kill demons. Aizawa-sensei will only be supervising, and he's capable enough to at least dodge and avoid attacks against lower-level demons. If something goes wrong, I'll just use my merchi to lure the demon away from him. Whatever, just don't let him follow you when you visit me. Course I'm not an idiot. Ah, that reminds him of something. He looks down to his mattress where his broken katana lays. How does he bring this up without the demon coming for his neck? I may or may not broken my Nichiren blade. You, say that again. I broke my Nichiren sword. The silence unnerves him more than Yushiro's yelling. Shinazugawa. The demon finally speaks, his voice icy cold. You're telling me that you broke the only Nichiren sword known in this world. Yeah? You broke the only Nichiren sword. When I told you that there is only one left. I did okay. No need to rub it in my FING face. Shinazugawa, you goddamn idiot. You idiot. You absolute idiot. You're the most idiotic person I've ever met. I should come over there and ring your idiotic NEC-. I get it. I'm an idiot. Jesus, it's not like I wanted to break it. I can't believe you. What the hell are you going to do without a Nichiren sword? It was a clean break. Izuku defends, it won't be hard to fix. Yeah? Who will fix it? There are plenty of weaponsmiths and support engineers. There are plenty that could repair a simple break. And where would you find said weaponsmiths? I go to you, a dumbass. There's a whole course of students that do this sheet for us. Don't call me a dumbass. You're the idiot here. Focus on the important bit, I said, will you? Would you trust some teenager with your blade? I'll scout them out when I go back. If I can't find anyone, then I'll ask the detective I'm working with if he has any contacts. Get it done soon, or I swear to God. I know. He hopes that the other half of his blade is somewhere safe. He hasn't had the chance to ask his teacher if he knew where it is. You do know where the other half is, right? Shinazugawa. Izuku ignores the stares he gets when he walks through his school's halls. His shirt is unbuttoned as usual, displaying the white of his bandages underneath. It's been 5 days since USJ, and in the time nearly everyone in Japan has heard of the incident. Definitely not a surprise that U.A students know of it too. He doesn't care about the whispers that follow in his wake as he passes through the crowd. They pity him, call him weak, but he doesn't blink an eye. He knows better to make a scene so early in the morning. But he does let himself scowl, twisting his features familiarly to part the crowd that threatens to block him. Izuku drops it when he arrives at his class door, and opens it without another moment to waste. He does so silently, so it takes a while for someone to notice him. Jairu is the first to, with her quirk to aid her. She gapes at his appearance before yelling to the rest of the class. Midoriya. He's here. Midoriya. You're back. Back? He hasn't missed any school days. Midoriya, should you really be in school with your injuries? Ida is the one to ask, several heads bopping in agreement. I'm okay, don't be frightened by the bandages, the hospital was being excessive. Which is partly true, he's mostly healed, beside the wound in his shoulder. Still, it is important to rest. Ida, I'm okay, he repeats. Aizawa-sensei okayed it, so I'm totally fit to be here. A new voice intones, appearing suddenly from the front of the classroom. Midoriya is fine, get back to your seats, his teacher drawls. The class scramble back to their assigned seats. Though, I didn't necessarily approve of your return, Midoriya. I won't strain myself. I'll still keep an eye on you. Get to your seat. Once he does, Aizawa-sensei situates himself behind the podium. I have an announcement. In 2 weeks, the Udata Sports Festival will be held. It's still happening, someone calls behind him. What about the villains infiltrating? It sounds like something they could take advantage of. The police presence will be 5 times stronger this year. Udata's security will be tighter than ever, so don't worry yourselves about that. As if done purposely, his teacher doesn't try to reassure his classmates with the amount of heroes that will be there. The sports festival is a chance for you to make a mark, to be scouted by the heroes there. You have 3 chances within the time you have at Udata. Take this seriously, the sports festival can make or break your career as a hero. The gyms will be open for use after school, make use of them, but don't take advantage of it. Aizawa-sensei stops as if finished, but he turns to him unexpectedly. Midoriya, follow me, he addresses him, walking out the class. What could he want with you, Midori? Uraraka asks him, a hint of worry in her voice. I'm sure it's nothing. I hope so. I'll write notes for you if it takes too long. Thanks, Uraraka, but I don't think it'll take that long. Uraraka nods, just in case. Then she shoos him away, telling him to not leave his teacher waiting. What did you want, sensei? The Udata staff are holding a meeting to discuss the USJ incident after school. I wanted to ask you what's okay and not okay for them to know. He considers it. How much do they know already? Not much. They know that you were heavily involved, and All Might knows you killed one of the villains. But that's it. All Might? How does he know that? He has access to things as a higher-ranking hero. He knows nothing of demons though. Can't you just say that they were just regular villains, albeit very powerful ones? Describe them as any ordinary villain in a report, but just replace blood demon art with quirk and demon with villain. And All Might? Tell him to keep his mouth shut. Aizawa-sensei smirks, but it's quickly hidden into his capture weapon. All right, kid. If that's what you want, though I'm not sure if Nizu will fall for the lie. If he figures it out, then I'm fine with that. It's not something I can help. His teacher nods. I wanted to ask you when you're planning on patrolling as well, so I can line it up with my schedule. Not this week, I need my katana to be repaired. But anytime next week will do fine. Next week? Aizawa-sensei frowns. Are you sure, Midoriya? The sports festival is that week. 2 patrols won't hurt me, sensei. That's really nothing to what I did in my past life, plus you're going to be there. Fine, but if you get injured then I'm pulling you out the festival. Izuku agrees easily. The sports festival isn't too important to him, and he doubts he'll be injured that badly from 2 patrols. Has Bakugo given you your blade yet? His teacher asks. Izuku's eyes nearly bulge out of his head. Kaken? Kaken has it? Did no one tell you? I would have thought one of your classmates messaged you about it. I didn't open any of my messages, he admits guiltily. I was getting yelled at by a demon busy. He'll give it to you at some point today, probably. If he doesn't, then come to me. Okay, he replies dumbly, still shocked that Kaken has his blade. Is that all, sensei? That's all. Go back to class, Midoriya. Mike knows you're with me, so you won't need a note. Okay. By then, sensei. Remember not to strain yourself, kid. Izuku gives him a reassuring thumbs up with his back turned to Aizawa-sensei. He doesn't even have hero training today, yet his teacher still thinks he'd somehow injure himself further. He apologizes to his English teacher as he walks back into class and to his seat. Izuku stops before his table. A wrapped white cloth sits on the wood of his desk. That definitely wasn't there earlier. He sits down, eyebrows pinched in confusion, before reaching out to the white fabric. The cloth is smooth underneath his fingers, definitely not a cheap material. Unwrapping the fabric, ignoring the fact he's in the middle of class right now, he takes a peek at the inside. The other half of his blade reveals itself, the metal cleaned of any remnants of blood and recently sharpened and polished by the looks of it. Izuku runs a finger down the sharp edge of the blade, the metal perfectly sharpened. Where Kaken had gotten a whetstone from, he doesn't know. He almost doesn't believe his eyes, there's no way that Kaken had done this for him. Izuku looks up from his desk, hoping to catch Kaken's gaze, but the blonde stares ahead resolutely. He doesn't know the reason behind Kaken's actions, for all he knows he could be planning something malicious. But for now, he's thankful. "Thank you, Kaken," he says quietly. He's not completely sure that the boy heard him, but he sees the blonde tense up by the slightest. Izuku will have to have a proper conversation with him soon, not now, but definitely sometime soon. The lunch bell rings and the class lets out a collective sigh. Izuku double-checks his blade is still tucked safely in his bag, both have sitting side by side. "Man, I thought the class would never end." Kaminari whines, "I'm starving." He makes way to open the door, pulling it open. The boy suddenly jumps, taking a step back. "Whoa! What the heck is this?" Izuku looks up from his bag, slinging it over his shoulder. A crowd of first-years fill the halls right in front of his class. He holds back an annoyed sigh, he needs to get to the support studios before lunch ends. "What are they doing here?" Kaminari asks. "They're scoping out the competition for the festival, idiot. We were the ones to survive a villain attack, so they're here to check us out before the big battle." Kaken glares at them, "It's FING stupid and pointless, so F off already you goddamn extras." "Bakugu, please refrain from calling people extras." Ida scolds. A tall head of hair parts the crowd. "I came to see what you're made of, true, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. Are all hero course students this way?" Ida and Kaminari wave their hands in denial. The face of the student comes to full view, tired eyes and a mess of purple on his head. "Did you know that the ones who fail the entrance exam are put into Gen Ed? And depending on the results of the sports festival, people can be put under review to transfer to heroics, and the reverse is also a possible outcome." The boy slips his hands into his pockets. To anyone else it's a move of confidence, but Izuku can see how his hands tremble within the fabric of his pants. How annoying. It means the boy is all bark, no bite, something that Izuku always disliked. "You know, I heard there was a quirkless kid in the hero course. That he was the only one injured during the villain attack. I guess it's true." His eyes land on Izuku's bandaged chest, "Makes things a lot easier for me." The implication is obvious. His classmates open their mouths to defend him, but he sends them all a look. Having people defend him in his stead will only prove the boy right. He's ignored the comments on his supposed weakness, and he was planning to continue to. The whispered comments spoken behind his back didn't bother him, but now, when he's being confronted to his face, he won't stand for it. It was inevitable that the school would find out he's quirkless. It's best that he'd stand his ground now, before worse rumors start spreading. Izuku moves past Uraraka and Ida, his face pulled into an amused scowl. "You." He directly addresses the boy. "You must be a FING moron." Izuku doesn't take his eyes off him, to assume I'm weak. He crosses his arms across his chest, letting the boy's eyes draw to the muscles lining his arms, obvious with the way his uniform stretches tightly on his body. "I didn't get these injuries by standing there. If I hid in the corner away from the villains like people would assume, I wouldn't have gotten injured. Tell me, are you an idiot?" The boy bristles in indignation, his jaw clenching. "Of course not, Dash. You think I'm weak?" Purple eyes linger on his body again. "You're quirkless," he replies instead. Izuku ignores his reply in favor of getting to his point. "A weakling wouldn't hide, right? Only an idiot would think so. So if I'm not weak, then I must have fought. Because the villains at the USJ wouldn't run unless," he points a finger to himself, a smirk on his face, "someone would have chased them away." The boy scowls, looking down on him with his superior height in attempt to intimidate him. "Don't lie, you didn't fight for Sheet Dash." "Yeah? And how would you FING know, dipshit? Were you there? See any video evidence? Or did you just assume so, because I lack a shitty quirk?" Izuku jerks his head to his classmates' direction. "Ask anyone in this room, and they'll tell you just what happened. And if you don't believe me then," he raises chin high, leaning closer to the student, "then how about you see it for yourself?" Izuku challenges on the fly, "You think I'm weak, so let's fight. With those skinny limbs of yours I could probably take you with my eyes closed and an arm tied behind my back. You're injured, don't be ridiculous. And I'm not going to ruin my record to fight you. I know I'm injured, you FING troll doll, and I'm asking for a spar, not a yard tussle. Unless you know this, and you're just too scared. But that wouldn't be it, because I'm an easy match like you said. An easy target, right? You just want me to reveal my cards so it'll be easier for your classmates to fight me in the festival. He barks out a laugh. He knows a weak excuse when he hears one. Who said anything about revealing cards? No one's forcing your hand. And I'm weak, remember? Why would you need to reveal any cards against someone like me? Come on, he goads, don't be a fingpp, fight me dipshit. See for yourself just how weak I am. Midori someone reaches out a hand, but he dodges out the way. Fine, the boy grits out Gym Gamma, after school. Don't blame me when I worsen your injuries. Izuku smiles victoriously. I'll meet you there, Gen Ed. I have a name, the boy snarls, it's not Gen Ed. Shinsou Hitoshi, he introduces himself, saying his name like it could scare Izuku away. Like it had any FING importance. Midoriya Izuku, he replies. He leans closer to Shinsou, so he's right beside the boy's ear. He grins widely, but you can call me Shinazugawa. Moving back, he turns to the crowd watching the exchange with wide eyes. You're all welcome to watch. Izuku places a hand on the boy's shoulder, squeezing firmly, if Shinsou here doesn't mind. I don't care. He does. That's settled then. See you after school, Shinsou. Shoving his way through the crowd, he makes way to the support studios. He has a katana to repair after all. Zero, I think I know what you meant now when you said Midoriya was terrifying, Dunceface says, staring at the empty path Izuku created. We all saw that, right? I wasn't just imagining Midoriya's face on Bakugo's body or something. Dude, I think I said my freaking pants, Zero breathes out. Oh thank God. I thought I was the only one. I never knew Midoriya could be so aggressive, Ponytail says. I must say, I did not expect that from him either. Shut the F up, you know they can hear you, right? For some reason, the mob of extras are still standing outside their door. Oi, you extras are keep standing there or what? The purple hair freak recovers from the stupor the nerd put him in. This was a declaration of war. Class 1A, don't get too comfortable on your high horse. Then he leaves, like the FING coward he is. Katsuki is looking forward to see his but getting kicked by the nerd. Honestly, he must be an idiot to challenge Izuku to a fight. Anyone with eyes could see the way the bandages curve around his sculpted muscles, and the way his uniform sleeve hugs his biceps. And beside, no weakling could make it past the entrance exam, let alone survive USJ. Katsuki had to hold himself back from cackling when Izuku challenged the freak to a fight. The way Purple's face paled as Izuku started talking was pure gold. That he didn't know the nerd had it in him to call him out in front all the extras. He shoves the crowd, making a new path for himself. Bakugo. Shitty Hair calls after him, are you trying to make them hate us more? Katsuki stops. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. He turns to the crowd staring at him. Once you're at the top. Bro, such manliness in such a simple statement. He does have a point. Dunceface protests, don't listen to him. He's just making more enemies for us. Half the school already hates us, what's a few more? A fair point that Katsuki fully agrees with. Katsuki turns back, he lets Shitty Hair and Dunceface follow him to the cafeteria. He doesn't feel like yelling at them to F off today. Izuku holds his mended katana in his hands delicately, almost afraid it might break in half again. Turns out, there was a student in the support course who had the perfect quirk for his sword. Well, they said it was a useful quirk for someone in support. With a quick touch of his fingers the two halves of his blade bonded together, leaving no trace of its break. Izuku had thanked them profusely, his anger from earlier forgotten with the good news, and nearly kissed the student on the cheek. Pulling out his phone with one hand, he sends a quick text to Yushiro, informing him that his katana had been fixed. He forgot to bring his sheath with him, so he holds his katana in his other hand as he walks through the halls, towards the cafeteria. Hopefully no one tries to stop him and confiscate his weapon. With one of his problems solved, he feels like his head has been cleared. He realizes now that he may have gone a tad overboard earlier. Defending his honor is important, but there are better ways to do so. Challenging a Gen Ed student to a fight might be one of the most stupidest things he's ever done. Once again he had let his anger and frustrations get a best of him and let it influence his actions. But it's too late to back up now. If he did he'd only be proving the people who called him weak right and bring him back to step. The students still lingering in the halls give him a wide berth. They must have heard his show from earlier. He wonders what they must be thinking. The sharp sword in his hand definitely doesn't earn him any goody points. When he arrives at the cafeteria, he quickly spots the two sitting figures of his friends and quickly heads towards them. Ida sees him first, his mouth dropping open when he sees the unsheathed sword in his hand. Midoriya. Please, no weapons in the cafeteria. Huh? Midori. You're here. Uraraka excitedly greets him, unaffected by the sword in his hand. Sorry Ida, I had my katana fixed but I forgot my sheath. Do you not have anywhere else to safely store it? I don't want to risk losing it. Uraraka places a finger to her chin. Oh. You could ask Yamamo, she can make you a sheath if you want. Yes, that is a good idea. Izuku looks over to the girl in question eating peacefully. I'll ask her later, I don't want to disturb her while she's eating. He places his sword beside him, mostly hidden from view with his body in the way. Anyway, how are you guys? I didn't get a chance to text you too, sorry about that by the way. Don't apologize, they both say in unison. You were injured, Midori. It's understandable that you couldn't message us. Ida nods, Uraraka is right. And we are fine, we only received minor injuries. The truth is that we were unconscious the whole time, so we didn't get a chance to face any villains, he admits, shame coloring his voice. Don't be discouraged, Ida, you too Uraraka. Just because you guys didn't fight anyone head-on, doesn't mean you were weak, or not good enough. We can't help the unfortunate things that happen to us, so just do your best to strive ahead and keep going. Beating yourself up for your shortcomings won't change anything. It's okay to let others fight for you, I'm glad that you two didn't get hurt too badly. His two friends stare at him with suspiciously glistening eyes. Guys? Are you Dash? Midori? You're too kind. Huh? I'm no Dash. You are Midoriya. I am glad that we are friends. We will work hard so next time we can all fight alongside together. Ida swears, a hand chopping down. Uraraka nods vehemently, wait for us Midori. We'll catch up with you soon. You guys don't have to rush to catch up with me, he says, laughing lightly. Go at your own pace, I won't be going anywhere, Izuku lies, the countdown to his death constantly ticking down in the back of his head. I'll wait for you, and protect you guys until you're ready. He hopes that 10 years will be enough, because that is all he can give. You two will be amazing heroes. If there weren't a table between them, he'd suspect they'd trap him in a hug, we'll all be heroes together, a trio. Uraraka announces. And we can start our own agency. Ida laughs, it's a rare sound, it brightens the air around them. I think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself Uraraka. I do admit though, starting an agency together will be nice. His throat burns. He musters up the best smile he can, yeah, it does sound nice. Hitoshi made a mistake. He effed up big time. He curses past him for being such an idiot, that he had let his inferiority complex and pride get in the way of not being a FING idiot. Midoriya Izuku stands on the edge of the sparring mat, settling down a goddamn sword on the floor. His uniform jacket is already laying by his sword, and his sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, displaying some of the most muscular forearms he's ever seen on a 15-year-old. Compared to Midoriya's, his arms do look lanky. He swallows harshly, it seems like the whole year had shown up to watch the match. The entirety of Class 1A sits on the viewing stands, and a good chunk of 1B are here too. He spots some Gen Ed students as well. Forcing his face into a blank slate, he heads down to the mat himself. Midoriya turns to him, Shinsou, you showed up. Now that he's closer, he spots two pieces of black fabric in the boy's hands. It's not too late to back away, you know? I think you already learnt your lesson, did Midoriya see right through him? And I admit I went a bit far, I took my frustrations out on you unnecessarily. Hitoshi can't change his mind now, not with so many watching. I'm not a coward Midoriya. I didn't say you were. I'll fight, I won't run away. Midoriya shrugs, alright, if that's what you want. But if we're going to do this, let's strike a deal, get you motivated and all. It's been a while since I sparred, it'll be nice to get a good fight out of this. He narrows his eyes, what type of deal? If you land one hit on me, I'll forfeit my spot in the hero course to you, Midoriya says without a waver in his voice. It's too good to be true. Midoriya had said it loud enough for everyone to hear, but none of his classmates show any concern. Are they that confident in him? And if I don't? He shrugs again, then you just get your pride wounded, nothing else. I can trust you because? Everyone here heard my deal, if I go back on my word then you'll have 50 witnesses to back you up. Half of them are your classmates. They're hero students, they wouldn't lie. Fine, he agrees, but don't take it out on me if you lose. Midoriya laughs, but it scares him more than anything. Alright. One more thing though. Can you tie my hand behind my back? And the BLNDFLD to while you're at it. You're joking. He dangles the two pieces of fabric in the air. Does it look like I am? I said I could take you blind, and with one arm tied behind my back, and I'm keeping my word. Do you even want to be a hero? Hitoshi asks incredulously, you're throwing away your spot for nothing. Am I? Just do it Shinsou, I'm only making things fair. His tone doesn't show any mockery, but the words grit at him anyway. Your arrogance will be your downfall, Midoriya, Hitoshi spits out, angry that Midoriya sees so little of him. Grabbing the fabric out the boy's hands, he starts tying his arm behind his back, tightly so it won't fall apart. No, Midoriya murmurs lowly for just him to hear, it'll be yours. Hitoshi moves onto the BLNDFLD, folding it twice over to completely block his vision, staying silent. He waves a hand in front of Midoriya's face to check to see if the fabric properly blocks his vision. It's done. Midoriya guides himself to his end of the mat, not a stumble in his step. The boy stretches his one arm, cracking his neck on both sides. Whenever you're ready, Shinsou. Wanting to end this quickly, Hitoshi dashes forward to the unmoving figure of his opponent. He closes the distance faster than he normally would, determination fueling him. He rears back an arm, aiming for a direct punch to Midoriya's face. He's right in front of the boy and he's still stuck in the same place. Has he not noticed him yet? Surely with all that confidence. Just as his fist is about to connect, Midoriya jumps up, meters into the air and flips backwards, landing behind Hitoshi. He stumbles forward with lost momentum. Midoriya had moved so fast he almost didn't see it. The crowd behind him gasp in surprise, but Class 1A shows no reaction, like they had expected it. Spinning on his foot, Hitoshi faces Midoriya again, the boy's face blank besides a small tick of the corner of his mouth. Hitoshi clenches his fist, dashing forward once again. He won't let himself be embarrassed with so many watching. This time he keeps his distance with a kick, directed at Midoriya's injured torso. It's a dirty move, but at the moment he didn't care. Midoriya jumps again, and his leg meets air. A foot lands on his shoulder and Midoriya uses him as a springboard to launch himself higher in the air. The boy performs a series of complicated flips, something that should be impossible with his unbalanced weight. Stop messing with me! Hitoshi shouts in frustration. Not once had the boy attempted to attack him when he had so many chances to do so. I know you can do better than that, Shinsou. I thought you were going to replace one of us. Show me that you weren't just all talk, and fight me properly. I'm FING weak, aren't I? So why can't you land a single hit on me while I'm blinded and down one arm? Midoriya is baiting him, and he knows it. But he falls for it anyway. He rushes at the boy, indignation pulsing through his veins. Hitoshi feints an elbow to his face, before sweeping for a kick. Again, he meets only air. Hitoshi growls, attack me, damn it. His call is answered. Midoriya throws himself sideways, landing on his one hand, swinging his leg like a windmill, and Hitoshi barely has time to turn his head, but something tells him the kick was purposely placed so he could do so, to the side to avoid an unfortunate decapitation. The boy's foot still grazes his ear, leaving a trail of blood from the speed and force of the kick. Hitoshi clutches his ear, processing what the F just happened. He just cut my ear just by grazing it. With a single goddamn kick. Hitoshi nearly misses the quiet grumbled words, this brings back memories. And Midoriya rights himself, standing back on his 2 feet, and then suddenly he's gone. Hitoshi whips his head around, trying to find where the hell Midoriya went. Air shifts behind him, he turns too late, a hand tugs at his hair and he's slammed into the mat, the back of his skull bouncing off the floor. The crowd hisses in sympathy, a move like that must have hurt, it did hurt. His scalp prickles from where his hair was grabbed harshly, and the air is knocked out of his lungs. Still, he forces himself to right himself, crawling back up onto all fours, reaching out to grab at Midoriya's ankle. His hand is kicked away easily. Hitoshi refuses to lose, he can't lose, not to some quirkless BSTRD. As a last resort, he opens his mouth, a familiar warmth building in his throat. An elbow is shoved into his spine, right above where his lungs are. His arms and legs give out, and he's forced to the ground. Hitoshi wheezes, his lungs constrict and it's suddenly hard to breathe let alone talk. Don't try to talk. With lungs like yours, they'll combust if you do. The F-dash? What type of move is this? Tap the mat twice to forfeit. Even with the threat of his goddamn lungs bursting, he refuses to give up. The elbow is pressed down harder, forcing out another wheeze. He's sure his face is flushed red with the little to no oxygen in his lungs. Don't give up, Shinsou, you fought hard enough. Don't lie to me. I've trained for years, my classmates know this too. It's only reasonable that you lost, there is no shame in doing so. Hitoshi struggles in the hold, trying to find a way out. Next time make sure you have the strength to back your words. And maybe don't call people weak when you know nothing. I know you're probably frustrated with yourself, but don't take it out on others, trust me on that. You'll regret it. Tap the mat, Shinsou, Midoriya repeats in his ear, you have 9 seconds until you pass out from oxygen deprivation. 1. Hitoshi lifts his head in an attempt to SCK in air. 2. It doesn't work. 3. His cheek meets the mat again. 4. He moves his leg, a half kick. 5. He shifts, only slightly, but all he gets in return is Midoriya's elbow pushed deeper into his back. 6. And his vision starts to blur, tears well in his eyes. 7. Tap the mat Shinsou, Midoriya whispers into his ear, like a devil on his shoulder. 8. His finger lifts, once, twice. The tips of his fingers hardly make a sound, but it's heard by Midoriya anyway. 9. Th elbow is lifted, and his body is pushed onto his back. Hitoshi gratefully SCKS in gulps of air, rushing to get oxygen back in his lungs. He lays for a good minute or two trying to recover, his mouth wide open to allow more oxygen into his body. Sorry about that, I didn't think you'd give up unless you passed out. This was the least damaging way to do so, plus you didn't even end up passing out. He coughs, you thought this was the least damaging way? My lungs nearly combusted. I wasn't actually going to let that happen. So you lied? Well no, they would have exploded, what? But I would have stopped before they did so. Is that even legal? Midoriya shrugs awkwardly, one shoulder still bounded to his back. As legal as the kick you tried to aim to my injured chest. You saw that? He asks, even as he looks up at the black BLNDFLD over Midoriya's eyes. No, I felt it. You what? I felt it. The wind, the air being displaced, Midoriya explains like it's obvious. You move loudly. Are you sure you're quirkless? Hitoshi blurts out, the embarrassing loss fresh on his mind. He was beaten in, what? A minute? Seriously? He swears he sees Midoriya's eyes roll behind the BLNDFLD. Can't you accept that you got your butted kicked? Midoriya squats beside his head. Look, you probably have some type of obscure or useless quirk, a villain's quirk, judging from the fact you failed the entrance exam. Probably got made fun of it when you were a kid too. It's not fun, is it, being bullied over something you can't control? You've probably had your fair share of quirkists, so don't go around being one yourself. Hitoshi finally sits back up, his head hung low. How are you so strong? You're quirkless, he says, even if the words are shameful. What is he doing? He hated when people judged him on his quirk, and now he's doing the same to Midoriya. He can't help but thinking like that though, if Midoriya had passed the entrance exam with no quirk at all, why couldn't Hitoshi? What made them different? Did he not try hard enough, or was he not good enough? When he found out there was a quirkless student in the hero course, he was bitter, even more so than he already was. So bitter that he became the very people he hated. I trained you, brickhead. I knew my weaknesses, and trained to make up for them. Unlike you. I'm a FING hypocrite, Hitoshi finally realizes. I'm just like the rest of them. He had let his own insecurities and frustrations blind him. Don't bother apologizing. It's fine, sometimes our emotions get the best of us. You really are something, Midoriya. Just a few hours ago you were challenging me to a fight, and now you're some kind of saint. Hitoshi laughs dryly, you're like two different people. Midoriya unties his BLNDFLD with his one hand before ripping out his bound arm from the fabric with a flex of his bicep. Hitoshi stares dumbly at the display of strength, he was sure he had tied at least 5 knots in the fabric. Midoriya holds out a hand, the offer hanging between them. Train hard, Shinsou, and maybe you'll be able to land a hit on me at the festival. Hitoshi scoffs, he severely doubts that. Maybe if you had earplugs along with everything else. Then you wouldn't be able to hear my loud movements. If you want any tips, you're welcome to ask. It'll be nice to have more non-flashy heroes. Hitoshi feels the words wash over him. You think I can be a hero? Midoriya's hand still sits in the air. That depends on you. It's not a no. You don't even know my quirk. Shinsou. I'm quirkless. Oh. Hitoshi stares at the hanging appendage, with it so close to his face he can see the rough calluses and occasional scar on his palm and fingers. A particularly long scar catches his eye, it's still pink and raised, a new development. He thinks of the USJ, and Midoriya's claim that he had fought the villains head-on. Hitoshi hadn't believed them, but after witnessing the boy's skills today he's starting to. The calluses are a show of how much Midoriya had worked and trained. Of course the boy couldn't rely on a quirk like others could, and he trained hard for his strength. It was not a fluke that he had passed the entrance exam, and not a lie that he had fought the villains at USJ. Midoriya's had flaunted his skill today, to show the crowd that he is not weak like they believed, like Hitoshi had. He had been used today, but he finds that he doesn't mind. Hitoshi can appreciate a good show. Dramatics were always a guilty pleasure of his. His hand is soft compared to Midoriya's, the boy's rough palm a contrast to his. Midoriya pulls him up effortlessly, smirking when Hitoshi stumbles forward. The boy moves to his sword in the edge of mat, strapping it to his waist with a white belt. Hitoshi is very, very glad that Midoriya hadn't challenged him to a real fight. if sparring against him was difficult, then he doesn't want to imagine what it would be like with a whole but sword in his hand. The sword sits naturally by Midoriya's side, even with his school uniform it doesn't look a bit out of place. Is that allowed? Hitoshi asks, won't you get in trouble for carrying around a weapon? I'm staying here to train. He looks up to the crowd, mostly everyone has left already, probably eager to go gossip. A few Class 1A students are already spreading out across the gym, stretching and warming up. I won't be leaving for a while, you can join me if you want. I think I have a lot to think about. Not today. Alright, fair enough. If you're not here to train though, you might want to leave. Some of us can be quite destructive. His eyes roam to where a blonde is aiming his hands at a cement column, his palms sparking dangerously, and then to the sword hanging by Midoriya's waist. Yeah, Hitoshi says, I'll take you up on that. See you at the festival then. Hitoshi nods, unsure what to say, walking off without another word. Izuku stalked off to the edge of the gym before anyone could approach him. He resists the urge to clutch his shoulder, all that movement had pulled at his stitches and it's been bothering him the whole time. It's not necessarily painful, but it does annoy him. He finds an isolated corner where he can draw his sword a tad slower than he would normally be able to, giving his newly repaired katana a few test swings, satisfied when there is no difference after the repair. Izuku runs through a simpler routine, doing basic swings and parries. Normally he wouldn't be training while injured, but with the threat of demons back on the horizon he has to get himself into better shape. This world has softened him, made him compliant. His past self wouldn't have struggled to kill the demon at the USJ. Yushiro was right, he has gotten weaker. The body he had now is shorter and younger, he's no longer at his prime. Izuku needs to train harder than ever now that he is the only slayer left. He needs to surpass his past self, be stronger than he ever was, nothing less. He had been lucky to have 8 other Hashira by his side as Sanemi, he doesn't have the privilege of them this life. If he's aiming to be stronger, he can't afford breaks anymore, even if he's injured. Now fully warmed up, he positions himself in the middle of a forest of cement pillars, specially made by Cementos himself. Usually they would be used for agility and dodging training, but he has a different idea in mind. The USJ demon had a tough neck, all high-level demons do. Izuku needs to get faster, and strengthen his swinging strength. Cement pillars aren't a perfect replica, but they'll do. Holding his hilt with both hands, he closes his eyes and positions his blade horizontally, held in front of his chest. Taking a deep breath he makes himself hyper-aware of his surroundings. The buzz from the subtle shifts of air form a gray image in his mind, the columns of cement appearing as a picture behind his closed eyes. Izuku won't be using his wind-breathing forms for the exercise, he will do this with total concentration alone. Izuku shifts a foot behind him, bending his knees slightly. In his deep concentration, he doesn't notice how the previous sounds of his classmates' training ceased. Izuku focuses on the furthest column from him, the one in the far left corner. Izuku lets the odd calmness wash over him, steady his breaths and forget the tug in his shoulder. Pushing himself of his back leg, he launches himself forward at a speed that drags at his hair and clothes, becoming a blur against the gray of the cement. He zigzags between the pillars, arriving at his target in a second. Raising his blade, he cleanly cuts through the hard stone, splitting the column perfectly in half. As soon as his blade passes through, he turns, jumping onto another pillar and pushes himself off it, slicing through it as he does so. The 2 pieces of cement crash to the ground simultaneously. 2 down. 56 more to go. Izuku speeds through the maze, weaving both his body and blade around each pillar, leaving a path of calculated destruction behind him. He pushes himself off yet another pillar, higher than last time, and lets the momentum twist his body in a full revolution, his blade passing through the circle of columns around him. The debris falls to the ground with resounding crashes, but Izuku keeps his eyes closed still. He lands back to the ground, swiftly jumping and avoiding any fallen pieces of cement and runs in a straight line, his katana crisscrossing in front of him, getting rid of any obstacles. Gotten rid of the pillars on the whole of the left side, he makes way to the right. An odd wetness blooms on his chest, but he ignores it. Izuku shifts into autopilot, relying on instinct alone as he continues to swing and slice his Nichiren blade, and before he knows it, the last pillar falls. Izuku flicks his blade to the side, a habit he has to get rid of demon blood, before sheathing his sword back into its new scabbard. He finally opens his eyes, surveying the aftermath. Around him, the 58 cement pillars are left half standing. The top half of each pillar cut evenly off, the lower half laying somewhere on the ground. To an outsider it would seem like that a Quirk would have done it, the uniform way that the pillars had been left would make them believe so. But the occupants in the gym know the truth, it had not been a Quirk, but Midoriya Izuku and his blade. Izuku ruffles out the dust in his hair, walking out of his corner of destruction. When he finally lifts his head, he's greeted by the stunned and odd faces of his classmates. Two hands grab him by both elbows. Midori! Your bandages! Uraraka exclaims, worry written all over her face. Izuku frowns, confusedly looking down at his chest. Red stains the white of his bandages, fresh and contrasting the rest of his clothes. It explains the wetness he felt during his training. I'll go to Recovery Girl later, don't worry Uraraka. She shakes her head in protest, no. You should go now. Look, the bleeding has stopped. Izuku already stopped the blood from flowing to that area when Uraraka pointed it out, it's fine. I still have an hour of training left. Ida sputters, Midoriya, you can't be serious. Please go get medical attention now. Guys, I swear I'm fine, he really is, the wound is nothing but a scratch, seriously dash. Just listen to them, nerd, or I'll snap your sword again and take it back, Kaken snarls at him. If he says he's fine, then he's fine, Todoroki intones, a hand still on his iceberg. See, Tom Todoroki gets it. Shut the F up, Icy Hot's a moron, don't listen to him. Just go to Fing the nurse. I'm not moron, Tomioka mumbles. Izuku has to keep himself from rolling his eyes. Yes you are. Kaken whips his head back to him, go to the nurse or I'll get Aizawa-sensei on your butt. He wouldn't. As if he could read his mind, Kaken smirks, I would. On cue, the door slams open, everyone's heads turning in sync to find the intruder. His classmates relax when it's not another villain attack, but to Izuku it might as well be so. An irritated Aizawa-sensei stands by the entry, glaring directly at Izuku and his reddened bandages. Sensei! His class cries. His teacher storms towards Izuku, and it's times like these when he misses Oyakata-sama. His leader never got mad with him, though his softly spoken disappointed words were just as bad, but at least he never minded when he trained while injured. Oyakata-sama understood his need to be stronger. Aizawa-sensei, how did you even know to come here? There are cameras, Midoriya. Then you'll know that I wasn't straining myself, I'm nowhere even near my limit. The back of his shirt is grabbed and he's hauled forward and picked up like a fing cat. He could easily rip himself out of the grip, but he doesn't want to evolve this into a game of tag. Izuku very much ignores the snickers of his classmates. I'm not a child, put me down. You are a child, and if I put you down you'll run. I'm technically older than you. Past lives don't count. Izuku sighs, accepting his fate. Aren't you supposed to be at a meeting? Nizu let me go early, his teacher explains, still dragging him. Midnight can speak for me. Aizawa-sensei closes the gym door behind him. How did it go? Izuku asks. The teachers believed it, Nizu seemed suspicious. I had to kick All Might under the table to shut him up. PFT, serves him right. He needs to keep his nose out of people's business. He's a hero, sticking his nose in people's business is his job. Izuku scoffs, it'd be nice if he didn't do so with mine. Aizawa-sensei finally puts him down when they arrive back at the main school building. I heard you challenged a Gen Ed student to a fight. Never took you as a person who would do so. He's not even shocked his teacher already found out. Word travels quickly in high schools and U.A is no exception. I used to be a completely different person, sensei. It's weird, freely talking about his past self, there's a whole different side of me that you've never seen. They pass by the empty classrooms, the students long vacated, either in the gyms or on their way home. What were you like? Aizawa-sensei asks curiously. Most of the time? Aggressive. Angry. Violent. I wasn't a great person. You went through a lot, kid, it was only logical for you to be angry. A lot of us were angry, and there wasn't a single demon slayer in the Corps that hadn't lost someone or went through something traumatic too. But I was the only one that let it get to me. I wasn't always terrible as Sanemi, but when it mattered the most I could never control my own emotions. I guess today I let it happen again. You handled it reasonably. Maybe it wasn't the best way, but in the end you resolved the conflict and proved yourself to everyone without injuring Shinsou too much. The only stupid thing you did today was training until you ripped your stitches open. I told you I'm fine, I'm not even bleeding anymore. Izuku protests, following his teacher into the nurse's office. I'll be a judge of that, dearie. Izuku looks down to the short figure of Recovery Girl, her hand tapping on her cane impatiently. Take a seat, I'll take a look at your bandages. Izuku follows her instructions obediently, he knows better than to make a doctor angry. He unbuttons the rest of his shirt, letting her undo his bandages. She tuts when she gets a good look at his wound. The stitches have been ripped open, though the bleeding has already stopped somehow. She looks up to him. Did you apply any creams or salves to it? No. You haven't taken any medicines? He shakes his head. Recovery Girl probes around the wound gently, her forehead creasing in worry. That's odd. What is it? Aizawa-sensei questions. The skin around here is abnormally cold, like his blood had stopped flowing there. Ah shit, if he keeps this going, Recovery Girl will start running tests on him. The last thing he wants is getting some type of body scan and expose his slowly depleting cells. With no other choice, he changes his breaths, letting the blood flow all throughout his body again. His wound starts to slowly stream out blood again. Izuku pretends to be shocked, but Aizawa-sensei still looks at him suspiciously. Breathing, he mouths to him over the nurse's head. His teacher nods, slightly baffled. He hadn't fully delved into everything he can do with total concentration, so his teacher had no idea he could control his blood flow. Recovery Girl hurriedly retrieves a towel to put pressure on his shoulder. She tuts again. Why didn't you come to me sooner to get healed? I might as well take out your stitches now so I can heal it in one go. Sorry, I forgot to. And that's fine, I don't mind you doing that. Are you sure? I'll apply some numbing cream, but it still might hurt. I'm sure I can handle a little sting. You hero students, she grumbles. Alright, but you best tell me if it hurts, okay? Will do, he nods. He holds the towel to his own chest to let her pull gloves onto her hands before she applies a dollop of numbing cream to her finger. Pulling away the towel, she carefully spreads the cream across the area, waiting a few minutes for the effect to take place. Recovery Girl retrieves a pair of disinfected tweezers from a drawer, and with a warning she starts picking out the ripped pieces of thread from his shoulder. Aizawa-sensei watches the whole thing intently, there to catch a flinch or any signs of discomfort. He appreciates it, but in honesty he doesn't feel much at all. The tweezers clack against the metal plate, and Recovery Girl finishes the process with a kiss, closing the wound, healing the injury. There you go, you should be good to go now. I recommend some extra sleep tonight, dear, my quirk can be quite draining. Izuku thanks her, assuring her that he'll make sure to rest. With a last bow, he walks out the infirmary with his teacher a step behind him. Once they're out of shot, Aizawa-sensei turns to him. So, you can stop blood flow with breathing now? It's nothing special, anyone who's mastered total concentration breathing can do it. Is there anything else you can do? Well, there's the basics: enhanced speed, strength, stamina, durability, agility, and mental processing. With further training you can do things like clotting blood, directing blood flow, and slowing poison in your bloodstream. Aizawa-sensei frowns. Did slayers get poisoned that often that they developed that? You'd be surprised how often demons had some type of poison-related art. And some slayers used recovery breathing when their muscles were too fatigued to move anymore, saved a lot of buttes within the lower ranks. It makes sense now, the difficulty to maintain total concentration balances out the benefits. Izuku recalls the time in the hospital, when his teacher had tried it for himself. Was it that difficult for you? It shouldn't have been that bad, considering how fit Aizawa-sensei already is. Kid, if I'm being honest, I thought I was going to pass out. Izuku stops in his tracks, observing his teacher. Now that he thinks on it, it's strange. His teacher definitely should have been able to hold it for longer than 2 seconds, and it shouldn't have been that painful. Do you have any breathing problems, like normally? Asthma or something of the kind? No, not that I know of. Is something wrong? You're a hero, so obviously you have a healthy body. You should have been able to maintain it longer, and it shouldn't have been that for you painful. Is his teacher like his brother? Unable to use breaths? But he had though, for 2 seconds. So Izuku's not sure if it's a one-off thing, and Aizawa-sensei has the type of body that struggles with breaths more, or if he's actually completely incapable of breaths. It doesn't matter, I guess. There's no point in you mastering total concentration anyway. Actually, I wanted to ask you if you could teach me properly this time. If he wasn't trained in the arts of total concentration, Izuku would have felt the air punch out of his lungs in shock. He sputters, why? Why would his teacher want to learn it? He's already a hero, equipped with a quirk and a weapon. What use would the technique be to him? Aizawa-sensei raises an eyebrow, looking at him like the answer should be obvious. The benefits of learning total concentration will aid me in hero work. Being stronger, faster, and having the ability to slow blood loss and poisons is valuable. I'm going on patrol with you to hunt demons as well. Learning the technique will let me hell dash. Izuku was hooked. He had agreed with his teacher's statements. Total concentration would definitely help him as a hero, but if Aizawa-sensei will use it as a reason to think he could kill demons, no. I'm not teaching you. Why not? Total concentration isn't enough to kill a demon. It would help you avoid one, to dodge their attacks, but it isn't enough to kill one. I don't want you thinking that you can help me, that you can try to decapitate one, he bluntly says. I'm not going to give you a reason to get yourself killed. I'm a hero, Midoriya. Don't underestimate Dash. I'm not underestimating you. I'm being realistic, logical. You wouldn't be able to kill a demon, even if I taught you total concentration. Even if I can only hold them back, I don't care if I can't kill one, if I could just be there as backup for you, to alleviate the weight. Izuku clenches his jaw. Why can't he understand? He can do it himself, he doesn't need anyone else helping him, not in this part of his life. Izuku will allow others to aid him in hero work, but not this, never this. You don't have to do this by yourself. Our agreement was to have you accompany me as a supervisor, that you will stay back and not interfere. If you break that agreement, then I won't hesitate to go out by myself and hunt demons on my own accord. Aizawa-sensei's eyes harden. I'm your teacher, Midoriya, he reminds Izuku. You can't blackmail me. Why not? What will you do, sensei? Expel me? Izuku scowls. Go ahead, I wasn't cut out to be a FING hero anyway. It won't matter in the end. Izuku will graduate, and then what? Be a hero for a few years before he ends up dying? I won't teach you, sensei, you can't convince me otherwise. I wasn't going to expel you, never over something like that. Midoriya, I don't know what made you think like that, but you are cut out to be a hero. Aizawa-sensei takes a deep breath. I don't know why you're so adamant on not accepting help, but if you're that against teaching me, then I won't push anymore. I apologize if I crossed a line, but I won't apologize for offering to help you. He purses his lips, frowning, but no longer angry. Don't apologize, sensei. I just got emotional. Aizawa-sensei sighs, looking utterly done with his sheet. Just accept the DMN apology, kid. I won't accept it, but I won't deny it, he says stubbornly, marching forward to the Udata gate, forcing his teacher to follow in his footsteps. Even with Aizawa-sensei's superior height, it takes a light jog to catch up with him. Not denying it is the same as accepting it, Aizawa-sensei replies once back in step with Izuku. No, it's different, Izuku insists. I can't change your mind, can I? It's a question both addressing refusal to teach his teacher total concentration and the apology. Izuku stops, right where the Udata gates are, in the same place where he had that conversation with Todoroki way back. In reality it hadn't been long ago, but to him it feels like months when it has been only a few weeks. You can't, he affirms. His teacher nods, he knew this already. Go home, Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei's eyes flick to the katana by his waist, and rest, no patrolling till next week. I thought you didn't want me patrolling next week. I don't, but patrolling only 2 times next week is better than you patrolling 4 times in total. I hadn't expected for your katana to be repaired so quickly. Izuku hands finds the hilt naturally, he shrugs, me neither, but with the right quirk you can do a lot. Aizawa-sensei hums in agreement, looking off to where the sun is starting to set. It's getting late, the last train will be leaving soon. Izuku doesn't take the train. But he picks up the cue to leave. See you tomorrow, sensei, he calls, already halfway down the road, waving a hand to his teacher behind him. He doesn't exactly hear what Aizawa-sensei says, but he understands the gist, remember to rest. For once, he does for tonight when he arrives home. He doesn't know if it's because of his teacher's insistence, or because of Recovery Girl's quirk, but he finds that he's able to sleep peacefully in the night. The weekend arrives faster than Izuku expected. Readjusting the hoodie on his head, he weaves through discreet alleys, cutting corners when he can, wanting to get to his destination before Yushiro gets impatient. His Nichiren blade rests on his hip as a precaution, but he's technically not on patrol, so he's not breaking the agreement. He stops before an apartment complex that would be easily overlooked by any non-residents. It's not rundown, but it's not exactly luxury either. Yushiro told him not to ring the front bell, so with no other choice, Izuku hops the tall fence and scales up the wall to the demon's apartment. Only one light is switched on at this time of the night, making it easier for Izuku to find the right apartment. Lifting up the already unlocked window, he crawls into the living space, the carpet cushioning his feet and the sound of his arrival. Yushiro sits on his worn-in sofa, staring directly at Izuku's figure, already waiting for him. Took you long enough, the demon impatiently says. Cut me some slack, I had to walk here. Yushiro rolls his eyes, before they flicker to the katana hanging on his waist. So you really did get it repaired. Izuku pats the scabbard, of course I did. Fast, he comments, and it's completely fine? No residual damage or anything. Izuku pulls the blade out of its sheath so the demon can see with his own eyes, tilting it back and forth so he can take a look at the repaired weapon. See for yourself. The demon studies it, dragging a finger down the metal. A quirk? They called it weld. Useful, Yushiro looks back to him, taking the finger off his blade. You got lucky. For once, Izuku sheaths his katana back into its scabbard. Any developments on your end? Yushiro reaches out to his coffee table to the thin stack of yellowed papers. He recognizes the handwriting, with wide eyes he reads the 2 words on the top of the page. Wisteria poison. Kocho's formulas, he breathes out disbelievingly. Spreading out the papers carefully, Yushiro moves from his spot on the sofa so he can sit aside him. 8 pages on the insects Hashira's infamous wisteria poison recipes. It's not much, but at the same time it's everything. I couldn't find Lady Tamayo's. I stored it somewhere, where no one could find, but it seems with all odds I've forgotten where I've put them myself. He speaks, bitterness in his tone. Lady Tamayo told me to burn them. She didn't want anyone to replicate her studies on demons, especially the ones that held the secrets on how she could create demons herself. It was the first time I disregarded Lady Tamayo's orders when I couldn't bring myself to destroy her life's work. I hid it instead, too well. Yushiro gestures to the papers on the table, but I found these while searching for it. It's not what we wanted, but it's still something. Izuku finishes. Delicately, to not damage the worn paper, he picks up a page. Centuries ago, the hands of the insect Hashira, his comrade, had written these words. The formulas are complicated. Izuku barely understands a thing. Poison has never been an interest of his. He never found the reason to dabble into it. Can you replicate this? With time. Wisteria is hard to find nowadays, and uncomfortable for me to work with. I'm not as affected by wisteria as other demons would be, but I still hate it. This isn't the poison Kocho used in the Infinity Castle, so it isn't strong enough for an upper moon, but it'll still be helpful. That teacher of yours is accompanying you to patrol, right? Izuku nods, still studying the papers on the table. If you give him some of this, won't be completely defenseless against demons. How would I explain how I got the poison from? Yushiro crosses his arms. That's your problem to figure out. If you want your teacher to live, then think of something. Whatever, Izuku dismisses. That can be a problem for the future, but would the poison be made in time for next week? I said with time. Shinazugawa, the demon says irritatedly, I'm not as good as Lady Tamayo, but I'll have it done within the month. Keep your sensei alive until then. Izuku huffs, I don't need your input to do that. Are you going to look around the city too while you're here? The only reason why I said I would patrol was because you needed to stay low, but now that the cat's out the bag I have no reason to. Spending my time hunting for demons is a waste. You and me both would rather have the wisteria poison done instead. Fair point, you wouldn't be able to kill one anyway. Yushiro gathers the papers back up once he's done looking at them, tucking it into a folder and locking it in a briefcase. The demon makes way to a bookshelf installed into the wall, sliding the case among the books. Lady Tamayo's research wasn't the only thing I was looking for. Yushiro says, his back turned to Izuku. The demon's hand stops at a shelf, his shoulders slightly tensed. I was hoping that the insect Hashira would have something on the demon slayer mark. Izuku resists the urge to touch his cheek, where his mark hides itself. Kocho never worked on a cure, not that he knows of at least. You shouldn't waste your time. I'm not. Yushiro turns to him, face unreadable. I'm not wasting my time. It's fine, Yushiro dash. It's not fine. Stop saying it is. Yushiro suddenly exclaims, his fangs baring. Why are you so ready to turn over and die? Don't you want to live? You were given a second chance and now you're going to throw it away. What happened to changing things? Of course I don't want to die. Izuku says the obvious, his finger poking harshly into his own chest. But I gave up on my second chance when I realized that only reason I was born on this shitty world was to kill demons again. This mark is going to kill me, and there's no point in giving me false hope when I know how it's going to end. How can you be so sure, Shinazugawa? Maybe you were born with the sole purpose to kill demons, but who gives a shit? The only thing that's guaranteeing your death is the fact you're giving up. What would your friends think, your sensei, your mother? Have you even told them? The demon catches his guilty expression. I thought so. If you're planning to die, at least tell your loved ones. There's nothing worse than being the one left behind. Izuku knows the truth to the statement, he's felt it closely before. Being the last one left, having to grieve for your loved one's sudden departure. He slumps back into the sofa, burying his hands into his hair. I don't want to die, Yushiro. Of course I don't, but it's better to accept it now than to believe I have a chance when the odds are against me. The odds are against you, but that doesn't mean there isn't a chance. Himejima survived the mark when he should have died as soon as he got it. He succumbed to his wounds that night, not the mark. Even if he could have died to the mark, there would have to been at least one slayer in history who lived past 25. Maybe there was, Izuku shrugs tiredly, but it wouldn't have been from some type of cure or medicine. Himejima survived because the gods willed so, and because he was strong. I'm not like him, so don't waste the time you should be using remaking wisteria poison and finding Tamayo's research. If we manage to get rid of demons before I reach 25, then I'll gladly let you find a cure. I'd even help you, but right now it's not a priority. Yushiro remains in disagreement, but Izuku doesn't have anything else to say to convince the stubborn demon. You should at least tell someone, Shinazugawa. I don't want to be the one to tell them the real reason you died an early death. Not now, they'd force me to stop fighting in favor of finding a cure, and you know we can't afford that. I'll tell them, eventually. Izuku stands, outside the window. The beginnings of the sun peeks out in the night sky. Time had passed fast. It's getting late, or is it early? Yushiro. Is this an attempt to get out of the conversation? At least try to be more subtle about next time. Izuku doesn't deny his intentions. I don't need any more scoldings from you. I get the point already, demon. I'm not scolding you. I'm telling you that you're being stupid and that you make terrible decisions. He swings a foot out the window, a hand stabilizing him on the edge of the wall. Same difference. Text me when you finish the poison. Yushiro looks tempted to grab a book from the shelf and throw it at his head. I don't need you to remind me. Get out of here already since you want to escape so badly. Hanging on the ledge of the windowsill, ready to jump, he calls back, what do you think I'm doing right now? Don't die. Izuku lets go, falling down the side of the building, the demon's voice fading as it gets further away. Yushiro's head pokes out to say the last words, on patrol Shinazugawa. Wary of the sleeping residents of the complex, he doesn't yell or reply, opting for a wave before heading back down the streets of Musastafu and to his home. Izuku adorns the last of his newly repaired hero, Slayer, uniform, his katana fitting snugly on his belt. His mother thinks he's doing an extra credit assignment, but in truth he's going on his first semi-official patrol in nearly 2 decades. The sun had set hours ago, and the perfect time for demons to hunt is now. Izuku travels the roofs, on his way to the location him and his teacher agreed to meet at. He spots the dark figure of Aizawa-sensei quickly. There was no reason to blend in while waiting for Izuku. Jumping across the roofs that separates them, he lands right beside his teacher. You ready, sensei? Aizawa-sensei grabs his capture weapon in preparation. It's Eraserhead. When on patrol we're on patrol, kid. The hero throws out a strand of his scarf to latch onto the fire escape of the taller building in front of them. Tugging a hand, Eraser pulls himself towards the building before using his scarf again to scale up the wall further. Not wanting to be left behind, Izuku leaps off the roof, scaling up the himself with only his hands and feet. He catches up with the hero quickly. Then call me Shinazugawa. Kid doesn't really strike fear into the enemy, he says as he runs. Kid is less of a mouthful. Izuku steers them to the less savory parts of Musastafu, where the kills have been high. Wind Hashira then, or Sanemi if you have to. Wind Hashira is worse than Shinazugawa, and Sanemi is your first name. It's too familiar. Was my first name, Izuku corrects. I don't care much for formalities like that. It was common for people to use each other's first names back then. Alright, Sanemi, Eraser tries. It's been a while since someone has called him by that name. The people who used to address him with that name are long dead. Do you know where you're going? They've slowed down since they've reached the area of the Musastafu kills. Izuku doesn't think that they'll encounter a demon on the first night, but he still keeps vigilance. I'll know if a demon is close by. You can continue your normal patrol, and if something falls into the radar I'll alarm you. You'll just know if a demon is nearby? Eraserhead skeptically asks. A demon's presence is easy to recognize once you learn. Right. Does it have to do with total concentration or is it a sixth sense you get as a slayer? Sixth sense. You know what to do if we encounter a demon. Stay back, don't interfere, Eraser recounts unhappily. It's unlikely that we'll see one tonight, and even if we do it won't be one like the one at the USJ. How are you sure? Demons like that work differently, and there would be more deaths if another like them were around. Izuku JRKs his head to the right. There's something happening over there. A demon? No, just a regular villain. He would already be gone if a demon was that close by. I'll stay close but I won't interfere unless I have to. The hero gives a quick nod before he jumps down to the alley below. Izuku keeps his eyes on Eraserhead, but listens around him for any other signs of trouble. The issue is solved quickly. With the use of his quirk, Eraser shut down the villain's only weapon and bound him with his scarf. The police takes care of the rest, calming down the victim of the mugging and taking the villain into custody. Izuku keeps hidden during the process. Once the incident is wrapped, Eraser travels back up the building to rejoin him, ready to move on to the next target. Eraserhead fights 4 mutant villains below him. His scarf flies wildly, blocking attacks and throwing the thugs into each other. Even with the quirk disadvantage, his teachers holds up well, so he doesn't find reason to interfere. The hero has yet to be injured too. It's his 8th villain encounter for the night, and there's been no trouble whatsoever. Maybe that's why Izuku lowered his guard. Eraser had, seemingly, defeated the 4 villains, when a villain with a deer mutation shoots up from the ground where he had been laying, and pulls out a small knife. Izuku snaps back to attention. Eraser has his back to the villain, unaware of the knife aimed at him. Izuku's a split second from leaping into action when his instincts blare at him and picks up the unmistakable presence. It's weak, but it's there. The demon could be seconds away from killing its prey, but Izuku can't just leave his teacher there, bleeding out when he has a choice to stop it. He prays that he'll be able to solve both issues. Leaping down his vantage point, he dives down towards the alley, raising his leg high in the air and kicks down to the hand holding the knife, disarming the villain and breaking his arm in the process. Eraserhead whips around, hearing the snap of bone, just in time to see Izuku following up with a roundhouse kick to the head of the villain, knocking him out. The hero begins to open his mouth in thanks, but Izuku is already moving again, heading towards the demon. He shouts out a fleeting warning to his supervisor before he's gone, fading into the low light of the city. Izuku pumps his legs faster than ever, determined to get to his destination before he's too late. Already has he wasted a few precious seconds on saving his teacher. He doesn't regret doing so, but he wishes he didn't have to. Izuku hadn't expected to encounter another demon so soon. He's either really unlucky or lucky to meet one on his first night out. When he arrives, his fears are confirmed. He has arrived too late. The demon is already feasting on the half-body of its victim, its mouth and hand coated in blood. Izuku draws his blade as he falls from the roof. The chlink of metal attracts the demon's attention, its head whipping up to meet the furious face of the Wind Hashira. The demon's face is horrendously ugly, even for a demon's standards. It's gaunt and morphed, its skin a sickly green. Its eyes are wide and bloodshot, but he smiles like he's gained another meal. Only its fangs remain in his mouth, no other teeth in sight. The demon bares its claws, coiling its legs, ready to pounce. But before the demon has the chance to move, Izuku swings blade, decapitating the head off its body in one swing anticlimactically. The demon's head flings onto the ground with a thud, and its body slumps down onto the victim. It dies with a pathetic gurgle. No words are exchanged during the short time between Izuku's arrival and its death. Flicking his katana to rid of its blood, he sheathes his blade back into its scabbard when no signs of an unexpected attack appear. As a spur-of-the-moment decision, Izuku pulls out his phone and takes a picture of the demon's partially disintegrated head and body, sending it to Yushiro. He doesn't have anything to sample the blood, so pictures will have to do. Next time he'll have to ask Yushiro for something to take the blood. Studying it could help them find out who's making these pathetic creatures. The demon by his feet was nothing like the demons he fought at the USJ. The ones at the USJ were intelligent, powerful and actually capable of fighting. This one was weaker than weak, something that could barely qualify as a demon. It was incomplete, a failure. A discarded piece of trash released only to cause havoc. Izuku kneels by the victim. The body is already cold, and it's young, a child. The demon had picked an easy target. Izuku doesn't cry. He's grown used to seeing the victims of demons, used to the horribly feeling of knowing if he was only a little faster, arrived a little sooner, then the ones he failed wouldn't be dead. But they have been dead for a while. Those seconds he spent saving his teacher wasn't exchanged for a life. He's glad that it wasn't the case, but the death is still heavy. Gently, he closes the eyes of the dead child, sending a prayer for the soul taken too young. 2 feet land softly behind him, sounding along the flutter of a familiar fabric. A hand lands on his shoulder. "Kid." Izuku stands, his eyes ripping off the sight of the dead body. He meets worried eyes of his teacher. "It was a demon," he confirms, though Aizawa-sensei seems to already know. "Killed it with one strike." His teacher ignores his report, keeping his hand on his shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly. "Are you okay?" "I'm." Izuku can't say he's fine. His teacher isn't FING stupid. "I don't know." The image of the bloodied body of a child presses against his mind, but he isn't necessarily sad or traumatized. He's seen enough to not be affected by these type of things. "That's fine, kid, but don't be afraid to talk to me if you need, okay? I'll call the police to take care of the body. Stay here." Izuku nods, watching his teacher contact the police a few steps ahead of him. His own phone buzzes. Taking it out his pocket, his screen lights up his face. It's Yushiro's message. "Give Shichamaru a sample of the demon's blood. The needle will be in the box." Shichamaru? Who the hell is? A cat materializes by his feet, staring up at him expectantly, Yushiro's blood demon art paper on its collar. "So you're Shichamaru?" Izuku bends down, reaching and opening for the box on its back, pulling out a single needle. What a stupid name. Izuku holds the needle to the last remnants of the demon's blood, watching it get SCKED up automatically. Once it's full, he places the needle, now full of blood, into the box. He gives the cat a small pat on its head. "Thank you." then watches it disappear as fast as it arrives. Just as he's finished, Aizawa-sensei hangs up his phone call with the police. His teacher sees him still crouched on the floor. "What are you doing?" "I saw a cat," he answers in half-truth. "Was it cute?" his teacher asks with no shame. "It was." Izuku wryly smiles to himself. "The owner is bothersome though." Aizawa-sensei raises a brow. "You know the owner?" He hums, looking off to the city skyline. "Yeah, he lives somewhere around here. Thank you by the way, for saving me back there." "You would have done the same for me," Izuku states. "I would have," his teacher agrees. "Doesn't make me any less thankful though." Izuku hums. "The police will arrive soon," Aizawa-sensei says not kindly, but much softer than usual. "You don't have to stay." Izuku looks up from his crouched position from the ground. "Go home Midoriya, I'll take over from here." "What if another demon comes?" "It's almost dawn," his teacher nods to the sky, the very beginnings of dawn on the horizon. It's still dark, but the black of the sky is just turning to the slightest of blue. There won't be any demons anytime soon. It's a tempting offer. Izuku would prefer to not explain himself to some random police officer, and admittedly, he's tired, emotionally. Interacting with people after confronting another demon is a recipe for disaster. Izuku's only recently accepted the fact that demons are back, so seeing them again triggers a whole clusterfuck of emotions he doesn't know how to deal with. "Okay, stay safe then sensei. But if anything happens I'll call you, I know. Get going kid, you have school tomorrow." "So do you sensei. Teens need more rest than adults. I can afford to stay out for an hour longer." "Will you be fine getting home by yourself? I can call a cab if you need." "I'll be fine." Izuku rejects the offer. "I'll just take to the roofs." "You're not tired? It'll be safer to take a cab. The most I did today was kick a villain and swing my sword once. I'm not tired, not physically at least. Running home is faster anyway." "Whatever suits you then Midoriya." Red and blue lights flash in the distance, the siren wailing in pair. "That's my cue." Izuku jumps and grabs onto the fire escape. "I'll see you tomorrow sensei." "Be safe Midoriya." Izuku gives a short nod, before he's climbing the rest of the ladder, leaving the scene of the crime. Izuku pulls at the collar of his gym uniform as he stands in the waiting room, just finished with storing his Nichiren blade into his locker along with his inside shoes. His patrol with his teacher the night before was uneventful compared to the last. They hadn't encountered any more demons, and Aizawa-sensei sent him home an hour early, insisting that he rest before the big day. His gym uniform doesn't have any buttons, so he can't leave his top open like usual. It's uncomfortable but not totally unbearable. At least the sleeves are short. Beside him, Todoroki begins to slip on his hero costume boots, the only piece of their costume they could wear. Izuku wasn't permitted to wear his, considering that his has a blade stored in the heel of it. His eyes catch on the mismatching socks the boy wears, the right one a deep red and the left a yellow with a geometrical square pattern. Izuku scoffs, but with no heat. "Nice socks Todoroki." It's a bit comical, the fact that the Water Hashira's trademark Haori is now worn as socks. "Thanks," he says hesitantly, a bit confused. "My sister made them for me." "Oh. How fitting. She sounds nice." "She is," comes the short reply. "Are all your socks mismatched and funky like that?" Izuku lets the amusement slip into his voice. It's entertaining to imagine his classmate to have a whole drawer of only these socks, all handmade by his dear sister. "I have a few pairs." The corners of his mouth tilt up, unable to hold back the easy joy he gets from teasing Tomioka. "Don't ever think to match them up? Or is the half and half thing your trademark?" he says, pointing to the two shades of his hair. "Why are we discussing my sock choices?" "Nicely dodged, Tomioka. Because who wouldn't want to talk about the questionable fashion choices you make?" Izuku gets the sentimental value the fabrics hold, but come on, there's gotta be some nicer way for the two patterns to complement each other. It's hideous, even in Izuku's opinion, which is saying something. If the other Hashira were here with him, they'd all agree. He remembers the countless of times Kanroji and Yuzui had bugged him on his Haori and complained about his fashion crimes or unflamboyantness. It's just socks. They're ugly socks. Lucky you're not wearing the colors somewhere where everyone could see though, it would clash with your hair. He imagines Todoroki's current body with Tomioka's clothing before he shakes it out of his head. Jesus, Izuku was right, the colors do clash, terribly. "I have a shirt to match, Todoroki," is that pride in his voice, admits. "Burn it. My sister made it for me." Well, he can't argue with that, can he? "Don't ever wear it in public then, especially near Ashido." Izuku glances to the corner where the girl looks ready to throttle Todoroki by the neck and melt the disaster of a shirt herself. "She looks ready to kill you." "She wouldn't kill me over a shirt," Todoroki deadpans, completely serious. "I'm joking for fuck's sake." "Oh. I don't think murder is a topic to be joked about though. It's not, but this is different. How? Hard to explain, ask Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya, Todoroki suddenly addresses, finally tying the last lace of his boots, tucking the ends inside. Despite being quirkless, you are strong. Even without a quirk, you're always steps ahead of everyone. Aizawa-sensei seems to have taken a liking to you too. I feel no need to pry into that, but know this, I will beat you. Izuku chokes out a surprised laugh, taken aback with the complete 180 of the topic, and the abrupt shift in his tone. Jesus fing hell, where the hell did that come from? I was going to say it earlier, but we started talking about my socks. Could have warned me before declaring war on me, moron. We were in the middle of talking about clothes, and you dropped this out of nowhere? Give me a fing heads up next time. I did, I called your name. That doesn't count, idiot. It doesn't matter, I will beat you. Izuku sighs, accepting that his classmate is hopeless. Seriously? Beat me? Is that what you really want? It's out of character from the water pillar. He knows that he wants to start laughing again. He couldn't imagine Tomioka ever declaring war on him. In his last life they couldn't even get him to join in with the Hashira training without the Kamadu boy talking some sense into him. I want to win. It's not an unusual goal, the boy replies. It isn't, declaring war on me is. Couldn't you just keep it to yourself and leave me alone? Seriously, what was up with people and their war declarations? It's twice in the same week now. It'll be embarrassing if you don't win in the end. You're confident, Todoroki so very smartly observes. It'll be embarrassing if you don't win in the end. I'm not aiming to. Truth be told, Izuku doesn't really care that much about the sports festival. If he doesn't get any internship offers, then he could probably spend his week with Aizawa-sensei if he asks. If I win, I win. I don't have much to lose if I don't. You should be taking this serious, Midoriya. I am, but I won't go throwing a tantrum and act like the world's ending if I lose. There's bigger things to worry about than a sport festival. This'll dictate our futures as heroes. He holds his tongue, fighting the urge to snark back that he doesn't have a future. Izuku shrugs, the world still won't end. Relax a little, Todoroki, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. War declarations don't suit you. Overhead, the speakers announce for his class's entrance, cutting off their conversation. Ida cuts the silence with his orderly instructions to file out the locker room. They were talking loud enough that his classmates could hear. They aren't necessarily tense, but it's awkward. Todoroki's declaration was only met with his dismissal, leaving the boy unsatisfied. His reaction was nothing like Todoroki, or his class, had expected. Maybe they'd thought he'd reciprocate his challenge, like he did with Shinsou, or maybe blow up with the same anger he'd shown at USJ. Whatever they thought was wrong, he wouldn't waste energy on something like this. There's no point in feuding with Todoroki. Izuku follows his class, walking straight past the calculating gaze of Todoroki. He may or not win today, but if he's being honest, he will probably win. If he's being realistic, he won't say so aloud though. No one in his class has yet to beat him yet, and unless some unforeseen event happens, Izuku will be the first quirkless winner of the Udata Sports Festival. And for the student pledge, this year's representative, Class 1 is Midoriya Izuku. Eh? Isn't he that quirkless student? Someone obnoxiously whispers. I heard he placed first in the entrance exam. The hero exam? What other exam, dumbass? The crowd of students catch on, all murmuring on his said quirklessness. The ones who know little to none about him judge him. He sees the questions clear in their eyes. How is he the student representative? Izuku keeps a straight face as he walked up the steps to the stage, aware of the thousands of eyes following his every move. Inside, he's panicking. No one had told him about a speech. Izuku has two half-formed ideas on what he could say, the second option more risky than the first. His first choice would be safe, give the scouters watching a good impression of him, allow to have a chance of actually receiving offers. But the second option is what his heart tells him to do. He has many secrets, but he never hid his quirklessness from the world. It's a lot like when Shinsou had declared war on his class, announcing his quirklessness. Izuku had chosen to turn the tides into his favor, take control of the situation before it got out of reach, and he'll do the same now. It's better to tell the world now than for someone to leak it to the media after the festival. Izuku stands with confidence, forgoes his blank face, and paints a wild smirk on in its stead, the one he normally reserves for fights. Uh-oh, he has his baby-eating smile on. Shiro expresses to Kaminari, this can't be good. Izuku leans into the microphone, eyes focused on the camera hovering a few meters in the air in front of him. I'm not aiming to win today. I won't mind if I lose, but that doesn't necessarily mean I won't. If I win, I win. He repeats his words from the locker room, and if I win, I'll do it completely quirkless. Because that's what I am. Izuku stares at the student that had started the ripple of his status in the student body, a quirkless hero student. If I win, I want you to remember that the quirkless beat you at your own game. Worst case scenario was that the crowd would boo at him. Quirkless folk aren't well liked after all. But surprising they don't, they're silent instead, which isn't so much better. Even his classmates are. From where he stands he can perfectly pick out the faces of his classmates, all wearing the same shocked expression. They hadn't expect him to announce on live TV that he's quirkless. His classmates should have known better. Izuku has never hidden his status from the public. Alright. Midnight announces, her voice echoing the silent stadium, breaking the tension, with a crack of her whip. He joins the student body, passing by his teacher and returning her smile when she sends him a proud smirk. After that riveting speech, it's time for the first event. She places a hand on a wheel, spinning it before it lands on. Obstacle course. A 4-kilometer race with a range of trials and tribulations from the start to end. Quirks are permitted, but if I see anything that's outside of UA's regulations, like, then you're out. An obstacle race. Now that sounds fun. Izuku ignores the pushing bodies of the crowded tunnel, focusing of his breaths instead, and waits for the green light. It's almost hard to breathe with the constant shoving and the humidity of the somehow already sweating bodies of the competitors. Seriously, how are they already sweating when they haven't even done anything? It doesn't matter if he's at the front or not, so he lets himself be pushed to the front middle of the tunnel. His muscular body helps him to not be completely trampled, but he's still smallish compared to the height and weight of a few students with mutations. Izuku's plan will probably take a few buttons and hats as collateral, along with tripping a few kids, but this is a competition, so it should be fine. The light blinks red, then orange, then finally green. Before anyone has a chance to blink, Izuku's off like a bullet, bulldozing, but not actually running over anyone, through the thick crowd, leaving only the afterimage and a blast of wind in his path. He steps on maybe 24 sets of toes, but it's nothing that can't be healed. The mass of students stand frozen at his impressive show of speed, then they're actually frozen seconds after by Todoroki's ice. What was that? A student, was that a student, leaves the competition to the dust. Eraser. Did you see that? Izuku reaches the first obstacle, slowing down when the hulking bodies of the zero-pointers from the entrance exam surround him. A camera flies down closer to him, finally able to capture his face since he's no longer sprinting at full speed. Our speedster reveals himself. Midoriya Izuku is the first to reach the first obstacle, Robo Inferno. And back at the tunnel, Todoroki Shudo freezes his opponents. What a cold move. This again? Without his katana, he can't cut his way through the zero-pointer this time. He could maybe punch his way through, but that's a huge waste of time and effort. Plus it would mean busted knuckles. He doesn't have any other option, so he keeps running. The robots are big, but it also means that they're slow, well, slow compared to Izuku. Continuing his sprint, he nimbly weaves through the legs of the robots with ease, not breaking a sweat. Midoriya takes the lead, weaving through the legs of the robots. But watch out, our resident ice prince is on his heels. The temperature drops, and the leg of the robot he passes is consumed with ice, freezing it mid-stomp. If Izuku wasn't as fast as he was, he would have had a robot dropped on him. Turning, making eye contact with the icy gaze of Todoroki, he escapes the robot's threat of crushing him with ease, pulling his lips into a teasing smirk. Is that all you can do? The frozen zero-pointer falls, landing in between the two of them before Todoroki can retaliate. On the other side of the hunk of metal, his competitors cry out in complaint. The sun is suddenly blocked, the silhouette of Todoroki skating on ice above him and the fallen robot, with Kaken right behind him. He speeds back up, sprinting again, spotting a shard of conveniently shaped metal, a piece of debris from the fallen robot. It's almost too perfect, the shard even imitates his katana in its green color. Izuku happily picks up the metal as he runs past it, holding it carefully so it won't cut into his hand. Our leads reach the second obstacle, the fall. Don't look so worried, our dear audience, there are safety nets. The ropes are child's play. His experience as a Hashira, a job that requires traveling and hunting demons with all sorts of obstacles, gives him the skills he needs. With the makeshift katana in one hand, he runs across the rope like it's a regular track, perfectly balanced and not a stumble in his step. On the rope beside him, Todoroki glides on his own ice, and above Kaken forgoes the whole obstacle by simply propelling himself into the air with his explosions. The rest of his class, plus a few others, have started to catch up, judging by the commotion behind him. He could cut through the ropes with his impromptu blade to slow down the competition, but he doesn't want to risk damaging the already fragile metal. Izuku has only one shot with it and he's not going to waste it. Izuku completes the second obstacle with no fanfare, heading straight to the third. Midoriya is the first to reach the last obstacle. A 1-kilometer stretch filled with mines created by our very own support course. They want kill ya, but they sure do pack a punch. Izuku won't be able to sprint his way through this one. The final obstacle has been designed that way. It's made to slow down the lead and let the others catch up. There are small mounds of freshly dug dirt where the mines have been placed, increasing in number the closer it gets to the finish line. He does have an idea, or two, but it would make everyone hate him, especially if he keeps standing around. 1 kilometer, Present Mike had claimed. He needs to complete 200 meters for his plan to work well. Kaken and Todoroki have nearly caught up to him, judging from the increasing amount of noise coming from behind him. The mines are easy to avoid at the start, but he starts to slow down just a tad as he reaches the 100-meter mark. Izuku keeps light on his feet and his senses sharpen just in case there's a mine that's too well hidden. Behind him, second and third place are at the 50 mark. He glances down at the medal in his hands. To wait or not to wait? If he chooses now, then it'll be way less fun, but waiting will PSS of a lot of kids. But coming first place would put a target on his back anyway, so he's not really making things worse anyway. Plus the whole quirkless thing is already something against him. Izuku really does hope that the mines only pack a punch, cause he's about to set a bunch off soon. He's not worried that he'll cut anyone up, the fragile metal isn't sharp enough to. Todoroki, then Kaken pass him, Yaoyorozu and a girl with vines for hair too. They all send him confused, irritated looks when they see him standing there. The F, are you doing, nerd? Raising the medal in his hand slightly, he replies, hurry along, Kaken. Wouldn't want to get caught in the crossfire, would you? Kaken spews a string of curse words before he's off into the air, but he's too low, too late. Air hisses out his teeth as he shifts his body into his first stance. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. One mine goes off, then 100 others in a chain reaction. The clearing is engulfed in sparkly pink, before the thick, glittery air is dissipated by his wind breathing. Kaken is thrown off course along with Todoroki and anyone else within a 70-meter radius. No one dares to attack him as he hurtles through the air, ripping the ground below him. Only a fool would dare to touch the deadly cyclone that is Midoriya Izuku. In no time at all, Midoriya blows dust in their eyes, and now he's cleared the landmine area entirely. Eraserhead, your class is insane. What are you teaching them? I didn't do anything, this all the fruit of the fires they lit in each other. Not wanting to destroy the stadium tunnel, he drops the crumpled piece of metal and runs the last 100 meters. No one has yet to recover from his attack, so he's hardly worried anyone overtaking him, though no one could outrun him anyway. He emerges from the tunnel, a small victorious smirk on his face. The crowd cheers for him, temporarily forgetting that he's quirkless after the show he put on. We have our winner for the first event. Midoriya Izuku. The glass in his hand shatters before it has a chance to disintegrate. Midoriya Izuku. The brat that ruined everything. Tamura digs harsh lines down his own neck, chasing the itch that's never relieved. Quirkless, the brat is quirkless. He's quirkless and killed Sensei's demon that he had spent so long perfecting. How dare he? How dare he? Tamura is tempted to dust the television, but his sensei's orders hold him back. Observe them, Tamura, pick the one who ruined your mission apart. As much as he despises seeing the brat's face, he needs to know, for his sensei's sake and his own. Midoriya Izuku, the one that killed the unkillable creature. Sensei said only the sun could kill a demon, but he was wrong, for once his sensei was wrong. Midoriya Izuku had killed their strongest demon with no quirk and only a sword. A hero student who doesn't hesitate to kill. Tamura saw the brat move, and there was not an ounce of hesitation when he sliced through limbs and the neck of the demon. He hates Midoriya Izuku, he despises him, he wants to wring his neck with his own 2 hands, then kill him with the touch of his hand. But he can't deny that Midoriya Izuku interests him. Because what type of hero student goes for the killing blow? It's a good 3 minutes before Todoroki emerges from the tunnel, followed by Kaken only a split second after. Second and third place isn't bad, but they don't seem very happy with their achievement. His move to set off the mines had gotten rid of the main obstacle, but disoriented everyone, and then he assumes, throwing them into chaos. Without the mines, the last stretch to the finish line was a straight unassuming sprint for a kilometer. Judging by the dirt and scuff marks on Kaken's and Todoroki's clothes, they obviously hadn't agreed to a peaceful sprint to the finish line. The rest of his class trickles in, along with most of Class BS students, all of them sporting the same disheveled looks, either from being thrown about by the mines or when they fought others for their place. Several throw him dirty looks to his direction. Izuku decides ignores them in favor for finding his 2 friends. Uraraka. Ida. Midoriya. Uraraka puffs out, you were amazing. Congrats on first place. Ah, thanks Uraraka. You did great too, you as well Ida. Ida stares at his own hands, to think I'd play so low with a quirk like mine. 6th place isn't bad. It's only the first event too, you've got plenty chances to stand out. On the stage, Midnight claps her hands together once, drawing the attention back to her. The top 42 have earned the right to advance. And now for the post-preliminaries, the final selection. Now then, on to today's heart-pounding second event. The screen behind her spins through the events. I already know what it is, but the suspense is killing me. What could it be? Well, I'll tell you. Midnight flares out her hand in time for the screen to pause. King of the Hill. Murmurs of confusion ripple through the crowd. What's that? Kaminari questions, loudly. Oh. It's that game kids play on the playground. It's really old-fashioned. Ashido replies. Midnight cracks her whip, silencing the crowd. Don't interrupt me. As I was about to explain, you can all form 2 to 4 person teams freely, and you must work in a team. There must be one designated king to stay on top of each hill that will be placed across the arena, and the rest of the team can either choose to attack other hills or defend their own. The aim of the game is to knock other kings off their hills. Once you're knocked out, you're out. The last remaining 4 teams will proceed to the next round. But of course, with one exception. She sweeps a hand to Izuku's place in the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to him. A mischievous grin spreads on her face. Whoever's team knocks out first place from the last round is guaranteed a spot in the third event. As if the target on his back wasn't large enough, the game rules just made it 10 times worse for him. His downfall is a golden ticket to the finals, and with everyone knowing that he's quirkless, they will deem him as an easy target. It doesn't matter that he came first place, his quirkless status is all they'll ever see. But that's not what Izuku's concerned over. Having everyone gun for him isn't a threat to him. What the real problem is, how the hell is he going to get a teammate? He doubts anyone would want to be on his team. Maybe he could somehow convince Uraraka or Ida. Pulling the friendship card seems kinda underhanded, and it doesn't even ensure they'll agree. Quirks are allowed, of course. You may intercept any attackers, and defend with all your youthful might, but that being said, any excessive force and brutality is a red card, and you'll be forced to sit out the rest of the game. Alright, you now have 15 minutes until then. Start negotiating your team-ups. One teammate is all he needs. Having more would be nice, of course, but Izuku's being realistic here. First place. Hey. First place, over here. Izuku dodges just in time to avoid a pink-haired girl from ramming into him. She recovers from her fall, unfazed, before grabbing his shoulders with her gloved hands. Who the hell are you? Hatsum May. Future CEO of Hatsum Industries, and a certified genius. Team up with me, first place. He scans the multitude of gadgets on her body. Support course? Izuku concludes. Yup. You're the perfect person to advertise my babies. I'll even lend you some of my babies as my teammate. Assuming that she's referring to her gadgets as babies, having her as a teammate might be a blessing he never expected to receive. Hey Hatsum, you have any bladed weapons on you? Do I have blades? She shrieks, deeply offended. Hatsum shakes his shoulders aggressively. Of course I have blades. Who do you take me for? Izuku lips twitch. Show me then, certified genius. The support course student throws off his backpack, revealing 2 crisscrossed katanas on her back. Hatsum, you're a gift from the gods. He can't believe how lucky he's gotten. She unstraps them from her back, shoving them into his outstretched hands. I know. Unsheath them. Tell me if you like my babies. Crouching down, he lays the 2 sheathed katanas on the floor before picking one back up and pulls it out of its scabbard, the metal sheening a dull blue in the high sun. He inspects the katana, scanning it as he runs his fingers down the blade and hilt. His finger catches a small bump right under the guard. What's this? He points to the button. The detonator. Hatsum enthusiastically replies. The what? The detonator. She repeats, grabbing the second katana off the floor. Turning the katana over, the blade facing the floor, she uncaps the bottom, pouring out 6 small metal ball. Are those explosives? Press this button here and when the blade touches my baby, boom. Explosion. Duo blades and explosions, huh? He picks up the 2 blades, not really my style, but I always wanted to try these out. Explosives were more of Yuzui's thing. He's watched the man himself use these enough for Izuku to know the basics, but by no means is he an expert. Wielding 2 swords isn't foreign to him either. Being proficient in using your blade with either hand is a skill any demon slayer worth their money should have. Who knows when you'd lose a limb mid-battle? But dual wielding is annoying, and unnecessary, considering that Izuku uses wind breathing, so he's never properly trained himself with the style. These explosives aren't lethal, are they? Unfortunately not. Power Loader confiscated those ones, so these will only sting and knock people around. Kinda like the ones from the first event. And the blades? Dulled? No holding back then. He grins, I'll take them handsome. Welcome to my team. Shoyuta watches Midoriya strap 2 katanas onto his back, grinning devilishly as he speaks to the support course. Girl. An unexpected duo, but a deadly one. Hisashi whistles lowly. Wow, they're screwed. Radio Namuri to check if those blades are dulled. Recovery girl will have our heads if a bunch of students show up with lacerations. Midoriya is capable enough to hold back, but accidents can happen. She already on it, he replies, pointing to Namuri about to approach the duo. G's 2 swords are kinda overkill, the listener is already scary enough with only one. It is a bit overkill, but this is a competition. This'll be fun to watch. Depending on whether Midoriya chooses to be the king or the attacker, decides whether or not if they get to see him really fight. Either way, the audience will get their show, with the amount of students that are targeting Midoriya. The smart choice would for Midoriya to be king, since he's more capable of defending himself than the support course student is. Even though Midoriya was the one that got first, that knock out the previous winner and get a guaranteed spot in the next round rule still applies to the support course student if she's king. Though, Midoriya's wind breathing requires a lot of movement, so being confined onto a hill would hinder him. So he guesses they could go either way. Shuda's seat in the announcer's booth gives him the perfect vantage point to spot the moment that his class realizes their impending doom. Uraraka, who he's surprised she didn't join Midoriya's team, is the first to point out the 2 katanas strapped to Midoriya's back, causing a ripple reaction in his class, their faces all gaining the same despaired expressions in a wave. A Gen Ed student, the one that Midoriya challenged, pales significantly when he spots Midoriya's weapons. Hisashi huffs, is it mean of me to laugh at this? A smile of his own spreads on his face. Yes, but Namuri's full on cackling down there if it makes you feel better. Namuri retreats back to her referee podium still cackling, after checking Midoriya's blades. The teams head to their designated hills, the mounds of dirt spread out evenly throughout the field, and in the middle, Midoriya's team. It would be cruel if it anyone else in that position, but Midoriya is more than capable of defending himself from all sides. The support course student takes the 5-minute prep time to lay down a copious amount of traps on her hill, each mechanism daunting and complicated in their own way. Midoriya positions himself at the foot of the hill, a katana in each hand, his back to the support course student, who's now fiddling with her backpack at the top. There are a lot of interesting teams, but none really stand out to him. The ones closest to Midoriya's are mostly Class B students. His class has been smart enough to distance themselves from Midoriya, even Bakugo had SCKED up his pride and done the same. What do you think, Sho? Hisashi asks, a hand hovering on the switch to unmute the mic, ready to flick it on as soon as Namuri gives the go. Defense or offense? With his husband's eyes on Midoriya's figure below, he doesn't need any more indication on what he's asking. Both, he replies simply. Midoriya defends by attacking. Hisashi smiles, a slight crazed look in his eyes, the type he gets when he gets a little too excited. Namuri cracks her whip, her lips forming a clear, go. The switch is flicked on, the red light turning green, indicating that they're on air. Without delay, teams are on the move, heading directly to Midoriya's hill, surrounding him on all sides. Quirks are sent flying in the form of enlarged debris, solidified air, scales and other things he can't identify. Some charge right it with their bodies, either with reinforcements from a quirk or an occasional weapon. Hisashi clears his throat, and we are OFF. Immediately, Team Hatsum is surrounded. How will they get out of this one? In answer, Midoriya crouches down, legs coiled, katanas held horizontally to the ground. Midoriya flicks a finger on the bottom of his hilt, he tilts his hand, and flings his arm into the air at the same time he takes off from the ground himself. Something whizzes in the air, too small for Shoyuta to identify with the distance. His student hovers for a split second in the air, before twisting his body, arms outstretched, holding his blades out wide. Hisashi sits on the edge of his seat in anticipation. A whirlwind swiftly forms, but it only knocks a few of the competitors' stray quirks. The competition smirk victoriously, thinking that was Team Hatsum's feeble defense. Midoriya grins, all teeth. Hatsum cackles. With only a moment to spare. Boom! 6 explosions simultaneously go off, launching every pursuer into the air and crashing harshly into the ground. Dirt and smoke plumes into the air, then is quickly dispersed by what he assumes as a wind-breathing form. Hisashi falls out his chair in either excitement or surprise, who knows, but quickly gathers himself back up. Midoriya Izuku starts with a bang, blasting the competition away. Who the hell gave this kid explosives? Are those allowed? Hisashi turns to him, mouthing the same question. Shoyuta shrugs in response. Namuri hasn't stopped the event, so she must have already approved of them. As much as he prefers to not have another Bakugo on the field, he admits that he is once again impressed by Midoriya's skill. Hitting 6 small, rounded explosives mid-air would take an inhuman amount of precision and timing to not only make sure that they actually hit their intended targets, but to not also deafen him at the same time. The dust clears, revealing the ones hit by the explosion slowly start to recover. The king, closest to Midoriya's hill, is now flat on the ground, far from her position spot on the hill. Ladies, gents and folks, we have our first knockout? Team Kodai is eliminated. Midoriya abandons his teammate, though she seems to be handling herself just fine, and knocks away anyone stupid enough to try to block his path. He has a feeling that the event will end quickly. Too busy following Midoriya's movements, he almost misses the action on the other side of the arena. Bakugo takes out Team Monoma with a devastating explosion. What is with these kids and explosives? Midoriya knocks out another kid, adding another to the trail of unconscious bodies in his path. Recovery Girl won't be happy with him. A recovery bot wheels in, picking up body after body before one of them gets caught in the crossfire. To an outsider it may seem unnecessarily violent, but getting knocked out with only a simple blow to the neck is an indefinitely better option than Midoriya using his fists, or God forbid, his katana. Hisashi starts announcing eliminations in rapid succession. If he didn't have a voice-based quirk he would have been out of breath by now. Unsurprisingly, it's the usual trio of Bakugo, Todoroki and Midoriya that runs the main show, though his other students are still doing remarkably well. There's only 6 teams left on the field, most of them consisting of his class, meaning that the remaining teams are a little more weary of their movements. 2 more eliminations, and it's the end of the event. Midoriya stands in the middle of the field, a cocky smirk on his face, his stance ready and open, inciting for someone to step up and fight him. With most of his competitors being his own classmates, they're not exactly lining up for him, though Shuta's not shocked when Todoroki is the first to step up. Todoroki shifts his foot, acting a large dome of ice that covers a quarter of the field, trapping both Midoriya and him in it. Bakugo's team and Tetsutetsu's are too busy battling it out, and Todoroki's teammates are defending themselves from Shinsou's and Tokoyami's team, so there isn't anyone available to break through the thick ice, beside Hatsum, but she's trapped in her own world at the moment. The ice is dense enough that even with the sun beating down, it doesn't melt nor does it allow anyone to actually see what's going on. Midoriya could probably break out of it easily, especially with those new explosives of his, but he doesn't, for whatever reason. After a good 2 minutes, there's a crack of ice, and a small splinter forms on the sides of the dome. The crack spreads, and Midoriya's voice filters through the CHK in the ice, but only barely. He's yelling something at Todoroki's, then suddenly, the dome shatters into a million shards, blasting the field with cold wind. Midoriya throws out one of his explosives with his arm, only one sword in his hand now, the other blade sitting frozen in a block of ice on the ground. Midoriya charges forward, swinging his sword in time to detonate the explosive close to Todoroki's face. He leaps into the air at the same time Yaoyorozu creates a net, her arms reared to throw it at Tokoyami. Midoriya raises his sword high in the air, mouthing the name of one of his wind-breathing forms, and delivers a 4-strike attack towards Todoroki's left, timing it with Yaoyorozu's throw. Flames suddenly burst from Todoroki's left in his panic, a bad move. Midoriya's attacks are wind-based. The fire is extinguished, and despite Todoroki's efforts, he's knocked away by the gale of wind. Team Tokoyami and Team Tetsutetsu is eliminated. That's it, folks. The end of the second event. Team Hatsum, Team Yaoyorozu, Team Kirishima, and Team Shinsou will all proceed to the next round. Namuri blows the whistle, signaling the end of the game. Yaoyorozu helps Tokoyami out of the net, offering a hand to pull him off the ground. Midoriya sheaths his blade, unstrapping it from his back and hands it back to Hatsum, moving up the hill with caution to avoid the copious traps. Hatsum yells something at him, pointing at the frozen blade across the field. Midoriya says something to placate her, calming her down frighteningly quick. She nods, then shoos him away. Midoriya walks off, moving towards his 2 friends, but he only makes it halfway when Todoroki stalks up behind him, a serious look on his face, and murmurs something to Midoriya. The boy frowns, before he's whisked away into a tunnel, following behind Todoroki. Ha! Shoyuta wonders what's that about. What did you want to talk about? You had something to say, right? Or are we just going to keep standing here? The air is unnaturally cold, a product of Todoroki's quirk and the intensity of his intimidation. He's only here because Todoroki had seemed almost desperate to talk to him. In no way is he good at talking things out or conversation, but he'd spare his discomfort if it means getting whatever Todoroki has on his chest off. The Kamadu boy was able to talk it out with Tomioka pretty easily when he was closed off for years, so it shouldn't be that hard, right? Who is he kidding? He SCKS at this. You blindsided me, so much so that I broke my pledge. Neither Ida, nor Yaoyorozu, nor your teammate, nor the others you fought ever felt it. Only I felt it, in that moment when we were in my dome. What are you getting at, Todoroki? Todoroki stares at his own hand, deep in thought. I'm saying what I felt from you was the same? Something too similar, familiar. Dangerous territory, this is very dangerous territory. One wrong word and he may accidentally trigger Tomioka's old memories. You're really odd, Midoriya. An anomaly, you're one too, you FING idiot, you're weird. Is he being serious? Did you call me here just to insult me? No. I'm just telling the truth, he seriously states. A pang of annoyance shoots through him. You're hiding something, but I don't care, I don't want to know what it is. What I care about is beating you, Midoriya. You must know of my father, the number 2 hero. He's been stuck in that position for years, my old man will do anything to advance that position. My father made a name for himself during his career, but it was never enough to outpace a legend like All Might, who was an unmovable might in his eyes, and because he knew he could never hack it with his own power, he devised a plan. Izuku hates where this is going. Endeavor is a shitty hero, a lot of people know that, but what Todoroki is implying is a whole nother level of shitty. He really hopes that his speculations are wrong, but judging by the twisted expression Todoroki wears, his story is as real as it gets. You know about Quirk marriages, right? It was popular during the 2nd and 3rd generation. Choosing partners with the sole purpose to enhance one's quirk to be inherited down the line, and forcing marriages for that purpose. As a man of means and merit, my father easily integrated himself into my mother's family, and took possession of her quirk. All he wanted was to slake his own thirst and raise a hero better than All Might. Screw him, I'll never be that piece of shit's tool. In my memories, he raises a hand to his left side, my mother is always crying. What a familiar story, he thinks bitterly. A terrible father, a mother that has to witness her mess of a family. He naively thought that Tomioka had the second chance he himself never got, that he was living happily with his sister and that he was here to achieve his own dreams, to live a good life. He quickly realizes he's angry. That he's FING furious. Because it was fine if he never got his own happy ending, because at the very least, Tomioka had his. He should have seen the signs, should have figured out that Todoroki wasn't living a normal, happy life. He thought that Todoroki's standoff personality was just something that transferred from Tomioka, but in reality it was the result of having a flaming pile of trash as a father. He should have known. He should have known. Out of everyone, he should know an abuse victim when he sees one, especially when said abuse victim is an old friend of his. She told me that my left side is unsightly, as she dumped boiling water on me. He really should have known. The reason I'm aiming to beat you is as a personal triumph. I won't use my old man's quirk, or rather, he removes his hand from his face, tilting his head towards his to glare at him. I'll become number 1 without needing to. This is my total disavowal of him. His mouth dries. Your old man's quirk, huh? Be grateful you're my son. You're goddamn strong. So it's like that. Well, first things first, your old man is an a-hole. Todoroki actually startles at that, like he hadn't expected for Izuku to side with him. He shoves his hands into his pockets, looking anywhere besides Todoroki's face. And I'm sorry, no one should go through that. It probably doesn't mean much coming from me, but still, that, shit like that, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemies. He's still angry, still furious till the point it boils his blood, but he doesn't let any of it show. Anger isn't what Todoroki needs right now. You want to reject your old man, right? Todoroki nods. And you're doing it by refusing to use your own power. It's Endeavor power, not Dash. It's not yours? It doesn't matter where your FING power, strength, whatever came from Todoroki. You want to reject your father, but you're centering your life's goal around him. If you want to reject him, leave him behind, don't even look at him on your path to a hero. As soon as you glance back, he wins, you lose. Disown him, not that FING quirk of yours. You don't get it, Todoroki scowls, completely dodging his whole goddamn point. You don't have a quirk to understand what it's like to be tainted by your father's blood. Dash. You're right, I don't have a quirk. I can't relate to you like that, but I'm familiar with shitty dads. His current father, the one from this life, wasn't as terrible as his one from his past life. Absentee dad's SCK, but he was never physically abused this time around. Small mercies. I was born without a quirk, but I was still born strong. Izuku purses his lips. My father claimed that I was strong because of him, because I was his son. As much as I hated to admit, he was right. I didn't get my genes from my mother, all of it was from my old man. But I'm nothing like him, he used his strength to pick on the weak, I use mine to protect others. Your old man might be a hero, but he's a goddamn shitty person. Don't be like him, Todoroki, don't let your bitterness and anger lead your life. Use that power to protect others, protect your siblings, don't use it as a way to PSS off Endeavor. Todoroki stares at him, a multitude of emotions on his face, all of them mixing into something unidentifiable. Did he go too far, overstep his boundaries? Did he say something wrong? Todoroki bows his head, concealing his face behind his hair. That's a familiar story, Todoroki finally says, the words coming out dryly. I'll consider your words, Midoriya. I'm sorry for wasting your time. In a rush, Todoroki walks off, leaving Izuku alone in the hall. He doesn't follow after him, there's no use saying anything else, for now. At the very least, Todoroki is starting to consider his words, but unless he doesn't act soon, he'll only be considering them for a long time. He exhales heavily out his mouth, heading in his own direction, back towards the stadium. Endeavor better start praying, because if he bumps into Izuku, he can't promise that he won't sucker punch the douchebag in his stupid flaming chin and unleash all 9 wind breathing forms. He kicks a crushed can in frustration, letting it hit the wall and dent the aluminium further. The impact echoes through the empty hall? Did he imagine the noise on the other side of the wall? He'd been so distracted with Todoroki's and his conversation that he hadn't kept aware of his surroundings. Silently, he turns the corner, ready to yell at whoever had the audacity to listen into a obviously private conversation. Who's there, Kaken? Kaken ducks his head, an almost guilty expression on his face. You heard everything, didn't you? TCH. You weren't very subtle. That's not an invitation for you to follow us, he hisses out. Kaken isn't the type to gossip, he knows their secrets are safe with him. He's still said though, don't get him wrong. Don't tell anyone, he says anyway. He turns his back before he's tempted to yell something stupid. Was the sheet about your dad true? Kaken blurts out. He freezes mid-step. Why would I lie about that, Kaken? That old BSTRD left you before you could even throw a punch. Kaken. Leave it. Leave it. His secrets are safe with Kaken. He didn't think to consider that Kaken would be suspicious. He may not be friends with the blonde anymore, but at one point in his life he was. Kaken had broken off their friendship only days after his father left him, and he was old enough to remember snippets of the old man. Of course he finds his conversation with Todoroki suspicious. You're already butting into my business, don't dig any further. Kaken clicks his tongue. Whatever, keep your secrets. I don't give a shit. Just don't be like half and let your daddy issues stop you from giving it your all. You'll get your fight, Kaken, you don't need to worry about that. He'll fight. Todoroki will get the fight he wants too. Alright, now I'll determine who fights whom through this lottery. Midnights holds up a box, shaking it around for show. Once the matchups are determined, we'll do a fun bit of recreation games, and then we'll commence. But first I need 2 volunteers from Team Tokoyami, the team that came 5th, since we came short on competitors this year. Excuse me. Ojiro calls, his hand shooting up. I want to withdraw from this event. So please pick a 3rd volunteer too. Hagakure waves her arms, or rather, her sleeves. Why, Ojiro? This is your chance to show yourself off to the pros. The truth is, I don't remember anything during the 2nd event up until the very last seconds. He turns to Shinsou, probably due to that kid's quirk. I know this is my big chance, and it's stupid of me to throw it anyway, but it doesn't feel right for me to stand here among you when I don't even understanding how I got here. I just can't do it. Don't worry about it, Ojiro. As long as you get results at this stage, it's fine. Hagakure protests. This is about my pride. I just can't stand the thought of it. I don't know what happened either, I want to withdraw too. Another student, Class B he assumes, speaks up. For a person who didn't do anything to rise up and fight among everyone else would defeat the point of the sports festival. Well, this is highly unusual, it all hangs on the referee's judgment. What will Midnight decide? Present Mike announces through the speakers. How callow, I'll have you know that greenhorns like you. Midnight cracks her whip, get all my love. I hereby recognize Shouta and Ojiro pulling out. To make things more varied, I ask for 2 volunteers from Team Tokoyami, and 2 volunteers from Team Tetsutetsu. Uraraka and Tokoyami will be the volunteers for our team, Shoji informs. And Tetsutetsu and Shiozaki will be ours, an orange-haired girl adds. Great. So now it's settled with Uraraka, Tokoyami, Tetsutetsu and Shiozaki entering, we now have 16 once again. The screen lights up, the matchups all aligned, elimination style. And the matchups are as follows. He doesn't need to scan for his name, he's first up for the event. His eyes flicker to the name next to his. Shinsou Hitoshi. From the Department of Heroics, our running champion, Midoriya Izuku. Versus, sorry you haven't done anything really notable or eye-catching yet. Department of General Education, Shinsou Hitoshi. Midoriya. The rules are simple. This is a scuffle won by either ringing out your opponent, rendering them unable to move, or getting them to say, I give. Injuries are inevitable, so don't hold back, we have our very own recovery girl on hand. Don't answer anything he says. Izuku half shifts into a fighting stance. As long as he avoids opening his mouth he'll win this easily. I give, you don't get it, do you, Midoriya Izuku? Shinsou lazily drawls, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. This is a battle to test your heart. He resists the urge to roll his eyes. So cheesy. Now let's start the battle. That dumb monkey made mention of his pride, but dash. Ready dash. Don't you agree he's an idiot for flushing away his chances? Start. That won't work on me, BSTRD. Rushing forward, he closes the distance between them in a second. Forming a fist, he rears back his arm and slams it into Shinsou's stomach, sending the boy sprawling across the field. Izuku allows Shinsou a moment of recovery, letting him catch his breath before he's grabbing his opponent by the back of his shirt and throwing him the opposite direction, the direction Izuku just came from. Shinsou notices, his face quickly twists into a scowl. Stop playing with me, Midoriya. I know you're going to beat me, just get it over with. I'm giving you a chance, idiot. Izuku stays glued to his spot, feet planted firmly. He pps his head to the side, raising two fingers in a come hither motion. Shinsou realizes he's waiting for him to make the next move. So with a furious face, he sprints towards Izuku, and sends a punch to his face. He takes a moment to study Shinsou's new and improved stance. The boy had refined his lanky arms to more of a lithe build in the 2 short weeks of preparation, and the fist coming at his face is less overextended than the last time they fought. If he let the punch land, it might actually hurt, a bit. He smirks. Good, Shinsou took his advice seriously. Though as much as the boy must have worked, 2 weeks is still only 2 weeks. The short PRD of time he was given wasn't near enough to match against Izuku. The fist brushes the air by his cheek as he shifts his body to the side, grabbing the extended arm and flips Shinsou's body over his shoulder. Judo flipping may be an overused move of his, but it works every time and it's a takedown that doesn't require excess violence. That monkey told you, didn't he? Shinsou coughs, lying on the ground. It was pretty useless in the end. Hiding my cards, what a joke. What do you think, Midoriya? It's a pretty useless quirk I have, isn't it? As soon as someone figures it out, I'm done for. Shinsou grabs the front of his shirt, attempting to pull him down with him. It doesn't do much beside force Izuku to bend slightly forward. I can't even beat some quirkless kid, but I guess you're not some kid. You told me you trained Midoriya, that's not it though. Training doesn't give a person what you have. Shinsou's hands shake as the grip on his shirt tightens, straining to yank him to the floor. How does it feel, Midoriya? Shinsou's desperation clings on to him. He may be saying these things to get a rise out of Izuku, but the truth in his words is glaring. How does it feel to be the exception? To be strong when everyone thinks otherwise? He really feels bad for the kid, he really does, but DMN Shinsou is getting on his nerves here. Being the exception. Izuku wishes he weren't. Strength always comes with a cost. Shinsou yanks down harder, his knuckles turning bone white. Tell me, Midoriya. How does it feel to be blessed, to be God's favorite? His hand snaps to rip off Shinsou's grip off him. Distantly, he hears the crack of bone and the echoing yelp of pain. He feels his face wrench into a scowl, and the boil and rush of his blood. Izuku pulls his opponent by the collar up from the ground with one hand, bringing his nose to nose with him. In that moment he forgets, and those 2 words repeat in his head like a sick joke. God's favorite. Izuku can feel his breaths hit Shinsou's face as he spits venom on his face. I don't know shit, Shinsou. Midoriya's face goes slack, erasing the furious expression that admittedly scared the shit out of Hitoshi. He drops back to the floor with no hands left to hold him up, jostling his fractured wrist. Hitoshi pushes down the guilt that came with triggering his quirk. It's not hard, the pride he feels is overwhelming. He did it. He defeated Midoriya Izuku, the one student that up until this point had been undefeated. Or, that's what he thought. It took only a second for Midoriya to break out of his control. One moment his face is blank, and in the next that terrifying expression is up again. Present Mike screeches over the speakers, spewing words that he doesn't process. Midoriya whips his head around the arena, before his gaze lands back on him. What? What the hell? His eyes that should have turned back to green, is fogged in the blank white of his quirk. Panicked, Hitoshi reaches back out with his quirk, but it's blocked by something. Something is wrong, something is definitely wrong. Oi! Midoriya's voice pulls him out of his panic, only to be sent into further panic, because what the hell? Midoriya shouldn't be talking. Kid! Where the hell am I? What? You heard me. Where the hell am I? And, Midoriya's blank eyes scrape Hitoshi from head to toe. The hell is up with your hair? F dash. Did he give Midoriya amnesia? What's your name? Hitoshi asks, scared for the answer. The hell? Why would I dash? Midoriya shakes his head. Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa? That's not your name. The hell it is. Look, kid, I don't have time for this. Just tell me where I am. They've been standing here for too long. The audience that he nearly forgotten where they are starting to murmur confusedly. Shinsou! Midoriya! Midnight calls from her podium, is something wrong? What the hell are you wearing, woman? Midoriya growls out, quickly averting his eyes from Midnight. And who the hell is Midoriya? You're Midoriya. I told you my name is Shinazugawa, brat. Midnight's face blanches. She unhooks a radio from the back of her costume, announce for a short break mic, something's wrong with Midoriya. Almost instantly, present mic calls for a short break in reason for unexpected difficulties. Midnight jumps down from her podium. Shinazugawa, she addresses Midoriya by his name? What's the last thing you remember? Midoriya frowns, scowling, but answers anyway, I was sitting under a tree. Anything else? She prompts. Pretty sure I was dying. Midnight hides her shock from the blunt dlvry of Midoriya's aforementioned death behind thinned lips. Okay, I can work with that. Midnight turns to him. Shinsou, he's under your quirk, right? He nods, shakily. How do you usually deactivate it? I can normally just cut off the connection, but it's already cut off? The other way is to hit them hard enough so they snap out of it. Alright, okay. Thanks, Shinsou. Shinazugawa, I'm going to give you a gentle slap on the head, and you'll get back to your tree. Midnight raises her hand, and without further warning, in a very non-gentle way, attempts to hit Midoriya with her open palm. Attempts. Because Midnight only hits empty air. The F, you hitting me for? Midoriya, now 4 meters away from him and Midnight, demands. Midnight holds her hands out in a sign of peace. Sorry. Should have given you a warning. Maybe that wasn't a great idea, Shinazugawa, you're in someone else's body right now. What? And you just need a good knock to snap you out of it. Someone else Midoriya stares down at his own hands and feet, making the green locks on his head fall into his eye. That makes sense. My hair is green, and I'm a FING short stack. Midoriya glares down the both of them. This sounds a lot like some type of blood art. You're not demons, are you? 'Cause if you are his hands twitch by his sides, unconsciously moving to his hip. Not a demon. Midnight plays along, sending a warning glance to Hitoshi. She points to the sun, see the sun is out, and we're not burning. There's exceptions, but I'll trust you for now, you just need to hit me once, right? Just once, she assures. Cautiously, Midnight slowly approaches Midoriya like one would do to a cat. Midoriya glares, noticing the treatment, but lets it happen anyway. This time when Midnight raises her hand, Midoriya lets the slap hit. It's a bit harsher than necessary, but he assumes Midnight just wants to be safe. Midoriya head snaps back up, eyes a clear green again. Hitoshi breathes a sigh of relief. Midoriya? Midnight hesitantly asks. Midoriya rubs the back of his head. Yeah, I'm back again. Did you have to hit me that hard? Sorry, I had to make sure it worked. Do you want to resume the match? She asks both of them. Yes, they answer simultaneously. Alright, but to make it fair, if Midoriya gets caught in Shinsou's quirk again, I'll count that as an automatic win. Okay, Midoriya easily agrees. Midnight retreats back to her podium, signaling to the announcer's booth that they're good to go. They return to their starting positions, Midnight cracks her whip, Midoriya blurs, a leg is raised. And the world goes black. Izuku's still disoriented when he helps Shinsou onto the stretcher. Maybe it's a bit mean to have knocked out Shinsou so quickly in front of a large audience, but honestly, he has bigger things to worry about. Like how Shinsou's quirk was able to send his mind back in time. Crazy. He assumes that Shinsou's quirk is some type of brainwashing that normally puts his target's subconscious under his control after they respond to him. What he guesses what went wrong was Izuku has 2 subconsciouses, or one could say souls, in his mind, so when Shinsou brainwashed him, he only brainwashed the part of him that is Midoriya Izuku, leaving Shinazugawa Sanemi alone in his body, and in result, only leaving Sanemi's memories in his head. He considers himself lucky that the last thing he remembered was the moment before his death. If he had woken up any time before that, or God forbid, during the battle against Muzan, things would have gone terribly wrong. A great thing it was daytime too, otherwise he probably wouldn't have believed midnight so easily. A not so great thing though, is the fact that Shinsou knows too much now about him now. Hopefully, for both Shinsu's sake and his, he won't remember anything when he wakes up. Or at the very least, completely ignore what had happened and not question anything. If he hadn't lost his temper in the first place, none of this would have happened. In that moment he had forgotten everything and had lost control. God's favorite, what a joke. The statement is so glaringly wrong that he wants to laugh. Him? Midoriya Izuku? Being God's favorite? If he was blessed by the heavens he wouldn't even be here, rather he would have been granted a peaceful afterlife with his family, reunited with Genya, Shuya, Hiroshi, Kodo, Taiko and Sumi. God, it's been so long since he's seen his other siblings. He pushes away the deep ache that comes with the thought, turning his attention to an unconscious Shinsou be carted away by the medbots. Izuku follows the boys into the tunnel but spilts off to join his classmates in the stands. They give him their congratulations, some patting him on the back as he makes his way to his seat. He settles himself on the end of the row, beside Ida. Congratulations on winning, Midoriya. Yeah. Good job, Midori. Uraraka joins in. Thanks, guys. He shifts awkwardly in his seat, preparing for the inevitable questions. Hey, Midoriya, why did Midnight stop the match and hit you? It was just dash. Ojiro suddenly appears behind him, leaning forward from his seat. You broke out Shinsu's quirk, didn't you? How did you do it? I did, kinda. Only half of my subconscious broke out. He scratches the back of his neck, faking his uncertainty. I don't really understand what happened, but Shinsu's quirk kinda confused my head. Since it was only half of me, my memories got mixed up, so Midnight had to snap me out of it by hitting me. The three of them exchange glances. That's confusing, he offers. Yeah, let's go with that, Uraraka says. That's impressive though, Midoriya, Ojiro compliments. Even if you didn't totally break out of his hold, you still did more than I did. I didn't really do much, to be honest. It's kinda just happened. It's still impressive. Ah, well thanks I guess. Present Mike introduces the two competitors for the second round, Shiro and Todoroki. Todoroki and Shiro, he questions out loud, observing Shiro's lax stance and Todoroki's icy glare. This'll probably end quickly. Yeah, Ojiro agrees, no offense to Shiro, but I think we all know who's going to win. Izuku agrees. As much as he likes to root for the underdog, he doesn't see an outcome where Shiro comes out victorious. It's nothing against Shiro, Todoroki is just in fact, overpowered. Start. Shiro sends out a stream of tape from his elbow, wrapping it around Todoroki's body and trapping his arms to his torso. Todoroki digs his feet into the ground as Shiro swings his arm, tightening the tape, and attempts to throw him out of bounds. Todoroki lets himself be dragged as he shifts his foot into a familiar stance. Move back, he warns his classmates, shielding them with his arm. Ice bursts out from the bottom of Todoroki's boot, producing a glacier that engulfs the entire field, extending out all the way to the top of the stadium. He breathes out a visible puff of air, and pulls back his arm. The sudden change in temperature bites his lungs, but he adapts to the feeling fairly quickly. Are you alright? He turns to his classmates. Totally fine. Uraraka chatters, rubbing her hands together. Izuku eyes the glacier of ice inches from his face. A little overboard if you ask me. I knew Todoroki was powerful, Ida says, shivering, but this is something else. I should probably think of a plan. If Todoroki uses the same move on him, without his blade he doesn't know if he could counter. He'd have to close the distance between them to prevent Todoroki from using his super move, and end the fight quickly before it gets hard to breathe. Ice is bad match for him, without his breaths he'll only have his raw strength to win. Which compared to Todoroki's quirk, wouldn't do much. He recalls Kocho's Tsuguko describing the Upper Moon 2 having a similar ability, and how the ice made it feel like 1,000 needles were piercing her lungs every time she inhaled. It would be best to end the fight swiftly, if he wanted to win. But as he said, winning isn't his goal, he has another goal in mind and it relies on stalling for enough time to knock some sense into Todoroki. Midoriya. Don't tell me you don't have a plan. Ida cries. I'm working on it, he waves off the concern. Don't worry about me, focus on your own match. Izuku watches Todoroki melt Shiro out of his icy cage. So he does use his left side, to some degree. The beginnings of a plan forms in his mind, it's nothing close to a real one, but it's something. Without his blade, his attack power dramatically decreases, and with the ice he won't be able to opt to an endurance match. Unfortunate, it's endurance he needs in his next match. All Izuku needs is a way to counter Todoroki's ice. If, when, he gets Todoroki use his fire, then that shouldn't be as much of a problem. Ice and fire will naturally counter the extreme temperatures if he uses them at the same time. Being burnt isn't a concern of his either, a little pain never stopped him and he doesn't mind losing his eyebrows. He didn't have them in his last life, so it won't be anything new. "Hey Hagakure," he calls, not bothering to look over his shoulder. The girl sits beside Ojiro, so he doesn't have to raise his voice. "Yeah? You were with Todoroki during USJ, right?" "Yeah, why?" "Thinking of a plan," he replies. "How sturdy would you say his ice is?" He's never personally faced Todoroki's ice before. Trying to gauge how much beating it can take is difficult without close-up experience. I mean, it was sturdy? It was. A lot sturdier than normal ice, I think. I try not to think about USJ too much. Right. He stands up from his seat. "Thanks Hagakure. Where are you going?" Ida asks, shuffling his feet back so he can move down the aisle. "The waiting rooms," Izuku replies. "I need to warm up before my fight with Todoroki." "Good luck with your matches guys, I'll be sure to watch the replays later." "Watch out for Hatsume's gadgets Ida," and Uraraka, he gives her determined face a meaningful look over. "Kaken won't hold back because of your gender, so don't plan around assuming that. Though, you probably already knew that." "I'll keep that in mind Midoriya." "Already got it, Midori." He waves from the mouth of the tunnel, giving one last "good luck" before he's heading to the waiting room. Izuku has almost no idea what he's doing. He's got a plan, maybe. A plan that's split into two, and depending on whether or not either half would work is unknown to him. First, he has to trial if his idea on raising his body temperature through total concentration is possible, without accidentally unlocking his mark. Raising his temperature is easy, keeping it at the ideal temperature, less easy. Keeping his temperature, while actively fighting an opponent that'll probably frustrate him to no end, difficult. He should be able to regulate his internal temperature by accelerating the circulation of blood through his body, but he hadn't done so purposely before. It's rare to want to have a high temperature, most of the time it's usually him slowing down his blood circulation to keep poison away from his vital organs. He never needed to achieve a high blood pressure, besides from unlocking the mark, but even then he didn't do it completely on purpose. It's easy in concept, but there's still an inkling of doubt in his mind. Izuku turns half the lights off for the sole reason that he hates artificial lighting and takes a seat on one of the many empty chairs. He closes his eyes, focusing on the rhythmic beats of his heart and the familiar set pattern of his breaths exiting, entering his lungs. Thump, thump, thump. An ideal beats per minute, his heart is healthy and steady like any fit and active individual. Normally to slow down blood circulation, you would take slow, deep breaths. To speed it up it would only make sense to do the exact opposite. Slowly, to not shock his body, he transitions his normal total concentration breathing to quicker and shallower breaths, limiting his intake of oxygen to the cusp of hyperventilating and typical total concentration. It's a precarious balance, and it takes him a while to get there, but eventually, he does. He breathes in, both carefully and hurriedly, feeling his internal temperature gradually raise. His brow furrows, it's more difficult than he had expected. Trying to limit his oxygen while maintaining the benefits of total concentration is a thin rope to balance. He's glad that he turned the lights off, it helps him focus of the quickening beats of his heart and to make sure he doesn't overdo it. Izuku would like to avoid unlocking his mark and shortening his lifespan. Again. A bead of sweat drips down from his forehead, trailing down his cheek. It's starting to get hot. Overhead, he hears the announcement of the winner of the final round of the first set of matches. As expected, Kaken had won. From the snippets of commentary he heard through his concentration, Uraraka had put up a good fight. He continues his new pattern of breathing, getting himself used to the technique and memorizing it so he doesn't go under or over the desired temperature mid-battle. Izuku should probably stop soon otherwise. The door slams open. "The F, you're doing, nerd?" Kaken, he recognizes, without needing to open his eyes. With no warning, Kaken flicks the lights back on. Izuku has to resist the urge to cringe away from bright lights. Gross. Lanterns and candles were never as harsh as LEDs, Izuku's always preferred traditional ways of light over modern. Reluctantly, he squints opens his eyes to glare at Kaken. Kaken glares right back at him, flicking his gaze to the beads of sweat collecting on his face to his almost erratic rise and fall of his chest. He drops his new technique, returning back to his regular total concentration breathing. The blonde narrows his gaze. "What was that?" "What was what?" "That." Kaken throws a hand, gesturing to him. "You panicking over your match with half and half?" "I'm not panicking. Why would I panic over a FING sports festival?" "'Cause you're dash," he stops mid-sentence. Whatever, shitty nerd. If it wasn't a panic attack, then what was it? What's it to you? Nothing, Kaken says with a watered-down sneer. Answer my DMN question, nerd. Why should I? I don't owe you anything. He does technically owe Kaken, but he says otherwise anyway. He's yet to properly thank his old friend for returning his blade and saving his butt at the USJ. Kaken clicks his tongue. TCH, whatever. The blonde feigns indifference, but from the tick in his jaw he knows Kaken's set off. Kaken takes long strides to the seat opposite him, dragging out the chair over aggressively and unceremoniously plops himself down on the chair, not taking his eyes of Izuku. He narrows his eyes in suspicion. What do you want? Kaken's gaze grazes over him, lingering on his sweaty neck and chest. A fever? The blonde voices out loud, ignoring his question. Izuku huffs out a breath from his reddened cheeks. I'm fighting Todoroki next. He watches Kaken connect the dots, his eyes never leaving the bullets of sweat dripping down his skin. So what? You ran laps around the waiting room to warm yourself up? Kaken scoffs, thought you were smarter than this nerd. No matter how much you warm up, half ice is too fing cold. That's not my plan. What's your plan then? Izuku hums, indulging Kaken's curiosity won't be any harm. Todoroki's ice is sturdier than ordinary ice. Snap off one of his icicles from one of those glaciers of his, and I have myself a nice substitute for my katana. Fighting icy hot with his own shitty quirk? Great plan, Kaken drawls sarcastically. You try to swing around an icicle with hypothermia. I have a plan, Kaken. Yeah, well, your plan is fing shitty. Got any better ideas? Kaken sneers, staying silent. That's what I thought, Izuku says a little too smugly for Kaken's liking. A small explosion sparks in the blonde's hand. The F, you mean by that? Izuku crosses his arms, smiling a sheet-eating grin. Nothing, Kaken. F, you, Kaken spits out, but it's a reflexive response rather than a meaningful insult. Just don't get your butted kicked by half and half. Didn't you hear me earlier? I'm not aiming to win. Who cares if you're aiming to win or not? You're going to win in the end. Kaken mimics his grin. Until you face me, of course. I'll beat your shitty butt any day. You won't even get a chance to breath when I come for you. Kaken declares, punctuating his point with a mini explosion. A chance to breathe? How ironic. Is that so, Kaken? You bet your butt, fing nerd. Todoroki Shudo and Midoriya Izuku. An automated voice calls over the speaker. Can Todoroki Shudo and Midoriya Izuku make their way to the arena? Izuku takes a breath. That's my cue, Kaken, meet you in the finals. Meet you in the finals, Kaken echoes. Kick his butt, nerd. Izuku freezes, his hand lingering on the chair he just pushed back under the table. He meets Kaken's eyes again, his red eyes ablaze. I will, he promises, drawing out the two words slowly. For a moment Kaken's blazing red eyes overlapped with a certain old comrade, but he shakes out the image quickly. Kaken is definitely not Rengoku. How did his brain even think of that? The flame Hashira is definitely not Kaken. Good. Get going already. He manages to hum, still blinking away the two images of Rengoku and Kaken. Izuku dispels any cluttering thoughts as he makes his way to the arena, cycling through his new technique. A puff of hot air leaves his chapped lips. It's hot, but it's not Izuku's body that's uncomfortably warm. The halls are getting stuffier the closer he gets to the end. Loud, heavy footsteps echo just around the corner. A flicker of flame enters his line of sight before the flicker becomes a blazing fire, sat on the shoulders of the man he wished were dead. The number 2 hero stops before him, his scrutinizing glare staring down on him, like one would study a bug. His hand twitches, clenching into a fist to avoid the temptation to reach to his waist where his katana would usually sit. Izuku feels his veins strain and visibly pop from the sides of his neck. Clenching his fist was a mistake, it only tempts him to sucker punch the sheetbag in his ugly mug. Endeavor continues to stare down at him, his flames too hot and close for comfort. The F, do you want from me? Izuku grits out between his grinding teeth, spitting the words as venomously as he can. The corridor temperature spikes. Watch your tongue, boy. Get the F out of my way if you're not going to say anything. You possess a lot of power despite being quirkless, Endeavor admits, like it pains him to say. Your fighting prowess is strong, and your skill with the blade is impressive for the likes of your status. The pressure the number 2 hero exudes is immense. From the little distance between them, he can feel the sheer power this man has. But it's nothing Izuku hasn't seen before. Endeavor is not the first person or demon he's encountered with this type of presence, and he'll certainly not be the last. Endeavor is nothing more than any other BSTRD he's met. My Shudo has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will no doubt be dash. His blood boils. With the intensity of his glare, he's surprised his eyes haven't popped out of their socket. Shut the F up, you FING scum. It takes all his effort to not knee the fucker in the crotch then and there. Shudo isn't yours, he's not a goddamn pet BSTRD. Call him yours every again and I'll rip out your FING tongue and shove it down your goddamn throat. You dare threaten me, boy? Endeavor booms, the flames on his face blaring out. I am the number 2 hero, I'll have you dash. You're going to do shit to me, Endeavor. The F, are you going to do? Snitch to my teacher? Hit me? My teacher won't give a DMN about a few petty FING insults, number 2 or not. And, Izuku leans closer to the man, uncaring of the sweltering heat. If you even so much as touch a hair on my head, I'll snap your filthy hands and tie them into a FING knot. Izuku leans back, avoiding the angered burst of flame from Endeavor's chest. As angry as he isn't blind enough to get burnt before his match with Todoroki. Get out of my way before I FING make you. Endeavor sneers and opens his mouth to retaliate or yell, but the words die in his throat as he's interrupted by a timely announcement. Midoriya, Izuku, please make your way to the arena. F off, you old geezer, I have a match to get to. Fed up, Izuku shoves past the body of the number 2 hero, the sleeve of his uniform singeing. He ignores the enraged shouts as he strides further down the corridor, his scowl still screwed on his face even when he reaches the arena. Sweat sticks to his skin, his new breathing combined with Endeavor's fire warmed his body up too much. The encounter with Endeavor left with a boiling rage he's all too familiar with. F that FING BSTRD. He stares down Todoroki, the boy's face set into grim determination. Izuku keeps his eyes on Todoroki as he reaches a hand to the top of his gym uniform, carefully following Todoroki's gaze as it traces down to the singed sleeve. With a single, forceful tug, Izuku rips the fabric off his torso, exposing his bare torso to the audience. He wipes the sweat on his palms off on the shredded top before discarding it to the side. A gentle breeze hits his back, cooling his skin to a desirable temperature. He's still warmer than usual, but it's no longer unbearable. In a show of confidence? Intimidation? Midoriya rips off his shirt, exposing his scarily toned torso to the world. Geez, this kid has better abs than me. Mike, Aizawa-sensei warns. Sorry, Razor. Anyways, whenever you're ready, Midnight. Take it away. I want a clean match between the two of you. Midnight calls from her podium, her whip ready and raised. She waits for their nods before continuing. All right, ready. Midnight's whip cracks against the ground. Start.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.